As regards the United States, there is nothing to record in the way of systematic endeavor before the 19th century. This is as we should expect from environmental conditions that were unlikely to produce either a demand for or supply of general treatises. But discussion of current practical problems was active even in colonial times, and for the 18th century, reports, pamphlets, and tracts abound, especially on questions of paper money, coinage, credit, trade, and fiscal policy. 259 And some of these performances answer to our idea of quasi-systems. Here are 3 examples which the American reader is advised to look up for himself. First, Hamilton's famous report on manufactures, 1791, 260. Though no doubt intended as a description with a program, is really applied economics at its best and reveals quite clearly essentials of the analytic framework that was to be made explicit by D. Raymond and F. List, and in turn points back to the work of such men as Child and Davenant. Second, Cox's work comes near to actually being a systematic treatise. 261. Third, Benjamin Franklin's, 1706-90, various tracts on economics. Objects 262. Present material enough to enable us to reconstruct his system on the practical side, substantially of a laissez-faire type, though there is little to commend for purely analytic virtues. 6. Public finance once more. In the first section of this chapter, the fact was emphasized that in the rising national states public finance acquired not only paramount importance but also a new significance. There would be little exaggeration in saying that, at least for the continental branches of the literature that have been surveyed, it was the central topic around which revolved most of the rest. Let us therefore retrace our steps and look more closely at the financial problem of these centuries. Public finance in our sense, and especially modern taxation, first developed in the course of the 15th century in the Italian city republics, Florence in particular, and in the German free towns, Reichsstadt. More important for us is, however, the development of the fiscal systems of the national states and the Italian and German principalities. For the sake of both brevity and concreteness we shall think primarily of the case of the latter, or, still more precisely, of the development of public finance in a typical temporal principality of Germany. Of course, people always recognized the existence of some interests that were common to all members of a political unit. Recognition of the residential publica was fostered, among other factors, by scholastic teaching. Nevertheless, public affairs were in legal principle the affairs of the territorial ruler. Wars in particular were his personal quarrels. Compare the English official phrase that still survives, the king's enemies. Hence, so far as the military service that his vassals owed to him proved inadequate and this resource petered out in the course of the 16th century, he had to finance them from his own means. These consisted, first, of the feudal income from his own lands and, second, of a number of customary fiscal rights that went with the lordship of a principality, such as seigniorage, tolls, and customs, the right of charging for safe conduct of travelers and caravans of merchants, the right to levy taxes from Jewish communities for the protection extended to them, and rights to a wide variety of fees of all sorts, regalia. The rise in prices, the cost of mercenaries and later on of standing armies, profuse expenditure on court nobilities and bureaucracies, and other causes, all related to the political ambitions of those princes or else to the social structure of their territories, rendered these customary sources of revenue inadequate and led to a rapidly mounting burden of debt. In the untenable situations that ensued, the princes appealed to their estates on the plea that, for instance, a Turkish invasion was after all not only the private affair of the prince. The estates thereupon granted subsidies which, apart from the contributions of the towns, they levied upon their own feudal income, that is, upon the dues their peasantries owed to them, land in their own management remaining free. At first they insisted each time that they were making the grant of their own free will in response to a humble request and only for the particular emergency in question, but they actually bore the burden. Very soon, however, regular recurrence of these direct taxes had to be recognized. But, while accepting the fact, the estates, on the one hand, set up their own administrations for levying them and expending the proceeds and, on the other hand, no longer bore them themselves but collected them in turn from their dependent peasantries. This arrangement, besides being inadequate, was of course not at all to the taste of the princes and their bureaucracies. A tug of war between them and the estates ensued for the control of this new fiscal apparatus that had grown up alongside of their own. The reader knows that the English Parliament succeeded in keeping its hold on these purse strings which eventually in the 17th century throttled the power of the king. In most other countries, however, kings and princes, or rather their bureaucracies, won out in the course of the 18th, though the French Ancien regime broke down in the attempt to secure fiscal reform. Meanwhile, that is to say, until the bureaucracies had conquered the fiscal stronghold of the estates, the growing Leviathan had to feed on the old sources of revenue. Accordingly, development of these, especially of all the fiscal rights, became a major task of governments and their henchmen. This meant eventually the disproportionate growth of indirect taxation, especially in the forms of the general excise on the one hand, and of the general turnover tax. The Spanish alcavala is the outstanding instance on the other. For though the introduction or increase of indirect taxes, too, was in principle dependent upon the consent of the estates, it proved, nearly everywhere except in England, easier to get round this requirement in the case of indirect than it was in the case of direct taxation. Princes and bureaucracies had also another motive for preferring the former. We are accustomed to looking upon indirect taxation as contrary to the interests of the relatively poor. But in the 17th and 18th centuries the social argument told in favor of indirect taxation, for indirect taxes were at least also borne by the nobility and the clergy, whereas these classes contributed hardly anything at all to the proceeds of direct taxation. However, since it was not easy to introduce or reform indirect taxes either, which, by the way, shows how far those monarchies were from being absolute, revenue from this source had to be increased according to opportunity rather than to any rational plan. And since, furthermore, governments were rarely in a position to abandon revenue from old fiscal rights, however irrational, burdensome, or vexatious, the result was an almost unbelievable, the only word is mess, the mere straightening out of which was an extremely difficult task which, when taken in hand in the 17th and 18th centuries, exercised the ingenuity of administrators and writers alike. The literature that blossomed forth in response to these conditions contains some analysis on such problems as incidence of taxes, which will be briefly noticed later on, and also analysis of a kind that had better be noticed right now, along with those much larger parts of that literature which are not relevant to a history of analytic economics and have to be mentioned only to be dismissed. First, the tug of war referred to produced innumerable books and pamphlets on the right to tax, the justice of taxation, and the constitutional questions germane to taxation. We have already remarked on the important prelude to this that is contained in the scholastic writings. The laical literature of this type displays a characteristic difference in tendency between its English branch and its continental branches. Most of the continental writers sided with the bureaucracies and often saw benighted and antisocial resistance of class interest, where the vast majority of English writers, particularly in the struggle over the ship money of Charles I, saw a meritorious stand for liberty. All this was, however, either simple politics or political philosophy and is of no interest to us. Second, pure description of sources of public revenue and administrative practice dates far back. There is an English instance for the 12th century. 263 This literature developed greatly from the 16th century on, especially on the continent, but needs no further attention for our purposes. 264 Third, the necessity of making the most of existing fiscal rights produced in the public service a special type of lawyer whose task it was to safeguard, extend, and systematize those rights by appropriate interpretation, and who naturally also taught and wrote, creating what is known as fiscal jurisprudence. 265 A fourth category consisted of the fiscal planners, the numerous writers who advocated schemes of fiscal reform. Every financial emergency or controversy since the 15th century naturally produced clusters of them. In the light of their ideas it would be possible to write not only a history of public finance but also a history of political society, for everything that happens in the political sphere reflects itself more truly in the prevailing ideas about fiscal policy than it does in anything else. Most of the planners did no analytic work, however. This is especially true of some of the most eminent ones among them, such as Cardinal Cusanus, who proposed a scheme that would in fact have rescued the German Empire from the decay into which it was falling in the 15th and 16th centuries. But some did analyze. They analyzed the nature of taxation. An early example, Matteo Palmieri's theory, has been mentioned already, its economic effects, the severity of pressure exerted by different systems, the effects of public expenditure, the relative merits of direct and indirect taxation and of financing of wars by taxation, borrowing, and inflation, and so on. Spanish discussion of the 17th and 18th centuries would be particularly interesting to follow. 266 English discussion on 17th and 18th century war finance or on Sir Robert Walpole's excise scheme is no less so. But from the mass of this literature we shall select only two works of first-rate importance. Petty's treatise on taxes and contributions, discussed in the following chapter, is not one of them because the interest it presents, though great, belongs in the field of general economics rather than in that of fiscal policy. The first is one of the works that were called forth by the economic situation of France during the last 20 years of the reign of Louis XIV. The War of the Spanish Succession following upon the War of the Grand Alliance was turning impoverishment into nationwide misery when one of the great figures of the state and the army, the soldier-engineer Vauban, committed the indiscretion of publishing an old idea of his, the Projet d'une Dixme Royale, 1707. 267. This is one of the outstanding performances in the field of public finance, unsurpassed, before or after, in the neatness and cogency of the argument. The recommendation itself does not greatly matter here. Essentially it was that the unwieldy and irrational welter of taxes that had grown up in an entirely unsystematic way should be scrapped, excepting a rationalized salt tax, certain excises, and export and import duties, and replaced by a general income tax that was to apply to all kinds of income, though at varying rates, of which the highest was to be 10%, hence the word Dixme. Similar ideas had occurred before. The features that do matter are these. First, Vauban rose fully to those heights, trodden by so few, from which fiscal policy is seen to be a tool of economic therapeutics, the ultimate result of a comprehensive survey of the economic process. With Gladstonian vision he realized that fiscal measures affect the economic organism right to its cells, and that the method of raising a given amount of revenue may make all the difference between paralysis and prosperity. Second, he based his conclusions in every detail on numerical fact. His engineer's mind did not guess. It figured out. Purposeful marshalling of all the available data was the essence of his analysis. Nobody ever understood better the true relation between facts and argument. It is this that makes him an economic classic in the eulogistic sense of the word, and a forerunner of modern tendencies, though he contributed nothing to the theoretical apparatus of economics. 268 His case affords another illustration of the truth that a man can be an excellent economist without being a good theorist. The reverse also holds true, unfortunately. The second work to be mentioned, Broja's 269 treatise on taxation, is of an entirely different nature and has been selected for entirely different reasons. It also outlines an ideal system of taxation that might have been derived by critically developing that of Vauban. The main practical ideas, barring one, are roughly similar. But Italian sources, both earlier and contemporaneous ones, can be indicated for every particular, among others for the canons of taxation, ch1, that, further expanded in Varese Meditazioni, 1771, essentially anticipate those of A. Smith. Thus the freshness, the subjective originality that makes Vauban's projet such delightful reading is lacking here. Nor is there anything to correspond to the chief merit of Vauban's work, the facts and figures. Instead, however, we find systematic completeness and more searching analysis. The result is at least a digest of all that was best, not only in the public finance literature of the 18th century but also in most of that of the 19th. There is the 15th century rationalization of taxes as payments for security and as equivalents for the services rendered by the government. There is the principle that direct and indirect taxation are necessary complements of each other, the two hands of finance. Gladstone might have said that, actually, he spoke of two sisters so nearly alike that one hesitates in deciding which one to court. A proportional tax, 10%, on certain incomes, THIRD, mainly from land, houses, including owner-inhabited ones, and public funds. Compare A. Smith's predilection for land and house taxes, that will not be transferred, is combined with a system of indirect taxes, Cabell, that are supposed to be transferred to buyers, whereas all uncertain incomes, profits, wages, and so on, are to be left free. The interesting thing about this is the underlying diagnosis of the economic situation. Broge's finance was to foster the increase of wealth through industrial and commercial activity. For this purpose, acquired wealth was to be taxed to force people into business pursuits, whereas both wealth in the making and labor were to be touched gently. This is why he recommended that money loans to business or monetary business funds, money impiegato a negozio, be left untaxed, and why even his direct taxes were not on personal incomes but on real or objective returns. He did give weight to considerations of administrative convenience in this, as Bowden and Botero had done already, but the essential point was to avoid fettering business activity and oppressing struggling poverty. There are three aspects to this. First, a scheme of aims and valuations with which we are not more concerned than we are with all his talk about justice. Second, a vision of social and economic conditions and their possibilities which went far below the surface, and, third, analysis, though not made entirely explicit, of economic causes and effects. It is this third point that constitutes the scientific merit of the work. 277. Note on utopias. A few words will be inserted here on 16th and 17th century state novels, Stats Romaine, 271, which derive their name utopias from the title of the peak success of the genus, The Utopia of Thomas More. This meaning of the term utopia must be distinguished from the meaning that the Marxist phrase utopian socialism is intended to convey. F. Engels, 1892, defined utopian in contrast to scientific socialism to denote socialist ideas that are, a. unconnected with an actual mass movement and, b. not based upon any proof of the existence of observable economic forces that tend to realize those ideas. In this sense, Morelli's Code de la Nature, 1755, is certainly utopian socialism. We have not called it a utopia, however, not only because this would have restricted the concept to socialist utopias but also because in this book we wish to use the term, except when notice to the contrary is given, for something entirely different, for a distinctive literary type, for artistic creations of a nature that the term state novel suggests and Plato's Republic exemplifies. In this sense, description of the blueprint of a socialist or any other kind of society, even though it does not exist, like the one drawn by Morelli, is not a utopia. This type, which, no doubt under Greek influence, was fairly popular in the epoch under review 272, is difficult to interpret. A literary form may enshrine anything from a daydream cast into a prose poem to the most realistic analysis. Fortunately, it is always possible to recognize the presence and especially the absence of the latter element, though it is not always possible to say whether what presents itself as a statement of fact or as an imperative is to be understood as poetry or as truth. Only 4 instances need be mentioned, the works of Francis Bacon, Harrington, Campanella, and More. And the first 3 may be dismissed at once as irrelevant to our purpose. Bacon's New Atlantis, 1627, a fragment, a singular deviation from the creed of inductive science preached by its author, and Harrington's Oceana, 1656, are of no interest at all, to Campanella's Civita Solis, City of the Sun, 1623, Platonic rays playing around rather commonplace matter do lend a glamour not its own, 273. But the case of More's Utopia is different. 274. This rich book is full of mature wisdom and has naturally been the object of many different interpretations which, since we are concerned only with one of the many aspects it presents, and with a very minor one at that, we need not stay to discuss. Nor need we enter into more social criticisms or the general features of his communist scheme of life that facilitates the solution of most economic problems by the postulate of simple and invariant tastes in a population that is kept stationary or almost stationary by regulated or rather enforced emigration, one of the many points of similarity with Plato's Politeia. Two things have relevance to analysis, however. First, the general plan of production and distribution of goods, tastes being given, the quantities currently produced, according to government regulations, by all adults except a privileged class of learned men not quite Plato's guardians, because there is an elected king, are distributed so as to put all districts on a footing of equality on the basis of statistics of current production and by means of a system of public storage. This, whatever else it may mean, is not a bad method to put into evidence the essentials of the functioning of any economic organism. In particular, a serviceable theory of money may be derived from this conception, and more hints at this theory by pouring out the vials of humorous wrath on the fetishism of gold and silver, which, unless required for paying for excess imports, Utopia uses only for purposes indicative of More's contempt. Criticism of the popular economics of his day may well have been one of the major aims of this construction. Second, his criticism of economic conditions, though most weighty in legal and especially penological matters, were interspersed with diagnoses and formulations, some of which may be ranked as contributions to analysis. The tracing of unemployment to enclosures, though always a half-truth, was not, in 1516, the commonplace it became soon afterwards. And he introduced the word and concept of oligopoly in exactly the same sense in which we use it now. 4. The econometric eons and Turgot 275. The individuals and groups to be discussed in this chapter were also consultant administrators, though not of the academic type, and some of them qualify in addition as philosophers of natural law. Nevertheless, it was not only to relieve a chapter already overloaded with names that they have been reserved for separate treatment. Except for the great figure of Turgot, which is to come in at the end of the chapter, they have something in common that makes it desirable to marshal them into a connected array: the spirit of numerical analysis. They were econometric eons. In fact, their works illustrate to perfection what econometrics is and what econometric eons are trying to do. 276. 1. Political arithmetic. Repeatedly we have had occasion to observe that, with economists of all types but especially with the consultant administrators, factual investigation was the primary task that absorbed most of the available manpower and progressed more satisfactorily than did such theory as there was. This was so from the first, as such representative examples as Botero and Ortiz suffice to show. However, in the 17th and 18th centuries, a type of teaching developed, especially at the German universities, that specialized in purely descriptive presentation of the facts relevant to public administration. A German professor, Hermann Conring, 1606–81, is usually credited with having been the first to give lectures of this kind. Another, Gottfried Okenval, 1719–72, who did the same, introduced the term statistics. These statistics did not present figures primarily but rather non-numerical facts, and therefore had nothing to do, in the hands of those professors, with what we now call statistical method. But the purpose of this information was much the same as that which our figures, treated by somewhat more refined methods, are calculated to serve. The definition of statistics adopted as late as 1838 by the Royal Statistical Society to give it its present title still turned upon illustration of the conditions and prospects of society, and thus covered the work of Conring and Okenval quite well. 277 But alas for the academic profession, the really interesting development did not start from it. The decisive impulse came from a small English group led and inspired by Sir William Petty. 278 The nature both of what he called political arithmetic and of his personal contribution to it has been formulated with unsurpassable fairness by one of his ablest followers, Davenant. 279, of the use of political arithmetic, works, p. 128 By political arithmetic we mean the art of reasoning by figures upon things relating to government. The art itself is undoubtedly very ancient. But Petty first gave it that name and brought it into rules and methods. It will be seen that the methods which of course he did not invent either but, as it were, helped into consciousness do not consist in replacing reasoning by the assembling of facts. Petty was no victim of the slogan, "Let facts speak for themselves." Petty was first and last a theorist. But he was one of those theorists for whom science is indeed measurement, who forge analytic tools that will work with numerical facts and heartily despise any others, whose generalizations are the joint products of figures and reasoning that are never allowed to part company. The relation of this procedure to that of the physical sciences and to Newtonian principles, in particular, is so obvious as to make it necessary to emphasize that Petty displayed no propensity to borrow from them or even to strengthen his case by doubtful analogies with them. He simply proposed instead of using only comparative and superlative words and intellectual arguments, to express himself in terms of number, weight, and measure. No less obvious is it that he was acutely aware of the polemical aspects of his methodological creed. He was quite ready to fight for it and to start what would have been the first controversy on method. But nobody attacked. A few followed. Many admired. And the vast majority very quickly forgot. That is to say, economists did not forget the name, they even remembered individual views of Petty's on various practical issues and some of his theories precisely those that were couched in mere slogans. It was the inspiring message, the suggestive program, which wilted in the wooden hands of the Scottish professor and was practically lost to most economists for 250 years. A. Smith took the safe side that was so congenial to him when he declared, Wealth, Book 4, ch. 5, that he placed not much faith in political arithmetic. Not lost, however, was the impulse given to vital statistics and thus indirectly to statistics in general. In this, the chief or even sole merit is now usually attributed to Grunt, see footnote above. In the next chapter we shall touch upon the controversies of that period on the subject of the growth, or decline, of population which until the census of 1801 was, in England at least, a matter of conjecture. This, however, was only one of the problems that Grunt's or Petty's achievement put into a more promising shape by means of the bills of mortality drawn from parish registers. Computations of the chance of survival with application to insurance, of the influence of inoculation on longevity, of the relation of the sexes at birth, and of the average duration of marriage in relation to the ages of husband and wife are examples taken at random from a large field of research that was to be taken into cultivation within the subsequent 100 years on the lines chalked out by Grunt's book. Nor is his merit adequately characterized by calling him the Columbus of the mortality bills. It is perhaps still more to his credit that he displayed a sense of the methodological nature of those mass phenomena that may be described by laws although the individual elements of them are fortuitous. It must suffice to mention the main stepping stones of further progress. The first to inquire with exactness into the problem of chances of survival was E. Halley, an estimate of the degrees of the mortality of mankind, 1693. J.P. Sismilch, Die Gottliche in den Verandrungen menschlichen Geschlechts. 1740, may be said to have put vital statistics definitely on its feet by developing and systematizing the work of his English predecessors. The theory of probability, the basis of statistical method, was developed by Jacques Bernoulli, 1654–1705, Ars Conjectandi, 1713, and still further by his nephews Nicholas, 1687–1759, and Daniel Bernoulli, 1700–1782, who also worked out further applications. In view of the close alliance between modern economics and not only the material but also the methods of statistics, it is highly regrettable that we cannot follow this line of advance any further. The reader may, however, glean most of what is wanting here from a study of H.L. Westergaard's excellent contributions to the history of statistics, 1932. More important for economics proper was another performance that illustrates the curious obtuseness, just lamented, of economists, Gregory King's, 1648 to 1712, Law of Demand for Wheat. 280. It refers to deviations from an assumed normal and states that if the harvest falls short of this normal by 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5/10, the price will rise above what we should call its trend value, which King, however, assumed to be constant, at least, for many years together by 3, 8, 16, 28, or 45/10. From this an equation, explicitly giving the law of demand implied, can easily be derived. 281. The remarkable thing is that King, though he did not attempt any further refinements, evidently understood the problem perfectly. That he worked with deviations from a normal is a particularly interesting touch. Still more remarkable is it that, in spite of the general notoriety that King's law was to gain, it did not occur to economists either to improve upon it, though all that was required was to proceed further on a line unmistakably chalked out, or to apply the same method to other commodities until the work of H.L. Moore, 1914, see below, Part 4, CHS 5 and 7, released the avalanche of statistical demand curves of our own time, a lag of over 200 years. Do not let us forget, however, the econometric work done elsewhere, for example, in Italy, by such men as Very or Carli. To return to Petty. All or most of his writings were prompted by the practical problems of his time and country, problems of taxation, of money, of the policy of international trade, particularly with a view to getting the better of the Dutch, and so on. The superior quality of his mind shows in all his comments and suggestions, but there is nothing very striking or very original or very distinctive about them. They represented the views that were then current, or rapidly becoming current, among the best English economists. Nor is there anything distinctive in the fact itself that Petty no doubt reasoned from a more or less clearly perceived set of principles or theoretical schema. Several of his contemporaries did that, and his schema was no more articulate than were theirs. There was something, however, that was specifically his own, and in which his mental energy and theoretical talent asserted themselves conspicuously. As already observed, he hammered out concepts from, and in connection with, statistical investigations, and in doing so he got further at some points than did any of his contemporaries. His concept of velocity of money is rightly the most famous example, and will be mentioned again in Chapter 6. Another example is his work on national income. He did not bother about its definition, but he recognized its analytic importance and he tried to figure it out. Modern income analysis may be said, in this sense, to start with him, though it seems on the whole better to trace it to Quesnay, see below, Sector 3. A third example is this: everyone knows the phrase that has been repeated ad nauseam, labor is the father of wealth, as lands are the mother. This means that he put on their feet the two original factors of production of later theorists. Illogically dropping the mother, he declared elsewhere that capital, the wealth, stock, or provision of the nation, is the product of past labor, which brings to mind James Mill's blundering reformulation of Ricardo. 282. But it cannot be repeated too often that in themselves, and without the developments that make them valuable, such suggestions amount to very little. What does amount to something is his research on a natural par between land and labor, that is to say, his attempt, foreshadowing the much more thoroughgoing one of Cantillon, to relate the values of land and labor by equating a piece of land that will produce a day's food of an adult man, with certain corrections, to the day's labor of such a man. If technological and all other conditions of production and consumption remain severely the same, this procedure might give us the economic philosopher's stone, the unit of measurement by which to reduce the available quantities of the two original factors, land and labor, to a homogeneous quantity of productive power that could be expressed by one figure, and the unit of which might serve as a land-labor standard of value. As it is, this interesting venture, like all similar ones, proved to be a blind alley. Of course, this was no explanation of the phenomenon of value, still less a labor theory of value. If anything, it was a land theory of value. On division of labor, however, we find all the essentials of what Adam Smith was to say about it, including its dependence upon the size of markets. Pricing is dealt with sketchily. Contrary to Marxist opinion, There is no theory of wages, unless we choose to dignify by this name the proposition that laborers should never get more than a subsistence minimum, because if they got double as much they would reduce their work to half, and no exploitation theory of surplus value or of rent, unless we choose to dignify by these names the trivial propositions that there would be no surplus if the laborers claimed the whole product, that the rent of land is what is left after costs of production have been defrayed, and that it increases as, with increasing demand, corn must be brought from greater distances. Point 283. There is, however, at least in a particular instance that is not too well framed, a perception of the tendency toward equalization of returns as between industries. Point 284. Although it lacks the reference to margins, which would be necessary to make the theorem tenable, we have here in fact a contribution toward the explanation of the business mechanism. Finally, Petty's theory of interest, so far as he can be said to have had one, points back to the scholastics. Direct influence is not quite impossible, since he received part of his education at the Jesuit college at Caen. There is, on the one hand, his statement that foreign exchange is local interest, which suggests, though he does not say so quite explicitly, that he would have agreed to the phrasing that interest is exchange over time. The scholastic doctors considered, though they did not accept, an explanation on this line. And there is, on the other hand, Petty's explicit statement to the effect that interest is a compensation for forbearing the use of your own money for a term of time agreed upon whatsoever need you may have of it meanwhile. This, especially if considered in the light of his disapproval of interest on money that the lender may claim at any time, is simply late scholastic doctrine. His various and not always felicitous considerations about the relation between interest and the rent of land, where he conspicuously failed to make an obvious contribution, namely, to derive the value of land by means of discounting its net return by the prevailing rate of interest, also recall scholastic arguments, although no outside influence need be invoked in order to understand why this problem should obtrude itself to any analyst. 2. Boisguilbert and Cantillon. Though, as a leader in the field of public finance, we have met Boisguilbert already, and though, as a leader in the field of money, we shall meet him again before long, it is desirable not to miss him in the scenery we are trying to visualize now. 285. As an important figure in the field of general theory, he has been called a precursor of the physiocrats, and it is easy to see why. On the one hand, he was an energetic sponsor of the agricultural interest; on the other hand, we find in his pages such phrases as, all that is necessary is laissez-faire, la nature et la liberté. But though these facts do suffice to put him into line with the political thought of the physiocrats, they do not suffice to make him the ancestor of specifically physiocrat analysis. There is analytic affinity between his and Quesnay's views on money, see below, ch. 6, but on the whole, it seems better not to stress the relation too much. He was one more of those authors who saw the economic organism as an equilibrium system of interdependent economic magnitudes, and who constructed the system from the angle of consumption, getting further, perhaps, than anyone before Cantillon. His economic sociology turned, in an almost Marxist spirit, upon two social classes, rich and poor, the existence of which he explained in a way that was to become quite common as the 18th century wore on. The stronger individuals, by crime et violence, get hold of the means of production and then do not want to work any more, also a very modern touch that the reader will not fail to appreciate. These strong robbers, who have become rich, tend to stock money rather than goods, hoarded money, the Moloch of the world, and thereby depreciate real wealth and disturb the current of economic life. The economic principle of order he found in competition quite as clearly as did A. Smith more than half a century later. From the standpoint of analysis, this is decisive. That, on the strength of this, he did not, as did A. Smith, espouse unconditional free trade is immaterial, for into this practical conclusion enter so many other considerations and, in addition, so many personal preferences that its acceptance or rejection per se proves nothing for or against a man's analysis. But though his conception of competitive proportionate equilibrium was as definite as A. Smith's, it was not more so. It did not occur to him to define it or to investigate its properties. Defining rich esse, as Cantillon was to do, as the jouissance of everything that can give satisfaction, plaisir, he declared, as had Petit, that this wealth had no other sources but land and labor. 286, and then simply went on to say that the process of incessant transformation of land and labor into consumers' goods will normally function without hitches if all commodities and services are produced on the unfettered initiative of competing producers, as if this did not require any proof. The first to attempt a primitive mathematical definition of equilibrium and a also primitive mathematical proof of that proposition was Isnard, who has as yet to conquer the position in the history of economic theory that is due him. 287, as a precursor of Leon Walras. Cantillon's great work 288 fared better both because of its well-rounded systematic or even didactic form and because it had the good fortune to gain, long before its actual publication, see footnote 4, the enthusiastic approval and the effective support of two very influential men, Gournay and Mirabeau. What Petit failed to accomplish, but for what he had offered almost all the essential ideas, lies accomplished before us in Cantillon's essay. True, it was not accomplished in the style of a pupil who at every step looks back over his shoulder for the master's guidance, but in the style of an intellectual peer who strides along confidently according to his own lights. Likewise, Quesnay strode on according to his own lights and was no more a mere pupil of Cantillon than Cantillon was of Petit. Nevertheless, few sequences in the history of economic analysis are so important for us to see, to understand, and to fix in our minds, as is the sequence, Petit, Cantillon, Quesnay. Cantillon's econometric zeal derived its direction from Petit. The supplement to his essay which contained his computations has unfortunately been lost. But, as we shall presently see, the results presented in its text suffice to show that it was Petit's problems, mainly the par between land and labor, and Petit's methods which inspired them. Moreover, dependence or possible dependence, there can be no certainty about it, extends beyond such important individual points as the theory of velocity of circulation or the theory of population to the fundamental features of the general theoretical setup. Exactly the same conclusion will be seen to apply to the relation of Quesnay's work to Cantillon's. Affinity is obvious, differences being not less revelatory of it than are agreements, for a man may learn from another by criticizing him just as well as by accepting his teaching, and some of Quesnay's views look indeed as if they had been derived from Cantillon by the former method. And, again, it is precisely the fundamental features of Quesnay's analytic setup that are unmistakably foreshadowed in Cantillon's work. An analogy may be helpful. Cantillon was to Quesnay, and Petit was to Cantillon, what Ricardo was to Marx. This leaves out Bois-Guilbert, though there are important affinities between him and Cantillon and, as regards money, between him and Quesnay. But just now it seems important to focus the reader's attention on one strong and simple line of development. The only way to raise all this above vague generalities is to take a bird's-eye view of Cantillon's work, or, to phrase it differently, to present a reader's guide. This is what I proceed to do. The first part contains the fundamentals of the analytic structure. In the first chapter we get the general layout by means of the key concepts land, labor, and wealth. Exactly as with Petit, and just as misleadingly, land, the source of material, and labor, the form-giving or productive agent, enter on equal terms to turn out wealth, which n'est autre chose que la nourriture, les commodités et les agrèments de la vie, Bois-Guilbert's definition. Chapters 2 to 6 present what to all intents and purposes is an economic sociology. We get first a theory of social classes, ownership of land itself based upon conquest and violence, as with Bois-Guilbert creates the three fundamental natural classes of landlords, farmers, and laborers. Traders and entrepreneurs do come in, along with artists, robbers, lawyers, beggars, but they are added to the schema, not really fitted into it. Then we get a very interesting theory of the origin of villages, the emergence of townships. Cantillon adopted a market theory of towns, the theory that makes them develop first from periodical, then from permanent markets, cities, and capital cities. Besides creating the form in which many a 19th century textbook was cast, in a sense even Alfred Marshall's treatise, Cantillon thus clearly proved his awareness of the fact, which smaller minds so often failed to grasp, namely, that the problems of any analytic social science necessarily divide up into two methodologically different groups: the group that centers in the question how the actual behavior of people produces the social phenomena we observe, and the group that centers in the question how that behavior came to be what it is. In Chapter 3 we also learn something about location. This is perhaps the first attempt, if we neglect embryonic considerations in the agricultural literature, at making some headway in this field. Transition to pure economics. The economics that deals with behavior within the social framework described is effected in chapters 7 to 9, where Cantillon, for future reference, settles a number of preliminary questions concerning a. differences in remuneration as between laborers and artisans and as between artisans in different employments, and b. population. The former subject was to be a favorite with later writers, particularly A. Smith, and became a standard topic in the standard text of the 19th century. The latter subject will have to be dealt with in the chapter on population, wages, and employment which follows. But it is just as well to record here, by anticipation, that Cantillon, clearly developing views of petty, lets population, on the one hand, adapt itself to the demand for labor and, on the other hand, be regulated by a law of minimum of existence wages, so that his authority might be claimed for a Malthusian view were it not for the fact that he also, in this still more like petty, looked upon labor as the natural riches of a nation, ch. 16. This last points in a different direction, though there is really no contradiction between the two ideas. Both had become common doctrine in the 17th century. Having thus prepared the ground, our author presents, ch. 10, a cost theory of normal price or value, valeur intrinsèque. Never mind the objectionable word, it is quite harmless. This, if anything, falls short of the theory of the scholastics, except that Cantillon, going through with Petty's theory, defined his cost in terms of the quantities of land and labor which enter into the production of each commodity. The obvious problem thus raised, we might call it Petty's problem, which Ricardo tried to dodge by eliminating land, see below, Part 3, ch. 6, so as to be left with one factor only. Cantillon tackles in Chapter 11 by the alternative expedient: labor is reduced to land by the consideration that the labor du plus vil esclave adult vaut au moins. La quantité de terre that must be employed to provide for his needs. Or, rather, since according to Halley's tables about half the children died before reaching the age of 17, and also for other reasons, it was roughly double that quantity. Other laborers get more than the plus vil esclave, but this is either because their labor costs more land to produce or because their remuneration is subject to risk. The figures on workmen's budgets that Cantillon held to justify this estimate were in the Lost Supplement, but we must in any case credit Cantillon with having made the first important step in this particular field of research that was to develop considerably before the century was over. For the rest, it is not necessary to enter here into criticism either of the land-labor theory of value itself, if such it may be called, or of the particular attempt to make it numerically operative. As far as this goes, it must suffice to say that the latter is not what it seems to be, that is, complete nonsense, and that success on this line is not out of the question at some distant future. Let us repeat, however, first, that the really important thing is the message of econometric research that comes to us from this attempt, the message that numerical calculations must be at the basis of any science, however theoretical, that is quantitative by nature, and, second, that the arpents of land per year, 1 arpent equals 330 square foot, played exactly the same role in Cantillon's analysis that days of labor played in Ricardo's. And let us add that we have here the positive kernel of Quesnay's theory of normal value, his philosophies about the value-creating powers of nature added as little to the operative content of the petty, Cantillon theory as Marx's philosophies about the value-creating power of labor added to the operative content of the Ricardo theory. With the deviations of actual prices from this norm that he reduced from cost in terms of land and labor to cost in terms of land alone, Cantillon dealt very carefully. There is nothing in the essay that could rank as a theory of monopoly, which is the more serious because, as will be evident from the rest of our narrative, Cantillon reasoned on the hypothesis of the most perfect of perfect competition so that any imperfections in it naturally acquire particular importance. But there is a lot about temporary deviations because of other reasons, that is, Cantillon paid much attention to the problem of market price as distinguished from normal price exactly as did A. Smith later on. One feature of his treatment is worth noting because it persisted practically to J.S. Mill. Like all classics of the 19th century, Ricardo especially, Cantillon never asked the question how market price is related to normal price and precisely how the latter emerges if indeed it does emerge from the supply and demand mechanism that produces the former. Taking this relation for granted, he was led to treat market price as a separate phenomenon and to restrict the supply and demand explanation to it. Thus emerged the superficial and, as the later development of the theory of value was to show, misleading formula: normal price is determined by cost, market price is determined by supply and demand, of which we shall see more in Part 3. Going on, we see Quesnay's figure still more clearly looming in the future, and Bois-Guilabert's no less clearly looming in the past. All the classes, ordres, of society and all the men in a state subsist or enrich themselves at the expense of the landowners, ch. 12. In the light of chapter 14, this will be seen to mean no more than that, whereas every other income item is being balanced by a cost item, including in costs the necessary living expenses of the receiver, the landowner's rent is the only one that is not so balanced because, to use a later phrase, it is a return to a costless, that is, non-produced, natural factor. Therefore, income from land, not being bound to certain more or less predetermined uses, can be spent in any way that the whims of the landowners may suggest. Its expenditure is the undetermined and, precisely because of this, the determining and active factor in the total of national consumption, hence also in the total of national production, so that everyone's economic fate depends upon les humeurs, les modes et les façons de vivre of the prince and the landowning aristocracy. These humeurs determine les usages usquels on employer les terres, and, in particular, how many people will be employed and able to make a living in a country, ch. 15, and how its balance of trade will look if both sides of it are measured in terms of land, which is the criterion he applied for judging the advantage or disadvantage a country derives from foreign trade. Not all of this reappears in physiocrat writings, not, for example, the last mentioned point. But most of it does, and it is therefore desirable to make it quite clear what we are to think of it. Several aspects must be distinguished. First, there is the theorem that pure rent is a net return that is explained by the productivity of scarce natural agents. This is a true and valuable proposition to which, after many wanderings, theory returned about 1870. Second, there is the statement that this net return is the only one, and that it is therefore agriculture which produces the whole net income of society, no other economic activity producing any of it. This, on the face of it, is wrong, but like the labor theory of value, it can be made true by the introduction of a sufficient number of auxiliary assumptions or postulates such as absolutely perfect competition, stationary state, absence of urban rent, minimum of existence wages so that labor becomes a product of what the laborer consumes, and others 289 which, however, destroy the statement's practical value. Third, there is the emphasis upon the importance of this net income's being promptly spent in order to keep the economic process going. This point played a small role with Cantillon, but more with Bois-Guilabert before him and with Quesnay after him. And fourth, there is the emphasis that is specifically Cantillon's upon the way in which the net income is spent. A common sense case can obviously be made out for this, especially for the society that stood before Cantillon's eyes. Now, the produit de la terre is, so Cantillon asserted, divided into three approximately equal parts: les trois rentes, 1/3 replacing the farmer's outlays, including his own necessary keep, another third going to him as profits, and the last third to the seigneurs. These landlords spend the equivalent of their third of the product of land in the towns where approximately half of the total population is supposed to live. The farmers also spend something on the manufactures produced in the towns, namely, 1/4 of their 2/3. Thus, the equivalent of 1/2, 1/3 plus 1/6, of the total product of agriculture finds its way to the towns, into the hands of the merchants et entrepreneurs, who expend it in turn on foodstuffs and raw materials and so on. Interpretation of this schema, for which Cantillon himself claims no more than the value of a very rough thumbnail sketch, presents various difficulties into which we cannot enter. But it also presents many points of interest, of which we shall mention two. First, Cantillon had a clear conception of the function of the entrepreneur, ch. 13. It was quite general, but he analyzed it with particular care for the case of the farmer. The farmer pays out contractual incomes, which are therefore certain, to landlords and laborers. He sells at prices that are uncertain. So do drapers and other merchants. They all commit themselves to certain payments in expectation of uncertain receipts and are therefore essentially risk-bearing directors of production and trade, competition tending to reduce their remuneration to the normal value of their services. This, of course, is scholastic doctrine. But nobody before Cantillon had formulated it so fully. And it may be due to him that French economists, unlike the English, never lost sight of the entrepreneurial function and its central importance. Though presumably Cantillon had never heard of Molina and though there is nothing to show that he actually influenced J.B. Say, it is none the less true that objectively his performance on this point, and this was not suggested by Petit nor developed by Quesnay, is the link between those two. Second, if we look once more at Cantillon's sequence of payments and deliveries, which starts from the tripartite division of the gross product or revenue of farming, the trois rents, and, through a number of definite stations, takes us back again to its starting point, the farmers, we immediately feel that we are beholding something that is novel, something that is not explicitly present in the schemes of Cantillon's predecessors or contemporaries, not even in Petit's or in fact in the schemes of most theorists of any time. From them, we get indeed statements of general principles that govern the economic process. But they leave it to us to visualize this process itself as it runs its course between social groups or classes. Cantillon was the first to make this circular flow concrete and explicit, to give us a bird's-eye view of economic life. In other words, he was the first to draw a tableau économique. And, barring differences that hardly affect essentials, this tableau is the same as Quesnay's, though Cantillon did not actually condense it into a table. Cantillon's priority is thus beyond question as regards the invention that Mirabeau, indulging as usual his generous ardors, compared in importance to the invention of writing. But since Quesnay's formulation is so much more famous, we shall add what there is to add in connection with his work. It stands to reason that the tableau method offers special opportunities for investigating monetary phenomena, especially velocity of circulation. This is one of its chief advantages. In fact, Cantillon is at his best in this field. Chapter 17 of Part I, which presents the fundamentals of monetary theory, is not particularly original. We get pretty much the old stuff, including the divisibility, portability, etc., of gold and silver that recommend them for the monetary function. But the whole of Part II, which, however, also includes the theories of barter, market price, and so on, is devoted to money, credit, and interest, and so is much of Part III, mainly on foreign trade, where we find Cantillon's analysis of banks, bank credit, and coinage. Consideration of the main items of this brilliant performance, which in most respects stood unsurpassed for about a century, the automatic mechanism that distributes the monetary metals internationally, is, for example, almost faultlessly described. An achievement usually credited to Hume will however be reserved for subsequent chapters. 290. 3. The Physiocrats. A. Quesnay and the disciples. The small group of French economists and political philosophers who were known in their own day as lay economists and are known to the history of economics as physiocrats presents strongly characteristic features to even the most perfunctory backward glance. But, when seen from our standpoint, the group really reduces to one man, Quesnay, to whom all economists look up as one of the greatest figures of their science. I know of no exception, though there are no doubt some differences in the reasons which different people would proffer in motivation of their individual agreement with the unanimous vote. Of the other members of the group we need to notice only Mirabeau, Mercier de la Rivière, L'Étrange, Baudot, and Dupont. They were all of them disciples, nay, pupils of Quesnay in the strictest and most meaningful sense. These terms will bear disciples who absorbed and accepted the master's teaching with a fidelity for which there are but two analogues in the whole history of economics, the fidelity of the orthodox Marxists to the message of Marx and the fidelity of the orthodox Keynesians to the message of Keynes. They were a school by virtue of doctrinal and personal bonds, and always acted as a group, praising one another, fighting one another's fights, each member taking his share in group propaganda. They would in fact illustrate the nature of that sociological phenomenon to perfection had they not been something more than a scientific school. They formed a group united by what amounted to a creed. They were indeed what they had been called so often, a sect. This fact naturally impaired their influence upon every economist, French or foreign, who was not prepared to take the vows to one master and one doctrine. Moreover, it invited wholesale rejection of their teaching even by people who agreed with them on many points of theory as well as of policy, or even by people who were under obligation to them. Some serious foreign scholars, particularly the leading Italians, among them Genovesi, Beccaria, and Very, were indeed friendly. But so far as analysis and not policy is concerned, this friendliness meant little more than occasional lip service to specifically physiocrat tenets and should not mislead us into calling them physiocrats. Enthusiastic adherents of any importance are to be found in Germany only. It will suffice to mention the Margrave of Baden, School at Wien, Mauvelin, and the Swiss, Herrenschwund. The necessary minimum of facts about the men so far mentioned is assembled below. François Quesnay, 1694–1774, the son of a moderately successful lawyer, was above all else a surgeon-physician. His distinguished professional career absorbed the bulk of his energy and never left more of it for economics than a man may be able to reserve for a passionately beloved hobby. He wrote a medical treatise on bleeding, became General Secretary of the Academy of Surgery and editor of its journal, Surgeon, and eventually first physician to the king. Actually, he was medical advisor to Madame de Pompadour, in whom he found a protectress who was not only extremely kind but also intelligently understanding, a fact that assured to him a strategic position in the intellectual life of Versailles and Paris, and should assure to the lady the lasting gratitude of economists. He was pedantic and doctrinaire to a degree and must have been an awful bore. But he had all the force of character that often goes with pedantry. It is pleasant to add that he was also thoroughly upright and honest. His loyalty to his protectress and his imperviousness to the typical temptations of his environment are amply established by an anecdote related by Marmontel that is more amusing than proper. The fact that he was the only creative force in his circle is somewhat obscured by his inability or unwillingness to work out his ideas fully and systematically. We will notice of his economic writings, his only voluminous work was the Essai physique sur l'économie animale, 1736, the Encyclopédie Articles Fermiers, 1756, Grains, 1757, Homs, 1757, the Tableau économique, 1758, see below, sub D, the article Droit naturel, 1765, and the Dialogue du Commerce, 1766, both in the Journal de l'Agriculture, du Commerce et de Finances, also the article Despotisme de la Chine, Ephemerides, 1767, which has given rise to speculations on the subject of Chinese influence upon the physiocrats. See, example, the article under this title by L.A. Maverick, Economic History, Supplement to the Economic Journal, February 1938. Finally, there are Quesnay's Maximes, a highly revealing supplement to, or political commentary on, the Tableau, 1758, and the Œuvres économiques et philosophiques edited by Auguste Oncken with an interesting introduction, 1888. All histories of economics deal with Quesnay, of course, the treatment in Gide and Rist calling for special notice. C. H. Higgs, The Physiocrats, 1897, G. Schell, L. E. Dr. Quesnay, 1907, G. Wohlers, L. E. Mouvement Physiocratique en France de 1756 à 1770, 1910, and Les Physiocrates, 1931, M. Beer's Inquiry into Physiocracy, 1939, is, quite rightly, almost entirely devoted to Quesnay himself. Mirabeau we have met already, see above, ch. 3. After his conversion by Quesnay he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the cause of physiocracy, without however completely surrendering independent judgment. Two of his works already mentioned, the Théorie de l'Impôt and the Philosophie rurale, may have been written in collaboration or consultation with Quesnay but are certainly not pure Quesnayism and contain things of which Quesnay cannot have approved. Nevertheless, the Philosophie, 1763, was generally accepted as the first of the four textbooks of physiocrat orthodoxy. The sixth part of L'Homme presented among other things Mirabeau's explanation of the tableau. Pierre-Paul Mercier de la Rivière, also known as Le Mercier, 1720-93, whose impulsiveness or bad manners made him more conspicuous than he deserved to be, was responsible for the second of those textbooks, namely, L'Ordre naturel et essentiel des sociétés politiques, 1767, reprint with useful introduction by E. de Pitre, 1909, which Dupont de Nemours republished, in abstract, with a title that is revelatory of the group's frame of mind. It read de l'origine et de progrès d'une science nouvelle. 1768. The first 35 chapters of Mercier's work are devoted to topics of political theory, which was what primarily interested him. Quesnay's scheme of despotism legal that was really no despotism at all. The economics that occupies the remaining 9 chapters is negligible. Both Diderot and A. Smith, however, thought highly of the book. G.F. L. E. Trozen, 1728-80, was a much abler man. But he was a lawyer and mainly interested in the natural law aspects of the physiocrat system. In the field of economics he embraced physiocrat orthodoxy with some reservations. His Liberté du commerce de grains, 1765, and his De l'intérêt social. Second volume of De l'ordre social, 1777, are meritorious performances, though they are not more than that. The Abbé Nicolas Baudot, 1730-92, began as an enemy but had his day of Damascus in 1766 and from then on proved a most useful popularizer and controversialist as well as an efficient editor. His premier introduction, 1771, reprint with instructive introduction by A. Dubois, 1910, is the third of the group's textbooks, perhaps the weakest of all. The fourth and best of these textbooks was the short Abrègue de Principes de l'économie politique, Publ first in volume I of the Ephemerides, for 1772, by Carl Friedrich von Baden-Durlach. Pierre S. Dupont de Nemours, 1739-1817, who entered adult life as an all-round literary freelance, was by far the ablest of the lot. Napoleon I once described Marshal Villars as a fanfaron d'honneur. Similarly we can describe Dupont as a go-getter who never forgot honor and principle and who, in particular, retained both a genuine interest in purely scientific questions and loyalty to the physiocrat creed throughout a career that offered every excuse for dropping them. He was won over to the cause of physiocracy by shrewd old Quesnay himself, who knew perfectly with whom he was dealing and never pulled the curb too sharply. Dupont immediately began to write copiously and effectively, publishing, among other things, a free trade tract on grain exports and imports, 1764. On the strength of his success as a writer and editor, he secured various important employments under Turgot and later on under the last great minister of the Ancien Regime, Vergennes. We need not follow him through the ups and downs of life which, through the Constituant and the Directoire finally landed him, a Roman would say, with the loss of his shield in the United States. Nor need we record his numerous publications, all of which bear witness to the brilliance of his talents, though these talents were those of the pianist and not those of the composer. The interested reader finds all except his letters in Gichel's Dupont de Nemours et l'École physiocratique, 1888, also see Wooler's work previously quoted. As already mentioned, the school was thoroughly alive to the importance of propaganda and some of its members, Baudot and Dupont especially, were very good at it. They founded discussion groups, worked upon individuals and agencies in key positions, the parliaments especially, and produced a large quantity of popular and controversial literature. Their exploits in economic journalism, however interesting in themselves, would not have to be mentioned here were it not for the fact that, rising above it, they also produced the bulk of the material that went into the pages of the first scientific periodicals in the history of economics. The journal Économique, 1751-72, had from the first kept a highly creditable level, rendering such services to scientific economics as the publication of translations of Hume, an important fact to keep in mind, and Josiah Tucker. The journal d'Agriculture, du Commerce et de Finances, 1764-83, was intended from the first to supplement the Gazette by taking care of heavier articles. The physiocrats partly controlled, partly had ready access to, this journal in 1765-6 and 1774-83. In 1765, however, Baudot founded the famous Ephémérides du Citoyen. The Citizen's Daily Records would render this title, though it was a weekly, which, after Baudot's conversion, from protectionism, in 1766 became identified with physiocracy. In 1768 Dupont took over. It was suppressed, owing to its strong hostility to the policy of the Aiguillon, Maupeou, Terry government, but recalled to life by Turgot, 1774, whose policies it of course supported and some of whose enemies it attacked. The Nouvelles Ephémérides died in 1776, and several efforts at resuming publication ended speedily in failure. But in a sense the short-lived journal d'Économie publique, de morale et de politique, founded 1796, though neither physiocrat nor the equal of the physiocrat journal, was the same kind of thing as was in fact the later journal d'Économistes. In more than one respect, therefore, the Ephémérides should be remembered by the student of the history of economics as one of the major achievements of Quesnay and his group. The reader will find an excellent sketch of this journal's career, giving all the essential facts in a short compass, in Palgrave's Dictionary of Political Economy, article Ephémérides by Professor S. Bauer. I. Iselin founded a German replica, not equal to the prototype, Ephemeriden der Menschheit, 1776-82. The impressions a reader gets as he wades through the volumes of the Ephémérides, I have been able to do so only to 1772, will of course vary from one reader to another. Personally, I have been greatly struck by a certain similarity they display to the scientific journals of late 19th century Marxist orthodoxy, especially the Neuezeit, the same fervor of conviction, similar controversial talent, quite the same inability to take any other but the orthodox view of anything, comparable capacity for bitter resentment, and equal absence of self-criticism. This shows particularly in the review articles. But solid merit all but obliterates these blemishes. Even apart from Turgot's reflections, which are, of course, in a class by themselves, and the explanations of the tableau, there is a lot of thoroughly good stuff. Dupont, for example, contributed what is to my knowledge the first genuine history of economics. Masses of historical material are presented. Contemporaneous events from all corners of the globe are currently reviewed, though always from a narrowly sectarian point of view. All in all, the first of the long series of scientific journals of economics set a high standard for a long time to come. Its international success was well deserved. The three Germans mentioned above need not detain us long. As regards the Margrave of Baden-Durlach, later Grand Duke of Baden, 1728–1811, who politically was one of the ablest public men of his time, we need add only a reference to his correspondence with Mirabeau and Dupont, edited, with introduction by Keynes, 1892, which will repay perusal. J.A. School at Wien, 1731–1802, was the Margrave's executive collaborator in the experiment on the practical application of the physiocrat recipe to the village of Dietling, which he reported in Les Moyens d'Irrider la Misère publique. 1772. Neglecting his later and fuller account of this experiment, we shall be content to mention his Grundfester Staten oder die politische Ökonomie, 1778. His almost turbulent activity in the service of physiocracy, considered as a practical scheme of agrarian reform, made a stir wherever he went and secured him one of those traditional positions in the history of scientific economics for which no analysis of published performance can unearth a justification. In one respect only can this man interest us, excellent though he no doubt was in his way. He illustrates to perfection the type of economist who will, I fear, never die out and who will forever discredit economics in the eyes of men whose approval is worth having. This is the type that says, here is the patent medicine that will cure all ills, the most important thing for the public. These words are the title of one of his publications. In fact, the only thing that is important for humanity, is to swallow it. Jacob Mauvelin, 1743–94, was a still more excellent man in many respects, but still weaker as an economist. His essay on luxury included in his Sammlung von Aufsätzen, 1776–7, is negligible. His Physiokratisch Briefen den Herrn Professor Dome, 1780, is in or near the center of a German controversy on physiocracy, for the sake of which alone this publication deserves to be mentioned. But this controversy itself needs to be mentioned only because some interest attaches to the fact that the physiocrat doctrine, though very little understood in its true scientific importance and mainly discussed in its practical aspects, could raise a full-dress debate around 1780. However, we use the opportunity to refer to the best performance on behalf of physiocracy, kg. Verstehens Apologie de Physiokratischen Systems, 1779. Of opponents it will suffice to mention C.K.W. von Dome, Kurzvorstellung de Physiokratischen Systems, 1778, and J.F. von Pfeiffer, Antiphysiocrat, 1780. The latter's voluminous systematic works of the Justi type, no doubt marked by strong practical sense, have earned for him high praise from several historians. Jean, Johann, Herrenschwand, 1728–1811, was a late physiocrat. Perhaps he should not be called a physiocrat at all, for he was not orthodox. But he was an able economist. His chief works were De l'Économie politique moderne, 1786, De l'Économie politique et morale de l'espèce humaine, 1796, Du vrai principe actif de l'économie politique, 1797. There is a German monograph, H.R., Jean Herrenschwand, 1901. A sect with a creed and a political program naturally presents many aspects and calls for interpretative analysis from many standpoints other than ours. We shall first glance at some of these, then consider the bare bones of Quesnay's economic analysis, and especially the tableau économique. B. Natural law, agriculture, laissez-faire, and l'impôt unique. Physiocracy 291 was non-existent in 1750. Tout Paris and still more Versailles talked about it from 1760 to 1770. Practically everybody, excluding professed economists, had forgotten it by 1780. This meteoric career will be readily understood as soon as we realize the nature and extent of this success, that is to say, as soon as we realize precisely what it was that, for about 2 decades, succeeded so conspicuously, how it succeeded, and why. Above, in Chapter 2, we have interpreted Quesnay as a philosopher of natural law. In fact, Quesnay's theories of state and society were nothing but reformulations of scholastic doctrine. The motto, ex natura jus, ordo, et lex might have been, though it presumably was not, taken from St. Thomas. The physiocrat ordre naturel, to which there corresponds in the world of real phenomena an ordre positif, is the ideal dictate of human nature as revealed by human reason. What difference there is between Quesnay and the scholastics is not to the former's credit. We have seen that St. Thomas and still more the late scholastics, such as Lessius, were perfectly aware of the historical relativity of social states and institutions and that they always refused to commit themselves, in mundane affairs, to an invariable order of things. But Quesnay's ideal order is invariable. Moreover, in his paper on droit naturel, he defined physical law as the regulated, regla, course of all physical events which is evidently the most advantageous to mankind, and moral law as the rule, regla, of every human action conforming to the physical order evidently most advantageous to mankind. These laws form together what is called natural law, and they are all immutable and the best possible ones, les meilleurs lois possibles. In the case of the scholastic doctors, such principles were confined to the realm of metaphysics and not directly applied to historically conditioned patterns. In the case of Quesnay they were directly applied to particular institutions, such as property. And Quesnay's political theory both analytically and normatively turned upon a monarchical absolutism in an uncritical and unhistoric manner that, as we have seen, was also quite foreign to the scholastics. 292 Now, we know how well the old natural law system fared in the 18th century and how acceptable it proved to be, in its essential features, to la raison. Therefore, Quesnay's particular form of it, some non-essential frills excepted, fell in with the intellectual fashion of the hour. Everybody readily understood this part of his teaching, sympathized with it from the start, and felt at home when discussing it. And, unlike other votaries of la raison, Quesnay harbored no hostility either to the Catholic Church or to the monarchy. Here, then, was la raison, with all its uncritical belief in progress, but without its irreligious and political fangs. Need I say that this delighted court and society? Again, agriculture held a central position in Quesnay's program of economic policy as well as in his analytic scheme. And this feature of his teaching, too, fell in with the fashion of the hour. Just then everybody was raving about agriculture. This enthusiasm had 2 different sources that reinforced each other, though they were really quite independent. First, the revolution of agrarian technique gave a novel actuality to agricultural problems. It amounted to less in France than it did in England, but it produced just as much drawing-room talk in Paris as it did in London. Second, the illogical association of the natural rights of men with a glorified primitive state of society and the not less illogical association of the latter with agrarian pursuits gave to agriculture a drawing-room popularity that had, to be sure, no relation to Quesnay's serious teaching but nevertheless blew wind into his sails. We have the picture if we add one more touch. The dogmatizing doctor's apartment in the entresol of the Palace of Versailles was not far from the well of all preferment, Madame de Pompadour's suite. The ambitious on the lower rungs of the ladder could hardly fail to perceive this fact, and some of them may have thought that an hour's boredom in the former was a cheap price to pay for a good word dropped in the latter. Marmontel was quite frank about this, and it is safe to assume that he was not the only one to make the discovery. Such things do matter at all times, though different environments have different methods of favoring doctrines without absorbing, or caring for, their real scientific import, if any. Expressed in terms of that particular environment, Quesnay's success was primarily a success de salon. Polite society talked physiocracy for a time, but very few people outside took much notice of it except by way of sneering at it. There was thus a physiocrat fashion, but there was no physiocrat movement in the sense in which there was, and is, a Marxist movement, especially not one rooted in agrarian class interests. But what about the political influence of the physiocrats of which we read so much? What about their historic role in combating privilege, abuses, and all the horrors of protection? The reader would completely misunderstand the drift of the argument presented, as well as the reasons why it was thought necessary to present it, if he concluded from what has been said so far that this influence should be equated to zero. No group so well disciplined and so bent upon propaganda as the physiocrats were can fail to exert some influence. For instance, such a group as our own League of Women Voters is a cog in our political engine that no realistic analysis of our time can afford to neglect entirely. The point is that the physiocrat group exerted this kind of influence and no other, and that their importance as a motive power of politics was small. A brief examination of Quesnay's recommendations will establish this. These recommendations may for our purposes be reduced to two: laissez-faire, including free trade, and the single tax on the net income from land. In order to arrive at a true estimate of Quesnay's competence as a practical economist, it is necessary with regard to both to distinguish doctrinal frills from underlying common sense. Thus, Quesnay taught laissez-faire and free trade as absolute norms of political wisdom. But these imperatives must be viewed in the light of the physiocrats' hostility to all kinds of privileges and to a great many things that seemed to them to be abuses, monopoly positions among others. Since these could not have been abolished without a good deal of governmental interference, Quesnay urged upon government what really was an activist policy, and not at all one of doing nothing. Moreover, in spite of his wholesale condemnation of government regulation or control, it is relevant to observe that what he actually faced were regulations that were inherited from the past and no longer fitted current conditions. The absolute norm of laissez-faire acquires in such a case a relative significance that differs greatly from what its absolutism suggests. Finally, we must not forget that French agriculture in 1760 was not interested in protection. There was no danger of large wheat imports as a normal phenomenon, and free trade in agricultural products would have, if anything, increased their prices. We shall presently discover reasons for doubting whether Quesnay would have been a thoroughgoing free trader if he had written in 1890. Similarly, as regards his single tax, we must distinguish the common sense idea from the trappings that made it an object of ridicule. To simplify and rationalize the French system of taxation by basing it upon a tax on net income was evidently a sensible idea. To base it exclusively on such a tax was a doctrinaire's way of putting this idea. To base it exclusively on a tax on the net rent of land was Quesnay's way of applying his theory that the net rent of land was the only kind of net income in existence and that any tax must ultimately fall upon it in any case. This theory may be untenable. Even if it were tenable as an abstract proposition, its application to the practical question of taxation would be indefensible because the mere presence of friction in the system would be enough to produce net returns other than the rent of land. But the value of the fundamental idea is not entirely destroyed by this particular twist. Moreover, the suggestion to tax the pure rent of land, in view of the fact that it was then not directly taxed at all, carried sense whatever the frills in which it was presented, sense that cannot be claimed for later proposals of a similar nature, such as Henry George's. The physiocrat contribution to public finance in fact stands out well in the group's textbook on it, Mirabeau's Théorie de l'impôt, 1760. This work Dupont called it sublime relieved the stress upon the single tax panacea by properly emphasizing the importance of administrative reforms, of revenue from the domain, the mint, the post office, a special tax on tobacco production, and a salt tax. All of this helps to remove the stigma of freakishness that has been put upon the impôt unique. But observe that there was nothing in the physiocrat general program that was substantially new. The traditional assertion to the contrary may be traced, 1. To the understandable desire of historians of the group to protect its priorities against A. Smith, in which they were, of course, quite right, 2. to the optical illusion that will victimize any historian of doctrine who concentrates his vision upon a particular group and pays inadequate attention to what lies around and, historically, before it. 3. To Quesnay's way of quaint and distinctive formulation, which separates his views from similar ones by over-accentuated but all the same artificial dividing lines. Thus, the single tax idea was, as we know, an old one. If Quesnay can be said at all to have done something novel with it, then his contribution consists in his having given it that particular twist which few of us will hail as an improvement. In matters of free trade, it may indeed be held that the physiocrats were the first group to advocate unconditional free trade, though they had been anticipated by individuals such as Sir Dudley North. But for us this is not important. Much more important is it that as regards grasp of the scientific principles involved, many of their contemporaries, including their professed enemies such as Frobenius, were their equals. It cannot be too often repeated that sponsorship of a particular practical conclusion proves nothing for or against a man's insight into economic causes and effects. In fact, if equality of insight be doubted at all, the doubt should be raised against Quesnay. For whole hog positions, though there are many other explanations for them, usually point to some defect in insight rather than to the contrary. Nevertheless, Quesnay's views about the economic process and his policies being what they were, it is of course possible to trace to him practically the whole arsenal of 19th-century liberal argument. But all those ideas floated toward 19th-century writers and politicians in a much broader stream, in which the physiocrat element was but a small part. This also applies to the politicians of the Constituent and of the Revolution in general. Nor is there more justification for the claim that physiocrat influence was responsible either for Turgot's appointment or for his policy. See below, Sector 4. The only instances of practical influence were the experiments with the impot unique made by Karl Friedrich of Baden-Durlach and by Peter Leopold, Grand Duke of Tuscany. However, it has been remarked already that Quesnay, if he got rather more than his due as a patron saint of economic liberalism, has to this day been receiving less than his due as a scientific economist, if we neglect the glowing eulogies of his immediate disciples. Especially that kind of recognition, the only serious one that consists in the acknowledgement by competent workers of obligation, or at least of priority, in definite points, has been dealt out to him rather sparingly. One reason for this was that his analytic work was little understood and that in consequence later economists actually did not owe as much to him as one might think. Another was the presence in his teaching of what people felt to be an element of oddity. In the case of A. Smith both reasons seem to have been operative. Almost certainly he did not fully grasp the importance of the tableau économique, quite certainly he was over-anxious to avoid associating himself with anything that was in any way odd. Karl Marx was the only first-rank economist to give Quesnay his due. See, Quesnay's economic analysis. Recall Quesnay's definition of natural law. As soon as we realize all its implications we shall understand what those historians mean who, pointing to a theological bent in Quesnay's thought, either deny the analytic character of his work or, if they go not quite as far as that, at least hold that Quesnay's religious beliefs must have been a factor in shaping his economics. 293 There may be some truth in this as far as Quesnay's views on economic policy and his value judgments are concerned. But there is no truth in this as regards his economic theory. It is not decisive of course that Quesnay himself repeatedly claimed that he was faithfully describing facts. 294 But application of our own test yields the same result and establishes the validity of that claim. The reader will presently see that no economic proposition of Quesnay's rests upon any theological premises or would be affected by discarding what we know about his religious beliefs. This proves ipso facto the purely analytic or scientific nature of his economic work and leaves no room for extra-empirical influences. Let us now consider briefly the salient features of his theoretical setup. All reasoning on economic topics necessarily implies recognition of an economic principle of some sort. Precisely because of this it is difficult to say when and by whom such a principle was first formulated. But if we wish to stress explicitness of formulation, then, I think, priority, as against the Italians, belongs to Quesnay's rule of conduct, greatest satisfaction, jouissance, to be attained with the smallest expense or, as he goes on to say, labor pain. The importance of this rule or principle, considered as a contribution to formal theory or, as we may also call it, to the pure logic of economics, consists primarily in bringing out the fact that the fundamental problem of that theory is a maximum problem. The importance of the hedonist garb in which Quesnay presented it consists in the fact that, considering dates, it gives him a prominent place in the history of utilitarian social philosophy. He certainly was one of the founding fathers of utilitarianism, though he did not state the greatest happiness principle in so many words. But he also is the most important of all the founding fathers of the doctrine that will henceforth be referred to as the maximum doctrine of perfect competition, C. A. Marshall, Principles, p. 531. That is to say, he held that maximum satisfaction of wants for all members of society, taken together, will result if, conditions of perfect competition prevailing, everyone be allowed to act freely upon his own individual self-interest. This doctrine was taught throughout the 19th century, unconditionally or with some qualification, by most non-socialist theorists of standing, including many who refused to accept the utilitarian philosophy. Serious, though at first very cautious, criticism really starts with A. Marshall. All the more necessary is it to point out how weak its foundations were from the first. The doctrine is of course never strictly true under any circumstances. But, for certain historical environments, a case can be made out for it under assumptions that are restrictive indeed, but not so restrictive as to deprive it entirely of practical value. The point to which I wish to call the reader's attention is, however, that Quesnay did not make any attempt to prove it. It did not seem to him to stand in need of explicit proof. He manifestly thought that if every individual strives to realize maximum satisfaction, then all individuals will of course achieve maximum satisfaction. The fact that one of the best brains of our science could have been content with such an obvious non sequitur is indeed food for thought. Low standards of rigor and sloppiness of thinking have been worse enemies of scientific economics than has been political bias. Observe, however, that the physiocrat slogan "the interests of individuals are the servants of the public interest" is not per se open to our objection. It may mean no more than that, as A. Smith was to put it, we owe our bread not to the benevolence of the baker but to his self-interest, a pedestrian truth which it is worthwhile to repeat again and again in view of the ineradicable prejudice that every action intended to serve the profit interest must be antisocial by virtue of this fact alone. A. Smith was careful not to build too much on this. In particular, he was keenly aware of the antagonism between social classes. But Quesnay went on, from asserting universal compatibility or, indeed, complementarity of individual interests in competitive society, to asserting universal harmony of class interests, which makes him the forerunner of 19th-century harmonism, say, Carey, Bastiat. In this case, however, we have an attempt at proof. The tableau économique shows how every class, as it were, lives upon every other class, and in particular how the prosperity of the landowners conditions the prosperity of the other classes. The proof which hails from Cantillon is open to obvious objections and even to ridicule, but nevertheless Quesnay's harmonism does not simply hang in the air. Nor is it necessary to appeal to belief in providential ordinance in order to explain it. Quesnay possessed a very comprehensive analytic schema, though he presented it by means of disconnected sketches. Some parts of it, especially those concerning population, wages, interest, and money, will come in for notice in subsequent chapters. In order not to leave the present picture incomplete, however, I shall indicate his positions on these subjects. His theory of population anticipated that of Malthus in all essentials, his theory of wages centered in a minimum of existence proposition. His theory of interest may be said to be almost non-existent, and he entirely failed to account for the phenomenon. His theory of money, unlike Cantillon's, was what we have decided to label cartelist. Barter and pricing he analyzed on strictly subjective lines, basing his theory resolutely upon the fact of consumers' wants. This is of some importance, though he added nothing to the price theory of the late scholastics, because his treatment of the problem, like Condillacs, must be counted among the influences that kept this theory alive in France. It points directly to J.B. Say. There is, however, another point to be recorded in this connection. A. Marshall may have been right in denying that the theory of consumption is the scientific basis of economics. But it was certainly the basis of Quesnay's economics. Liberal economists of the 19th century were in the habit of commending 18th century free traders, especially A. Smith, for having duly emphasized the truth that consumption is the sole end and purpose of production, and for having thereby abolished one of the errors of mercantilism. There is very little to this. The truth, so far as it is a truth, is trivial, and the error is largely imaginary. However, Quesnay also attended to consumption in a different sense that would have been very little to the taste of those liberal economists, and is, if anything, suggestive of mercantilist lines of thought. 295 Unlike Turgot and A. Smith, he made it an explicit condition for the economic process to function smoothly that everybody should promptly spend his net receipts upon consumers' goods, or, to use a phrase that has gained currency in Washington in the last years, that everybody should utilize his income fully. If this were not done, he thought, and especially if some people saved in order to increase their individual stocks of money, all classes would decay and total output would shrink, since anybody's refusal to spend necessarily destroys somebody else's income. This Keynesian aspect of Quesnay's teaching will be considered later. 3. Particularly significant as a creative contribution was Quesnay's theory of capital. Cantillon and other precursors notwithstanding, he may be said to have laid the foundations of this part of economic theory. The performance is an interesting illustration of the way in which, in the mind of the born theorist, analytic generalization may grow out of observation induced by preoccupation with practical problems. Quesnay's agricultural program, which to him was practically equivalent to the sum total of economic policy, was geared to the needs of fairly large-scale farming. Like Cantillon, he never considered seriously any agrarian world other than one that turned on, and was propelled by, the enterprise of an intelligent and active farming class in full possession of all the technological and commercial opportunities of its time. These intelligent farmers he did not visualize as owners of their land, but as free from all interference from landlords, from whom they would rent, for long periods, large lots of land cleared and equipped with buildings in order to do with them as they pleased. Commons should be dissolved and let to individuals like the rest of the land. Feudal rights and duties, in particular the right to hunt on farm land, should be abolished, so should internal and external customs that hamper disposal of products, and taxes that discourage effort. One of the practical reasons for the single tax that was to be paid by the landlord, the countryside, as it were, was to dissolve into a swarm of prosperous enterprises, left to their own devices, selling at high prices, buzzing with energy themselves, and energizing the whole of the national economy. 296. Now, if the reader visualizes this particular type of program, he will immediately see that its success presupposed fulfillment of 3 conditions. First, that these farmer entrepreneurs should actually buzz with energy, a condition that Quesnay took lightly because, being a typical child of his age, he did not attach much importance to the problem of innate qualities of personnel. Second, that this farmer's paradise should not be undersold from abroad, a condition about which, in 18th century France, it was not necessary to worry. And third, that there should be plenty of capital, cheap capital, available for these essentially capitalist farmer entrepreneurs. Quesnay did worry about this last condition. He had every reason for doing so, because his realistic studies, which went into all the details of the technology and business policy of farming, had given him a true idea of what the capital requirements of this kind of farming actually are. And it was from these investigations that, conceptualizing his findings, he developed his theory of capital. The immediate result is embodied in his classification of the farmer's capital requirements into avances foncières, initial expenditures on clearing, draining, fencing, building, and the like that do not recur at all or recur only in long periods, avances primitives, expenditures on equipment including cattle and horses and the avances annuelles, the current expenditures on seed, labor, and the like. 297. Quesnay did not bother much about generalizing these concepts, their extension to include industry does not present any difficulty. But what do these avances consist in? It is no doubt the drainage, buildings, oxen, plows, seed, and labor, and the like, that the farmer needs. A stock of goods and services, then. But if so, what are we to do with the facts that capital required or capital invested is, at the very least, expressed in terms of money, and that, as a matter of fact, it is also bought for money, which is really what landlord, for the avances foncières, and farmer need in the first instance? Quesnay ran up against all the problems that lurk behind these questions, and his rudimentary attempts at solving them may have been, even if they were not actually, for it is impossible to be certain about this, the starting points of all further work upon them. We shall discuss below the reasons that have been adduced for believing that A. Smith's capital theory grew out of critical absorption of Quesnay's, which would in fact make the latter the ancestor of practically all the capital theories down to J.S. Mill's. And since the man who first tackles a subject will often throw out all sorts of suggestions that point in many more directions than he himself is aware of, we might even be tempted to trace back to Quesnay such later developments as are associated with the names of Walras and Irving Fisher, on the one hand, and of Jevons and Bohm-Bawerk, on the other. This, however, is hardly permissible, for the logical possibility of doing so simply results from the rich and indefinite possibilities of truth as well as of error that are enshrined in the word avances. Of course, no writer on economic subjects can ever have doubted the simple fact that what capitalists do is to provide either goods or money with which to start and carry on production, and capitalists themselves always knew that what they were doing was to advance money for these purposes. But one of the fundamental types of analytic achievement precisely consists in raising some simple fact, for example, that apples, severed from the branches of the apple tree, will fall to the ground, into the light of theoretical consciousness. This is what Quesnay's contribution to capital theory consists in. Impressed by the fact that his farmer entrepreneurs could not start upon their careers unless they were provided with all sorts of things beforehand, he introduced capital into economic theory as wealth accumulated previous to starting the production under consideration. But more than this he did not do, and widely divergent paths may open out from this starting point. In particular, he did not analyze the formation and behavior of money capital as a thing distinct from real capital, a thing, moreover, that plays tricks of its own. And he accepted the Janus face of non-monetary capital, which is value on one side, valeurs accumules, and physical goods on the other, without straightening out the problems involved, particularly that of the carrying charges which enter the value concept but do not enter the physical one. For the third chapter of Book 2 of Marshall's Principles opens with the sentence, "Man cannot create material things." This statement hails from J.S. Mill and Ray and many earlier writers. Since economics is concerned with the creation or production of either utilities or market values, it is difficult to see the relevance of such a statement, of which, in fact, none of those writers ever made any use. But, as everyone knows, the physiocrats did put it to analytic use. Following Cantillon they derived from it their theory of the prodded net. This is the only reason why the subject crosses our path again. For neither their statement of what they believed to be a physical fact nor the philosophies in which they indulged in connection with it are in themselves worth our while to discuss. Nor would there be anything particularly interesting in Quesnay's terminological decision to call, on the strength of that fact, agricultural activity productive, the farmer's activity, not that of the farm laborer, and every other activity sterile, which, of course, does not mean useless, though it is precisely this which was felt to be odd and attracted an undue amount of critical attention. Let us, however, observe that it is really not so very odd to look upon an economy as an engine that is fed materials drawn from the womb of nature and that simply works up these materials without adding to them. The only question that arises is whether or not the analogy is useful. After what has been said on the subject in our survey of Cantillon's work, we can dispose of it quickly. We have seen in that survey that the theory of Cantillon's product de la terre and Quesnay's product net is the same thing, is a method, though certainly not the most correct or convenient one, of expressing the fact that the rent of land is, or contains, a net return. But, as we have also seen, the theory goes further than this. It holds that the rent of land is the only net return in existence, and that it is coextensive with the whole of society's disposable net income, all other returns being balanced by cost items in the sense that they are not more than sufficient to replace what production uses up. The workman gets no more than is necessary to reproduce his ability to work. The capitalist, taking account of risks, gets no more than is necessary to replace his stock and his ability to work. Labor, management, and capital are sterile in the sense that, though they produce utilities, they do not produce any surplus value. In general conception, this theory bears a striking similarity to that of Marx. Exactly as Quesnay let land alone be productive of surplus value, so Marx let labor alone be productive of surplus value. Neither construction allows any productivity to capital, meaning plant, equipment, and material, which is indeed a conductor or embodiment of a surplus value created, respectively, by land or labor, but does not add to it. So far Marx's theory looks as if it were the result of switching Quesnay's schema from one of Petty's two original factors of production to the other. There seems, however, to be a fundamental difference between the two. Marx's way of carrying out his postulate of productivity's being inherent in labor alone is, as we shall see, open to objection. But, with him, labor's productivity is from the first a value productivity, and he attempted to show, on the basis of his law of values, how surplus value emerges from the mechanism of competitive markets. Quesnay made no such attempt. His starting point was physical productivity, that is, creation of stuff and not of values. He took it for granted that the fact of physical productivity implied value productivity, and he shifted in midstream from the one to the other. On the face of it, this seems to be a definite error of which Marx was not guilty. But we have seen above that, by means of suitable assumptions, it is nevertheless possible to make the proposition that the rent of land is the only net return formally valid. And this means in turn that if we grant these assumptions, which are, after all, not much worse than those which it is necessary to grant in order to validate the labor theory of value, it is possible to transpose Quesnay's irrelevant argument from physical productivity into a relevant one from value productivity. The scarce natural agent, by hypothesis operating in agriculture alone, produces a value surplus over the other factors there employed, and manufacture adds nothing to it because competition will reduce what it does add to the value of the materials to the level of the value of the agrarian products that the manufacturers and their workmen consume. If we be grimly resolved to go through with this argument, even interest could be explained as a derivative of the product net. This would complete the analogy with Marx. D. The tableau économique. The analytic structure we have been surveying is logically quite complete, and he who knows how to piece it together, which Quesnay did not do, will not miss any of the essentials that go into a comprehensive treatise on pure and applied economics. The overall description of a stationary economic process which Quesnay embodied in his tableau is not, as his pupils and practically all critics believed, the centerpiece of that structure, but an addition to it that is separable from the rest, painted, as it were, on a separate canvas, and therefore can be dealt with separately. What it depicts is the flow of expenditures and products between social classes, which here become the actors in the economic play, which they are not in the rest of Quesnay's work. Economists, of course, always had some schema of the class structure of society at the back of their minds. Cantillon seems, however, to have been the first to construct such a schema explicitly and to use it as a tool of analysis. This schema was adopted by Quesnay. Accordingly, he distinguished landowners, classe de propriétaires, or classe souveraine, or, what is significant, classe distributive, farmers, classe productive, and all the people engaged in non-agricultural pursuits, roughly equivalent to the bourgeoisie, classe sterile. Labor may either be treated as a fourth class or added in proper proportions to the second and third. The latter seems preferable in order to bring out the nature of the schema, which is not so much a schema of classes as sociological entities, but of economic groups of the kind we meet in the familiar statistics of people attached to, say, agriculture or mining or manufacturing industries. In any case, however, labor plays an entirely passive role with him exactly as it did with Cantillon. The flow of expenditures and products, then, is between a farmer basin, a landowner basin, and a sterile class basin. It is not necessary to reproduce Quesnay's picture of it or to enter into its details. 298 All the reader needs to retain is this. Suppose that in the unit period T1 the landowners have received and accumulated in many installments the rent due them by the farmers, so that, at the beginning of period T, they hold in cash all the net national income, in Quesnay's sense, while everybody else stands ready to sell and to produce. We are to follow the meanderings of that rent or net income through the economy. Let its amount be 1,000 units of money. The landowners, so we will further assume, spend 500 of this on farm products and 500 on manufactures, the products of the sterile class, that is, the class that does not produce surplus value. The 500 units that the farmers get back in this way, for these units came out of their payments in T1, are first of all doubled in their hands in consequence of their surplus value producing activity so that they swell up to 1,000. Half of this then goes to the landlords for rent, not to be spent until period T+1, 1/4 is consumed within the agrarian sector, the last quarter goes to the steriles in payment of manufactures for the farmers' use. The steriles do not add any value but only reproduce it. Of the 500 they received from the landlords, 250 units are absorbed by their and their workmen's consumption of their own products. For the other 250 they buy food and raw material from farmers in whose hands these 250 again swell up to 500. And the same happens with the 250 and any later amounts they get from farmers. Whatever the farmers receive is always doubled and used for payment of rent to the landlords to be spent in period T+1 for consumption in the agrarian sector and for further purchases from the steriles. It will be readily seen that, if the length of the unit period be properly chosen, we shall find at the end of it that the 1,000 units of net income are back again in the hands of the landowners, who will, at the beginning of period T+1, spend them and so start the whole process again. The reader will realize that all this, apart from the pictorial form, amounts to no more than a development in fuller detail of Cantillon's schema. 299 But what is the use of this picture, and what is the nature of the analytic achievement it embodies? It should be observed at the outset that so far as the idea of such a schema is concerned, the specifically physiocrat features in the Cantillon, Quesnay tableau are irrelevant. Having dealt with these already, we are therefore no longer interested in the central position Cantillon and Quesnay assign to landowners and their expenditure. We could just as well start from one of the two other basins. Nor are we any longer interested in what was of primary importance to Quesnay, namely the principle that every sum that goes to farmers increases, doubles, in their hands and that sums that go to manufacturers do not. Every analyst can arrange these points so as to suit his theoretical setup. What we are now interested in is the tableau idea considered as a tool, the tableau method itself. Three aspects of it call particularly for attention. First of all, the tableau method achieves a tremendous simplification. Actually, the economic life of a non-socialist society consists of millions of relations or flows between individual firms and households. We can establish certain theorems about them, but we can never observe all of them. But if we replace them by relations between classes or by flows of class, or other, aggregates, the unmanageable number of variables in the economic problem suddenly reduces to a few which are easy to handle and follow up. Reserving this aspect for later discussion, we take the opportunity of noticing a cognate though different point. A glance at the tableau suggests the idea of a social product or total output that is produced in one series of steps and distributed in another. We are so familiar with this idea that we rarely if ever realize how very unrealistic an abstraction it is. Production and distribution are indeed different processes in a socialist society. But in capitalist society they are but different aspects of one and the same process. The bulk of capitalist incomes is formed in the course of the transactions that constitute production in the economic, as distinguished from the technological, sense. Nevertheless, the realistic idea of income formation, the realistic virtue of which moreover does not carry any disadvantage that might justify its neglect, has come to the fore only sporadically. 300 With the French economists, the physiocrat idea of distribution prevailed throughout, and the same holds true of English economists who adopted it, perhaps, under the influence of J.B. Say, at the beginning of the 19th century. The concept of total annual output and its value, valeur de la reproduction annuelle, has, of course, its uses independently of this. It was adopted by A. Smith. Second, the simplification of the analytic pattern achieved by the tableau method opens up great possibilities for numerical theory. Quesnay was more alive to these possibilities than had been Cantillon, and, in this particular respect, he carried the latter's work much further. He troubled himself about statistical data and actually tried to estimate the values of annual output and other aggregates. That is to say, he did genuinely econometric work. This aspect, too, has acquired new actuality in our time through the great work of Leontief 301, which, entirely different though it is from Quesnay's in purpose and technique, nevertheless revived the fundamental principle of the tableau method. Marx, who stands between the two, did not attempt to make his schema statistically operative. 302. Third and most important, the Cantillon, Quesnay tableau was the first method ever devised in order to convey an explicit conception of the nature of economic equilibrium. It would seem impossible to exaggerate the importance of this achievement if admiring disciples had not actually succeeded in doing so. Economics, like every other science, started with the investigation of local relations between two or more economic quantities, such as the relation between the price of a commodity and the quantity of it that is available in a market. In other words, it starts with partial analysis, see below, Part 4, ch. 7, Sector 6. Disconnected efforts of this type were directed toward points that happen to be of some practical interest or to attract our curiosity for other reasons. It was but slowly that the fact began to dawn upon analysts that there is a pervading interdependence between all economic phenomena, that they all hang together somehow. We have seen that the best of the 17th century discourses of trade, such as Childs or Pollexfen's or, still more, the writings of Davenant, display unmistakable symptoms of a growing awareness of this. But they never bothered to investigate how things hang together. They took it for granted and either were unable to raise this interdependence to the plane of explicit formulation or did not see the necessity for doing so. They were very far from realizing that this all-pervading interdependence is the fundamental fact, the analysis of which is the chief source of the additions that the specifically scientific attitude has to make to the practical man's knowledge of economic phenomena, and that the most fundamental of all specifically scientific questions is the question whether analysis of that interdependence will yield relations sufficient to determine, if possible, uniquely all the prices and quantities of products and productive services that constitute the economic system. I have said on a previous occasion that the first discovery of a science is the discovery of itself. But this does not spell discovery of its fundamental problem. That comes much later. In the case of economics, it came particularly late. The scholastics had an inkling of it. The 17th century businessmen economists came nearer to it. Isnard, A. Smith, J.B. Say, Ricardo, and others all struggled or rather fumbled for it, every one of them in his own way. But the discovery was not fully made until Walras, whose system of equations, defining, static, equilibrium in a system of interdependent quantities, is the Magna Carta of economic theory, the technical imperfections of that monument of constitutional law being an essential part of the analogy, see below, Part 4, ch. 7, Sector 7. The history of economic analysis, or, at any rate, of its pure kernel, from child to walrus might be written in terms of this conception's gradual emergence into the light of consciousness. Now Cantillon and Quesnay had this conception of the general interdependence of all sectors and all elements of the economic process in which, so Dupont actually put it, nothing stands alone and all things hang together. And their distinctive merit, shared, to some extent, by Boyce-Guilbert, was that, without realizing the possibilities of the method later on adumbrated by Isnard, they made that conception explicit in a way of their own, namely, by the tableau method, while the idea of representing the pure logic of the economic process by a system of simultaneous equations was quite outside their range of vision, they represented it by a picture. In a sense, this method was primitive and lacking in rigor, which is, in fact, why it fell out of the running and why analysis historically developed on the other line. But in one respect it was superior to the logically more satisfactory method. It visualized the stationary economic process as a circuit flow that in each period returns upon itself. This is not only a method of conveying the fact that the economic process is logically self-contained, a distinct thing that is complete in itself, but it is also a method of conveying features of it, definite sequences in particular, that do not stand out equally well in a system of simultaneous equations. Of course, there is also the simplification of the theory of general equilibrium adverted to already. Quesnay identified general equilibrium, that is, equilibrium in the economy as a whole in distinction to the equilibrium in any particular small sector of it, with the equilibrium of social aggregates, exactly as do the modern Keynesians. 303. For Turgot. Although Turgot was no econometrician, his great name has been assigned this place in our gallery because he is so often classed with the physiocrats, though mostly with qualifications. At first sight, this seems reasonable enough, for his main work abounds in passages that are evidently intended to emphasize allegiance to specifically physiocrat tenets. We read that land is the only source of rich essays, that the cultivator produces not only his own compensation but also the income that serves to remunerate the class of artisans and other stipendies, that the farmer's activity is the prime mover of the social engine, whereas the manufacturer's only transforms, that the farmer supports and feeds all other classes, and so on. But, if we look more closely, we make a surprising discovery. Those passages are then seen to be strangers to the argument into which they are inserted. We can suppress them without affecting the rest. In fact, the rest gains in consistency thereby. Therefore, if we adhere to a principle that is uniformly applied in this book to the interpretation of such professions of faith, namely, the principle of relevance to analytic procedure and results, we have no choice but to neglect those passages. What are we to think of this? First of all, commonly accepted rules of criticism would lead us to suspect those passages if we were dealing with an ancient text. And it so happens that in this particular case such distrust is not completely unwarranted. For we know that there was a not quite amicable discussion between Dupont and Turgot on the subject of the publication of the latter's manuscript, and we do not know exactly what the result was. However, I will waive this point. But quite independently of it, there is, considering what we know of Turgot's generous character, no difficulty in understanding why, writing for publication at that particular time, he should have gone out of his way to pay respect to a group with which he agreed on many points of scientific economics, from which he had, perhaps, learned a good deal, for example, in matters of capital theory, and with which he agreed wholeheartedly on all the immediately practical points of economic policy, though he disagreed with them on some points of their political philosophy. According to this hypothesis, which puts him, morally, high above all those who emphasize points of difference in order to distance themselves from fellow workers to whom they owe obligation, he should not be classified as a physiocrat with reservations, but as a non-physiocrat with physiocrat sympathies. This seems, in fact, to meet the case. We went to the trouble of disentangling Turgot from the physiocrats not only in order to make his figure stand upon its own pedestal, as it should, but also in order to put this pedestal into the right place. For more closely than with the physiocrats was he associated with another group, if group is the word for a very loose connection that was no school in the proper sense of the term. It centered in a strong and influential man, who was no doctrinaire, however, and no exponent of any system guru. 304 This fact throws much light on Turgot's background as an economist. Guru had traveled extensively and was an intelligent observer of English developments. Much of what we know about his views has a distinctly English flavor. And among his writings are several translations, in particular one of Child's New Discourse. Turgot was his personal friend and was also interested in the works of English economists, especially Hume and Josiah Tucker, whom he translated. If the obvious inference may be trusted, we have here an instance of the way in which not only political but also scientific ideas crossed and recrossed the channel. The possible filiation Child, Hume, Turgot is particularly interesting, still more so in case we have to add the name of A. Smith after that of Turgot. 305 In the French part of his background, the most important figure is Cantillon. Turgot's brilliant achievements, his unchallenged place in the history of our science, and his evident title to membership in the triumvirate in which Beccaria and A. Smith are his colleagues are sufficient reasons why it is desirable to look for a moment at the man and his career. And Robert Jacques Turgot, Baron de l'Aulne, 1727–81, referred to, by his contemporaries, as M. de Turgot, before 1750, he was known as Abbé de Brecourt, came from a Norman family that was of old, if not high, nobility and fairly well-to-do, if not rich. The sociological type is rendered by the English word gentry and by the German word Junker. He was, as a third son, educated for the church, and this clerical education, which gave full scope to his brilliant and precocious gifts, ought to receive recognition, though it usually does not, in an enumeration of the factors that made for his achievements. He emerged full of great plans and master of wide horizons, scientifically and otherwise, as an abbé at the Sorbonne, where he became quite a figure, writing, discussing, experiencing the second formative influence of his youth, that of the sect encyclopedist, though he very soon moved away from it. Then he exchanged the career of churchman for the civil service, and a civil servant he remained for the rest of his active life. The bureaucracies of all times and countries may be proud of him, for not only was he an ornament of the French bureaucracy of the Ancien Regime, but this bureaucracy also was the third of the environmental influences that helped to form him. He was a great success as intendant, general administrator, of the district, generalite, of Limoges, 1761–74, where his zeal, resourcefulness, and public spirit showed up to best advantage. On the strength of this success he was appointed, in 1774, Minister of the Navy and, a few months later, Controller General des Finances, which means Minister of Finance and Commerce and Commissioner of Public Works, a position he held for 20 months, much of the time tortured by gout. After his fall, he lived in retirement until his death. Except for the just pride we economists may take in so brilliant a fellow worker, the main importance of this career for a history of economic analysis is that it explains why Turgot's scientific work did not come to full fruition. Biographers and historians of economic thought, however, have always allocated most of their space to his exploits as a minister of finance and, in dealing with them, have propagated two sagas that have a bearing upon the sociology of our science and must therefore be briefly noticed. Before doing so I wish, however, to disclaim any intention of debunking the fame of one of the none too numerous significant figures of which the history of economics can boast. It goes without saying that nobody would think of writing a volume on great ministers of finance without including Turgot. The first of those sagas might be entitled, The Economist in Action. It depicts the man who, from scientific analysis, derives recipes for curing the ills of the state and, on attaining power, rushes to carry them into effect. There is nothing whatever in this. Turgot was, first and last, a great civil servant, who looked upon state and society with the eyes of a civil servant. So, when he attained cabinet office power would be a misleading term to use. He set about to improve the financial administration and the all but desperate situation of the royal finances. In both these respects he succeeded remarkably, in fact almost unbelievably well, and these were his main achievements. He also established, by royal decree, internal free trade in grains, and the only other measure relevant for us abolished the jurens, the craft guilds. These and some minor measures were not successes in the political sense, mainly because of his failure to consider tactical aspects. They immediately elicited violent resistance, the one concerning the grain trade through a piece of bad luck, its coincidence with a bad harvest. The point to be observed is, however, that nothing Turgot actually did or showed any intention of doing has any particular relation to any doctrine, scientific or other. It was all in the line of an unusually able civil servant who perceived the currents of his time and tried to serve them in a practical spirit. He was so little given to obeying abstract principles, which of course is all to his credit, that, in one instance, he actually introduced a protective duty, and, in another, embarked upon state enterprise, in the chemical industry. The physiocrats applauded him, of course, and made propaganda for him, but they had little to do with his policies and nothing to do with his advent to office, for in 1774 they were in no position to exert any influence. By the same token, his fall was not a defeat of any doctrine that was specifically their own. The other saga derives from the saga of the French Revolution. Since most of the writers on Turgot were and are in sympathy with the latter, they were and are inevitably driven to exalting into heroes that fought for the light in the darkness of despotism a chosen few of the servants of the Ancien Regime. Turgot is the chief beneficiary of this tradition that was initiated by the revolutionaries themselves, who, even officially, sometimes referred to Turgot as ce bon citoyen. And some writers have added the touch that Turgot was raised to office by the voice of the people and dismissed at the behest of an intriguing court. As a matter of fact, Turgot was appointed controller by a thoroughly well-meaning monarch who looked around among his bureaucrats for the best man for the job. If there was any other influence, it was that of the minister de Maurepas. As soon as he was in office, Turgot, no doubt with the most meritorious intentions, began to lean heavily on the royal prerogative. Now it is very easy, when a minister is supported by a monarch, to draw up excellent decrees and to force them down the throats of parliaments who refuse to register them. The difficulty, since government is carried on among living people and groups, is to make those decrees accepted. Louis XVI at first lent his wholehearted support, but the trouble with him, who had many good qualities, was precisely that he was no despot and quite unwilling to use force. And though Turgot was also the target of court and other intrigues of the former, mainly owing to his policy of retrenchment, it was the popular resistance of the rural proletariat and of craft guilds that became after a time the dominant factor of the situation. There were even local revolts which Turgot suppressed with a firm hand. It would not be true either, but it would be nearer the truth than is the opposite, to say that Turgot was raised to ministerial office by the king and overthrown by the people. For our purpose, the relevance of this is in the light it sheds on the personality of one of the greatest scientific economists of all times. The interpretation submitted makes the king come off better than does the usual one, but, what alone matters here, it does not make Turgot come off worse. It only makes him come off differently. We see the excellent civil servant who is a good administrator and, perhaps, advisor but no leader or tactician. We also see honesty and firmness, quite as much as do other interpreters, and, what does not, perhaps, impress these other interpreters quite as much, loyalty to his king. The answer to the academic question that has been raised, whether or not, had he stayed in office, he might have prevented the revolution, depends on what we mean by revolution. If we mean the overthrow of the monarchy and the sanguinary excesses, the answer should be in the affirmative, no more, however, because of the reforms he might have carried in that case than because of his willingness to call out the troops. No cap of liberty will fit Turgot. His chief work, the Reflections sur la formation et la distribution de richesses, was written for the benefit of two Chinese students in 1766, and published, as has been stated above, not without some friction that arose from Dupont's attempts at editorial interference, presumably made in the interest of physiocrat orthodoxy, in the Ephemerides, 1769-70, English trans 1898. Of minor publications that usefully supplement this work, the most important are the Eloge de Gournay, the letter on paper money to the Abbé de Cis, his first economic publication, 1749, the Observations on the Essays by St. Purvey, 1767, and Graslin, 1767, on indirect taxation, and a paper on loans of money, 1769. His contributions to the encyclopedia, including such topics as existence, expansibility, and etymology, and his criticism of Berkeley's philosophy and many others are interesting as so many proofs of the breadth of his range. The Ouvres of Turgot were edited by Dupont de Nemours, 1808-11, and again by Gichel, 1913-23, the latter edition being the one to use. Leon says Turgot has been translated into English by M.B. Anderson, 1888. Also see Alfred Niemark, Turgot. 1885, S. Spielbogen, Smith und Turgot, 1892, W.W. Stevens, The Life and Writings of Turgot, 1895, and especially Gichel, Turgot, 1909. If we now try to compare Turgot's scientific personality with those of Beccaria and A. Smith, significant similarities strike us first. All three were polyhistoric in learning and range of vision, all three stood outside the arena of business and political pursuits, all three displayed single-minded devotion to the duty in hand. Turgot was undoubtedly the most brilliant of the three, though his brilliance was somewhat tinged with superficiality, not in economics, but in his outlying intellectual domains. The main difference, from the standpoint of their scientific achievement, is that A. Smith expended very little of his energies on non-scientific work, Beccaria very much, and Turgot, from 1761 on, almost all he had. During the 13 years at Limoges, Turgot can have had but scanty leisure. During his, nearly, 2 years of ministerial office, practically none. His creative work must have been done between the ages of 18 and 34. And this explains all there is to explain, not indeed about the comparative merits of the three works in question, but about the different degrees to which they were finished works at all. Turgot was much too able a man to write anything insignificant. Nevertheless, only the Turgot specialist needs to go beyond the reflections, and with one exception we shall confine ourselves to this. The slender work was evidently written in hot haste and never thoroughly revised. It looks as Marshall's Principles would look if text, notes, and appendices were destroyed and only the marginal summaries and not all of those were preserved. In fact, it is not much more than a very elaborate analytic table of contents written for a bulky but non-existent treatise. Such as it is, however, Turgot's theoretical skeleton is, even irrespective of its priority, distinctly superior to the theoretical skeleton of the Wealth of Nations. In order to arrive at this opinion, it is not necessary to impute to Turgot anything he did not actually say or to credit him with any implications of what he did say that he may possibly not have seen himself. He actually delivered the goods. In calling the work unfinished or a skeleton, I do not mean to say that there is need for uncertain conjecture or generosity of interpretation in order to finish it. It presents a complete system of economic theory. What is lacking any competent economist could supply without adding, except criticism, from his own stock of knowledge. Of course, nobody admires the Wealth of Nations for its theoretical skeleton alone. It owes its position to its mature wisdom, its luxuriant illustrations, its effective advocacy of policies. And there is, also, something to be said for the ponderous creation of the academic professional. It was the product of patience, of meticulous care, of self-discipline, and we cannot be sure that Turgot would ever have produced something comparable to it, even if he had had all the leisure in the world. Still, a lesson does follow from the very different success of both works. In economics, at least, intellectual performance is not enough, finish counts, and so do elaboration, application, and illustration. Even now the days are far off when it will be possible, as it is in physics, to shape international thought by an article that covers less than one page. Turgot's contribution fared as well as it did because of his eminence in another walk of life. Even so, it never bore the fruits that it easily might have borne. Since the only satisfactory way of summarizing that summary is to transcribe it, and since, moreover, the most important points will be touched upon in subsequent chapters, only a few general comments will be offered here instead of a reader's guide. Roughly the first third of the treatise, the first 31 sections 306, presents the groundwork including the cantillon, questionnaire schema of classes and an analysis of their relations in production and distribution that is splashed with physiocrat colors. Certain fundamental propositions, like the proposition that competition always reduces wages to the minimum of existence level, are insisted on from the first. Sections XXXII, L contain a theory of barter, price, and money that, so far as it goes, is almost faultless, and, barring explicit formulation of the marginal principle, within measurable distance of that of Bohm-Bawerk. The rest of the treatise is devoted mainly to a capital theory that anticipates most of the 19th century work, and to the subjects of interest, saving and investment, and capital values. Originality in individual points is difficult to assert or to deny, the more so because Turgot does not quote, which is no reproach in the case of such a sketch. But comprehensive vision of all the essential facts and their interrelations plus excellence of formulation are in evidence to a degree that would make the whole of the work an original contribution even if no individual point had been exclusively Turgot's own. And there are practically no definite errors to be found in this first of all the treatises on value and distribution that were to become so popular in the later decades of the 19th century. It is not too much to say that analytic economics took a century to get where it could have got in 20 years after the publication of Turgot's treatise had its content been properly understood and absorbed by an alert profession. As it was, even J.B. Say the most important link between Turgot and Walras did not know how to exploit it fully. 5. Population, returns, wages, and employment. 1. The principle of population. The problems of population, that is to say, the questions what it is that determines the size of human societies and what the consequences are that attend the increase or decrease in the number of a country's inhabitants, might well be the first to occur to a perfectly detached observer as soon as he looks at those societies in a spirit of scientific curiosity. The view that the key to historical processes is to be found in the variation of populations, though one-sided, is at least as reasonable as is any other theory of history that proceeds from the prejudice that there must be a single prime mover of social or economic evolution such as technology, religion, race, class struggle, capital formation, and what not. Thus it is quite understandable that population problems should have received attention in the very beginnings of economic analysis, that they should have loomed large in the thought of all leading writers of the period under discussion, and that they should have been given a place of honor in the one great pre-Smithian system of economics that England produced, Sir James Steuart's Principles. But there was also a practical reason for this prominence of population problems. Ever since primitive tribes had solved theirs by abortion and infanticide, people in general and social philosophers in particular never ceased to worry about them. Roughly speaking, until the end of the 16th century, the trouble arose from a relation between birth rates and death rates that was incompatible with stationary or quasi-stationary economic environments. The problem of population was one of actual or threatening overpopulation. It was from this angle that it presented itself to Plato and Aristotle. The opposite type of trouble was quite exceptional. The outstanding example is the decay of the native Roman stock in the last century of the Republic and throughout the epoch of the Empire. In the Middle Ages, the dwelling places of the lower stratum of the warrior class, the simple knights, suffered from overcrowding whenever there were no crusades, wars of the roses, epidemics, and so on to reduce numbers, and the artisans' guilds offered livelihood for restricted numbers only and experienced perennial difficulties with ever-lengthening waiting lists. But all this changed during the 17th and 18th centuries. We have seen that the practical economic problems of those centuries were the problems of countries that were poor in goods but rich in possibilities. Seen against these possibilities, the population problem became one of underpopulation. Moreover, some countries, particularly Germany and Spain, had actually experienced depopulation for decades together. 307 And, as we have also seen, these conditions prevailed when ideas of national or territorial power and expansion filled everybody's thought and heart. A. The populationist attitude. Accordingly, governments began to favor increase in population by all means at their command. Measures differed from time to time and from country to country, but were in some cases, for instance in France under Colbert, as energetic as any that have been resorted to by modern dictators. Economists fell in with the humors of their age. With rare exceptions, they were enthusiastic about populousness and rapid increase in numbers. In fact, until the middle of the 18th century, they were as nearly unanimous in this populationist attitude as they have ever been in anything. A numerous and increasing population was the most important symptom of wealth, it was the chief cause of wealth, it was wealth itself the greatest asset for any nation to have. Utterances of this kind were so numerous as to render quotation superfluous. In England, in particular, the first flight men who go on record as leaders of populationist sentiment, such as Child, Petty, Barbon, Davenant, were joined by almost all the rank and file. 308 That German and Spanish writers went further than any others is amply explained by the conditions of their countries. Since Italy had a comparatively dense population and was least favored as regards opportunities for national expansion, the Italian economists went less far in this direction and, later on, less far in the opposite one than did their English and French brethren. As always, the one question that interests us is, what was the economic rationale of all this, if indeed economic analysis had anything to do with it at all? The answer should be obvious. The analytic complement of the populationist attitude boils down to one proposition: under prevailing conditions, increase in heads would increase real income per head. And this proposition was manifestly correct. With unimportant exceptions, these conditions did not substantially change in the 18th century or even in the first decades of the 19th. Therefore, it is quite a problem to explain why the opposite attitude, which might be called anti-populationist or, to associate it with the name of the man who made it a popular success in the 19th century, Malthusian, should have asserted itself among economists from the middle of the 18th century on. Why was it that economists took fright at a scarecrow? The first step toward a solution of this problem is to localize the emergence of the Malthusian attitude. German and Spanish economists were not afraid of the scarecrow. In fact, there never was any native Malthusianism either in Germany or Spain. Such Malthusianism as there ever was in those countries was the product of English teaching during the first half of the 19th century. The Italians, as stated above, had some real reason to be, mildly, frightened, and were. But the cradle of the genuinely anti-populationist doctrine was France. The second step toward a solution is therefore to find out whether there was not something in the economic and political situation of France that might, objective opportunities notwithstanding, suggest pessimism as regards the economic future of the country and thus explain that change in attitude. As a matter of fact, there was. During practically the whole of the 18th century, France was fighting a losing battle with England. Many of her leading spirits began to accept this defeat by 1760 and to discount the opportunities for national expansion. Moreover, the outworn institutional pattern of the last half-century of the monarchy was not favorable to vigorous economic development at home. Thus, thought turned from bold venture to the possibilities offered by agriculture, from dreams of evolution to the picture of a mature or quasi-stationary economy. The third and final step, then, is to explain why anti-populationist sentiment gained a hold on the English mind in spite of the fact that exactly the opposite state of things prevailed in England. In order to understand this, we have to realize that the long-run trend of an evolution is one thing, and the sequence of short-run situations through which it fights its way is quite another thing. Thus, the English populationists of the 17th and 18th centuries may have been quite right in considering rapid increase as motor, condition, and symptom of economic development, and equally right in worrying at the same time, as most of them actually did, about the short-run vicissitudes, the unemployment in particular, which accompanied that development. This does not convict them of contradiction either in their analysis or in their recommendations. But in the Industrial Revolution of the last decades of the 18th century, these short-run vicissitudes grew more serious than they had been before, precisely because the pace of economic development quickened. And some economists, as will be pointed out in a moment, a minority only, were so impressed by them as to lose sight of the trend. The resulting anti-populationist mood then produced the set of analytic propositions that came to be known, in the 19th century, as the Malthusian principle or theory of population. Before considering its early history, we must attend to another matter. b. Growth of factual knowledge. In the United States the first census was taken in 1790, in England in 1801. In Canada and in some countries of continental Europe there had been earlier ones, but it was only in the first decades of the 19th century that reliable information about the numerical facts of population became available at regular intervals. The writers of the 17th and 18th centuries, therefore, theorized about population in ignorance of statistical facts. All they had to go on, if we accept the rare cases in which local observation yielded definite results, were untrustworthy indications and vague impressions. Thus, it was possible for English writers to disagree on such a question as whether the English population had increased or decreased during the century between 1650 and 1750. Hence, the investigations that were undertaken in order to dispel this fog and the resulting controversies exemplify a peculiar type of theory. Ordinarily, theoretical analysis is concerned with facts that are, or are supposed to be, known. It marshals, interprets, explains, establishes relations between, and generalizes from given facts or data. This, of course, is also what the theory of population was to do in the 19th century. But in the 17th and 18th centuries, the main task of research on population was not to analyze given facts but, so far as possible, to find out what the facts actually were. It was the kind of theory that, unlike other kinds, retreats before advancing factual knowledge and must eventually be replaced by it. But the work done by those investigations, first by the political arithmeticians, also laid the foundations of the later theory of population. For many of the considerations that were originally developed in order to form an idea of the facts, served later on to interpret them. This is why examples of those controversies are presented below. Sir William Petty's essay concerning the multiplication of mankind, 2nd ed. Rev. and enlisted, 1686, is the standard example of 17th century speculation about the facts. Sir Matthew Hale's Primitive Origination of Mankind, 1677, partly republished in 1782 under the title of Essay on Population, on the author C.J.B. Williams, Memoirs of the Life, Character, and Writings of Sir Matthew Hale, 1835, may also be mentioned. Both authors infer facts, on scanty observations, mainly from laws derived from general considerations. Of 18th century controversies we shall first notice one that arose from Montesquieu's statement in the Lettres Persanes that the ancient world was more populous than was the Western world of his time. In his essay of the populousness of antient nations, Political Discourses, 1752, Hume proffered reasons for the opposite opinion that were criticized by Robert Wallace in the appendix to his dissertation on the numbers of mankind, 1753, in which he upheld Montesquieu's thesis. Wallace found a follower in William Bell, who expanded the discussion on numbers into a discussion of causes and effects, in his dissertation What Causes Principally Contribute to Render a Country Populous? And what effect has the populousness of a nation on its trade? 1756, he presented the theory that the development of manufacture and trade, by diverting resources from the production of foodstuffs, tends to produce a decrease in population, which he took to be a fact and of which he disapproved. Accordingly, he advocated fostering agriculture and an equal distribution of land among farm families. This tract called forth another, A Vindication of Commerce and the Arts, 1758, by W. Temple, a clothier, not to be confused with Sir William Temple, the 17th-century statesman and writer. No great importance attaches to either Bell's or Temple's works. They are mentioned here because of a similar discussion on a similar subject that took place half a century later and is much better known. Opinions not unlike those of Bell, having been reasserted by Thomas Spence, elicited a reply by James Mill that established his reputation as an economist. Another controversy was more interesting. In 1779, Richard Price, now mainly remembered on account of his proposal to establish a sinking fund that would extinguish the national debt, published an essay on the population of England in which he stated that population had decreased by 1/4 since the Revolution of 1688 and that urban agglomeration was responsible for it. Naturally, this was attacked by a number of writers, especially by W. Wales, An Inquiry into the Present State of Population in England and Wales, 1781, John Howlett, Examination of Dr. Price's Essay, 1781, and others, A. Young among them. Howlett's contribution is the most interesting one, not only because it is a good example of the art of reasoning on inadequate facts but also because, like Bell, he launched out into an analysis of related economic phenomena. In particular, he interpreted enclosures as a consequence of the increase in population and as a cause of some of those improvements in agriculture that were called for because of that increase theory in which there was an important element of truth. C. Emergence of the Malthusian principle. The theory of population as understood in the 19th century, however, that is to say, a theory of the factors or laws that determine numbers and rates of increase or decrease, emerged much earlier than that. 309 Divested of non-essentials, the Malthusian principle of population sprang fully developed from the brain of Botero in 1589. Populations tend to increase, beyond any assignable limit, to the full extent made possible by human fecundity, the virtus generativa of the Latin. Translation: the means of subsistence, on the contrary, and the possibilities of increasing them, the virtus nutritiva, are definitely limited and therefore impose a limit on that increase, the only one there is. This limit asserts itself through want, which will induce people to refrain from marrying, Malthus negative check, prudential check, moral restraint, unless numbers are periodically reduced by wars, pestilence, and so on, Malthus positive check. This path-breaking performance, the only performance in the whole history of the theory of population to deserve any credit at all, came much before the time in which its message could have spread. It was practically lost in the populationist wave of the 17th century. But about 200 years after Botero, Malthus really did no more than repeat it, except that he adopted particular mathematical laws for the operation of the virtus generativa and the virtus nutritiva. Population was to increase in geometric ratio or progression, that is, in a divergent geometric series, food in arithmetic ratio or progression 3:10. But the law of geometric progression, though not in Botero's work, was suggested by Petty in his essay concerning the multiplication of mankind, 1686, by Sismilch, 1740, by R. Wallace, 1753, and by Orts, 1774, so that, within this range of ideas, there was nothing left for Malthus to say that had not been said before. Of the 18th century authors who, without committing themselves to this particular mathematical form, stated that population will always increase to the limit set by the supply of means of subsistence, it will suffice to mention Franklin 311, 1751, Mirabeau, 1756, who expressed himself in his picturesque manner: men will multiply to the limits of subsistence like rats in a barn. Sir J. Stoyart, 1767, Chasteloz, 1772, 312, and Townsend, 1786, 313. Stoyart, whose priority Malthus was to acknowledge, was particularly explicit. Exactly as Botero did, he took the generative faculty as a constant force to be compared to a spring that is held down by a weight and is certain to respond to any decrease in this weight. Townsend defined the limiting factor as hunger, not as directly felt or feared by the individual himself, but as foreseen and feared for his immediate offspring. As far as I know, Orts was the only writer to admit that reason may have more influence than is implied in the anticipation of want, an influence that he illustrated by the celibacy of the Catholic clergy. Botero, then, was the first to sound that note of pessimism which was to become so famous a bone of contention in the days of Malthus. As we have seen, he associated increase of population with actual or potential misery. But most of the authors who believed that populations tend to increase without assignable limit did not share Botero's pessimism, but were on the contrary in sympathy with the populationist sentiments of their times and countries. Petty and, before their conversion to the Botero, Malthus view of he matter, Mirabeau and Paley may serve as examples. 314. This position involves, of course, no error of reasoning. For the fact that a population is physically capable of multiplying until it lacks not only food but also ground to stand on is no cause for worry unless complemented by the additional proposition that it actually will tend to do this instead of merely responding to an expanding economic environment by growing along with it, or even, possibly, by a decrease in the birth rate. In other words, population must actually tend to press against the food supply. But even if such a tendency be admitted, it need not cause any worry about the calculable future or, what is more important for us, have any relevance to the explanation of contemporaneous phenomena. For this to be the case, it is evidently not sufficient to believe that population will or may press against food supply at some indefinitely distant time. We must believe the pressure to be either actually present or actually imminent. Unless this can be established, belief in that tendency is compatible with the opposite belief as regards any given situation or as regards the outlook ex visu of any given situation. The reader may well think that I am placing unnecessary emphasis upon these obvious distinctions, but their neglect is responsible for the futility of many of the controversies that arose about population both in the 18th and in the 19th centuries. A work by R. Wallace 315 will, however, illustrate the way in which mere belief in pressure of population at some indefinitely remote future may after all be made relevant to economic analysis. Wallace considered equalitarian communism as the absolutely ideal form of society. Nevertheless, he rejected it. And the only reason he adduced for doing so was that in such a society there would be no check to the operation of mankind's physical powers of multiplication, so that the career of a communist society would eventually have to end in overcrowding and misery, a standpoint that evidently did not imply any opinion about the situation that actually prevailed in Wallace's time. Whatever we may think of the merits of the argument, it presents two characteristic features that cannot be underlined too strongly. First, if the proposition about unchecked multiplication were valid, it would evidently come near to being a natural law in the strict sense of the term. Most of the English economists of the subsequent 100 years accepted it as such, as formulating an inexorable quasi-physical necessity. The same economists were in the habit of claiming similar necessity and universal validity, not only for those economic propositions that are nothing more than applied logic, but also for others such as their law of wages. It is evidently not unreasonable to suspect that this habit of the English economists had something to do with their belief in that biological law. If this be so, the question of the classic eternal laws of economics should not be treated as a question of the philosophy of scientific method, but simply as a question of the validity or relevance of an individual proposition. Second, it never seems to have occurred to Wallace to look for obstacles to human perfection other than mankind's power of multiplication. Except for the dangers that threatened from this, he had no more doubt about human perfectibility than had Condorcet. This was in keeping with the superficial sociology of the Enlightenment, but it is interesting to note that Malthus and in fact all the classics seem to have been of the same opinion. I know of only one writer who at least sounded the eugenic note. It was Townsend. In the work mentioned above he argued that provision for the idle and vicious would put a burden on the more prudent, careful, and industrious that would restrain them from marrying. The farmer breeds only from the best of his cattle, but our laws choose rather to preserve the worst. The outstanding authority for the other opinion, that is to say, for the opinion that pressure of population was actually present around 1750 and is in fact an ever-present phenomenon, was Quesnay. Unlike Cantillon, from whom he broke away in this point 316, he held not only that propagation has no other limits than those of subsistence but also that it tends always to go beyond them. The only justification he proffered for this dogmatic statement was that, always and everywhere, there are people who live in poverty or want, indigence. This overpopulation theory of poverty is of the essence of Malthusianism. But before the publication of Malthus' essay it had so few adherents that to this day most historians attribute it to him. Populationism did not indeed hold its own, not, at least, outside Germany and Spain. But everywhere economists refused to accept the opposite view. Most of them seem to have agreed with Bishop Berkeley, who delighted in the vision of joyfully bustling multitudes, or with Hume, who called the happiness of society and its populousness necessary attendants. Accordingly, A. Smith summed up by reducing the principle of population to a stale truism, preserving however its character as a natural law. Every species of animals naturally multiplies in proportion to the means of their subsistence, and no species can ever multiply beyond it. Wealth, Book I, ch. 8. And at the same time he declared, in the spirit of the old populationists, that the most decisive mark of the prosperity of any country is the increase of the number of its inhabitants. Ibid. Beccaria discounted both the enthusiasms and the pessimisms of economists about increasing numbers. He recognized that increase was not always a blessing to be prayed for at all times, but also that there was no reason for being afraid of it at all times. In fact, he seems to have been the one authority to teach explicitly the obviously sensible view. Genovese went further than this, however, in effecting a synthesis between the two opposites. He saw that, from the standpoint of a population living under given conditions, numbers are capable of being either too small or too great in the sense that increase or decrease would produce greater happiness. This led Genovese to reassert the old idea of optimum population, population giusta, Lesiani, Part I, ch. 5, that was to be sponsored again by Knut Wicksell. This concept is difficult to handle and perhaps not very valuable. But it has the merit of bringing out the truth that populationism and Malthusianism are not the mutually exclusive opposites they seem to be to so many people. 2. Increasing and decreasing returns and the theory of rent. A. Increasing returns. We have seen that the populationist attitude, so far as it is economically motivated, implies a belief that increase in population will, within limits, increase per capita wealth or, as we may also put it, a belief in increasing returns. So does, in most cases, the protectionist attitude that went with populationism, see below, ch. 7. The idea of increasing returns in the sense that is to say, increasing returns with reference to a national economy as a whole, and irrespective of any well-defined reason why returns should be increasing and of whether it is physical returns or returns in terms of money that are meant, is no doubt a hazy one and does not amount to more than an inkling of any of the various meanings that the concept was to acquire. But beyond such inklings, which were of course very frequent, we also find here and there more precise arguments, such as Petty's argument that expenditure on what may be termed social overhead, expenditure on government, roads, schools, and so on does not, other things being equal, increase proportionately with population. This puts increasing returns into the not quite equivalent form of decreasing cost per unit of service, but nevertheless identifies a definite phenomenon that can be observed in every society and in every individual firm. Before this, a general law of increasing returns in manufacturing industry, also in the form of a law of decreasing unit cost, had been stated explicitly and in full awareness of its importance by Antonio Serra 317, much as it was to be stated in the 19th century textbook. The restriction of increasing returns to manufacturing should be particularly noticed. Serre did not indeed assert that agrarian production was subject to decreasing returns. But the idea that industrial and agrarian production as such follow different laws was as clearly expressed by him as if he had. Thus he foreshadowed an important feature of 19th-century analysis that was not completely abandoned even by A. Marshall. In the 17th and 18th centuries, however, most economists said nothing about this. But many implied, or even explicitly said, that increasing returns prevailed also in agriculture. We shall presently discuss the most important example of this position. At the moment let us notice that A. Smith, more than a century and a half after Serre, took a view that was closely similar to his. He clearly, though loosely, stated a law of increasing returns for manufactures, first, in connection with division of labor, Book I, ch. 1, and, second and more fully, in the digression on the effects of the progress of improvement upon the real price of manufactures, which he inserted into Part 3 of his huge chapter on the rent of land, Book I, ch. 11, where he attributed the fact that a much smaller quantity of labor becomes requisite for executing any particular piece of work in consequence of better machinery, of greater dexterity, and of a more proper division and distribution of work. 318. But nowhere did he state a law of decreasing returns, though he repeatedly brushed against it, especially in Chapter 11. In fact, in Chapter 1, he merely noted a difference between agricultural and industrial production in the scope they offer for ever-increasing division of labor, and his text is compatible with the interpretation that he meant to assert increasing returns also for agriculture but to a lesser degree. And this in spite of the fact that the two cases of decreasing, physical, returns, which West and Ricardo were to recognize, had been fully described before him by Sir James Steuart, 1767, and Turgot, 1767.319. b. Decreasing returns, Steuart and Turgot. Steuart in his Principles, 1767, and after him Orts in his Economia Nationale, 1774, presented what the late followers of Ricardo were to call the case of the extensive margin. As population increases, poorer and poorer soils have to be taken into cultivation and, applied to these progressively poorer soils, equal amounts of productive effort produce progressively smaller harvests. Turgot discovered the other case of decreasing physical returns, the one that the same followers of Ricardo were to refer to as the case of the intensive margin, as equal quantities of capital, avances, amounts of labor would, however, do just as well in this case are successively applied to a given piece of land. The quantities of product that result from each application will first successively increase up to a certain point at which the ratio between increment of product and increment of capital will reach a maximum. Beyond this point, however, further application of equal quantities of capital will be attended by progressively smaller increases in product, and the sequence of these decreasing increases will in the end converge toward zero. This statement of what eventually came to be recognized as the genuine law of decreasing returns cannot be commended too highly. It embodies an achievement that is nothing short of brilliant and suffices in itself to place Turgot as a theorist high above A. Smith. It is much more correct than are most of the 19th century formulations. Turgot's formulation was indeed not surpassed until Edgeworth 320 took the matter in hand. A particularly felicitous feature is the insertion of an interval of increasing returns before the interval of decreasing returns, that is to say, the recognition of the fact that decreasing returns do not prevail right from the application of the first dose of some variable factor but set in only after a certain point has been reached. This should have disposed, once for all, of the erroneous opinion that he who asserts that extension of production will, under given circumstances, be attended by increasing returns therefore denies the validity of the law of decreasing returns. Moreover, Turgot's increasing returns are defined with unsurpassable neatness. They are the increasing returns that attend the application of a variable factor to one that is given in a fixed quantity or to a set of factors whose quantities are held constant before the optimum combination of factors is attained. Thus, Turgot may be said to have formulated a special case of what American economists around 1900 were to call the law of variable proportions. 321. And finally, it must be recorded to Turgot's credit that he stated his law in terms of successive increments of product and not in terms of average product, per unit of the variable factor. This means that he actually used marginal analysis, and that command of modern technique could have improved only the form of his statement. There is really nothing to criticize in it except inadequate awareness of the necessity to specify both the product for which his law is to hold and also the variable factor that is to be applied. The basketful of disparate things that hide behind his avances does not meet the latter requirement but merely dodges it. 322. To the further objection that he did not emphasize the fact that his law made sense only with a given state of technological knowledge, or a given technological horizon, or a given production function, as we should say, he would probably have replied that this goes without saying. But we are about to see that this is not so. Another point must, however, be noticed before we go on. Both Stoyart and Turgot spoke of agriculture only. 50 years ago this would not have astonished anybody, since it was then established practice to restrict decreasing returns to agriculture. But we who take it for granted that neither increasing nor decreasing returns are restricted to any particular branch of economic activity but may prevail in any branch, provided certain general conditions are fulfilled, are in a position to realize how surprising that actually was. Explanation seems to lie in the fact that, to the unsophisticated mind, there is something particularly compelling in the limitations imposed upon human activity by an inexorably given physical environment. It takes prolonged effort to reduce the analytic importance of these limitations to their proper dimensions and to divorce them from the soil and the industry that works the soil. Yet it should not have taken so long to see that there is really no logical difference between trying to expand output on a given farm and trying to expand output in a given factory, and that if farms cannot be indefinitely multiplied or enlarged, neither can factories. The additional explanation required is provided by the belief of practically all 18th century authors, a belief that carries over to the classics of the 19th century, that while the factor land was given once for all, the other original factor, labor, would always increase to any amount required if allowed to do so. If we adopt this view, we shall at once sympathize with the reluctance of those authors to treat labor and land alike and to apply the laws of physical returns impartially to both. Then we shall also sympathize with the lopsided analytic structure they set up. See, historical increasing returns. As we have seen above, asserting that, in a given situation, increasing returns prevail in a country's agriculture, that is, that increase of input would be attended by more than proportional increase in output, does not imply denial of the validity of the law of decreasing returns. This fact must now be brought to bear upon the interpretation of the views of those English economists and politicians who actually did make that assertion. Whether right or wrong in point of fact, their position was logically defensible if they meant no more than either or both of two things. They were all right as to logic, though possibly wrong as to their facts, if they meant that in the last decades of the 18th century English agriculture 323 was moving in an interval of increasing returns, that is to say, that land had not yet received its optimum complement of other factors. They were not less right in logic, and, to some extent, in fact, if they meant that there were looming in the future possibilities of improving agricultural methods of production that would materialize if additional resources, capital, were made available to agriculture in the same way in which this was actually happening in industry. Observe, however, that this is something quite different from the increasing returns we have been discussing. We can indeed, if we so choose, speak of increasing returns attending increased application of resources also in this case. But these spells of increasing returns, unlike the others, do not occur within the given pattern of technological practice. Like A. Smith's improved machines, they involve a change in this pattern. If we visualize Turgot's intervals, first of increasing and then of decreasing returns, as a curve that ascends, reaches a maximum, and then descends 324, then we see that the increasing returns in the previous sense are depicted by a section of the curve, but that increasing returns in the sense now under discussion are not. They can, however, be represented by shifting the whole curve upward, altering its shape or not as the case may require, into a new position. The old curve breaks off and is replaced by a new one that keeps a higher level, though not necessarily all along its course, but again displays both an interval of increasing returns in the previous sense and an interval of decreasing returns. The increase in returns in the new sense occurs as the curve shifts from its old to its new position. It should be added that, if the curve shifts again and again, there is no reason why the differences between these successive levels should grow smaller. There is no law of decreasing returns to technological progress. In order to avoid confusion between two entirely different phenomena, we had better restrict the term increasing returns to Turgot's case. This we shall accordingly do. When we wish to retain the association between the two, misleading though it is, we shall use, for the phenomenon now explained, the phrase historical increasing returns. The phrase has been chosen in order to indicate that these historical increasing returns cannot, like the genuine ones, be represented by any curve or law, least of all by a curve on which we can travel back and forth. For new levels of technique are reached in the course of an irreversible historical process and are hidden from us until they are actually reached. An example will illustrate this situation. One of the most interesting English economists of the late 18th century, Anderson 325, boldly asserted that man's power to increase the productiveness of his fields was such as to make it keep pace with his population, whatever that might be. 326. This has been interpreted to spell denial of the law of decreasing returns, Malthus being the first of Anderson's critics to misunderstand him in this sense. But Anderson's emphasis was not upon the product but upon the productiveness of land. And this, together with his reference to discoveries which occurs in the same passage, should be sufficient proof that all he was thinking of was what we have just decided to dub historical increasing returns. In Anderson's case, it is particularly easy to satisfy ourselves that his no doubt exaggerated ideas concerning these possibilities were compatible with the recognition of the law of decreasing returns. Though it is true that he nowhere mentioned Turgot's case, it is equally true that he accepted Sir James Steuart's case. For he actually invented the Ricardian theory of rent which presupposes it. D. Rent of land. We have seen that the explanation of the rent of land was not one of the problems that attracted attention in the early stages of economic analysis. Cantillon and, after him, the physiocrats, may be said to have been the first 327 to entertain a distinctive view of the phenomenon. It simply amounted to the proposition, if we may couch it in terms of a later time, that land yields rent because it is a scarce factor of production, or even the only original one, and that this rent is partly an interest payment on investments made by the landlord and partly a payment for the natural and indestructible productive powers of the soil. This theory was primitive and not fully articulate but nevertheless superior to many later speculations. In addition to the merit of saying or implying nothing that is definitely wrong, it had another one that raises it above triviality. Whoever holds this theory thereby proves his awareness of the fact that productiveness and scarcity, in the case of a costless factor, are sufficient to account for its yielding a net return, so that there is no point in looking for other explanatory circumstances. But this is precisely what most economists failed to realize, then, and throughout the first half of the 19th century. Accordingly, they engaged in speculations that produced, before the 18th century was out, both the theories of rent that were to prevail during the subsequent epoch, roughly to the last quarter of the 19th century. The one may be associated with the name of Adam Smith, the other with the name of James Anderson. A. Smith's theory of value, which will be discussed in the next chapter, yields the result that, under conditions of competition, a costless thing really cannot have a price. The services of land are costless. A. Smith explained at length that these services are not to be identified with the services of the capital that may have been invested in the land. Nevertheless, they fetch a price. Hence the rent of land, considered as the price paid for the use of land, is naturally a monopoly price. Wealth, Book I, ch. 11. If this were true, rent would have to enter into the composition of the price of commodities exactly as do profit and wages, which A. Smith explicitly denies on the next page. But of course it is not true. The landed interest is not a single seller and therefore its income cannot be explained by the theory of monopoly. The poverty of this rent analysis is overlaid by a plenty of materials and detailed comment that made the 11th chapter burst the framework of Book I. Many of these details deserve recording, but we must confine ourselves to three. First, A. Smith placed much emphasis upon the rent of location. Second, he worked out a theory that was to enter Malthus stock in trade, and that kept on cropping up in the lower strata of the 19th century theory, namely, the theory that human food seems to be the only produce of land which always and necessarily affords some rent to the landlord, ch. 11, part 2, because, by virtue of the principle of population, food production is the only kind of production which, as it were, will always create its own demand, mouths always increasing in response to every increase in the supply of food. Though comment is, I trust, superfluous concerning the merits of this proposition, it is not superfluous to point out that this sort of thing goes far toward justifying the animosity to theory harbored by institutionalist and historical economists. It is for the same reason that I mention a third theory, presented in the conclusion of ch. 11, believing that every increase in the real wealth of society tends, directly or indirectly, to raise the real rent of land. He concluded that the class interest of the landowners is strictly and inseparably connected with the general interest of society, so that, unlike those who live by profit, landowners, when speaking from the standpoint of their class interest, never can mislead the public in its search for measures that promote the general welfare. A truly unbelievable piece of reasoning. The premises could be shown to be wrong from material and argument within the covers of the wealth, and the conclusion would not follow even if the premises were right. 328. As has been stated, we need nothing beyond the productiveness and the scarcity of land in order to explain why there is such a thing as rent. Neither the fact to be explained nor the explaining facts have anything to do with decreasing returns. However, the association of rent with decreasing returns, which was to be one of the most characteristic features of the Ricardian system, was established by Anderson. In his observations of 1777 he arrived at the conclusion that the rent of land is a premium paid for the privilege of cultivating soils that are more fertile than others, and in his inquiry of the same year he formulated more precisely the conditions which Cannon stated established the formula: the rent paid in respect of any particular boll is equal to the difference between the expense of raising the most expensive boll raised and the expense of raising that boll, explaining fully how the competition among farmers will secure exactly this amount for the landlord. 329. In a later essay, included in the Recreations, Volume V, he presented another aspect of the same idea by saying that rent was a contrivance for equalizing the profits on lands of different fertility, an emphasis upon the law of the average rate of profit that makes him a forerunner of Ricardo in still another sense. Except for the claim that it explained rent, all this was quite correct so far as it went. But the achievement of anticipating a century's thought on this subject would have been a noteworthy one, even if all of it had been wrong. 3 Wages. 330. The most obvious analytic use to which the principle of population can be put is surely the theory of wages. Many writers among the leaders, especially Quesnay and Turgot, might be cited to show how easy it was, starting from an uncritical acceptance of that principle, to arrive at a minimum of existence theory of wages as an equally uncritical conclusion. Since, moreover, the physiocrat theory of capital, the idea of the avances, was of a nature to suggest the concept of a wage fund, another pillar of Ricardian economics was thus erected by pre-Smithian writers, mainly French. But the proposition that wages per head tend toward a minimum of existence level, however defined, is no more a theory of wages than the quantity theory is a theory of money. Both are propositions about the values certain economic quantities assume in a state of long-run equilibrium and form part of a comprehensive theory of wages or money, that is, if we believe in them but are not the whole of it. No such comprehensive theory was worked out before A. Smith. But many pre-Smithian economists contributed fragments. The most important of these contributions was Child's, discussed above in Chapter 4. It had nothing to do with the principle of population. Child, as we know, was a populationist who declared that most nations in the civilized parts of the world are more or less rich or poor proportionable to the paucity or plenty of people. This paucity or plenty he made dependent upon employment, so that we may interpret him to have meant that the wage rate is determined, on the one hand, by the demand for labor and, on the other hand, by the supply that this demand calls forth. This was a good beginning, the more so because Child said nothing about the particular level at which the forces of demand and supply would fix wages. In particular, he kept clear of any minimum of existence law. Instead, he said that high wage rates are the consequence and infallible evidence of the riches of a country. Davenant went a little further in his statement that in a poor country interest is high and land and labor cheap. Also other writers got as far as this. But nowhere do we find more than this until we reach the minimum of existence theorists mentioned above. This does not mean, of course, that people were not interested in wage questions. On the contrary, economists debated them eagerly and practically every one of them left us his opinion about wage policy. But most of these utterances were pre-analytic in nature. They reveal sentiments and evaluations that reflect important aspects of social history and are a legitimate object for the application of the Marxist theory of ideology, provided that it be handled without unintelligent dogmatism. For us, however, these sentiments mean only an additional difficulty of interpretation. We are driven to unraveling elements of analysis from the various recommendations of our authors or such reasons as they give for their normative statements, and in doing so we are in constant danger of mistaking for an analytic proposition what may have been no more than a profession of sympathies. Thus Child, though he interpreted high wages as a symptom of wealth, did not proffer any high wage theory in the sense that high wages are in themselves a factor that makes for prosperity. But he was evidently in sympathy with high wages and hence seems to have held a high wage theory in this sense. That this was not the case we can see from the way in which he behaved when confronted with a low wage argument. He did not really argue but simply got angry and hurled defiance at the obnoxious doctrine, a charitable project and well becoming a usurer. Other authors offer hints at motivating analytic propositions. Some including Carey looked upon high wages as a part in the mechanism of brisk business and adumbrated the purchasing power argument. Others were of the opinion that high real wages are conducive to better performance. 331 But this did not amount to much. Neither did the reasoning of the low-wage men. Petty's argument was that high wages would only encourage sloth and that if wages were doubled the supply of labor hours would be reduced to half. The most important argument on this side of the question was, of course, the argument from competition in international trade. It was because high wages would impair the competitive situation of the country that Sir James Steuart held that wages should be kept at the level of physical necessities. 332 D. Hume also believed that high wage rates are detrimental to a country's foreign trade, though he did not draw the same conclusion. On the contrary, he went on to say that this disadvantage weighs lightly as compared with the happiness of so many millions. A. Smith's performance in the field of labor economics 333 is highly characteristic and in fact a fair sample of his work as a whole. Moreover, it acquires additional importance by virtue of its having been the first fully systematic treatment of the subject. He no doubt followed the available leads but, scaling off edges here and developing there, he made a well-rounded whole of it that was qualified to serve, as in fact it did serve, as a basis of further analysis. First of all, he worked out a comprehensive theory of wages. Borrowing a natural law proposition that was widely accepted in his time, namely, that the produce of labor constitutes the natural recompense or wages of labor, he proceeded to explain how it came to pass that labor has to surrender part of its product, meaning the entire result of the productive process, to landlords and another part to masters. Observe that this indeed posits the fundamental problem of wages, but that it does so in a peculiar way. A. Smith's argument starts from a pseudo-historic background of a natural state in which, on the one hand, there are no landlords and no masters, and in which, on the other hand, labor is the only scarce factor of production, confusing these two quite different facts. He reduced the problem of wages at once to the problem of the two other distributive shares, which thereby became deductions from the produce of labor. Rent is a deduction from natural wages that is motivated not by the productivity of land but by the emergence of private property in it, which tallies nicely with his monopoly theory of rent. Some people monopolize land exactly as they might monopolize air, were it technologically possible to do so. And profit is another deduction motivated not by the productivity of capital stock advanced to the laborer but solely by the power of its owners. 334 To insist on it, a power that is much enhanced by the ease with which these owners can combine against the poor and helpless laborers who must either starve or frighten their masters into an immediate compliance with their demands. The reader should realize both the obvious weaknesses that this argument presents when considered as a piece of analysis and the appeal it was bound to have. It foreshadowed, in fact, all the exploitation and bargaining power theories of wages that the 19th century was to produce, and also suggested the idea that labor is the residual claimant. A. Smith went much further than that, however. Since the laborer cannot live without the advances of the masters, the latter can, strictly speaking, reduce his wages to the physical minimum of existence. But the masters' competition for labor will, with increasing national wealth, force them to break through the natural combination of masters not to raise wages and will raise wage rates above that level for indefinite periods of time. Accordingly, A. Smith denied vigorously that wages in Great Britain were anywhere near the minimum of existence level or that they fluctuated with the price of provision as they would have had to do in that case. 335 For practical purposes this amounts to denying the validity of the physiocrat theory of wages. In principle, however, A. Smith accepted it. This reconciliation of two apparently contradictory opinions he achieved by emphasizing not so much the absolute level of the wealth from which the demand for labor proceeds but its continual increase. It was not great wealth as such but increasing wealth which, outstripping increase in population, causes wage rates to rise in monetary as well as real terms. But wealth that does not increase, however great it may be, is no guarantee against low wages. The hands will in this case naturally multiply beyond their employment, so that Quesnay would be right in the end. A. Smith also accepted the wage fund theory, which he restated in the form that was to be the object of both elaboration and attack in the 19th century. When dealing with the demand for labor, he stated what reads like a harmless truism: this demand, it is evident, cannot increase but in proportion to the increase in the funds which are destined for the payment of wages. The joker that lurks behind the word destined was responsible for many a headache later on. But A. Smith lightheartedly concluded that the demand for labor, since it comes either from the income of the well-to-do, who demand personal service, or from the stock of businessmen, who demand productive services, and since the increase of revenue and stock is the increase of national wealth, will increase with the increase of wealth, and cannot possibly increase without it. There is no more fertile source of error than apparently trivial premises. This theory of wages was copiously illustrated by all sorts of facts, which is why it gives the reader the impression of fullness and realism. Critical and often wise comments on the labor legislation and the poor laws of that and earlier times are freely inserted. And A. Smith's interest in the concrete phenomena of practical life is responsible for many analyses of particular questions, one of which may be mentioned. Abstract theory reasons about an imaginary wage rate, the counterpart of which in real life is a structure of widely varying wage rates. In order to make sure that a theory working with a single rate has any relevance at all to the explanation of real phenomena, we must analyze the nature of the differences in the wages and profits earned in different employments and places. This is the kind of thing in which A. Smith both delighted and excelled. The lead had been given by Cantillon. But A. Smith went much more deeply into the matter, thus creating an important if not exactly exciting chapter of the 19th century textbook. 4. Unemployment and the state of the poor. In principle, medieval society provided a berth for everyone whom it recognized as a member. Its structural design excluded unemployment and destitution. Actually, the threat of involuntary unemployment was not completely absent. The journeymen who worked under the masters within the craft guilds were often, and the agricultural laborers, mercenarii, were always, hired workers whose employment was not guaranteed. But as a rule neither group had much difficulty in finding jobs. In normal times unemployment was quantitatively unimportant and confined to individuals who had broken loose from their environment or had been cast off by it and who in consequence had become beggars, vagrants, and highwaymen. The highwaymen were treated with brutal yet ineffective energy. With the other types, the charity enjoined and organized by the Catholic Church was perfectly able to cope. It is important to keep this pattern in mind because it formed an attitude toward unemployment and the unemployed that persisted for centuries after medieval conditions had passed away. Let us remember in particular that mass unemployment, definitely unconnected with any personal shortcomings of the unemployed, was unknown to the Middle Ages except as a consequence of social catastrophes such as devastation by wars, feuds, and plagues. This changed in and after the 15th century. The breaking up of the medieval world, attended as it was by social upheavals, is in itself sufficient to account for the widespread suffering and destitution we observe. The agrarian revolution not only destroyed environments that might have sheltered fugitives from distressed areas but also caused the landless proletariat to increase more rapidly than did the effective demand for labor. The resistance to change offered by the organized crafts, while it protected some elements of the population, made things worse for others. The rising capitalist industry in the long run absorbed rather than created unemployment. But there were many bottlenecks that impeded the development of the new opportunities and the flow of labor into them. Moreover, when the pace of industrial development quickened in the second half of the 18th century, technological unemployment put in an appearance as a mass phenomenon and frequently overshadowed that long-run effect. This explains why the rise of the factory system was associated with so much misery. For many years labor was not attracted to the factories by higher wages and better living conditions, but driven into them in spite of lower real incomes and worse living conditions. The old protective regulations broke down not so much under the influence of laissez-faire philosophies as under the weight of actual or threatening unemployment. For a time, though not everywhere to the same extent, all barriers to the deterioration of the workers' lot were giving way. Thus it is not difficult to understand the paradox already noticed, namely, that governments and writers who were enthusiastically populationist never ceased to worry about how to set the poor to work or how to combat idleness. 336. But the first problem that confronted European governments from the beginning of the 16th century was an administrative one. Everywhere the swelling numbers of destitute beggars and vagrants outgrew the possibilities of private charity, and everywhere public organization of relief had to take its place. In England, earlier measures were systemized by the Elizabethan Poor Law of 1601, which definitely established the compulsory poor rate on a permanent basis. The poor rate was a tax that was levied in every parish for the maintenance of its own destitute inhabitants. The burden was considerable and above all very visible. Principles and results were evidently debatable. Accordingly, amendments were suggested, discussed, and actually enacted in an unending stream until the advent of modern security legislation. Because of the importance for the history of economics of the corresponding stream of books, pamphlets, and articles which for more than 300 years were to deal with those problems, we had better note the two main questions at issue. The Elizabethan enactment had left the administration of the funds raised by the poor rate to honorary local officers elected for the purpose, a highly inefficient arrangement which was not radically changed until the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834, thus the first question was one of central versus local control. The second question, which is more interesting from our standpoint, was outdoor relief versus maintenance in a workhouse. Outdoor relief was the original method which, owing to a variety of administrative abuses that were only in part inherent in its principles, elicited the criticisms that brought the workhouse method steadily to the fore, and thus prepared the ground for its temporary victory in 1834.337. To repeat, legislation and administration in the 17th and 18th centuries did little to supplement existing systems of unemployment relief by measures for the protection of the employed with respect to hours, working conditions, and so on, not even in the case of women and children. In some continental countries we find the beginnings of factory legislation within our period. In Austria, for instance, under the reign, 1781-90, of Joseph II. But in England there was next to nothing before the ineffective Health and Morals of Apprentices Act of 1802.338. In another line, however, we may note the Friendly Society Act of 1793, which mitigated the legislation against corporative action by the workers. The chief remedies for unemployment consisted in measures intended to foster manufacturing industry. We shall see later, in ch. 7, that concern about employment opportunity was one of the chief motives of mercantilist policies. In some continental countries, especially in Germany, protection of the peasant holding was an important safeguard against pauperization of the industrial workers. And the deficit financing of continental governments, though not motivated by this purpose, certainly had some alleviating effects. England came much nearer to balancing her budgets. But some English writers, though they did not recommend deficits, were more alive to the possibilities of monetary remedies for unemployment than were their continental brethren. 339. The late scholastics 340, like their predecessors, had emphasized the role of charity and defended the beggar against the rough reactions of the environment. In particular, they had defended the right to beg. But they came to realize that unemployment was growing beyond the possibilities of private benevolence and therefore entered upon a discussion of the possibilities offered by legislation and public administration, touching, first incidentally, later on more systematically, upon problems of causation. This discussion was taken up by laic writers, mainly the consultant administrators, all over Europe. In Germany, Das Armenwesen naturally became a standard subject within the Cameralist literature. German governments accepted the state's responsibility for employment and maintenance as a matter of course. The same principle was repeatedly asserted in England, for example, by the Berkshire magistrates in 1795. But there is not much to record for the historian of economic analysis. 341. In the first place, a great many writers on the poor laws argued on the explicit or implicit theory that, barring misfortune, and especially sickness, the destitute unemployed was personally to blame for his fate. In appraising this view, contempt for its inadequacy as a theory of the social phenomenon to be explained, and indignation at the callousness of which it may be the symptom, must not blind us to the element of truth in it which has come to be as much underrated in our own time as it was overrated then. It was at the basis of the argument of the defenders of the workhouse system and survived, in various nuances, until 1914. The principles that relief should be confined to maintenance in the workhouse and that life and labor in the workhouse should be made less eligible than the least eligible employment may merely aim at testing the presence of destitution. Actually, however, they were often associated with punitive intent that can be explained only on the theory in question. In the second place, writers who went beyond this mentioned a number of factors that were all of them more or less relevant to the explanation of either unemployment or substandard conditions among employed workers, but without subjecting them to any elaborate analysis. The most important ones were foreign competition, high rates of interest, taxes and regulations that hampered enterprise, enclosures, and, mainly in connection with enclosures, property in land. It is very difficult to tell how much insight any such statement reveals. To mention one example, Child listed high interest as a cause of unemployment. But the reason he adduced was not that high interest may restrict investment but that it facilitates premature retirement from business, which, though not quite indefensible, looks very much like an analytic blunder. Machinery as a cause of unemployment, or of low wage rates, was mentioned with increasing frequency as the 18th century wore on. But nobody attempted to develop a theory of the mechanization of the productive process. On the whole, the opposite view prevailed, namely, that the introduction of machinery tends to increase employment and to raise wages. This opinion, already held by Carey, seems to have been shared by A. Smith. In the third place, during the last quarter of the 18th century a tendency asserted itself to explain unemployment by means of the principle of population. The analytic nature of this line of reasoning can be best conveyed by an analogy. One of the familiar phenomena we observe in every depression is that producers cannot sell their wares at prices that will cover cost, hence nothing is easier than to jump at the conclusion that the root of the trouble is overproduction. This is the most primitive of all theories of crises or depressions. And the most primitive of all theories of unemployment is that people cannot find work at living wages because there are too many of them. It was almost always at the bottom of arguments to the effect that more generous provision for the able-bodied poor would make matters worse for the working class as a whole, or even that the poor law as it then stood was breeding poverty by fostering increase in population. 342 Observe that this theory, as far as there is anything to it at all, applies equally well to the relief granted to unemployed persons, and to the subsidies that the poor law authorities were in the habit of granting to persons employed at less than living wages. The latter practice was severely criticized on account of the administrative abuses to which it gave rise. It made it possible for local potentates to shift part of their wage bill onto the poor rate. This is probably the reason nobody produced anything that could pass for a tolerably adequate theory of wage subsidies. But the fundamental similarity between unemployment and employment at substandard conditions stood out all the more clearly. Both entered into the concept of poverty or indigence, which, as we know, Quesnay had been the first to explain by overpopulation. The discussion on the related problem of child labor was still less productive of analytic performance. Children had always worked with their parents on the farm and, under the system of domestic industry, in the home. The spread of factories merely created new opportunities for the employment of children at a very early age in the tending of simple machines and induced a new practice of binding out the children of paupers to cotton manufacturers in order to reduce the poor rate. Those writers who were impressed by the incidental horrors or by the obvious consequences for the health of the race were few indeed. The large majority accepted child labor, not only as a matter of course but with approval as a sound discipline and as a solution of many of the workers' problems. Some 17th-century writers hailed it as a boon to the masses and seem to have considered the children's earnings as a net addition to the family income of workers, without taking account of the effects that the competition of the children must produce on the wages of adults. This theory, which was held by Yaranton 343, qualifies well as an example of ideological distortion of vision. But it also qualifies as an example of early economic reasoning that in spite of its crudity contained an element of truth. If we choose to disregard everything except money income, then it is likely that in the conditions of that time child labor did result in a gain to the working class, though this gain was certainly less than the amount of the children's earnings and did promote Yaranton's ideal of cheapness and plenty. This attitude changed but slowly in the 18th century, and humanitarian feelings had more to do with it than had economic analysis. Many instances could be adduced of writers who mention full employment of children at as early an age as possible, at 6 or even 4 years, with unqualified satisfaction, or who at least accepted it unquestioningly as the normal state of things. 344 Arthur Young's estimates of the normal budget of a rural laborer's family take it for granted that the chief breadwinner could not have provided a minimum of existence for his family without the earnings of his wife and children. But fact-finding activity was in a much better situation, and its results constitute, in the field of labor economics, the most important achievement of that epoch. The outstanding performance was Eden's 345, which in scope and method has no equal in the English or any other literature of the period. Of particular interest for us is the fact that the author, although he disclaimed any intention beyond what fact-finding implies, he offers some interesting discussions, nevertheless, was fully aware of the importance of his facts, not only for the purpose of legislative and administrative practice but also for economic analysis. He worked, as he said himself, as one of the hewers of stone and drawers of water, without whom the edifice of political knowledge cannot be reared. It is of the utmost importance to bear in mind, if the history of economics is to be understood, that, though the greatest figure, he was not alone in that field. Davy's collection of family budgets of agricultural laborers and his careful analysis of his data were conceived in the same spirit. 346 And so was Richard Burns' History of the Poor Laws, 1764. Work of this type paved the way toward the legislative developments of the 19th century. 6. Value and money 347. 1. Real analysis and monetary analysis. We have already touched upon this subject in Chapter 4 when discussing Quesnay's work. It is now time to go a little more deeply into it in order to visualize as clearly as we can a doctrinal development that has acquired additional interest for the student of modern economics owing to the fact that monetary analysis has once more conquered in our own time. Let us first of all redefine the meaning of these two approaches. Real analysis 348 proceeds from the principle that all the essential phenomena of economic life are capable of being described in terms of goods and services, of decisions about them, and of relations between them. Money enters the picture only in the modest role of a technical device that has been adopted in order to facilitate transactions. This device can no doubt get out of order, and if it does it will indeed produce phenomena that are specifically attributable to its modus operandi. But so long as it functions normally, it does not affect the economic process, which behaves in the same way as it would in a barter economy. This is essentially what the concept of neutral money implies. Thus, money has been called a garb or veil of the things that really matter, both to households or firms in their everyday practice and to the analyst who observes them. Not only can it be discarded whenever we are analyzing the fundamental features of the economic process, but it must be discarded just as a veil must be drawn aside if we are to see the face behind it. Accordingly, money prices must give way to the exchange ratios between the commodities that are the really important thing behind money prices. Income formation must be looked upon as an exchange of, say, labor and physical means of subsistence. Saving and investment must be interpreted to mean saving of some real factors of production and their conversion into real capital goods, such as buildings, machines, raw materials, and, though in the form of money, it is these physical capital goods that are really lent when an industrial borrower arranges for a loan. The specifically monetary problems can then be treated separately, much as we treat many other things separately, for example, insurance. Monetary analysis, in the first place, spells denial of the proposition that, with the exception of what may be called monetary disorders, the element of money is of secondary importance in the explanation of the economic process of reality. We need, in fact, only observe the course of events during and after the California gold discoveries to satisfy ourselves that these discoveries were responsible for a great deal more than a change in the significance of the unit in which values are expressed. Nor have we any difficulty in realizing, as did A. Smith, that the development of an efficient banking system may make a lot of difference to the development of a country's wealth. To some extent, these and other things can be, and have been, recognized within the pale of real analysis. We may even hold monetary theories of business cycles or of interest without leaving its precincts. The reader should observe, however, that one cannot go very far on this route without becoming aware of the fact that the monetary processes that account for conspicuous disturbances do not cease to act in even the most normal course of economic life. We are thus led, step by step, to admit monetary elements into real analysis and to doubt that money can ever be neutral in any meaningful sense. In the second place, then, monetary analysis introduces the element of money on the very ground floor of our analytic structure and abandons the idea that all essential features of economic life can be represented by a barter economy model. Money prices, money incomes, and saving and investment decisions bearing upon these money incomes, no longer appear as expressions sometimes convenient, sometimes misleading, but always non-essential of quantities of commodities and services and of exchange ratios between them. They acquire a life and an importance of their own, and it has to be recognized that essential features of the capitalist process may depend upon the veil and that the face behind it is incomplete without it. It should be stated once for all that as a matter of fact this is almost universally recognized by modern economists, at least in principle, and that, taken in this sense, monetary analysis has established itself. A. Relation of monetary analysis to aggregative or macro analysis. Monetary analysis, as usually understood, means more than this. In the third place, it means in addition aggregative analysis or, as it is sometimes called, macro analysis 349, that is to say, analysis that attempts to reduce the variables of the economic system to a small number of social aggregates, such as total income, total consumption, total investment, and the like. Quesnay's tableau is the outstanding example for the alliance between monetary and aggregative analysis. The alliance is not a logical necessity but is nevertheless close. It is possible, as we have put it, to introduce money on the ground floor of general economic analysis without adopting the aggregative view. But monetary aggregates are homogeneous, whereas most non-monetary ones are but meaningless heaps of hopelessly disparate things, and if we wish to work with a small number of variables, we can hardly help resorting to monetary ones. And since this alliance with the aggregative approach actually runs through the whole history of monetary analysis, we shall henceforth restrict this term to analysis in terms of aggregates 350 mainly, as we have seen in our study of the tableau, streams of expenditure. It was pointed out there that analysis of this type does not do away with real analysis, but only confines it to the description of the behavior of individual households and individual firms. The point is, to repeat, that the social totals that result from this behavior are then dealt with as such and without referring back again, at every step, to the individual acts or decisions behind them. For instance, investment as a social total is the algebraic sum of a great many individual positive or negative investments. Monetary analysis leaves the explanation of these to the theory of individual households and firms, and concerns itself only with that algebraic sum on the hypothesis that this is all that matters for the economic process as a whole and that all the effects on the economic process as a whole that emanate from the multitude of individual investment decisions are measured by their algebraic sum. 351 It cannot be emphasized too strongly that monetary analysis that accepts this hypothesis is not in as safe a position as is monetary analysis that does not. For it can be strictly proved that this hypothesis is in general contrary to fact. For our purpose, it is, however, sufficient to illustrate this by the example just mentioned. Suppose that, for any given year, the investment decisions of all firms sum up to 0. It stands to reason that the course of events to be expected from this will not depend solely on this fact but also on the component individual decisions. The effect will be different. For instance, if all firms have actually decided to invest nothing, that is, to leave their capital commitments unchanged, from what it would be if some of them had decided to make positive investments while others had decided to reduce their capital commitments by the same amounts. Moreover, effects on the economic process as a whole will differ according to the real nature of the investments of the individual concerns and, in particular, according to whether these investments are complementary to, or competitive with, each other. It is true that, so far as the immediate effects of firms' expenditure as such are concerned, our algebraic sum still tells us something. This is precisely why monetary analysis is not valueless. But it is not more than a part of the theory of the economic process as a whole and becomes seriously misleading if applied alone. 352. b. Monetary analysis and views on spending and saving. In the fourth place, as we have also seen in the case of Quesnay, monetary analysis is associated, not by logical necessity but nevertheless closely, with a characteristic set of views about spending and saving and, in connection with these, about monetary and fiscal policy. In fact, so soon as we see the economic process primarily or exclusively as a system of streams of expenditures, we shall be tempted to expect all sorts of disturbances from any obstruction to the even flow of these streams and, vice versa, to attribute any disturbance we observe in the economic process to such obstructions as at least its proximate cause. The way in which households and firms handle their money and react to monetary magnitudes will thus acquire importance independently of the commodity aspect of their actions. In particular, we may be led to attach more importance to people's making full use of the income they receive from firms, that is, to their spending it promptly on products of these firms than to the commodities they acquire in so doing and the prices at which they acquire them. By the same token, we may be led to identify saving with obstruction to that flow of expenditure and, in the limiting case, to see it in the role of economic disturber general. Thus, monetary analysis not only qualifies well as a tool for economists who are spenders and anti-savers independently of any theory, but also tends to produce in the minds of its votaries the spending and anti-saving attitude by focusing attention on the process of the generation of monetary income behind which everything else disappears from sight. Having cleared the ground, we must now follow the fortunes of real and monetary analysis during the epoch under consideration. Let us face at once the chief difficulty of this task. It arises from the circumstance that we meet the ideas underlying, or associated with, monetary analysis, as it were, on two levels, on a prescientific and on a scientific one. Ever since wages began to be paid in money, every servant girl has felt that all would be well if only her employers spent their money freely enough, and ever since trading began to mean taking in money, every trader has felt that he would be able to sell whatever it was he wished to sell, if only there were money enough, or if the people who had it could only be persuaded to part with it. With exceptions that prove the rule in 19th century Europe, they almost ousted the rule. This is and always has been a major item of the economics of the man in the street who never really believed in the gospel of thrift even when he paid lip service to it. The first thing that analytic effort does is to dispel some of these monetary illusions. But other analytic efforts keep on creating and recreating a monetary analysis on a scientific level which is sometimes just as successful in its attacks upon real analysis as the latter has been in its attacks upon those popular prejudices. These two levels, however, are not unconnected, and this is where the historian's trouble comes in. On the one hand, popular sentiments about money and spending proved invincible. They always survived and always manifested themselves in a literary current that ran sometimes outside and sometimes inside of recognized economics. And they always lent powerful support to attempts to establish monetary analysis on the scientific level, just as the popular success of socialist arguments forged by trained economists is not due to their scientific merits but to the fact that they fall in with cravings of the human heart that defy rational formulation. So the popular successes of scientific monetary analysis cannot be explained without taking into account the fact that its arguments fall in with extra-rational sentiments and therefore are likely, particularly in times of stress, to be greeted with many a sigh of relief. 353. The most effective propositions of scientific monetary analysis are, in fact, those in which the public is able to discover a pointer toward the easy way out of difficulties and which bear a family likeness to what growling professionals call popular errors. On the other hand, these popular prejudices, like others, contain elements of scientifically provable truth so that association with them does not constitute a prima facie case for rejecting scientific monetary analysis. However, the exponents of real analysis thought that it did. Not only did they neglect those elements of truth, to the disadvantage of their own teaching, but they also used the opportunity in order to represent the results of monetary analysis simply as new versions of what indubitably were popular fallacies. Later on, whenever they were in a position to do so, the votaries of monetary analysis retaliated in kind, the more zealously so because, in part, they actually did serve up exploded error in new dressing. No indictment of subjective honesty is intended. Such mix-ups will, however, arise as long as economists continue to analyze with an eye on practical programs they wish to recommend or to combat, as most of them did and do. For any effort of this kind will inevitably partake of the characteristics of political warfare in which the most primitive tactical wisdom precludes any admission to the effect that there may be something in the opponent's standpoint, with the result, in the case in hand, that both real and monetary analysts invariably overbid their hands. But in order to complete the analogy, it is necessary to add that they also committed all sorts of mistakes in playing them. However, we shall now try, so far as seems possible, to straighten out the tangle, first, by visualizing some broad contours of doctrinal development and, second, by mentioning a few representative names. The history of economic analysis begins with real analysis in possession of the field. Aristotle and the scholastic doctors all adhered to it. This is perfectly understandable, since there was nothing to face them except the pre-analytic sentiments of the public. But, as we know, there is an important qualification to be made, they offered monetary explanations for the phenomenon of interest. Very roughly, this state of things prevailed until the beginning of the 17th century. Again, the history of economic analysis in the period under survey ends with a victory of real analysis that was so complete as to put monetary analysis practically out of court for well over a century, though one or two efforts were made on its behalf in the court of scientific economics, and though it continued to lead a lingering life outside of that court, in an underworld of its own. 354 This victory is also understandable. It was, of course, greatly facilitated by vivid memories of monetary troubles, medieval and more recent ones of spectacular mismanagement of banking methods. John Law's doings, see below, Sector 5, were still in everybody's mind, and by the antagonism to mercantilist teachings. But powerful though they were, these factors 355 should not be overemphasized to the point of making us forget that real analysis was also the result of analytic advance and instrumental in bringing about further advance. See, Interlude of Monetary Analysis, 1600 to 1760 Beecher, Boisguilabert, and Quesnay. But between, say, 1600 and 1760, there was an important interlude of monetary analysis. The businessmen, civil servants, and politicians, who then took up their pens, attended to the monetary aspects of their troubles as a matter of course. They would as soon have doubted that they got wet when it rained as that more money spelled more profit and more employment, or that high prices were a boon, or that high interest was just a nuisance. But though this literature unmistakably took off from the pre-analytic level of monetary analysis and never quite lost contact with the servant girl's economics, it did not stay there but eventually produced, barring technique, practically everything that has come to the fore again during the 30s of this century. Deferring consideration of the specifically mercantilist tenets and, for the moment, also of all other matters, we shall now notice the emergence of monetary analysis in its most significant sense, that is, in the sense of a theory of the economic process in terms of expenditure flows. Though Quesnay's example suffices to show that, in strict logic, it has nothing to do with protectionism, the first document that presents such a theory with a clearness that is beyond the possibility of doubt was a strongly mercantilist tract, Beecher's Politisk Diskurs, 1668, 356. This tract contains the rudiments of an analytic schema that turns upon people's expenditure on consumption, the prime mover, or, as Beecher said, the soul of economic life. In itself, the observation that one man's expenditure is another man's income, or that consumers' expenditure generates income, is as old as it is trivial. But it can be turned into a principle of analysis, the principle that Quesnay, a century later, was to embody in his tableau, just as can the old and trivial observation that a body at rest remains at rest unless some external force acts on it. We shall call it Beecher's principle, because he seems to have been the first to realize its theoretical possibilities. He did little to develop any system of monetary analysis and, of course, left plenty for Lord Keynes to do. 357 But so far as recommendations may be trusted at all to reveal an author's analytic schema, there is practically complete concordance between the two, excepting their views on population, 358 among other things, in the matter of domestic investment. It is not surprising that Beecher found successors in Germany. The German consultant administrators were far indeed from understanding the analytic importance of his principle. But monetary analysis, in the sense defined, works with concepts which, though actually very abstract and indeed unrealistic, carry a surface meaning that is perfectly familiar to everyone. This surface meaning they absorbed readily because it fitted in excellently with the rest of their thought, so much so that it is not even necessary to assume dependence. Many of their diagnoses and recommendations may in fact be coordinated and rationalized with reference to Beecher's principle. Thus, many of them believed in the pivotal importance of high-level mass consumption, or, to put the same thing into their normative way of expressing themselves, in measures that would stimulate mass consumption. For some of them, Justy for example, this was the main reason for putting so much emphasis on increase in population as a means of expanding demand rather than the other way round. Beecher himself perceived the interaction of the two. His principle was of course relevant, as it is today, to the appraisal of the effects of high prices, saving, and luxury. In England, neither Beecher's principle nor anything closely related to it was, so far as I know, explicitly formulated. All the more often was it implied. For instance, Potter's argument, 1650, to the effect that an increase in the supply of money will increase the rate of spending and production proportionately points in this direction, and so does the analogous though more guarded argument of Law, 1705.359. The French literature offers, among others, the most noteworthy example of all Bois-Guilbert's Dissertation sur la nature de richesses, ch. 4 above, which is the more interesting because, like Quesnay, he was in principle a free trader and laissez-faire advocate. He did not invoke state management to secure the steady flow of monetary values, expenditures, but on the contrary pointed to the state-made impediments to it, the export duties, the internal barriers to trade, regulative interference with agriculture and manufactures, the vicious operations of the most important direct tax, the taille, all of which desolated the countryside and impoverished the towns because they restricted consumers' expenditure. Also, while we look upon the wage earners as the most dependable spenders, Bois-Guilbert, in the social pattern of his time, assigned this role to the landowners. But these differences serve only to emphasize the fundamental similarity both of his theory and his outlook upon practical problems with those of our own time. Consumers' expenditure was the active principle of economic life. Equilibrium was an equilibrium of reciprocal demand, in terms of money, of all groups for the products or services of all other groups. It would realize itself if and only if every seller promptly became a buyer. 360 Anything that interfered with prompt expenditure on consumers' goods would induce a fall in prices, hence a fall in incomes, then in turn another fall in consumers' expenditure, and thus result in cumulative deflation. Therefore his horror, never surpassed by anyone's outside the United States Senate, of that worst of all disasters, cheap bread. With delightful naivete he warned lawyers, physicians, actors, and so forth not to clamor for low prices of agricultural products. In doing so they were digging their own graves, for the landowners, who are nothing but intermediate spenders, would then find their incomes reduced and have to reduce their expenditure, and where would those lawyers, etc., be? Thus, his idea of a prosperous society did not involve cheapness and plenty but dearness and plenty. He did not use the phrase fallacy of cheapness of which modern spenders are so fond, but it is evident that he meant exactly the same thing. Since this question has never ceased to arouse interest, at least in that no man's land that lies between professional and popular economics, we had better take this opportunity to comment upon it. Dearness and plenty versus cheapness and plenty. First of all, it is quite clear that both of the opinions envisaged are strongly rooted in the public mind, and that the politicians, legislators, and administrators who took action in order to give effect to the one or the other simply responded to popular demands. This is as true today as it was for the price edicts of the later Roman emperors, and explains not only the contradictions in professed motives and in actual measures that we observe, but also the many insincerities in the use of apparently general arguments for what was meant to improve the relative position of some particular group. Broadly speaking, the workman always wanted low prices of commodities, the businessman high prices, and both assumed uncritically the absence of any further effects of either cheapness or dearness. Early analysis, here as elsewhere, proceeded from those popular sentiments and rationalized and reshaped them into doctrines. But in doing so, writers again, here as elsewhere, usually sided with the one or the other, and hence were slow, and often unwilling, to see the elements of truth in the other. The scholastic doctors associated prosperity with cheapness, dearness they associated with famine and mass misery. The English businessmen, economists of the 17th century, quite naturally in the conditions of their environment, inclined to the opposite position, but not always. Some, for example Roger Coke, made a case for cheapness and plenty, but the majority associated dearness and plenty and, so we may add, a low rate of interest with brisk trade and high levels of employment. it will be seen that the difference between them, as well as the difference between their majority and the scholastic doctors, was entirely due to differences in the situations that different writers and groups of writers envisaged, so that there really was no logical incompatibility between what at first blush looks like diametrically opposed views. But nobody saw or admitted this, for everyone wanted to teach a practical lesson. And this remains true for the more refined analysis of the 18th century. The high price argument proved difficult to beat and was, at least in some respects, upheld by front-rank men, such as Bois-Guilbert and Quesnay, but it was beaten eventually, the tenable and even suggestive parts of it no less than the really fallacious ones. A. Smith cast his vote for cheapness and plenty, and practically all 19th century economists of standing followed him. Again, it is to be observed that all that the cheapness and plenty school really did was, first, to assert such trivial truths as that any general level of prices and monetary expressions to which the economic process is adapted is, so far as a closed economy is concerned, as good as any other, and that, so far as this goes, it is only the relations between some prices and others that matter, for instance, the relation between commodity and factor prices. Second, to interpret cheapness in terms of effort rather than in terms of money. Third, to accept the fall in money prices that occurs in consequence of accumulation and improvement as the natural method for giving effect to the increasing cheapness of things in terms of effort, and, fourth, to make light, on the one hand, of the disturbances that are inseparable from falling prices and, on the other hand, of the possibilities of stimulation, inherent in policies of rising prices. There was really nothing in all this that can properly be called a fallacy. In important respects, the victory of the cheapness and plenty advocates spelled analytic advance. But it was a one-sided advance that neglected many promising suggestions of the dearness and plenty men. But, second, it should be observed that the slogan of dearness and plenty is not necessarily connected with monetary analysis in the sense of analysis in terms of monetary aggregates. Evidently, there is nothing in the latter to prevent us from associating prosperous conditions with cheapness. On the face of it, then, the connection between monetary analysis in that sense and dearness is historical only and therefore calls for special motivation in each case. In the case of Bois-Guilbert, this requirement can be easily met. His high price argument was really an argument about high prices of agricultural products, and the effects of these on welfare were motivated by the consideration that they meant high incomes for the landowners on whom Bois-Guilbert principally relied for doing the spending, just as modern economists identify high wage rates with the high total income of the working class and this with liberal expenditure by consumers, so Bois-Guilbert identified high prices of agricultural products with high rents with liberal expenditure with high levels of employment and welfare. Here, then, we have a logical relation between monetary analysis and a high price philosophy. But Vary's argument to the effect that an increase in the supply of money, owing to its stimulating effects on production, may induce a fall in prices, Vary is the most important pre-Smithian authority on cheapness and plenty, could be worked up into a piece of monetary analysis that would be allied to a low price philosophy. Quesnay was of the same opinion in regards to prices. See, especially, his Maximes Generales, 1758. He also thought that, whereas plenty and low value are not riches, and scarcity and dearness spell misery, abundance and dearness spell opulence, prices must not be allowed to fall because telle est la valeur venale, tel est le revenu. 18. One must not think that cheapness is advantageous for the poor, it only makes their wages fall. And the means, essence, of the lowest classes must not be diminished. 19, for then their consumption, that is, total demand in terms of money or spending, will be reduced, and this in turn will reduce production and income. But nothing is so characteristic of this type of theory, which can be so easily translated into modern language of familiar ring, as is the attitude to saving, adumbrated by Bois-Guilbert, fully developed by Quesnay. In this analytic schema the prompt onward flow of purchasing power is everything. Saving is believed to interrupt it. Hence saving is a sort of public enemy. Quesnay makes it one of his maximes, que la totalité des sommes du revenu renter dans la circulation annuelle et la parcours dans tout son étendue. 7. There must be no formation of fortunes pecuniaires, accumulations of actual cash. Landowners and those who practice lucrative professions must not retain le pécule du royaume au préjudice de la rentrée des avances de la culture. Cette interception du pécule diminuerait la reproduction de revenus et de l'impôt. Le pécule may no doubt be interpreted in the sense of uninvested savings. Even so, the similarity with Keynesian views is striking. In itself, saving is sterile and a disturber, it must always be offset, and this offsetting is a distinct act that may or may not succeed. A fairly strong anti-saving tradition thus acquired additional support shortly before it almost vanished into thin air. This is all that need be said about the monetary theory of the physiocrats. How was it then that real analysis conquered so easily and completely? This question will be answered in the last two sections of this chapter, where two of the chief battlefields of its victorious campaign will be surveyed, the theory of saving and the theory of interest. A general answer may, however, be given at once. The reason for the defeat, or rather the collapse of monetary analysis in the last decades of the 18th century, was its weakness. Even if, for the sake of argument, we grant without qualification that the principle of monetary analysis is sound and that the modern development of it is an improvement upon the real analysis of the 19th century, it should be clear that the latter was not less superior to the monetary analysis of the 18th. Such spirals of advance are, I believe, not uncommon. Theories that it is an achievement to displace may return to displace those by which they had been displaced, and both the displacement and the return may benefit that strange thing, scientific knowledge. 2 Fundamentals 361. We now turn to the theory of money in the narrower and still more usual sense. Let us say, briefly though imperfectly, the theory of money as a technical device. For this purpose, it is convenient to introduce a few terms that will facilitate exposition throughout the rest of this book. A. Metalism and cartelism, theoretical and practical. By theoretical metalism we denote the theory that it is logically essential for money to consist of, or to be covered by, some commodity, so that the logical source of the exchange value or purchasing power of money is the exchange value or purchasing power of that commodity, considered independently of its monetary role. It is true that in principle any commodity can be chosen to serve as money. But the term commodity theory of money has also another meaning. This is why, availing ourselves of the fact that in modern times only gold and silver have been normally chosen for that role, we prefer the term metalism, though it is not strictly correct. It is also true that the standard chosen may consist of more than one commodity. The singular is used merely in order to avoid adding or commodities each time. By practical metalism we shall denote sponsorship of a principle of monetary policy, namely, the principle that the monetary unit should be kept firmly linked to, and freely interchangeable with, a given quantity of some commodity. Theoretical and practical cartelism may best be defined by the corresponding negatives. Thus, we shall speak of theoretical cartelism wherever we find denial of the proposition that it is logically essential for money to consist of, say, gold, or to be promptly convertible into gold, of practical cartelism wherever we find sponsorship of the principle of policy that the value of the monetary unit should not be tied to the value of any particular commodity. 362. These distinctions owe their importance for us to the fact that theoretical and practical metalism need not go together. An economist may, for instance, be fully convinced that theoretical metalism is untenable, and yet be a strong practical metalist. Lack of confidence in the authorities or politicians, whose freedom of action is greatly increased by currency systems that do not provide for prompt and unquestioning redemption in gold of all means of payment that do not consist of gold, is quite sufficient to motivate practical metalism in a theoretical cartelist. This does not involve any contradiction. But the reader will realize that this fact may cause great difficulties in interpreting authors who are in the habit of confusing theoretical and practical considerations. Nor is this the only reason why it is not always easy to tell whether or not a man should be classed as a theoretical metalist. For, without being one, he may still believe that the most saleable commodity constitutes the historical as distinguished from the logical source of the phenomenon of money. 363 Again, he may wish to stress the role of government in choosing the commodity that is to serve as money and its power to alter this decision in various ways. In doing so he may easily, if not very sophisticated or careful, use language that will tempt us to class him as a cartelist. We remember that this difficulty arose in the case of Aristotle, ch. 1, above. Finally, basic theories are malleable and writers are often inconsistent, still more often vague. When we find that a writer compares money to a ticket that admits the bearer to the great social store of all goods, we feel inclined to register him as a cartelist. But the phrase need not mean much, and both J.S. Mill, who used it in the 19th century, and Berkeley, who used it in the 18th, are more properly called metalists. There is no denying that views on money are as difficult to describe as are shifting clouds. 364. B. Theoretical metalism in the 17th and 18th centuries. Theoretical metalism, usually though not always associated with practical metalism, 365 held its own throughout the 17th and 18th centuries and prevailed victoriously in the classical situation that emerged in the last quarter of the latter. Adam Smith substantially ratified it. And for more than a century to come it was almost universally accepted by nobody more implicitly than by Marx, so much so, in fact, that the majority of economists came to suspect not only unsoundness of reasoning but something very like obliquity of purpose behind every expression of anti-metalist views. This development, as we know, was in accordance with established tradition. The philosophers of natural law and those consultant administrators who were directly influenced by them simply repeated and developed the teaching of Aristotle and the scholastic authors. But the majority of those writers on money who cannot be proved to have experienced any influence from that quarter, for instance the English merchant economists, also fell in with that tradition. Examples abound for all countries. For England it will suffice to mention, first, some economists of the first rank, such as Child, who clearly identified money with those parts of the stocks of gold and silver that fill the monetary function, and held that in spite of this function gold and silver, coined or uncoined, still remained commodities exactly like wine, oil, tobacco, cloth, and stuff. Petty, who also reasoned about money in terms of its material, and Locke 366 who did likewise, though he was more ready to admit that the monetary function makes a difference. Hume 367 whose teaching on this particular point differs from Child's only in explicitness and Polish, Cantillon, OPCIT Part I, ch. 17, whose theoretical metalism exerted considerable influence in France, and, second, the authors of what may be considered as the two standard English works on money of the 17th and the 18th centuries, Rice von 368 and Joseph Harris. 369. For the rest, we shall confine ourselves to instances from the Italian literature on money, which throughout the period kept a higher level than any other. Practically all the leading men were uncompromising metalists. The most important names are Scaruffi, De Vanzotti, Montanari, Galliani, and Carli. Beccaria and Very should be added as examples of the treatment accorded to the subject of money in the comprehensive treatises on general economics. Almost all the works of these authors have been republished in the Custodi collection, see above, ch. 3. In this note an attempt will be made to convey a general idea of the performance of each author excepting those of Beccaria and Very, which are characterized elsewhere, ch. 3, sector 4d above. Very's and Carli's contributions, moreover, will again be met with in another connection, ch. 7, mercantilism. Very's monograph Dialogo sul Monet, 1762, should not go unmentioned, however. Gasparo Scaruffi, 1515, 84, a banker of Reggio in the Emilia, published in 1582 a monograph on money entitled Il Tenenfo, which admirably illustrates the range of 16th-century thought starting from the functions of money and dealing with problems of coinage in a strongly metalist vein. Money is a stamped piece of metal, the stamp has only declaratory importance. His proposal of international bimetallism, somewhat marred by an irrational faith in an invariable relation of 1:12, with an international unit to be issued, without signage, by an international authority implies a lot of fairly advanced theory. But very little of it comes out explicitly. Thus the step is great indeed to Bernardo de Vanzotti, 1529–1606, un mercante letterato fiorentino, as Montanari called him. De Vanzotti's Lezione del Munit, 1588, see also Notizia de Cambi, 1582, is the all-time high, also as regards literary elegance, of the metalist theory of the origin and the nature of money. About a century later, Geminiano Montanari, 1633–87, a professor of mathematics and astronomy in Bologna and Padua, wrote a brief Trattato del valore del munit in tutti gli stati, 1680, followed by La Zecca in Consulta di Stato, later title, della moneta, 1683–7, which presents the same teaching in a more fully developed form but without adding anything essential to it. The Neapolitan, Ferdinando Galliani, 1728–87, a typical 18th-century abbé, sparkling with esprit, did for his time what Montanari had done for the 17th, and De Vanzotti for the 16th, century in his treatise Della Moneta, 1751, first book, De Metalli, second book, Della Natura della Moneta, third book, Del Valore della Moneta, fourth book, Del Corso della Moneta, fifth book, Del Frutto della Moneta, not only on interest, however, but also on public debts and exchange, which would have been received with respect if it had appeared in 1851. Another work of Galliani's will be mentioned in the next chapter. One point about his thought must be emphasized before we tear ourselves away from one of the ablest minds that ever became active in our field. He was the one 18th-century economist who always insisted on the variability of man and on the relativity, to time and place, of all policies, the one who was completely free from the paralyzing belief that then crept over the intellectual life of Europe in practical principles that claim universal validity, who saw that a policy that was rational in France at a given time might be quite irrational, at the same time, in Naples, who had the courage to say, Je ne suis pour rien. Je suis pour tu en ne de raisonner pas, Dialogue sur l'e-commerce de Blaise, 1769, first dialogue, and who properly despised all types of political doctrinaires, including the physiocrats. There is quite a Galliani literature, and there are several reprints of, and selections from, his works. They are listed in Giorgio Tagliacozzo's Economisti Napolitani Dei section. 17e18, pages LXV and LXI, which also contains an essay on Galliani and extracts from Della Moneta and the dialogues. Gian Rinaldo, Conti, Carli, 1720–95, professor of astronomy at Padua, later on president of the Board of Finance in the Milanese state, then a part of the Habsburg monarchy, in which capacity he, among other things, reformed the coinage according to a plan of his own, a most versatile writer whose comments on the United States in Delle Lettere Americane, 1st ed. 1780, 2nd ed., in 4 volumes, 1786, deserve mention even in a sketch like this, must be listed here because of his work entitled Del Munit. First installment, under the title Del Origine e del Commercio della Moneta. 1751, the whole work in 3 volumes, 1754–60, which includes the essay Del Valore e della Proporzione dei Metalli Montati con I Generi Commodities in Italia, which contains the contribution to be mentioned below. Other economic writings of his will be noticed in the next chapter. it is but natural that most of such advance as the analysis of monetary processes made links up with metal-list foundations, even where, in strict logic, anti-metallist starting points would have been more appropriate. This should not surprise us, however. In spite of its shortcomings, theoretical metallism, properly handled, gets us almost as far as would a more correct theory, which is precisely one of the reasons why it proved so hardy a plant. C. Survival of the anti-metallist tradition. There was also, however, an anti-metallist tradition, weaker no doubt but equally ancient, at least if we choose to trace it to Plato. It received impetus from governments in financial difficulties, and from inflationists, reflationists, and bank promoters of the period, though the proponents of bank schemes were not all either inflationists or anti-metallists. 370 And though there is no necessary relation between inflationism and theoretical anti-metallism, but its survival during our period must not be wholly attributed to this factor. Of continental writers it will be enough to mention Orts and Boys-Guilbert. 371 Corresponding English instances are Potter, Barbon, Berkeley, Stoyart, and, if we claim for England that Scotsman who became a Frenchman, Law. William Potter's The Key of Wealth, published, anonymously, 1650 and followed by 2 interpretative publications, recommends a plan, namely the foundation of a corporation of tradesmen, to be strengthened by another body ensuring the credit of these tradesmen, which was to accept or, what in this case amounts to the same thing, to issue bills secured by land, buildings, and other assets and intended to circulate like legal tender money. This plan for mobilizing physical property not only puts Potter in the position of a forerunner of the land bank projectors, Sector 5, but also obscures the analytic work behind it, which is of considerable interest. The anti-metallist character of both the plan and the analysis is beyond doubt, though Potter does not entirely sever the connection of his bill currency with gold and silver, because, if such a plan were adopted, that connection would reduce to one of historical origin only. Though money would have originated in the form of a commodity, its value and behavior would no longer be governed by that commodity. The reputation of Nicholas Barbon, a physician who embarked upon various business enterprises, suffered in his own time as well as later on, from the many freakish elements not only in his plans but also in his analytic arguments. In addition, he was one of the land bank projectors. In spite of this, he must, I think, be ranked with, say, the top half-dozen English 17th-century economists. We shall also meet him in another connection, but his main importance for us is in the field of money and interest. His Discourse of Trade, 1690, has been republished by J.H. Hollander. Reference must also be made to A Discourse Concerning Coining the New Money Lighter, 1696. George Berkeley's, 1685–1753, Bishop Berkeley's contribution to economic analysis is not on a level with his contribution to philosophy. It is chiefly contained in his Querist, 1st ed., 1735–7. The idea of putting a prolonged argument into an endless string of wearying questions may not be to everyone's taste. But the forceful common sense, which is the strong point of his philosophic thought, is conspicuous in almost every one of them. Sir James Stoyart we have met already. For the subject of money it is necessary to add other publications to his Principles, especially the Principles of Money applied to the present state of the coin of Bengal, 1772. John Law, 1671–1729, I have always felt, is in a class by himself. Financial adventurers, but is it fair so to call that administrative genius, often have a philosophico-economic system of sorts. The Père Ayres of Credit Mobilier fame had one, of Saint-Simonist complexion. But Law's case is different. He worked out the economics of his projects with a brilliance and, yes, profundity, which places him in the front rank of monetary theorists of all times. And this is all that matters for us. Since it is plain, however, that his analysis has been condemned, for about 2 centuries, primarily on the strength of the failure of his Banque Royale, it is pertinent to point out, first, that its predecessor, the Banque Générale, founded 1716, was a perfectly orthodox bank that was to issue notes and to receive deposits payable on demand and to discount commercial paper. No anti-metallism about that, and that the Banque Royale and the Compagnie des Indes, which it absorbed, failed because the colonial ventures combined in the latter did not, for the time being, prove to be the source of anything but losses. If these ventures had been successful, Law's grandiose attempt to control and to reform the economic life of a great nation from the financial angle, for this is what his plan eventually amounted to, would have looked very different to his contemporaries and to historians. Even as it was, that gigantic enterprise was not simply a swindle, and it may well be doubted whether France was the worse for it, on balance. However, economists not only fell in with the popular opinion that the scheme was nothing but swindle, but also pointed to certain technical defects in it that were in fact important subsidiary causes of its failure. Thus that event acquired considerable influence on the evolution of what eventually became the classic theory of banking. Law's performance as a monetary theorist is contained in his tract, Money and Trade Considered, with a proposal for supplying the nation with money, 1st ed. 1705, 2nd ed. 1720, Republi in Summers Tracts, 1809, French version, together with other writings including interesting memoirs justificatives, in the Guillaumin edition of Economistes Financiers du XVIIe siècle, under the title of Considerations sur l'énuméraire et l'e-commerce. The reader who wishes further information about that colorful personality is referred to A.W. Whiston Glynn, John Law of Lauriston, 1907, and P. Harson, Étude critique sur la bibliographie de œuvres de John Law, 1928. One of his plans was concerned with a land bank that was to issue legal tender paper money up to a certain proportion of the value of land and to receive as deposits for placement money that would otherwise lie idle, so that money would never be either too cheap or too dear. In this he followed the English land bank projectors, who must now be mentioned briefly. The landed gentlemen in the House of Commons were no more, than were and are any other agrarians, able to see why they should not borrow as easily and cheaply as traders or financiers, and they did not take kindly to arguments about the difference between a bill and a mortgage. A land bank that, among other things, might satisfy these longings eventually became a Tory plank when the foundation of the Bank of England was in the offing. At the right time, 1693, an intellectual, Hugh Chamberlain, an obstetrician by profession, presented a plan of a land bank where landowners would get loans at 4% and the government would get more money than it had got from the Bank of England. The plan, which failed through lack of financial support, need not detain us. But there were supporters who attempted to supply it with an analytic background. Barbon, as we already know, was one. John Askill, several assertions proved. 1696, Republic. In the Hollander series, was another. His tract illustrates the truth, which I try incessantly to emphasize, that the fact that we may be able to see some point in that scheme does not in itself salvage every devious argument that may have been put up for it. But John Briscoe, Discourse on the Late Funds. 1694, abstract of it in the same year, who claimed to have been plagiarized by Barbon and Askill and was himself accused of having plagiarized Chamberlain, did provide some analytic groundwork with respect to which all those accusations are meaningless. Many economists would call him a metallist because he attributes importance to a stock of gold and silver. On reflection it will be realized, however, that a man's belief in the usefulness of a stock of universally acceptable commodities proves nothing about his views concerning the nature of money. We cannot, and need not, go into the literature pro and con the foundation of the Bank of England. Not uninteresting in other respects, it was, so far as I know, sterile in the one that interests us here. Barbon was more definite than anyone else in renouncing theoretical metallism on the ground that money is a value made by law, to which the value of its material is not essential. John Law implies rather than states the same thing when emphasizing the virtues of paper money, which consist in its quantities being amenable to rational management. Berkeley is, as far as I know, the author of the ticket analogy, whether the true idea of money, as such, be not altogether that of a ticket or counter. Querist, number 23. The only effort at building a theory of money on an anti-metalist basis stands to the credit of Sir James Stoyart. But he made so little headway and slipped up so often that the promising beginning was lost in the metal-list current. The point is this. The practice of the epoch, especially the practice of the four great clearing and deposit banks 372 had familiarized economists with the idea of a money of account which was defined by quantities of metal and which existed only as a bookkeeping device for the purpose of facilitating large-scale trade and finance in a world of numberless and ever-changing currency systems. In this sense the money of account also entered monetary theory of the metal list type. Galliani called it moneta ideal or moneta imaginaria 373 and distinguishes it from moneta reale, which consists of actual pezzi di metallo. Stoyart, Principles, Book 3, makes the same distinction between money of account and money coin, but with him this distinction acquired a different meaning. Having previously, Principles, Book I, p. 32 of the edition of 1767, defined money as any commodity which purely in itself is of no material use to man but which acquires such an estimation from his opinion of it as to become the universal measure of what is called value. A faulty way of defining a pure numeraire of which he thus may be called the discoverer 374. He then starts from a money of account, considered as an arbitrary scale for measuring values and, unlike the money of account of practice and also of metal list theory, devoid of any commodity connotation. He tries unsuccessfully to find primitive instances of such a unit 375 and does not succeed in explaining how such a unit can be theoretically constructed and how it might function in practice. But he had the idea and he also saw metallic money in its true light, namely, in the light of a very special case. Every writer who went into fundamentals at all recounted and developed, as the scholastics had done, the particular virtues that explain why the precious metals proved so universally acceptable as to acquire their monetary role, their divisibility, mobility, and so on. Somewhat less trivial was the listing of the four functions of money that were to gain such prominence in the 19th century textbook, the Aristotelian measure of exchange, value and medium of exchange were supplemented by store of value, an element much emphasized by the specifically mercantilist writers, see next chapter, and by standard of deferred payments, though I know of no case where these four functions appear neatly side by side. Some writers even stress the first only, and others the second only. It was gradually realized that these two functions are separable and that their theories are different. The economists of that period had before their eyes, as had the scholastics, almost all the forms of bimetallism that it is possible to conceive and hence all the practical problems that are incident to the system. It is the more surprising that so little progress was made with its analysis. In particular, the essential point about the legal ratio of the two metals does not seem to have been noticed. Theorists realized, of course, that the metal which this ratio overvalues with respect to the other will tend to drive out the one it undervalues. They had discussed this phenomenon at least from Molina's time. One may in fact, if one so desires, subsume it under Gresham's law, but they failed to see that, so long as both metals are in circulation, this mechanism will tend to increase the market value of the one and to decrease the market value of the other, and thus tend, within limits, to stabilize the market values of both, which is the most interesting property of bimetallism. Locke, who was monometalist on principle, even argued on general grounds that there should be no legal ratio at all, no more than a legal rate of interest or a legal exchange rate, without observing that in this case the system becomes indeterminate. 376 Beccaria and others are not more satisfactory on this matter. It will be convenient, before going on, to touch briefly upon a number of topics, some of them of great importance in themselves, that cannot be dealt with fully in a history of economic analysis. First, questions of coinage were bound to be eagerly discussed under circumstances in which the state of the currency continued to give trouble. The large literature on technique, principally Italian, contains little that is of interest to us. But we may mention the question of seigniorage. The old feudal privilege of kings and princes to coin money and to levy a tax in doing so, often in addition to a fee, brassage as it was sometimes called, was onerous even when it did not lead to frequent recoinage and produced an irresistible popular demand for free coinage. Accordingly, in England seigniorage was abolished in 1666, while in other countries the tendency was to reduce it to the cost of coinage. There are 2 points about this that are relevant to the theory of money. One is that some writers, among them Sir William Petty, maintained that free coinage was essential for gold and silver to fill the function of money. If any charge at all were made for coining, they would no longer be true measures of the value of other things, which looks like a theoretical slip. The other is that the act which introduced free coinage was motivated by a desire to attract gold and silver, the costs to be defrayed by import duties on other commodities, and therefore was a typically mercantilist measure. Economists were by no means in love with it, and practically the entire free trade chorus from North to Smith and from Smith to Mill recommended a cost-covering charge, as did most continentals, though in the case of the German economists we might be tempted to attribute this to the fact that they were advising poor governments. This naturally leads, secondly, to the discussion of devaluation or debasement, raising the coin. The old arguments, characteristic of strict metallism, that to debase was to defraud, continued to be repeated. We find them in a host of writers, including Locke, Justy, and A. Smith. 377. But economists came increasingly to take another and much more interesting view of the matter. They began to attend less to rights and wrongs and more to the effects of debasement upon the economic process. Sporadically, we find considerations of this type even in the 16th century, when people discussed whether debasement was advantageous or disadvantageous for the public finances. In the second half of the 17th and in the 18th century, discussion turned to the effects on the foreign trade and on the economic development of a country. Let us take cursory notice of a few beacon lights on this route. First, the English currency, silver monometallism with an increasing actual circulation of gold, having fallen into bad repair in the last decades of the 17th century. William II's Whig government, in which Charles Montague managed financial affairs, carried a bill, 1698, according to which the silver coins were to be restored to their old weight and fineness at the public expense, this expense to be covered by a window tax, an operation that was completed by 1699. The debate on the measure is glorified by the name of Locke, who was the literary protagonist on the side of the government, and its interest to us reduces to the light his contribution sheds on the extent of his comprehension of monetary phenomena. Unfortunately, it is a sorry picture that unfolds itself before the eyes of Locke's reader. It is not only that he mainly worked the fraud line, this is a moral judgment and is his affair, not ours, but he failed to see, a. that recoinage at an average of the actual silver content of the silver coins could not be called debasement, or could be called so only with the qualification that the economic situation was already adapted to it, so that in effect he was advocating overvaluation of the coin and undervaluation of the silver contained in it. B. that in consequence, unless all prices adapted themselves promptly, which was not to be expected and would have, if it had happened, greatly accentuated the prevailing depressive conditions, silver would emigrate, as in fact it did. C. that the presence of gold coins in actual circulation was at all relevant to the problem. He even went so far as to hold that what he called debasement was futile, in fact impossible, on the ground that an ounce of silver could never be worth more than an ounce of silver. His case and his defense of it was below that of his chief opponent, Lowndes. This is what happens to the man who gives up to party what was meant for mankind. It is curious and melancholy to note that both the measure and Locke's advocacy of it have been eulogized, sometimes in extravagant terms, for more than 2 centuries. Next we shall note, from the French discussion of the monetary troubles during and after the last wars of Louis XIV, the duel between Mellon and Guiteau text breaks off at this point. 3. Digression on value. Work in this field also proceeded from the scholastic background. We know that the scholastic doctors had developed the essentials of a realistic analysis of value, cost, and price, including a rudimentary concept of equilibrium that needed only to be elaborated in content and perfected in technique. To some extent this is exactly what was done during the period under discussion. This work was powerfully propelled by the preoccupation with the problem of the value, purchasing power, of money. The metal list theory, as a theory of money, may not be much good in itself. But it certainly leads the economist who accepts it to inquire more closely into the problem of value in general. We shall therefore not be surprised that a great part of the best work in this field was done by students mainly interested in monetary phenomena. This is why this section stands where it does. We are going to try to bring out, by means of a brief survey of outstanding performances, the points that are most important for subsequent developments. A. The paradox of value, Galliani. The Italians from De Vanzati on, Lezione del Moneta, 1588, were the first to realize explicitly how the paradox of value, the paradox that many very useful commodities such as water have a low exchange value or none at all, whereas much less useful ones such as diamonds have a high one, can be solved, and that it does not bar the way toward a theory of exchange value based upon value in use. The astounding fact that both Smith and Ricardo thought it did is, however, seen in its full significance only if we add that, for the century and a half after De Vanzati, a lengthy list of writers might be compiled who understood quite well precisely how the element of utility enters into the process of pricing, and that there were several Englishmen among them. John Law, in particular, in the tract quoted above, Money and Trade Considered, 1705, gave a short but excellent account of the matter, actually using the examples of water and diamonds. However, we shall confine ourselves to the economist who carried this analysis to its 18th century peak, Galliani. 378. Unlike Law, he was so uncompromising a metal list that he felt compelled to inquire into the value of gold and silver considered as commodities, and therefore into the value of all commodities. In doing so he displayed sure-footed mastery of analytic procedure and, in particular, neatness in his carefully defined conceptual constructions to a degree that would have rendered superfluous all the 19th century squabbles and misunderstandings on the subject of value had the parties to these squabbles first studied his text 379 della Moneta, 1751, outlined in the preceding section of this chapter. Having resolutely, first book, ch. 2, define the term value to mean a relation of subjective equivalence between a quantity of one commodity and a quantity of another, the objective equivalences on the market are treated as a special case of this, but he did not work out the transition from subjective to objective values in this sense, so that the phrase value of a commodity has no meaning except with reference to a given quantity of another. Galliani answers the question on what this value depends by utility and scarcity, utilita e rarita, and proceeds to develop these concepts in much the same way in which I suspect they are explained in many an elementary course today. Utility is not usefulness as understood by the observer. Useful in the economist's sense is everything that produces pleasure, piacere, or procures welfare, felicita. Fashion, prestige, value, and altruistic components are all trotted out in due course. And scarcity is the relation between the existing quantity of a thing and the uses one has for it, and explains why a golden calf is valued more highly than a natural calf. To repeat, all that was not original with Galliani. The famous paradox of value, which was gravely discussed again in the 19th century, the fact that obviously useful things fetch a low price and much less necessary ones a high price, had been resolved several times before. But never before, or for more than a century to come, was this theory put forth so completely and with so full a sense of its importance. What separates Galliani from Jevons and Menger is, first, that he lacked the concept of marginal utility, though the concept of relative scarcity comes pretty near it, and, second, that he failed to apply his analysis to the problems of cost and of distribution. The first shortcoming is perhaps a reason why he stops short of a satisfactory theory of price, though he could have got further than he did in spite of it, as Isnard's later success suffices to show. Even so, however, he left his mark upon the subject. Having indicated how price derives from utility and scarcity, he ran up against the fact that this price, by limiting the quantity of the commodity consumers can procure, reacts in turn upon scarcity as felt by these consumers. It at the same time regulates, and is regulated by, demand, consumo. He knew perfectly how to deal with this phenomenon of interdependence. And in the 3 pages he devotes to the subject he actually discovered the concept of long-run equilibrium and sketched out the profit mechanism that works to bring it about, visualizing a country, hitherto Mohammedan and teetotal, that suddenly embraces Christianity and thereupon develops a demand for wine. There is a Mandeville flavor about these pages that perhaps detracts a little from what otherwise would have to be considered as a remarkable display of originality. But this does not alter the fact that but little care and patience would have been sufficient to evolve from this a much more perfect body of theory than was to be presented by A. Smith. While Galliani thus foreshadowed much later developments, marginal utility, he also anticipated the value theory of the next 100 years, Ricardo and Marx. For, with surprising abruptness, he turns from rarita, by way of quantity of commodities, to labor, fatica, and forthwith enthrones it as the only factor of production and the only circumstance de valori alla cosa. In one sense this spoils his theory of value, but in another it is highly interesting. Fatica means quantity of labor corrected for the social habits that determine how many days a year and how many hours a day a man actually works, and for the differences in natural ability, talenti, which account for the different prices of the fatica of different people and, with a qualification for the monopoly price of unique things, Venere de Medici, for instance, equilibrium value is made proportional to that quantity, temporary fluctuations being duly attended to. But this is in all essentials and in many details the theory of Ricardo and Marx, and more satisfactory if we place ourselves on a Ricardian standpoint than that of A. Smith. 380. b. Bernoulli's hypothesis. But let us bear in mind that it was the subjective or utility theory of price that had the wind until the influence of the wealth of nations and especially of Ricardo's principles asserted itself. Even after 1776, that theory prevailed on the continent, and there is an unbroken line of development between Galliani and J.B. Say. Quesnay, Beccaria, Turgot, Very, Condillac 381 and many minor lights contributed to establishing it more and more firmly. They all linked price and the mechanism of pricing directly to what they conceived to be the fundamental purpose of economic activity, the satisfaction of wants. They all accepted Cantillon's definition of richesse, not only as a phrase to be forgotten as soon as stated, or, as in the case of Smith, to be remembered only in order to recommend policies favorable to consumers, but as the starting point of price analysis. Moreover, with all of them, the price phenomenon was rooted in the calculus of pleasure and pain, exactly as it was with Jevons. In this respect they were Benthamites by anticipation, and stronger Benthamites than were to be Bentham's adherents among English economists. Thus, they were not only the forerunners of the subjectivists of the second half of the 19th century, but they also sealed that unfortunate alliance between the theory of value and utilitarianism that was to prove so embarrassing a century later. 382 For the moment, however, we shall not go into this any further but instead notice a performance that, besides presenting a number of other points of interest, anticipated the theory of marginal utility still more definitely. In a paper 383 written in 1730 or 1731, Daniel Bernoulli, the eminent scientist whom we have already had occasion to mention, suggested the hypothesis that the economic significance to an individual of an additional dollar is inversely proportional to the number of dollars he already has. Referring this to income rather than, as Bernoulli did, to the monetary value of the total net assets of an individual, we readily identify this additional dollar with what, in the terminology of a later epoch, was to be the marginal dollar, and its significance with what, in the same terminology, was to be its marginal utility, the statistical measurement of which has been attempted by Fisher and Frisch in our own time. 384 No less interesting are the applications to business practice that Bernoulli made of his hypothesis, OPCIT 15, 16. The underlying idea is that even where the probabilities of gains and losses are strictly calculable as are, for instance, the chances of loss in sea transport if long experience affords sufficient material, rational action is not determined by the value of these probabilities alone. It is also necessary to take into account the importance to the individual businessman of given gains and losses, which differs of course according to the individual's means, and Bernoulli's hypothesis supplies a method for effecting this. Thus he deduces a criterion by which to decide whether or not it is advantageous for a man to pay a given sum for insuring his cargo, and also a rule by which to evaluate the advantage to be derived from transporting a given quantity of wares in several ships, or from investment of a given sum in several securities instead of in one. Important suggestions for a theory of business risks and of investment that even now are not fully exploited. And there may be point in recalling a sentence from Bernoulli's text, OPCIT 17, precisely because these results agree so well with observed business behavior. It does not seem right to neglect them like unproven statements that are based on insecure hypotheses. I lament the impossibility of discussing other points 385 about this paper that are of absorbing interest to the student of the ways of the human mind and of the mechanism of scientific progress. C. The theory of the mechanism of pricing. As regards the theory of the mechanism of pricing, there is very little to report before the middle of the 18th century. The contributions of even the brightest lights, such as Barbon, Petty, Locke, do not amount to much, and the vast majority of the consultant administrators and pamphleteers of the 17th century were content with the kind of theory they found or could have found in Pufendorf. They attended to practical problems of regulative policy, but the analytic side they took largely for granted and were slow to realize the need of rigorous conceptualization and proof. A few examples will illustrate the situation. People were quite familiar with the pattern of monopoly, on which they bestowed an impulsive hatred, and with competition, which they conceived to be the normal pattern without bothering to define it. But as early as 1516, it occurred to Sir Thomas More, Utopia, ch. 3 above, that for competition to prevail it is not necessarily sufficient that a commodity be sold by more than one seller. Prices may fail to fall to the competitive level also if sellers are few, quod. Si monopolium appellari non potest. Cert oligopolium est 386. Thus More introduced the concept of oligopoly. We might expect that this hint would have led to closer analysis of the concepts of monopoly and competition, especially in England, where the interminable discussion of monopolies of various types and of restraints of trade of all types, both the restraints that competitors agree on in order to further their common interest, and the restraints monopolists impose upon other people that preceded and again followed the Statute of Monopolies of 1623/4, furnished all the motive and material one can desire. But there was hardly anything of the kind. Politicians, lawyers, and some businessmen fought monopolies passionately, much as they do today, particularly those of the chartered trading companies, and the attacked interests defended themselves as best they could, also much as they do today. Intellectually, both sides made a poor show, once more much as they do today. Though practical results were achieved, and though the historian of economic thought and policy finds plenty to record 387, the historian of economic analysis goes from that literature almost empty-handed. Not to neglect any crumbs, however, let us notice, first, the tendency to extend the concept of monopoly beyond the case of a single seller 388, and, second, the rudiments of the argument that monopoly, while striving to maximize profits, as we should say, changes the conditions with reference to which this maximization is attempted, and so need not necessarily set a higher price than would prevail under competition working under different conditions. Point 389. We may also mention again Beecher's attempt to classify illogically market patterns into monopolium, propolyum, and polypolyum, that is, monopoly, forestalling, and unregulated competition, which according to him is productive of disorganized markets in which every participant is proletarized. But better things were to follow in the 18th century. We shall confine ourselves to the peak achievements of Beccaria, Turgot, and Isnard, and then consider the manner in which the wealth of nations codified the whole of the value and price theory of the epoch. Beccaria dealt with value and price in Part 4, Chapter 1, Del Commercio, of his Elementi, Publ posthumously, 1804. The subject stands there pretty much where it was to stand in J.S. Mill's Principles. He explains the phenomenon of value, as mentioned already, by utility and scarcity, and then proceeds to investigate the modus operandi of a hypothetical market in which wine is bartered for wheat, cf. Marshall's Apples and Nuts. Point 390. He recognized clearly that the exchange ratio is indeterminate in the case of isolated exchange, between two individuals, and that determinateness is brought about by competition through the higgling of the market. Fluctuations must eventually lead to the price at which quantity demanded equals quantity supplied. His careful treatment of the exchange of three commodities against one another, in which he insists on the phenomenon, and necessity, of indirect exchange, is particularly satisfactory. This is about as much as the average economist had to say a century later. Beccaria's performance has been chosen for comment because of its comparative fullness, but it had been strikingly anticipated by Turgot's Reflections, XXXIII, XXXV, written in 1766, published in 1769-70. After having deduced trading, commerce, from Bessoin's Reciproques, Turgot, too, touches upon the case of isolated exchange and then introduces the determining force, competition. His description of the market mechanism is very similar to that of Bohm-Bawerk, see below, Part 4, ch. 5, Sector 4. The resulting market price, pre-courant, is then made to vary under the impact of forces acting through demand or supply. The crowning achievement of the epoch in this line of analysis is Isnard's Point 391. In his not otherwise remarkable book There is an Elementary System of Equations that, barring the difference in technique, describes the interdependence within the universe of prices in a way suggestive of Walras. D. Codification of value and price theory in the wealth of nations. A. Smith's chief work was to combine and develop the speculations of his French and English contemporaries and predecessors as to value. 392. Also, it is quite true that he made a careful and scientific inquiry into the manner in which value measures human motive, that is to say, I take it, that he made exchange value, price or, at all events, relative price, the centerpiece of a primitive system of equilibrium. But he was not, as Marshall held, the first to do so. Moreover, in codifying, he dropped or sterilized many of the most promising suggestions contained in the work of his immediate predecessors. Of course, he may not have known Turgot's Reflections, and he cannot have known Beccaria's Elementi, Pufendorf and then Cantillon, Harris, Locke, Barbon, Petty. These last five are mentioned by Marshall, and Quesnay were presumably his principal guides, so that his subjective performance was greater than was his objective achievement. But he developed this material less successfully than had Turgot and Beccaria. The blame is at his door for much that is unsatisfactory in the economic theory of the subsequent 100 years, and for many controversies that would have been unnecessary had he summed up in a different manner. The reader should refresh his recollection of the Reader's Guide presented above. Point 393. A. Smith's exposition in the first book surges purposefully up to the phenomenon of price and down again into the component parts of commodity prices, which components are the cost and income categories, wages, profit, and rent. This is, to repeat, a primitive way of describing the universal interdependence of the magnitudes that constitute the economic cosmos, but it is an effective way. Critics who did not understand that the theory of price is but another name for theory of economic logic, including, among other things, all the principles of allocation of resources and of formation of incomes, blamed him for having adopted the narrow point of view of the businessman. Other critics who did not understand the nature of a system of interdependent magnitudes accused him of circular reasoning. His shade easily wins out against these and other criticisms. It is this part of his performance that constitutes his chief merit in this field. There are others. As primitive but as distinctly visible as is his concept of universal interdependence is his concept of equilibrium or natural price. This equilibrium price is simply the price at which it is possible to supply, in the long run, each commodity in a quantity that will equal effective demand at that price. This again is the price that will, in the long run, just cover costs. And these, in turn, are equal to the sum total of the wages, profits, and rents that have to be paid or imputed at their ordinary or average rates. Thus, we also get a glimpse of Marshall's distinction between short-run and long-run phenomena, A. Smith's market price being essentially a short-run phenomenon, his natural price a long-run phenomenon, Marshall's long-run normal. It is all in A. Smith was a favorite saying of Marshall's. But we may also say, it is all in the scholastics. There is no theory of monopoly. The proposition, Book I, ch. 7, that the price of monopoly is upon every occasion the highest which can be got might be the product of a not very intelligent layman taken literally, it is not even true. But neither is the mechanism of competition made the subject of more searching analysis. In consequence, A. Smith fails to prove satisfactorily his proposition that the competitive price is the lowest which the sellers can commonly afford to take. To the modern reader it is a source of wonder what kind of argument he took for proof. Still less did he attempt to prove that competition tends to minimize costs, though it is evident that he must have believed it. But what was A. Smith's theory of value in the narrow sense of the phrase, meaning his views on the problem of causal explanation of the phenomenon of value? Since during the subsequent century economists were much interested in that problem, they eagerly discussed Smith's views about it, and for this very reason we cannot pass it by. In itself, the answer is plain enough. First of all, if the reader will look up the last paragraphs of Book I, Chapter 4, he will be able to satisfy himself of two things. On the one hand, A. Smith declares there that he is going to inquire into the rules which men naturally observe in exchanging goods either for money or for one another. This means that he was not primarily interested in the problem of value in the sense just defined. What he wanted was a price theory by which to establish certain propositions that do not require going into the background of the value phenomenon at all. Evidently this was also Marshall's opinion. On the other hand, having distinguished value in use and value in exchange, he dismisses the former by pointing to what has been called above the paradox of value, which he evidently did believe to be a bar to progress on this line, thereby barring, for the next 2 or 3 generations, the door so auspiciously opened by his French and Italian predecessors. No talk about his recognizing the role of demand can alter this fact. Second, in Book I, Chapter 6, A. Smith expressly states, wages, profit, and rent, are the 3 original my italics sources of all revenue as well as of all exchangeable value. If words mean anything, this is conclusive. His theory of value was what later on came to be called a cost of production theory. This is indeed the opinion of many students. But, third, the matter is complicated by the fact that a very large number of passages in The Wealth of Nations seem to point to a labor theory of value, or rather to several. 394. In Book I, Chapter 5, of The Wealth of Nations occurs the proposition, the real price of everything, what everything really costs to the man who wants to acquire it, is the toil and trouble of acquiring it, one of those treacherous platitudes that may mean anything and nothing. On the face of it, however, it indicates a tendency to base the value phenomenon upon the irksomeness or disutility of work, or to adopt a labor disutility theory of value. This theory, however, may be discarded, because A. Smith makes no use whatever of it. Again, at the beginning of Book I, Chapter 6, Smith produces the famous example about the beaver. If it usually costs twice the labor to kill a beaver which it does to kill a deer, one beaver would naturally sell for as much as 2 deer. There it is quantity of labor that regulates value and not toil and trouble, which is, of course, not the same thing. No doubt is possible but that this passage is the root of Ricardo's and Marx's labor quantity theories of value. But A. Smith limits this theory to that early and rude state of society which precedes both the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land, which, interpreted charitably, means that competitive prices of commodities will, in equilibrium, be proportional to the labor entering into their production if the labor is all of the same natural quality and if there are no other scarce means of production. This is true but does not in itself constitute a labor quantity theory, or any labor theory, of value, because, for this special case, all theories of value would arrive at the same result. Finally, as we have already had occasion to notice, A. Smith, Book I, ch. 5, considers the quantity of labor a commodity can command in the market the most useful substitute for its price in money, that is to say, he chooses labor for numeraire. On principle, there can be no objection to this decision, which in itself no more commits him to a labor theory of value than the choice of oxen for numeraire would commit us to an ox theory of value. But he tries to motivate his decision by so many arguments that seem to claim deeper meaning for it, such as that labor alone, never varying in its own value, is alone the ultimate and real standard of the values of all commodities, or that it is their real price or the only universal as well as the only accurate measure of value, which are all wrong, and seems himself so little clear about what is and what is not implied in choosing something for numeraire that it is almost excusable if many later economists misunderstood what he actually did mean, and that they, among them Ricardo 395, accused him of having confused the quantity of labor that enters a commodity with the quantity of labor it will buy. This indictment fails, however, and it is important that it does, for it amounts to accusing Smith of an absurdity, taking what a commodity exchanges for, no matter what it is, as the explanation of its value would be one of the worst slips in the history of theory. It should be added that, if choosing an hour's or day's labor as the unit in which to express prices does not imply accepting a labor theory of value, no more does emphasis upon labor's role in production or upon labor's claims or wrongs. As has been mentioned already, there is plenty of this in The Wealth of Nations, much of it, perhaps, inspired by Locke. The produce of labor constitutes the natural recompense or wages of labor, Book I, ch. 8. It is the laborer who raises the crop, and the landowner, having appropriated the land, demands a share of it. Profit makes a second deduction from the produce of labor. To this day, it has remained difficult to make the philosophy-minded see that all this is completely irrelevant for a theory of value considered not as a profession of faith or as an argument in social ethics, but as a tool of analysis of economic reality. For the quantity theory. It will not surprise the reader to learn that the effects of the violent price revolutions of the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries should have been zealously discussed. But it might surprise him to learn that there was any question about their causes. For debasement of the currency, devaluations by governments as well as fraudulent clipping of coins by individuals, and the torrent of American gold and especially silver were before everyone's eyes, and not even the most sophisticated theorist of today could find fault with the obvious diagnosis, seeing that the monetary units newly created by either the debasement of the coinage or the influx of the American silver were very promptly spent, while the very wars on which they were mainly spent greatly interfered with production. Nevertheless, though it is probably possible to find early arguments that more or less distinctly imply this obvious diagnosis, 396 it seems to be the fact that no explicit, full, and so far as it went theoretically satisfactory presentation of it appeared before 1568, when Bodin published his response to the paradoxes sur l'effet de Monnoyes, 1566, of M. de Maillestroict. There is a translation of Bodin's response in A. E. Monroe's Early Economic Thought. On the strength of this, he is universally voted the discoverer of the quantity theory of money. Since the matter has received attention quite out of proportion to its importance, we shall go into it briefly ourselves. A. Bodin's explanation of the price revolution. Jehan Cherut de Maillestroict had argued that the universal rise in prices was due to debasement, and that, expressed in full-weight coin, prices had not risen. Bodin replied and then repeated in Les 6 Livres de la République, 1576, that this argument overlooked the influence of American silver. The price revolution, according to him, was due to 1. The increase in the supply of gold and silver, 2. The prevalence of monopolies, 3. depredations that reduce the stream of available commodities, 4. The expenditure of kings and princes on the objects of their desires, and 5. The debasements that were the only factor considered by his opponent. He added, moreover, that the first cause was the most important one. The reader will observe that this analysis needs but little readjustment or generosity of interpretation to be a correct diagnosis of the historical case as it presented itself in 1568. Even as regards general theoretical content, it is superior to much later work. In fact, Bodin's analysis escapes several of the typical objections that were to be raised against the quantity theory in the 19th century. But does it state or imply this theory? The question may seem surprising, but it is well worth asking. Let us embrace, for a moment, uncompromising metallism and consider the case of perfect gold metallism such that gold can move freely in and out of the monetary system from this standpoint. Gold being a commodity like any other, the value in terms of commodities of the golden monetary unit will fall, other things being equal, if gold production increases, just as the price of eggs will fall, other things being equal, if egg production increases. Any rise in prices in terms of gold that may occur is here explained as a consequence of increased supply. Let us note that the extent of this fall, in the value of gold, will simply depend upon the shape of the demand schedule for gold as a commodity in terms of some other standard, and that the operative quantity in question is the total amount of the increase. In consequence, there is no reason to suppose that, however equal the other things, the fall will be proportional to the increase. It will be seen that no special hypothesis enters into the argument, which flows smoothly from the metal list basis and would have been accepted by the scholastics as a matter of course. But recognition of the relevance of quantity to the value of money in this sense and for this reason has no more to do with the quantity theory of money than that the word quantity occurs in both arguments. And no more than this is required for Bodin's argument or, let us add at once, for that of A. Smith. b. Implications of the quantity theorem. In order to make this clear, let us look at the same case from the standpoint of the quantity theory. To facilitate exposition we shall assume that there is an absolutely fixed collection of goods that must be sold for whatever money buyers have, and that these buyers feel compelled to spend promptly all of whatever money they have upon that collection of goods. Also we shall henceforth speak, instead of the quantity theory, of the quantity theorem, because it is not a complete theory of money but merely a proposition about the exchange value of money. Keeping, then, everything else severely as it is, we let gold production increase. As in the simple metal list argument, we infer that this will make the unit of gold less valuable, that is, raise all prices in terms of it. The reason for this is the same as before so far as that part of the increase is concerned that goes into industrial uses. But that part of the increase which spills over into circulation now operates in a different way and produces a fall in the exchange value of the monetary gold, a rise in commodity prices for a different reason. The fall, under our highly artificial assumptions, is exactly proportional to the increase in the quantity of the monetary gold stock, and the immediate reason for this is not the fall in the commodity value of the gold, which is relevant indeed but only at one remove, that is, by virtue of the fact that it will determine the extent to which the quantity of monetary gold will be increased, but the increase of the quantity of coins per se. It is the increase in this quantity which, the purchasing power of the total monetary stock remaining constant, is the immediate cause of the resulting fall in the exchange value of the monetary unit. And this fall will be the same as if the stock, without being increased, had been split into units of smaller gold content, because in either case there is now less of every commodity per coin. Operation of the new gold in the commodity use may be likened to the effects of adding workers of the same skill to a given plant and equipment. Operation of the new gold in the monetary use may be likened to the effects of replacing the working force operating a given plant and equipment by more workers of proportionately less skill. Thus the quantity theorem does three things. First, it recognizes the fact that the monetary function will affect the value of the commodity chosen for money and is a logically distinct though not independent source of the exchange value of gold. This, of course, we can recognize without committing ourselves to the next steps. Second, it recognizes that the mechanism that determines the value of gold in circulation is different from the mechanism that determines the value of the industrial gold or of any other commodity. Third, it offers a specific schema very primitive but also very simple of that mechanism. The apparent difficulty of this really simple matter is due to the facts that in the case of perfect gold monometallism the two different mechanisms must, of course, produce the same values of gold in the monetary and in the industrial sphere, and that the influences of an increase in gold production upon the commodity value and upon the monetary value of gold so intertwine that we do not see either quite clearly. But it is one of the strong points of the quantity theory that it can be applied to the case of paper money without any auxiliary construction. And in this case, when there is no commodity value of the material to cause ambiguity about what quantity we mean and what modus operandi we attribute to it, all becomes perfectly clear. This logical affinity of the quantity theorem with theoretical cartelism should be borne in mind. The theorem essentially amounts to treating money not as a commodity but as a voucher for buying goods, though not everyone who does consider money in this light need accept the specific schema offered by the quantity theorem. It is the more important to remember this point because later developments tended to obliterate it. There is no trace of considerations of this type in Bodin. But there is in De Vanzati, 1588, see above, Sector 2, who confronted the mass of commodities with the mass of money stock with stock and would have to be credited with superior formulation of the quantity theorem in its most primitive form even if we interpreted Bodin's argument in the same sense. Subsequent advance on this line was slow. Mere recognition of the effect upon prices of American gold and silver imports or of any increase in a country's stock of gold and silver, of course, soon became commonplace. It is not always easy to tell from the uncouth writings of the less literate mercantilists what it was they had in mind, but some of them, especially Maloney's and Munn, see below, ch. 7, tried, I think, to convey the genuine quantity theory idea though in a quite rudimentary form, while others, perhaps the majority, were content with simple metallism. 397 However, De Vanzati at long last found a successor in Montanari, 1680, and in England instances become frequent in the second half of the 17th century. Among these Briscoe, 1694, deserves special notice. 398 because he was the first, so far as I know, to write an equation of exchange in the unsatisfactory form, stock of money equals prices times real income. 399 In the course of the 18th century it was the genuine quantity theorem that, sometimes in the crudest possible form, became a commonplace for many of the leaders. It is taken for granted by Genovesi, Galliani, Beccaria, and Justi, and Hume reasserted it with an emphasis that was hardly necessary. 1752. All the more significant is it that A. Smith did not definitely commit himself to more than simple metallism. But Briscoe's equation of exchange was already obsolete when he published it. 400 A major step forward had been taken before. The most primitive way of looking at the relation between quantity of money and prices, but to the primitive mind the most natural way, is to compare a stock or fund of money with a stock or fund of goods that are supposed to be exchanged against one another. The next idea to occur to one's mind, when one comes to think of it more carefully, is that this stock of goods is a rather doubtful entity. The total of the coins may indeed be thought of as a definite stock of pieces that, unless demonetized or exported, are also permanent, but the commodities that are being currently exchanged for these coins are not each time the same individual pieces. The individual units of bread and wine and cloth and so on disappear from the market for good and are currently replaced by other units to meet, on the next market day, the same coins again. Therefore, comparison is between a stock and a flow. The obvious way to reduce them to comparability is to choose a unit period and to multiply the stock by a coefficient that tells us how often in this period the stock meets the flow, that is, how often per period the money does what the goods can do only once. The problem is greatly simplified, though its solution loses much in value, if we assume that all the coins are spent, none held back, and spent only once each market day, equal quantities of all goods being offered on each day, and that there are no other transactions, then the velocity or rapidity of circulation of money will equal the number of market days per unit period. If this number be 12 per year, the stock of money will support the same price level that a stock 12 times as great would support with but a single market day per year. Taken in this sense, velocity is peculiar to money and neither has nor can have any analog in the world of commodities. 401. Perception of this fact and its insertion into the analytic engine was mainly the achievement of three men, Petty, Locke, and Cantillon. Its importance warrants an inquiry into the manner in which the discovery was made. Neither Petty nor Locke proceeded in the logical way, that is to say, by deducing the phenomenon of velocity from the nature of money the way adumbrated above. They ran up against it in the course of their attempts to answer a practical question which they thought important. This question was, what is the quantity of money that a given country needs? Hume, Of Money in Political Discourses, 1752, seems to have been the first to show clearly and explicitly that on the level of pure logic this question has no meaning. On the one hand, any quantity of money, however small, will do in an isolated country. On the other hand, with perfect gold currency all round, every country will always tend to have the amount appropriate to its relative position in international trade. But in the 16th century people thought differently, and practical sense may in fact be imparted to that question by adding, at the prevailing level of prices. Thus amended, the problem was to determine the requirements of internal circulation under given conditions of time and place with a view either to support up to a point or to combat beyond that point the mercantilist policy of enforcing gold and silver imports. The task was primarily of a statistical nature. Petty tackled it from the angle of income payments, that is to say. Unfinished, the two following paragraphs are taken from the brief early treatment on money described in the appendix and hence do not connect exactly with what precedes. There is one more point. From the standpoint of the theorist, it is always a major event when an important concept is made explicit and workable, although this is the usual case implicitly present in previous arguments. The shadow of velocity of money may be detected in De Vanzati. But it did not acquire substance until the last decades of the 17th century. This was a purely English achievement. We know already of Sir William Petty's exploit in the field. The other sponsor was Locke, in some considerations, 1692. He approaches the phenomenon by way of the cash balances which various classes of people are under the practical necessity of holding. The effects of variations in the velocity on prices are not pointed out directly, though they may be said to come in indirectly through the action of the rate of interest on idle balances. 402 Cantillon, who, so far as I know, was the first to speak of vitesse de la circulation, was also the first to state in so many words that increase in the velocity of money was equivalent to increase in its quantity. He also drew the conclusion that measures calculated to decrease velocity will counteract the effects of inflation. Neither Hume nor Smith added anything of importance. It will be seen that the concept evolved from the first on both the lines that were followed in its later development. Petty and Locke used the cash balance approach, Cantillon the turnover approach. Locke and Cantillon clearly envisage not only velocity in the strict sense but also the rate of spending. Owing to the prominence that the related concept of propensity to consume has gained in connection with the multiplier analysis, it may be interesting to add two examples to show that this concept, too, was perfectly familiar to the economists of that epoch. As we already know, Bois-Guilbert, Dissertation sur la nature de richesses, pointed out that a coin in the hand of a very small trader is spent much more promptly than a coin in the hand of a rich man who is more likely to shut it up in his coffers. The hoarding rich are evidently no discovery or invention of the last 10 years. And Gallieni, in the second dialogue sur l'e-commerce de blesse, drew a distinction between the propensity to consume of the farmer, who saves and hoards, and of the artisan who promptly spends, dissipi. 5. Credit and banking. We know that the late scholastics were familiar with practically all the essential features of capitalism. In particular, they were familiar with stock exchanges and money markets, with lending and banking, with bills of exchange and other instruments of credit. 403 So far as the phenomena to be interpreted are concerned, the banknote is the only one that was added in the course of the 16th century, thrusting into the background for about 2 centuries the oldest form of what came to be called bank money, the transferable deposit. Even Hume, as late as 1752, spoke of this new invention of paper. Yet the banknote, at least in one of its early forms, should not have struck him as a novelty. The note that was a goldsmith's receipt for gold actually deposited was really nothing but a device for increasing safety and convenience in handling one's money, and fitted in perfectly with older ideas. New, however, were the practices of which the banknote became the chief vehicle, and the importance it acquired in consequence. Daniel Webster, in 1839, made note issue the defining trait of a bank. These practices and the phenomena attending them quickly produced an interesting analytic development. The point to grasp is this. When beholding the nascent institutions of capitalism, the scholastic doctors and their laical successors did not experience any difficulty in interpreting them and in fitting them into their metal list theory of money. This analytic task was facilitated by their command of the conceptual apparatus of the Roman law. Observing sales contracts that provided for deferred payment, they readily analyzed them into a sale proper and a loan of money. The deposit of money, being a depositum irregulare, conferred ownership on the receiver of the deposit. The scholastic fathers might even have deduced that the receiver was not bound in law or morals to keep deposits of this nature in a vault, because he owed only tantumdum in genera, that is, as much of the same kind as he had received. Moreover, if a business connection made A the debtor of B and concurrently B the debtor of A, they might within limits compensate, and were to be held responsible only for the difference, and this principle might then be extended to multilateral and interlocal clearing of debts without the use of actual cash. The upshot is that for the scholastics neither lending in the usual sense of the word nor the giving or receiving of credit in the course of commodity trade or any other transactions had really anything to do with the monetary system and its working. These things involved the use of money, no doubt, but in no other sense than does buying for money or making a gift in money or paying taxes in money. But this of course is not so. Credit operations of whatever shape or kind do affect the working of the monetary system. More important, they do affect the working of the capitalist engine so much so as to become an essential part of it without which the rest cannot be understood at all. This is what economists discovered in the 17th century and tried to work out in the 18th. It was then that capitalism was analytically discovered, or, as we may also say, discovered or became analytically conscious of itself. Let us see how this discovery came about and how far it went. 2 lines of advance are distinctly visible. A. Credit and the concept of velocity, Cantillon. The first of these might have been taken by the scholastic doctors themselves, had scholastic economics developed from its own basis throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. That is to say, a strictly metal list conception of money invited, if it did not absolutely enforce, the attempt to draw a sharp dividing line between money and the legal instruments that embody claims to money and operations in money, and to bring the latter into the picture by means of auxiliary constructions for which the legal concepts alluded to above offered suggestions. To some extent such a course is always possible, 404 in our case even more so than usually. The auxiliary construction that is needed consists in an extension of the concept of velocity. The banker who issues notes in excess of his cash holding is not thought of as creating or increasing means of payment, let alone money. All he does is to increase the velocity of that cash, which by proxy, as it were, affects many more payments than it could settle by going from hand to hand, and the same applies, of course, when he directly lends part of the cash deposited with him. The clear perception of the truth that a bank note and a checking deposit are fundamentally the same thing is in fact one of the strong points of this theory. Thus money remains very strictly defined. Credit, particularly bank credit, is merely a method of using it more efficiently. I cannot stop to show, but the reader may easily see for himself, that most phenomena that go under the heading of credit can be described in this way. Government paper money may then either be included with full weight coin in the total of the quantity of money or else construed as a government debt, that is, as a promise to pay in coin at some time or other. The latter view predominated, and throughout the 19th century there are instances of governments issuing notes with the legend, "This note is part of the government's floating debt," suggesting an analogy with treasury bills, especially when the notes carried interest, as they not infrequently did. The outstanding authority for this theory is Cantillon, who carried it out in detail and with as much common sense as brilliance. His bankers are essentially intermediary lenders of other people's money. They lend the deposits they receive, and by so doing speed up things and lower the rate of interest. The logical difficulties that lurk in this apparently simple statement are somewhat reduced by his emphasis upon the case in which bankers only lend what depositors, for the time being, do not need, the case of time deposits, as we should say, so that a given sum of money only does one service at a time. Moreover, we must not forget that Cantillon lived in an environment where, wholesale trade apart, payment in specie was the overwhelming rule, so that people incessantly fetched and brought bags of coin to and from the bank, and where it was as usual to acquire a deposit by actually depositing coin as it is now to acquire one by borrowing or by transfer from another borrower. At any rate, his teaching stands at the fountainhead of what remained official banking theory practically up to the First World War. Gallieni and Turgot independently or not held the same doctrine. So did innumerable minor lights, such as Justy, and business economists, such as Marperger. But, to say the least, this is not the only way of interpreting the facts of banking practice. Even the banker who lends by paying out actual money deposited with him does more than collect it from innumerable small puddles, where it stagnates, in order to hand it to people who will use it. He lends the same sums over and over again before the first borrower has repaid, that is to say, he does not merely find successive employments for the sum entrusted to him, but many employments which that sum then fills simultaneously. If he lends by paying out notes or by crediting the sum lent to the borrower in a checking account for which his cash holding acts merely as a reserve, the same fact stands out still more clearly. And so it does if he lends coins he received as a deposit, which the depositor proposes to use exactly as he would have used the coins had he kept them. 405 There surely must be other ways of expressing these practices than by calling these banknotes embodiments of velocity of circulation, a velocity so great that it enables a thing to be in different places at the same time. More important than this terminological inconvenience is the fact that the velocity of circulation in the technical sense of the word is not increased at all. The banker's loans do not alter the stations through which a unit of purchasing power has to pass, or abridge the time it takes in passing them, or in themselves affect people's habits of holding certain amounts of what they consider to be ready cash. Therefore it may, perhaps, seem more natural to say that bankers increase not the velocity but the quantity of money or of those means of payment that, within limits, serve as well as money, if one wishes to reserve this term for coin or coin and government paper. This accords perfectly with practice. Borrowers do feel that they get additional liquid means that are normally just as good as money. Banks are no longer said to lend their deposits or other people's money, but to create deposits or banknotes. They appear to manufacture money rather than to increase its velocity or to act, which is a completely unrealistic idea, on behalf of their depositors. In any case, it is clear and actually beyond dispute that what the banker does with money cannot be done with any other commodity, or, as some of us would prefer to say, with a commodity, for no other commodity's quantity or velocity can be increased in this way. The only answer to the question why this is so is that there is no other case in which a claim to a thing can, within limits to be sure, serve the same purpose as the thing itself. You cannot ride on a claim to a horse, but you can pay with a claim to money. But this is a strong reason for calling money what purports to be a claim to legal money, provided it does serve as means of payment. As a rule, an ordinary bill of exchange does not so serve, then it is not money, and belongs to the demand side of the money market. Sometimes, however, certain classes of them do, then, according to this view, they are money and form part of the supply on the money market. Banknotes and checking deposits eminently do what money does, hence they are money. Thus credit instruments, or some of them, intrude into the monetary system, and, by the same token, money in turn is but a credit instrument, a claim to the only final means of payment, the consumer's good. By now this theory, which of course is capable of taking many forms and stands in need of many elaborations, may be said to prevail. B. John Law, ancestor of the idea of a managed currency. Manufacture of money. Credit as a creator of money. Manifestly, this opens up other than theoretical vistas. The bank projectors of the 17th century, especially the English land bank projectors, and Law, who was one of them originally, had glimpses, varying in degree of distinctness, of the theory adumbrated above. But they fully realized the business potentialities of the discovery that money, and hence capital in the monetary sense of the term, can be manufactured or created. Their reputation, at the time and later, suffered greatly from the failure of their schemes, Law's schemes in particular, just as, in the 19th century, the reputation of fundamentally similar ideas suffered from association with wildcat banking and with the failures of schemes that turned out badly without being fraudulent or nonsensical, such as the credit mobilier of the brothers Parier. But since there is a far cry from an economic principle to a banking project, these failures are not evidence in the court of theory. Interpretation of John Law's theoretical position in matters of money and credit, on his theory of value, see above, Sector 2, presents difficulties quite apart from the fact that some of his arguments may have been no more than tactical moves. From the way in which he deduces the phenomenon of money which, in the first instance, makes money a commodity, it seems that he must be classed as a theoretical metalist. This diagnosis derives support from his antagonism to debasement or devaluation, which he called an unjust tax, on the doubtful ground that it tends to hurt poor people more than the rich, and also from his practice, for he kept up redemption of his notes as long as he could. Since this seems to clash rather badly with the rest of his views, historians have brushed aside this evidence. But it is quite possible to arrive from the metalist principle at conclusions that seem to violate it, as the American example of our own time suffices to show. Law's argument admits of the following reconstruction. He first observed a clear gain to analysis that the use of a commodity as a means of circulation affects its value. From this it follows that the exchange value of the monetary commodity as money can no more be explained by its exchange value as a commodity than the latter can be explained by the former, although, of course, so long as the monetary commodity can freely move between its monetary and its industrial uses, the two must be equal. Therefore he explained, quite logically, the exchange value of silver as money on the lines of the quantity argument, abondance of money as compared with abondance de products. But since silver that serves as money has no other use than to buy goods, it might just as well be replaced by a cheaper material, in the limiting case by one that has no commodity value at all, such as printed paper, for money is not the value for which goods are exchanged, but the value by which they are exchanged. J.A.SS italics. This, however, cuts the cable that so far has tied money to a commodity having intrinsic value. Now he draws the conclusion that there is an advantage other than cheapness and absence of worry about how to get and keep an adequate supply of money. It is that the quantity of money is fully manageable. The preceding paragraph was unfinished with notes at the end which were filled in by Arthur W. Margate. This, then, seems to have been the work that gave birth to the idea of managed currency, which was subsequently lost to the large majority of economists until it forced itself upon them after 1919. The evident importance of the event makes it worth our while to stay for a moment to consider it. First, the relevant passages in Law's tract, Money and Trade Considered. 1705, acquire additional meaning by his practice, or rather by one aspect of it. We are not concerned with his particular schemes, from that of the Banque Générale, 1716, which looks so innocuous and almost orthodox, to those of the Compagnie des Indes, 1719, which look more and more visionary, and finally those of 1720, which were the ultimate resort of the strong swimmer in his agony. But one great plan was behind all this, in fact well advanced on the road to success, the plan of controlling, reforming, and leading on to new levels the whole of the national economy of France. 406 This is what makes Law's system the genuine ancestor of the idea of managed currency, not only in the obvious sense of that term but in the deeper and wider sense in which it spells management of currency and credit as a means of managing the economic process. And this is what interprets and glorifies the modest passages of the tract. 407. 6. Capital, saving, investment. The word capital had been part of legal and business terminology long before economists found employment for it. With the Roman jurists and their successors, it denoted the principle of a loan as distinguished from interest and other accessory claims of the lender. In obvious relation with this, it later came to denote the sums of money or their equivalents brought by partners into a partnership or company, the sum total of a firm's assets, and the like. Thus the concept was essentially monetary, meaning either actual money, or claims to money, or some goods evaluated in money. Also, though not quite definite, its meaning was perfectly unequivocal, and there was no doubt about what was meant in every particular case. What a mass of confused, futile, and downright silly controversies it would have saved us, if economists had had the sense to stick to those monetary and accounting meanings of the term instead of trying to deepen them. Before the 18th century, however, they hardly used it at all. Waiving such questions as whether or not Saint Antonin of Florence evolved a capital theory, we merely note that in the 17th century terms like wealth, riches, stock were often used where we should use capital, and that throughout the 18th and even in the first decades of the 19th stock was favored for use in the nascent capital theory. Stock, more or less in the sense of either durable or productive wealth, the latter exemplified by Child's stock of tools and materials, was, of course, the object of attention and of recommendations. But when I said that economists were late in finding employment for it, I meant employment in articulate analysis involving a theory of the nature and functions of capital. Of this there were only rudiments before Cantillon and the physiocrats. It may surprise the reader to find Quesnay credited with laying the foundations of a capital theory, considering his emphasis on the role of natural agents. We must, however, go further than this and simply recognize the presence of one of those cases. They are as frequent in science as they are in politics, where a man achieves, if not the opposite of, yet something quite different from, what he intends to achieve. The physiocrats were even responsible for one of the later theories of the productivity of capital. The whole process described by the tableau starts from given advances and, moreover, runs on in terms of the annual advances. These advances are goods to live on or to produce with, though their quantity may be expressed in terms of money, and they are precisely what capital means in one of the many senses of the word. This idea is so important for the general character of any theoretical scheme that adopts it that we may well form a group of all the schemes that do so and call it advance economics. 408. This point was almost immediately seized upon by Turgot, who sketched out the corresponding theory of capital. He emphasized, one may almost say, he rubbed in that wealth other than natural agents, richesse immobiliare amassi d'avance, is a prealable indispensable for all production, reflections, LIII, which amounts to offering his shoulders for future attempts to treat capital in this sense as a factor of production. In his own way, A. Smith did the same thing. But one of the reasons for believing that he did not know the reflections, publ in the Ephemerides, 1769-70, is that his exposition, though infinitely more prolix, falls far short of Turgot's. It looks to me as if Chapter 1 of Book 2 of The Wealth represents what he himself made of Quesnay's suggestion. The advance idea is there, and so is a hint of the productivity, necessity, of capital, but instead of a theory of interest, as in the case of Turgot, see below, Sector 7, only a taxonomy of capital comes from it. Quesnay's primitive advances may have suggested the concept of fixed capital. Quesnay's annual advances may have been transformed into circulating capital, and A. Smith then proceeds to enumerate the various categories of goods that form the one and the other, and to discuss what should and what should not be included in each category. It has often been pointed out that, owing to his different confusing points of view, this taxonomy is not quite satisfactory. We need not go into this. All that matters is that a physical or real capital concept which, however, included money, the acquired and useful abilities of all the inhabitants, and also, though this is not obvious from Smith's catalogue, the means of subsistence of productive laborers was handed down to the theorists of the 19th century and, with but minor criticisms, accepted and further developed by most of them. And so was the Turgot-Smith theory of saving and investment. With tremendous emphasis, A. Smith lays it down, ch. 3 of Book 2, that parsimony, and not industry, is the immediate cause of the increase of capital, that it puts into motion an additional quantity of industry, that it does so immediately, without lag, for what is annually saved is as regularly consumed as what is annually spent, that is, the saver spends as promptly as the prodigal, only he does so for different purposes and the consuming is done by other people, that is, productive laborers, and every frugal man is a public benefactor. Turgot, only with a lighter touch, had written all this before .409 but not Quesnay, nor Cantillon, nor Bois-Guilbert. Turgot evidently broke away from an anti-saving tradition established in his circle. Nor do I know of any earlier French economists with the possible exception of Refuge who could be credited with genuine predecessorship. Among English economists only Hume had any claim. No doubt a host of writers, in the 17th century and before, declaimed against luxury, and the mischief of idleness, especially against imports of luxuries, called for or approved of sumptuary laws, and commended economy, at least for the bourgeois and the workman. 410 Among Spanish and English economists this was, in fact, quite a fashion. The latter in particular held that inadequate propensity to save was one of the reasons that made it so difficult for Englishmen to oust the Dutch for whom they felt so much resentful admiration and who were supposed to be so frugal from their leadership in international trade. But this linked up with a conception of saving and investment that stopped in most cases at the accumulation of stocks of durable goods, gold and silver in particular, and at a favorable balance of trade, the mercantilist angle to be considered in the next chapter. Nobody saw, or at any rate bothered about, the modus operandi of saving and capital formation per se. Turgot, then, must be held responsible for the first serious analysis of these matters, as A. Smith must, at the least, with having it inculcated into the minds of economists. 2 points should be noted for future reference. First, in the face of frequent criticism, Turgot's theory proved almost unbelievably hardy. It is doubtful whether Alfred Marshall had advanced beyond it, certain that J.S. Mill had not. Bombard no doubt added a new branch to it, but substantially he subscribed to Turgot's propositions. Second, the theory was not only swallowed by the large majority of economists, it was swallowed hook, line, and sinker. As if law and others had never existed, one economist after another kept on repeating that only voluntary saving was capital creating. And one economist after another failed to look askance at that word immediately. But in effect, whatever else benevolent interpretation might make of it, this came to mean that every decision to save coincides with a corresponding decision to invest, so that saving is transformed into real capital practically without hitch and as a matter of course, or that, to put it differently, saving practically amounts to supplying real capital. The reader need not strain his imagination unduly in order to realize what a difference it would have made to doctrinal history if the possibility and, in depressive situations, likelihood of the occurrence of hitches had been pointed out from the first of hitches that may paralyze the mechanism described by Turgot and cause saving to become a disturber of the economic process, hence possibly a destroyer instead of a creator of industrial apparatus. Not only would such an admission have broken off the spearhead from modern attacks upon the theory, but it would also have made it a more effective analysis within the situations for which it is quite true. There was the less excuse for refusing to recognize the necessary qualifications because they could have been taken from earlier as well as contemporaneous economists, especially from Quesnay's maxims. If saving is allotted such a part in the drama, the prince, that is, public expenditure, hence public debts, cannot be expected to escape the role of the villain, or one of the villains, of the piece. The topic of public debts, though interesting from the standpoint of economic sociology and also from the standpoint of financial technique, is of little moment for us, because judgment and advocacy greatly prevailed over analysis. Therefore it will suffice to say that many authors tried hard to discover desired effects that might be attributed to public borrowing. Some indeed went so far as to make them a factor in national prosperity. 411 The opposite tendency prevailed, however votaries of ideological interpretation are welcome to trace this to the increasing influence of the bourgeois mind, which in fact had more reasons than one to dislike cavalier finance. It was strongly sponsored by Hume and Smith. From their theory of saving embryonic in Hume, developed in Smith, it follows indeed that public, or any, borrowing for non-productive purposes spells setback in the growth of wealth. It is less easy to see why both should have been of the opinion that the public debts of their time were crushing burdens likely to produce bankruptcy and ruin. They hardly did more, however, than to express current opinion on the subject. The English public was in fact so nervous that the Pitt government in 1786 resumed, on a larger scale and more seriously, the policy of paying an annual sum into a sinking fund. 412. 7. Interest. The most significant development to notice in the interest theory of the period is the emergence, and all but universal acceptance, of the propositions, 1. That interest on business loans is nothing but normal business profit transferred to lenders, and, 2. That normal business profit itself is nothing but the return on the physical means of production, labor's means of subsistence included. So essential is it for us to grasp the full importance of this development, which was to shape the subsequent history of interest theory, that, in order to make it stand out clearly, we shall neglect side issues and cross currents as far as possible. In particular, we shall neglect discussions of interest on loans for purposes of consumption, for this incomplete. A. Influence of the scholastic doctors. We start again from the work of the scholastic doctors and their Protestant successors, to which the reader had better refer before perusing this section. Their influence asserted itself in two ways. On the one hand, they provided one of the main topics of discussion. The controversy on the legality of charging and paying interest went on. In the second half of the 18th century, it flagged, but it did not quite die out, and even Turgot wrestled, in his tract, Memoire sur les prêts d'argent, with the Aristotelian position. Into this we need not go again. But a cognate point demands our attention. In most countries the moral issue was partly ousted by a purely economic issue, which turned not on the old question of principle, but on the question of the expediency of reducing the rate of interest by legislation. English merchants especially, looking with resentful admiration on commercial conditions in the Netherlands, embraced the theory that will naturally occur to the untutored practitioner, namely, that one of the causes, perhaps the main cause, of the flourishing state of Dutch trade in the 17th century was the low rate of interest that prevailed there, and they insisted that legal regulation could confer the same advantage upon England. It will suffice to mention Child as the most eminent among the many exponents of this theory, and to glance in the footnote below at what seems to me to be the better part of the ensuing controversy, from which the opposite theory, namely, that a low rate of interest is the consequence and not the cause of wealth, emerged victoriously, not to be seriously challenged again until our own time. 413 From this it does not follow, of course, that legal regulation of the rate of interest can have no sense at all. In fact, neither Locke nor A. Smith went so far as this. But in the end this view prevailed. 414. On the other hand, scholastic doctrine also provided the theoretical, explanatory, ideas about interest from which the analysis of the 17th and 18th centuries started. Neglecting minor points, we shall concentrate upon these two, the monetary conception of interest and the proposition enshrined in Molina's pithy saying that money is the tool of the merchant's trade. The scholastics did not indeed restrict the concept of interest to interest on loans of money, but the latter naturally commanded their attention more than anything else, they never agreed on or developed the idea that prospective profits are the source of the demand for business loans, but some of the most eminent of them adumbrated it with unmistakable clearness. During the 17th century and far into the 18th, the large majority of economists looked upon interest, as many of us do again now, as a monetary phenomenon. In particular, this is true of the Culpepers, Manley, Child, Petty, Locke, and Pollexfen, not to mention any continental writers. In the case of Petty, direct scholastic influence is not inconceivable, since he had received part of his education at a Jesuit college. Looking, quite in the spirit of the scholastic fathers, for a special reason independent of, and additional to, the mere act of transferring money to the borrower, that would explain a premium, he hit upon, or rather resuscitated, the inconvenience, ad hominem, suffered by the lender who bound himself not to call for his money during a stated time. In any case, and in spite of the fact that he related this inconvenience to the rent of so much land as the same sum would buy, it is always money he is thinking of, and it is the quantity of money which is held to determine the rate of interest, without there being any indication of the caeteris paribus provisos that would be required in order to make this true. Locke goes somewhat deeper than this. Owing to his clumsy way of expressing himself, it is extremely difficult to do him justice, but if I have caught his meaning, he may be credited with having introduced explicitly and having developed the second of the two ideas mentioned above. Again, interest is a price for money lent. But the supply on the money market must be seen in relation to the debt situation and the state of trade, high profits raising, low profits reducing, the rate. Though we cannot stay to prove it, still less to consider objections, I think that, at a push, this may be interpreted as an embryonic form of what is now known as the Swedish loanable funds theory. Interest is explained and determined by a demand proceeding from expected profits and meeting a supply of loanable funds. B. Barbon, interest is the rent of stock. But further development did not take this line. There is no bridge between Locke and the monetary interest theories of today. Instead, there was a new departure, which was to be so successful that even now we find it difficult to be as surprised at it as we ought to be. There are, so far as I know, only the most elusive indications of it before 1690, when Barbon, Discourse of Trade, wrote the momentous statement, "Interest is commonly reckoned for money." But this is a mistake, for the interest is paid for stock, it is the rent of stock, and is the same as the rent of land. The first is the rent of the wrought or artificial stock, the latter, of the unwrought or natural stock. 415. If the reader is to understand the history of interest theory during the 19th century, and some part of it even during the first 4 decades of the 20th, it is absolutely necessary to realize fully what this means. At first sight, Barbon's statement might well sound trivial. Of course, the borrower does not normally want the money in order to look at it. What he really wants, if we neglect the purpose of refinancing other obligations, are the goods and services that he actually buys with it. Neither do we want, for its own sake, the knife with which to cut our food, and yet it does not follow that the price we pay for the knife is really paid for the food. For certain purposes we may indeed, for instance by means of the theory of imputation, discussed below, Part 4, adopt such a view of the matter. But it would be a most astounding as well as important result if it were permissible to adopt it for all purposes. Granting even that business loans are normally used for purchasing or hiring real capital in the sense of producers' goods and services, it does not follow that the interest paid for the former is really an element of the price of the latter. Interest may bear a particular relation to money as distinct from the goods that are bought with it, or it may be a price for something else, the sacrifice involved in saving, for instance, that cannot be simply identified with real capital. To aver that it is possible to brush aside the monetary element without losing anything essential in the process is therefore an extremely bold step which neither the scholastics nor Petty nor Locke thought of taking, though the triviality above cannot have been unknown to them. In particular, it was the decisive step toward the real analysis of the 19th century, according to which money was just a veil that it was the business of analysis to lift. Which is precisely the center of the analytic difficulties created by real analysis. In addition to the service or disservice that Barbin rendered by the impulse he gave in the direction of real analysis, there is another aspect to his performance that is hardly less important. If interest is the return on wrought stock produced means of production exactly as rent is the return on unwrought stock natural agents of production, then it is goods of some kind or other that the lender really possesses. As a matter of fact, it is the manufacturer or trader who possesses such goods, and he gets them either by producing them himself or by buying them from other producers and not from the capitalist or lender. To neglect this and to reason as if the latter lent goods is another stroke of analysis, the boldness of which is hidden to us only by our familiarity with it. But then the return on these goods materializes in the hands of the businessman who uses them and constitutes the main and theoretically basic part of his profit, at least if we choose to make light of his trouble and risk. Thus we easily slip into a position that may be characterized by the equivalent propositions that the business firm earns interest or that the lender receives profit, not, as would seem more natural to the unprejudiced mind, an income sui generis of which profit is merely the most important source. C. Shift of analytic task from interest to profit. For the whole of the 19th century and beyond, this shifted the analytic task from interest to profit. With the partial exception of abstinence and psychological discount theories, the phenomenon to be explained was the net surplus of business, which, in turn, was essentially a surplus arising from the use of an assemblage of certain physical goods, that this surplus, cleared of accessories such as compensation for trouble and risk, had to be handed to some other person, if this person and not the business manager was its real, though not legal, owner, hardly required independent explanation. This applies also to Bombach and Wicksell, though the latter made the first step beyond this theory and must even now be kept in mind when we compare such a theory as Keynes's with other interest theories. The object of analytic endeavor is different. It is not too much to say that this was to be the dominant feature of the theorist's general picture and even of economic sociology for everyone. The businessman became the capitalist. Fundamentally his income was income from ownership of goods, an impersonal return. The two preceding paragraphs were on a single page with notes, both shorthand and longhand, to indicate how the argument was to be continued. This section on interest was more fragmentary than any other part of this unfinished chapter. It was obviously an outline that would have been filled in and completed, had the author lived. A. Smith substantially accepted this theory of interest and of the capitalist process. The 19th century in turn accepted it from him. However, before considering the precise form which he gave it, we must glance briefly at its development between 1690 and 1776. Barbin's discourse, on this point at all events, did not meet with success. The tract seems indeed to have been forgotten very soon. Thus, Barbin's fundamental idea remained in abeyance until 1750, when it was again expounded for all we know, independently rediscovered by Massey 416, whose analysis not only went further than Barbin's but also gathered force from its criticism of the views of Petty and Locke. 2 years later, in his volume entitled Political Discourses, Hume published 2 essays, Of Interest and of Money, that do not seem to have received due tribute from recent historians. It is indeed true that, on the surface, we see little more than synthesis and effective re-exposition of ideas that had been put forth before. This impression is particularly strong with authors who attend primarily to certain practical results he drew from his analytic setup, such as that interest is not simply a function of the quantity of money, that low interest is a consequence and not a cause of wealth, that it cannot be determined by legislation, that it is correlated with profits in a relation of mutual interaction, and that it is a barometer of the state, low interest being an almost infallible sign of prosperity, which, of course, is not true in every sense of prosperity, none of which were novel. But the analytic setup with which Hume backed all this, though sketchy, can be called synthetic only in the sense in which synthesis may transcend coordination and be creative. It amounts to accepting Locke's explanation of the demand for loans, definitely loans this time, not money by the needs of spendthrift landowners and by the profit expectations of businessmen, and to replacing Locke's supply of money by the supply of savings. This allows for the close relation between profit and interest without identifying them, and admits the monetary aspect particularly as regards short-run effects of variations in the quantity of money on the rate of interest that were also recognized by Ricardo without making it dominant. In short, we have here a schema that need only have been worked out in order to produce a much better and more complete theory of the interest phenomenon than can be found in either Ricardo or Mill. But precisely the most valuable points were lost. D. Turgot's great performance. Turgot's 417 contribution is not only by far the greatest performance in the field of interest theory the 18th century produced, but it clearly foreshadowed much of the best thought of the last decades of the 19th. Like Hume, Turgot argued that the quantity of money does not determine the rate of interest, very nicely emphasizing the conceptual independence of the two meanings of the phrase value of money, its value in the money market and its value in the markets of commodities, and even going so far as to assert that an increase in the quantity of money that raises commodity prices might conceivably increase the rate of interest. Also, like Hume, he substituted supply of savings for supply of money. And there are other points that Hume made before him. But his theory goes much deeper than all that and is quite different in content as well as in background. Canonist influence, as we might expect, is much in evidence, though, of course, scholastic ideas are sometimes made to serve exactly opposite practical conclusions, and one essential feature of Turgot's scheme, the identification of capital with advances, goes back to Quesnay or Cantillon. The hommes industriaux share their profit with capitalists who supply the funds. Reflections, LXXI. The share that goes to the latter is determined, like all other prices, LXXV, by the play of supply and demand among borrowers and lenders, LXXI, so that the analysis is from the outset firmly planted in the general theory of prices. At first blush and on the surface, interest is the price paid for the use of money, LCI, LCIV. But why does the use of money command a price, or, to put it differently, why does the mechanism of supply and demand work out in such a way as to produce normally a premium on present as compared with future money? Turgot realized that it is not enough to answer that money lent is money saved. His answer was that the funds supplied by the capitalist represent riches immobiliaria or advances, which are an indispensable prerequisite of production. LII capital yields interest because it bridges the temporal gap between the productive effort and the product, LX, LX. By now, this idea has become as stale as a quotation from Hamlet. Moreover, many of us have ceased to believe in its explanatory value. For both reasons, the reader may find it difficult to admire as he should the brilliance of the stroke by which Turgot, exploiting Cantillon's or Quesnay's conception of capital, tied the phenomenon of interest to a most elementary fact about production. The propositions that the rate of interest is the thermometer of the relative abundance or rarity of real capital, in other words, that the rate of interest is negatively correlated with the rate of saving and that it measures the extent to which production can be carried, also acquire additional meaning in the light of this theory. The first remained practically unchallenged until our own time, the second stands unchallenged even now. As has been stated before, A. Smith stereotyped the doctrinal situation. But in doing so he dropped precisely the most promising suggestions proffered by Hume and, if he knew the reflections, by Turgot still more those that he might have found in Locke, so that his successors started from a formulation that was much more Barbonian than that of any of these writers. In the wealth, the monetary aspect of the interest problem is definitely reduced to a matter of form or technique. What the lender really supplies is not the money but the goods which it can purchase. Book 2, ch 4, and there is nothing in the views of M.R. Locke, Mr. Law, and Mr. Montesquieu that an increase in the quantity of gold and silver lowers the rate of interest, Ibid. The tendency of interest to fall he explained in exactly the same way as the tendency of profit to fall, Book I, ch 9, which really deals with the same topics as Book 2, ch 4, both of which A. Smith seems to accept with a qualification about acquisition of new territory or of new branches of trade as unquestionable facts. And this is quite logical, for, as should be clear by now, they are, in A. Smith's schema, really one and the same thing. A. Smith does distinguish them. Profit also includes compensation for trouble and risk, whereas the lender receives his interest without such trouble and risk. But these are relegated to a secondary position. Essentially, profit is profit of stock, and interest which goes to the capitalist employer is received for stock, goods, lent. Whether the stock be his own or borrowed from some other person, to supply the workman with stock is the businessman's basic function. First and foremost, he is the capitalist, and as capitalist he is the typical employer of labor, whose basic function it is to supply the stock to the workman, though that capitalist employer need not always do the employing himself, in which case. This paragraph was written on a yellow sheet still adhering to a pad and was obviously unfinished. The page, which was crowded with notes in Austrian shorthand and in English longhand, is reproduced in the appendix. 7. The Mercantilist Literature 418. Questions of international economic relations loomed so large on the horizons of all the authors of this epoch that we have already had to refer more than once to their propositions about these problems. It is nevertheless necessary to return to the charge and to examine some of these propositions more closely in order to introduce another batch of writings and to extract from them what contributions to analytic economics they may contain. I shall group those propositions under the headings of export monopolism, exchange control, and balance of trade. Doctrines concerning the second and third, particularly the third, are usually considered the core of that imaginary organon, the mercantilist system of traditional teaching. To many economists, they mean in fact the whole of it. This tradition was established by Adam Smith, whose famous attack upon what he called, following, perhaps, the lead of the physiocrats, the commercial or mercantile system, wealth, fourth book, centered in an argument about the balance of trade, although he was not blind to other aspects. 1. Interpretation of the mercantilist literature. The reader presumably knows that these specifically mercantilist doctrines have given rise to a controversy among historians of thought on which it is worthwhile to comment before embarking upon our task. This will not only clarify the issues involved but also afford an interesting illustration of the principles of interpretation outlined in Part I. The opinions the mercantilist writers held about those topics, so far as they can be said to have held uniform opinions at all 419, came to be looked upon not only with disapproval but also with contempt by the large majority of the economists of the 19th century. They could see nothing but error in them and, in dealing with their predecessors, developed a practice according to which it was all but sufficient for putting a work out of court to attach to it the slightest tinge of mercantilism. This can be verified, in an almost amusing way, by consulting the relevant articles in Palgrave's Dictionary of Political Economy. 420. Next, an opposition to this free trade view arose, voiced mainly though not exclusively by German writers. It went practically to the other extreme. This opposition also succeeded in establishing a tradition, though a less general one, which of late seems to have elicited a reaction that, joining forces with the surviving elements of the liberal tradition, in turn bids fair to overshoot the mark. Professor Jacob Weiner's monograph may perhaps be cited as an instance. 421. Now the first thing to observe about this prolonged campaign is that both the anti-mercantilists and the pro-mercantilists were primarily interested in mercantilist practice, and that the opinions of both hence were and are primarily a matter of political preference. The English critics were out of sympathy with what had been done in the mercantilist age. The German sympathizers were not in favor of all the aspects of mercantilist practice, but they were in favor of some measure of national autarky, of state management, and above all of state building. All this is completely irrelevant to our purpose, and the only thing that needs to be said about it is this: both critics and sympathizers were victims of the belief, so dear to that rationalist epoch, that their opinions about policy were scientific inferences from premises that had been laid down in a scientific spirit. Especially the English utilitarians, such as John Stuart Mill, looked upon their recommendations concerning policy as an engineer would look upon his recommendation about the construction of an engine. Their present was invariably this enlightened age. Hence practical and theoretical error was for them equally definite and indeed the same thing. This standpoint, which partly accounts for their pontifical attitude, is of course wholly untenable, as we need not stay to prove once more. Second, the promercantilists held what the antimercantilists by implication denied, namely that mercantilist policies were not only understandable in the sense in which everything is, crime and folly included, but also in the much more significant sense that, taking account of the circumstances and opportunities of the times, they constituted adequate means for securing what with the same proviso were rationally defensible ends. Here, as previous argument suffices to show, the promercantilists score, though not to the extent they themselves believed. 422 At all events, this must be admitted by all those who are not willing to condemn modern commercial policies of a similar type, which in fact enjoy the support of many who know all about their Smith, their Ricardo, and their Marshall. For the sake of future reference, let us call this the practical argument. 423. But, third, this does not prove anything for the analysis, the results of which have been used in order to defend those policies. A man may do what, from his standpoint and in his circumstances, is for him the right thing, and yet do it for reasons that are complete nonsense. 424 The promercantilists, in particular the German ones who cared little and knew less about economic theory, were therefore wrong in thinking that they had proved anything for what they conceived to be mercantilist doctrine when they had succeeded in making out, in the sense defined above, a partial case for mercantilist practice. Moreover, it should be borne in mind that it is not enough to show that a proposition we find in a mercantilist pamphlet makes sense to us, that is to say, that we can prove it to be correct. For many modern propositions bear a striking surface resemblance. Let us hope that the resemblance does not go below the surface to quite primitive ones which can be easily disproved. To read our meaning uncritically into old texts amounts to betrayal of the historian's duty as much as does overemphasis on every mistake in formulation. This class of considerations we shall, for purposes of reference, call the theoretical argument. Armed with these distinctions, we now proceed with our task. 2. Export monopolism. To begin with, the practical argument is strongly in favor of those writers of that age who held that monopoly and quasi-monopolistic cooperation, no matter what their effects may have been on domestic industry and trade, filled an essential function in foreign commerce. This is what I mean by export monopolism. At all times people have judged differently monopolistic practice that was directed against foreigners. Thus, the American Congress, otherwise so hostile to anything that may be made to look like monopoly, was easily persuaded to relax antimonopolist legislation for the benefit of export trade by the Webb-Pomerine Act. The proposition involved is as simple as it is so far as it goes, and if only immediate effects are considered correct, monopoly gains from foreign trade are net gains to a nation, because the items that would have to be subtracted if these gains were made in the domestic market are equated to zero. Moreover, until the middle of the 18th century and in many parts of the world until much later, trading was only possible within protective ad hoc arrangements that the traders had largely to provide themselves. This did not necessarily involve monopolistic action, but it spelled organization and cooperation that could easily extend to price and general business policy, not only to facilitate exploitation but also to regulate it and to defend standard practice against substandard connationals. Of this, the Society of Merchants Adventurers affords a telling example. 425 Finally, it seems too obvious to require explicit statement, but is surprisingly often left out of account by critics of mercantilist theories, that that age was the age of buccaneering imperialism, and that trade was associated with colonization, with uninhibited exploitation of the colonies founded. 426 With private warfare for which the governments, especially the English, frequently declined responsibility, and with conditions permanently verging on war. The classic example of all this is the East Indian, the only modern instance, the Rhodesian case. This explains many things perfectly rationally that were bound to vanish under the influence of different conditions, even if there had not been any progress at all in the grasp of the logic of economic phenomena. In fact, this progress presumably had very little to do with the change in practice. The two main sources of the large stream of literature on the subject of export monopolism including colonization flowed from the one fact that the policies of the great companies affected domestic interests also, and from the other fact that their success aroused the envious hatred of both the squire and the common man against the nabobs. Attacks elicited replies, of which it may be worthwhile to notice the best example that has come to my notice, John Wheeler's defense of the merchants' adventurers among other things against the bureaucratic spokesmen for regulation who know nothing about business, tout comme chez nous. This work mentioned before in chapters 3 and 6, entitled A Treatise of Commerce, wherein are shewed the commodities arising by a well-ordered and ruled trade, such as that of the Society of Merchants Adventurers is proved to be, written principally for the better information of those who doubt of the necessariness of the said society in the state of the realm of England, 1601, was also written, as we may add, with impending hostile legislation in view. In my opinion Mr. Wheeler did extremely well, and his argument successfully disposes of some of the points that are invariably raised in discussions about monopoly. His economics is not a bit below the level that we observe in similar popular or political or forensic arguments today. But he contributes nothing to our collection of scientific tools. His analytic economics was, on the whole, not wrong. There was very little of it, however. Because of its prominence, the East India Company attracted the lion's share of public attention and hostility. This accounts for a large part of the literature in question. So far as I can see, however, there is nothing in it to interest us except the arguments and counter-arguments about the company's exportation of monetary metal and about the competition which, though harassed by legislation and administration, it offered to English woolens by its imports of Indian wares. However, these arguments and counter-arguments enter into the general discussion concerning the balance of trade, see Sector 4. Attention is invited to the footnote below. 427. 3. Exchange control. Next let us see how the practical argument stands in the matter of exchange control. War, as we know from experience, inevitably induces government control of economic life and, not less inevitably, creates bureaucracies to administer it which then not merely cling to their powers but automatically strive to expand them. Imports, exports, and foreign exchanges are obviously among the most important of the things to be controlled. The argument for control also applies to conditions permanently verging on war. Moreover, we must take into account the spirit induced by war and the incessant threat of war, the frame of mind in which injury to a foreign nation is almost as welcome as gain to one's own, or, to put it differently, in which the policy of international economic relations merges with the policy of economic warfare and becomes just one of the weapons in the perennial game of power politics. If it be conceded that all this holds true for that epoch, the rationale for its practice in the matter of foreign exchange should be obvious, especially if we do not lose sight of the expansive tendency inherent in all bureaucratic practice. Embargoes on coined and uncoined gold and silver we simply subsume as a necessary complement under exchange control, although in more primitive cases they were the main measure to be taken or even all that it was possible to do. 428. It may be useful, however, to present that rationale in a more general form, that is, without reference to the particular conditions of war economy. In doing so I shall consider perfect exchange control only, that is, the case in which a public authority, holding an effective monopoly of exchange transactions, can requisition and allocate foreign exchange as it pleases. Then, this authority can, a. tide over temporary shortages of foreign exchange which, if not attended to, may produce disproportionate consequences, especially through cumulative processes, b. facilitate the orderly discharging of debts in situations in which automatic adjustment is impossible owing to inhibitions in the functioning of the international market, c. prevent or defeat bearish speculation in an exchange market that lacks its normal resilience, d. prevent undesired, depressive effects of automatic adjustment that may ensue even where such automatic adjustment is possible, e. prevent certain imports or exports and encourage others and thus powerfully influence national production, f. improve a country's terms of trade within limits, which may be widened by complementary restrictions, by introducing a monopoly element into its transactions with foreign merchants. 2 points remain to be added. First, in order to prove itself the sharp weapon it is capable of being, exchange control not only requires attention to the net result of all the transactions that cross a country's frontier or to the net results of a country's transactions with every other country taken separately, the bilateral trade principle of today, but it also requires attention to the transactions in every individual commodity and of every individual trader. This is particularly necessary if full advantage of the discriminatory possibilities of the method is to be reaped. Second, in order to be fully effective as a tool of comprehensive planning, exchange control, plus embargoes on monetary metals, must be implemented by other controls that act directly on the individual transactions themselves. Many such controls have been used at various times, but that epoch had a specificum of its own, the institution of the staple. 429. It is obviously much easier to control exchanges when trade is already controlled by being forced into prescribed channels, and the staple towns with their apparatus of mints, controllers, and hostelers, practically jailers of foreign merchants, offered unrivaled administrative opportunities for controlling the exchange market. It should be borne in mind, however, that the two policies, while primarily complementary, were also to some extent capable of being substituted for one another. 430. Now, whatever we may think of the more remote effects of any such policy, especially if practiced by all countries, and whatever we may think of the way in which it was actually worked, legislation was, and is, of course, at all times a highly irrational heap of contradictory measures. It was not simply nonsense in principle, and no writer who advocated it under the conditions of that time can be accused of having stood for nonsense. This certainly holds so far as the practical argument is concerned, and hence for the practitioners, among whom Sir Thomas Gresham, 1519-79, stands out without a peer. 431. John Stuart Mill himself could not have suggested a workable alternative, and if he rose from the dead to deny this, we should reply that he did not know enough about the conditions of the time, and that it was he who laid himself open to the charge of erroneous reasoning by denying it. But this does not alter the fact that those defensible practical views are generally believed to be associated with inadequate or even downright nonsensical theories. However, the question arises whether there was any theoretical argument at all. In fact, practically all the writers who discuss the possibilities of protecting the national exchange and securing an influx of gold and silver money or bullion without reference to the balance of trade or of payments should not be credited or charged with any theory. 432. Precisely in order to be just to them, we must realize how innocent they were of analysis. This will clear them of some accusations which it has become a tradition to direct at them, for no better reason than that we take their utterances too seriously and insist on pinning them down to theories these utterances seem to imply. But they did not analyze at all. They had no conception of any but the most obvious relations between economic phenomena. Living at a time when nations braced themselves to match their fighting power, they impulsively resented imports of unnecessary luxuries. That does not imply considered rejection of Adam Smith's grand commonplace that consumption is the sole end and purpose of all production. They looked at the antics of exchange rates and attributed them to the machinations of speculators, exactly as the politicians and the public did in France and Germany after 1919. They felt it was nice for a nation as well as for individuals to have money, and said so without thinking any more about it. They were staunch nationalists, and the foreigner, of course, was an object of aversion and distrust. They were most of them what may be termed naively critical of business and of the doings of merchants, as public opinion always was and is. The reader will have caught the point and will excuse me from going on with this argument. Nor would it serve a useful purpose to present examples. 433. There were, however, exceptions. 434. The only one to call for specific attention is Maloney's 435, whom we have met before. Behind his recommendations, mainly higher import duties, prohibition of bullion exportation, the staple system, and resurrection of the office of Royal Exchange for the purpose of fixing exchange rates officially, there is more serious theory than has been admitted by a long series of critics who have treated his views with contempt. That he does not merit this, is proved by the fact that, as we shall see, during the whole of that century no other writer surpassed him in clear and full understanding of the international mechanism of foreign exchanges that works through price levels and gold and silver movements, the automatic mechanism to be discussed presently under the heading Balance of Trade. In the second part of his treatise, Canker of England's Commonwealth, he nicely explains how, if a country's currency falls below its mint par and coin flows out in consequence, then prices will fall in that country and rise abroad, where our money concurring with the monies of other countries causeth plenty, whereby the price of foreign commodities is adjuanced. This is a considerable theoretical contribution. We must go to the 18th century in order to find the argument carried to the conclusion to which it points. Why then did Malanes fail to draw this conclusion himself? I think because he was much more impressed with the shortcomings of that mechanism than he was with the mechanism itself. In particular, he complained that, in the small and inhibited markets of his time, operations in exchange so worked out for England that she was selling her goods more cheaply and paying for foreign goods more dearly than was necessary, that is, that her terms of trade were unnecessarily unfavorable, wherein chiefly consisteth the overbalancing. He perceived the possibility of improving those terms by exchange control, R. F. above, and further proof that he reasoned correctly upon the matter is provided by the fact that, in considering the objections to his plan, Canker of England's Commonwealth, third part, he mentions first the effect on sales that might be expected from better terms of trade, and promptly replies how necessary our commodities are and what request thereof is in all places, which means that, in his opinion, foreign demand for English goods was inelastic. Now he may have been wrong in his factual appraisal of the situation. It is even certain that he overestimated both what speculation in exchange can do to harm the interest of a country and what exchange control can do to further it. Overstatement of his point is obvious in the controversy with Miss Eldon. But that is not the point. We are not concerned with the question whether England should have accepted his advice. We are concerned with his reasoning. And this, though of course not above criticism, must be primarily listed as a contribution. If we label him a Booleanist, then the balance of the theoretical argument is not clearly against Booleanism. Nor is it true that, so far as his theoretical position is concerned, he was dislodged by Miss Eldon. 4. The balance of trade. Turning, finally, to the third topic, the proposition that a favorable balance of trade 436, excess of exports over imports, is a highly desirable or even necessary thing at which to aim, we first observe that, as regards the practical argument, much of what has been said before applies with equal force to this case. This is as true if we look at the commercial policies of that age merely under the aspect of protectionism as it is if we choose to emphasize specifically the balance of trade aspect. For, as has been stressed sufficiently, I hope, the war economy and the power politics elements in those policies would in themselves be quite sufficient to remove any tinge of irrationality from a wish to secure as large as possible an influx of universally acceptable money. Therefore the only question to raise is the one concerning the theoretical argument. Let us split it into two parts. A. How far did the mercantilist economists themselves take account of that association of both their recommendations and their arguments with the conditions of their time, which imparts logically defensible meaning to the latter, though it does not of course never forget this justify them in any other sense, and, b. What did they contribute to economic analysis, or else what provable errors did they commit in their reasoning? A. The practical argument, power politics. There cannot be any doubt concerning the first question. Mercantilist writers, least of all the Italians, of course were keenly alive to the power politics element, as in fact they could not have helped being. In England in particular, the city from which most of the leading writers hailed was a pillar of aggressive foreign policy which, as is abundantly clear from what has been said before, suited the business interests to perfection even where it was not directly inspired by them. Of course this is not always explicitly stated. Imperialist urges rarely are. But it lurks behind the concern of our authors about the wealth of the king, behind their talk about the decay of the English power 437, behind their fears for England's safety, behind the attitude that Hume was to criticize in his essay of the jealousy of trade, 1752, behind their insistence on the vital importance of the navy and, in connection with it, of shipping and shipbuilding. Of special interest, however, are those cases in which the power, or safety, argument is not only put forth unmistakably but is also opposed to the profit argument. For whatever we may think of this from other angles, it marks progress in economic insight. Two well-known examples will suffice. In his discourse about trade, 1690, Child defends the policy of the Navigation Acts by the power argument while admitting that, from a purely economic point of view, there may have been a strong case against them. In his discourses on the public revenues and on the trade of England, 1698, Davenant goes further still. 438. b. The analytic contribution. To answer the second question, the one about contributions to, and errors in, analysis, is not so easy. Some contributions there are. They will present themselves in the proper light if we look at them, as it were, ex ante, and not, as critics invariably do, from the standpoint of later analysis, for which it was the most important contribution of the mercantilist writers to have paved the road, and which in fact grew out of their work. But as soon as one dives into that literature, one cannot fail to be struck by two things. First, though pieces of genuine analytic work can be found occasionally and attempts at analysis more frequently, the bulk of the literature is still essentially pre-analytic, and not only that, it is crude, the work of unprofessional or even uneducated minds that frequently lack the rudiments of the art of exposition. Much of that literature was popular in the most distressing sense of the word. Perception of this fact, of which some of those writers were themselves painfully aware, should not only teach us forbearance, particularly with respect to individual dicta on the strength of which an author should never be condemned until we have satisfied ourselves that he actually makes improper use of them, but should also warn us that we are in constant danger, reasoning from our own sublime heights, of misunderstanding what those simple fellows really wanted to say. To be sure, there are a considerable number of writers to whom this does not apply. But this only leads up to another difficulty. If we want to be just to the age, we must clearly separate substandard chaff from valuable wheat. How will the economics of our own age come off 200 or 300 years hence, if critics take it into their heads to judge it by everything that has been written on economic subjects during the last decade? But what, beyond a rather small group of performances on which we may all agree, is the wheat? Here, every one of us must rely on his personal evaluations of analytic quality, the only kind of value judgments that are both permissible and unavoidable in a history of scientific economics, a matter in which often the only agreement attainable will be the agreement to differ. Second, we have had ample opportunity already to observe that the views of the economists of that period, if indeed it be permissible to speak of economists at all for a period in which the profession was in process of emergence but had not really emerged as yet, were as uniform as are those of the economists of any other period, but that they were not more so. Individuals and groups differed from one another, in fundamentals and in details, as much as economists always have, and they fought one another's views and methods accordingly. The widespread opinion to the contrary has resulted in another injustice. The critical historian, after having set up a uniformed man of straw, misses the fact that much of what is most objectionable from the standpoint of later analysis, or politics, had been rejected or corrected within the period. The historian has indeed a method of dealing with this fact when it stares him in the face. Those who took what to him seems to be a more correct view are either visited with more lenient strictures, or else they are excluded from that imaginary unit under the heading of heretics or forerunners. But this method is a doubtful one, to say the least. We have noticed, and tried to understand, the protectionist current of the times. We have also encountered the opinions that a number of writers held on the subject of protection. We shall naturally expect the writers we are considering under the heading of balance of trade to have completed the list of protectionist arguments. This expectation is not disappointed. We find the infant industry argument, which, excepting perhaps the case of English woolens, must in the circumstances of the period be assumed to underlie any recommendation of protection to domestic industry that is not expressly motivated in a different way. We find the military, the key industry, and the general autarky arguments. We find the employment argument. We find the argument that today has come into such prominence in connection with the multiplier approach, namely, that so far as protection succeeds in producing an excess of exports, it will stimulate the business process by increasing domestic expenditure. Foreign investment plays no role, or next to none, in their analysis except in a short-run sense. Some of them pointed out that a temporary export of coin may be a necessary link in a series of transactions that eventually nets an export surplus. English instances we shall confine ourselves to English ones, although the continent would also furnish a crop are given below. They will also add to our modest collection of names. As we should expect, the infant industry argument turns up in the times of Elizabeth, when England experienced her first industrial boom, and pervades the literature under discussion to the end, that is, to the threshold of the Industrial Revolution, when Sir James Steuart put considerable emphasis on it. We are primarily interested in cases where protection is recommended only for a limited time, or where the element of infancy is otherwise stressed in such a way as to remove any possibility of doubt about the character of the argument. Thus, Arthur Dobbs, in an essay on the trade and improvement of Ireland, 1729-31, Part 2, expressly stated that premiums are only to be given to encourage manufactures or other improvements in their infancy, and that further help would be in vain if after their improvement they cannot push their own way. Jar Anton, England's improvement by sea and land, to outdo the Dutch without fighting, to pay debts without monies, to set at work all the poor of England. 1677, second part, 1681, recommended protection to linen manufacture, but only for a period of 7 years. Andrew Jar Anton found a biographer enthusiastic enough to call him the genuine founder of political economy in England. C.P.E. Dove, Elements of Political Science, 1854, App. Although this is of course absurd, it was perhaps a healthy reaction against the neglect that had fallen upon his name. Jar Anton was a versatile man of many trades and cannot, in some of the lines of his activity, agricultural technique in particular, be rated higher than as a popularizing projector. But in economics he was more than that. Though there are no analytic conquests to his credit, many of his suggestions and many of his comments on German and Dutch conditions imply a theoretical schema, so does the fact that, even in his most daring flights, he consistently stops short of nonsense. He paid little court to the balance of trade. He believed that the prosperity of neighboring countries was a gain to England. Improvement of credit facilities would reduce the rate of interest from 6 to 4%. Observe the limits which guard the statement against an indictment that without them would be dangerously near at hand. Employment and cheap food, the latter being sure to make cheap products, he says cloth, are the goals to aim at. In fact, we can herewith quote him as an authority for all the arguments mentioned in the text, as we have quoted him and shall quote him on other topics. The military argument has been dealt with already. The key industry argument is present in the discussion on foodstuffs and the production and exportation of wool. The general autarky argument was developed in Germany rather than in England. For France, C. J. Nowak, L'idée de l'autarkie économique, 1925. For the employment argument we have just had an example in Jar Anton. It occurs from the first, see Clement Armstrong, a treatise concerning the staple and the commodities of this realm, c. 1519-35, Tudor Economic Documents, 3, pages 90 etseq, especially p. 112, see also John Hales, Discourse of the Commonweal, 1549. Protectionist legislation, motivated by the unemployment argument, is of course still older by at least 100 years and is rarely absent from the more considerable books. Maloney's, Miss Eldon, Child, who makes it the criterion of the advantage that accrues to the mother country from colonies, Barbon, Locke, Petty all have it. Let us notice in addition, John Carey, Essay on the State of England. 1695, which to judge from its being reissued a number of times and from Locke's commendation must have been a considerable success. John Pollexfen, whose whole case for prohibiting the exportation of wool and the importation of manufactured goods is based upon the employment argument. John Bellers, Essays about the Poor, Manufactures, Trade. 1699, and Phalanglois, W. Petite, Britannia Longens, or A Discourse of Trade, 1680. Some of the mercantilist writers went to surprising, in fact to Keynesian, lengths. There is nothing startling in Sir William Petty's saying that it is better to produce useless things than not to produce at all. This only shows his concern about the conservation of the efficiency of labor. But others sometimes expressed themselves as if they thought that the national advantage to be reaped from foreign trade consists exclusively in the employment it gave. And this in turn logically led to that position which looks so absurd when judged from the assumptions of the 19th century liberals, and has in fact been called absurd by Professor Viner, OPCITP 55. The reader finds examples on the two preceding pages, namely, that a trade is the more advantageous to a country the higher is the total labor cost of the exports as compared with the total labor costs of the corresponding imports. To one aspect of this we shall return. The employment argument was not only advanced per se, but also in its indirect form, via the stimulus which inflowing cash will give to business. Here we are not concerned with all those writers who considered the possibility of imparting this stimulus by the creation of paper money, but only with those who thought of lubricating the wheels of business by means of the importation of coin and bullion. If the reader observes how very popular this idea is and always has been with the man in the street, he will expect that it is practically ubiquitous, so much so that it often is implied rather than explicitly stated. The only obstacle to its absolute sway was the treasure aspect of bullion importation, the idea that the imported bullion should be hoarded against the requirements of war. Malanes and Miss Eldon, the two antagonists, may however both be quoted as instances of this lubrication argument. Both saw the stimulus in connection with rising prices, Malanes shade after having been, for 3 centuries, the object of practically universal vituperation, drawing applause from Lord Keynes' General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, p. 345, for being aware of the fallacy of cheapness and the danger of excessive competition, and for having associated increasing sales with rising, instead of falling, prices. But, as we have seen, other writers did not stress this relation of the stimulus with rising prices. They either looked upon higher rising prices with misgivings, or else they believed that bullion importation would stimulate trade without raising prices. That it is by no means foolish to hold the latter opinion will be shown later in a footnote. Child, Munn, and others afford examples of the proposition that foreign investments are inevitable in the short run if they said so from interested motives. What of it? But I am unable to quote instances of arguments in favor of permanent investment abroad before Sir James Stoyart, and, what is more, neither is Professor Viner, OPCITP 16. So far as these arguments are concerned, there is little serious error to record. Considering the pattern to which they were to apply, they were all more or less capable of logical defense, more, in some respects, than are the similar arguments of today. Moreover, certain weaknesses should not be judged too severely. It is true, for instance, that most of those writers do not seem to have been aware of the extent to which the validity of their arguments, at least of the purely economic ones among them, depended upon the condition of underemployment or underdevelopment of productive resources. 439 But the reverse reproach may be addressed to their critics and successors in the 19th century, in part even to Marshall himself. 440 Finally, we shall see that many of the necessary qualifications and many of those counterarguments that are complementary rather than competitive were worked out not by a few isolated heretics, but by the mercantilist writers themselves. But neither is there much analytic merit to record. Whether right or wrong, those arguments were in most cases put forth on the strength of their common sense appeal. The common man at all times believed in them as a matter of course, and the economists of that age believed in them along with him. They tried to rationalize the practice of their time, both in the sense that they tried to voice what they conceived to be the aims and needs of their times and countries, and in the sense that they tried to put some logical order into the irrational heap of actual measures and practices. But they did not probe below the surface to depths where the need for analytic technique asserts itself. They posited their arguments and hurried on to specific recommendations, for example, as to which industries were the most promising ones to foster for England. They suggested fishing or iron or linen or the improvement of waterways or the development of crown lands and how the government should go about fostering them. Many of their works are just full of projects. Yarentons are a good example. But as a rule they did what our own planners mostly do, they left off where analysis begins. This is what I meant when I said that the bulk of that literature was pre-scientific, which from our point of view is much more important than whether we like or dislike mercantilist policies and their nationalist spirit. How very pre-scientific the reasoning of most writers was can be seen most clearly where they did make attempts at analysis, and nowhere better than in the way they handled the one analytic tool that hostile historiography has singled out for criticism, the balance of trade concept. See, the balance of trade concept as an analytic tool. The first thing to observe about this concept is that it is in fact an analytic tool. The balance of trade is not a concrete thing like a price or a load of merchandise. It does not obtrude itself upon untrained eyes. A definite analytic effort is required to visualize it and to perceive its relation to other economic phenomena, however insignificant that effort may be. The history of theoretical physics shows that achievement of this kind is difficult and takes much more time than we should expect. Ideas have for centuries been within what to us seems easy reach, and they have even been uttered in some sterile form from time to time without really coming fully within anyone's grasp. If we reflect upon this difficulty we shall cease to make light of that particular achievement. Nor does the concept lack importance. The balance of payments in the sense defined in the footnote below 441 is an important datum in the diagnosis of the economic condition of a country and an important factor in its business processes. In the 17th and 18th centuries the balance of trade in commodities and services may well have been the operative part of the balance of payments and, thus, have had all the importance that may be attributed to the latter. The trouble with it is that, as a tool of general economic analysis, it does not work by itself. If we know nothing except the figures of exports and imports, always including figures for services, we cannot make any inferences from them. Thus, an unfavorable balance may be the symptom of increasing wealth but also of a process of impoverishment. A favorable one may mean prosperity and employment, but just as well the reverse. It is only in connection with other data that the balance of trade acquires both its symptomatic and its causal meaning. This should perhaps be qualified by the admission that, even taken by itself, the net of the balance of current debits and credits, which sometimes may be approximately indicated by the current net of the balance of trade, is an important factor in the monetary processes of a country, hence an important factor in the decisions of monetary authorities. But broadly speaking, reasoning as well as action that turns on nothing or next to nothing but the balance of trade cannot be correct except by accident. These considerations will help materially in appraising both the contributions and the errors of the mercantilist writers. Let us keep in mind, however, that now we are not concerned with a plank in an economic platform but with the handling of an analytic tool. D. Sarah, Maloney's, Miss Eldon, Mun. This analytic tool has a long prehistory into which we need not go. 442 Credit for having had a clear conception of it and for having been the first to use it fully and, in substance, correctly belongs to Antonio Serra. 443 It is not only that he paid due attention to the invisible items, in which he seems to have anticipated all writers of his own century, or that he fully realized the nature of exchange control policies, or, as it is usual to put it, that he refuted the Booleanist doctrine of the exchanges, or that he expounded, as had Laffemas before him, the views about the prohibition of gold and silver exports which in England were to become general, at least among the writers of first rank. 444 As the century drew to its close, or that he introduced the quantity theory element into the discussion concerning the proposal to stop the outflow of gold and silver by devaluation, although these were important contributions. Nor should we allow ourselves to be too much impressed by the fact that, though not the first to see the relation between gold and silver movements and the balance of trade, or payments, he was the first to elaborate it. For though this does carry analysis one step further, in itself it does not mean more than a rather obvious observation, which moreover is just as likely to suggest wrong or at least inadequate inferences as it is to suggest true ones. The really important point is not that he explained the outflow of gold and silver from the Neapolitan kingdom by the state of its balance of trade, but that he did not stop at this but went on to explain both the outflow and the balance of trade by the economic conditions of the country. Essentially, the whole treatise is about the factors on which depends the abundance of commodities, natural resources, the quality of the people, the development of industry and trade, the efficiency of the government, the implication being that if the economic process as a whole functions properly, the balance of trade will take care of itself and not require any specific. In this schema, monetary phenomena are consequences rather than causes, and symptomatic rather than important in themselves. 445. And the author, in his discussion of the case of Venice, chx, part I, brushes against, though he does not explicitly state, the proposition that a prosperous country, that is to say, a country whose economic process is not disintegrating, can have all the gold and silver money it may require. 446. From this, however, the way should not have been very far to Hume. There are two reasons why this has never been adequately recognized. First, Serre stopped short of pointed formulation, and there were no immediate successors to develop his analysis. Second, the vision of critics, whether friendly or hostile, has been so blurred by slogans about mercantilism that they hardly bothered to ask what precise role a man's protectionism played in his schema of thought and in what sense the balance of trade seemed important to him, though, from the standpoint of economic analysis, these questions are much more interesting than is the question how far removed that man may have been from free trade. In England, a controversy not dissimilar to that between DeSantis and Serre arose between Maloney's and Miss Eldon. We have already glanced at it from the side of Maloney's. To a lesser extent, Edward Miss Eldon, Fluid 1608-54, 447 is entitled to credit on a par with Serre. He did not fail to state the proposition that exportation or importation of bullion is in the last analysis to be explained by the plenty or scarcity of commodities, and therefore cannot be accused of having missed the point entirely. 448. Nor is it as easy as generations of critics believed it to be to convict him of erroneous reasoning if, on the one hand, we fully allow for inadequacies of exposition and, on the other hand, for whatever may be said in his favor from the point of view of recent theories. Unquestionably, however, he came much nearer than did Serre to those definite errors which stand out so glaringly in Munn's book 449, perhaps only because there the argument is more fully developed. Munn's book is generally looked upon as the classic of English mercantilism. This prominence is unfortunate, but it is not wholly unmerited. In fact, we already have had to mention it several times. A wide variety of questions from fishing to the gold and silver embargo are dealt with sensibly, though without particular depth or originality, in its spacious frame, the connecting thread being what in Professor Johnson's felicitous phrase we may call concern for generating productive power. 450. This aspect is, however, covered by previous comments, particularly on the protectionist argument. It is only in order to avoid misunderstanding that I wish to emphasize once more that the economics behind Munn's arguments on practical questions was, if primitive, yet substantially sound, which statement, to risk another repetition, has nothing to do with approval or disapproval of imperialist goals or any other ultimate standpoints. 451. Those arguments are in fact very little affected by the analytic errors to be mentioned. Even the particular emphasis placed upon the export surplus is, as we know, in itself not incapable of defense. Finally, not only are the erroneous propositions removable, but they are in most cases, and especially in Munn's, associated with others that qualify and sometimes even contradict them. The two most important instances in his case are his recognition of the necessity of occasional gold and silver exports 452 and his recognition, which seems to have escaped some critics, of the fact that in the end of ends a policy aiming at persistent export surpluses must defeat itself through the rise in domestic prices it would eventually produce. 453. The errors in question all center in a single proposition, which may, however, be stated on three different levels. 1. That the export surplus or deficit measures the advantage or disadvantage a nation reaps or suffers from its international trade. 2. That the export surplus or deficit is what the advantage or disadvantage from international trade consists in. 3. That the export surplus or deficit is the only source of gain or loss for a nation as a whole. All three statements have been made. None of them is defensible. The idea that a certain quantity measures another quantity that cannot be measured directly is not one that occurs readily to the untutored mind. Therefore, we shall not expect to find explicit instances of proposition 1, and I have inserted that statement only because it affords a mitigating interpretation, justifiable in some cases, of what really reads like 2. Fortree and Coke 454 may, however, be quoted by way of illustration. The second statement, which of course we must not suspect behind every proposition about the advantages, real or fancied, of an export surplus, is not very easy to find in writers who count. Both Miss Eldon and Munn seem to be among them, however perhaps even Petty if we choose to take at face value a certain most infelicitous passage. With the small fry, such utterances as that all exports are gain, all imports are loss, are almost as common as they were with protectionist United States senators in the 19th century and even later. The third statement is the worst. Since no fair-minded person will lightly attribute such nonsense to any writer who displays any traces at all of ability to reason, and since inadequate formulation may easily make it indistinguishable from the harmless assertion that expansion of her foreign trade was, for 17th century England, an important avenue to greatness, purely rhetorical overstatement was much more usual in the times of Euphuism, Marinism, and Gongerism than it is today, it would be tempting to deny the existence of convincing cases. The reason why this is not possible does not so much lie in the fact that some instances would prove rather refractory to benevolent interpretation, but rather in the fact that such attempts at analysis as were undertaken would, if they had been successful, have established the third statement along with the two others. The most common of these attempts proceeded by way of analogy. Its most influential, though not its first, sponsor was Munn, and it was repeated by Carey. If an individual adds part of his annual income to the ready money in his chest provided, so we must add, the others do not do the same thing, he will grow richer every year. If a nation realizes an export surplus and draws it in gold and silver, it is doing the same thing. Ergo the nation will be enriched by the exact amount of this surplus. Let us remove some of the most obviously objectionable features of this piece of reasoning by choosing a somewhat different analogy. Suppose we look upon a nation as a business concern. A private firm may be said to grow richer or poorer every year by the amount of the profit or loss item of its balance sheet. Suppose further that the balance of payments is for the nation what the ordinary balance sheet is for the individual firm, so that its net corresponds to the latter's profit and loss item. If the balance of payments contains nothing except the elements that make up the balance of trade, the nation would grow richer or poorer every year by the amount of its export or import surplus. Two things are clear: first, that there is no sense whatever in this argument; second, that, if it be taken seriously, then all three of our statements would follow, and not only the first 2.455. Even if not explicitly stated, some such confusion must be suspected whenever the favorable balance element is stressed in the absence of a special motivation, such as the argument about monetary stimulation of the business process. There is, however, another line of reasoning that may lead up to the first two statements and even entangle an author in the third. Several authors of high rank, such as Coke and Petty 456, adopted it, but it was most clearly developed by Locke. 457. If we define national advantage to mean increase of the relative share of a nation in the world's real wealth, and if we suppose that all countries use an unfettered silver standard, the total amount of silver in existence being approximately constant, then the nation's relative share in the world's wealth will tend to be proportional to, or represented by, its relative share in the existing stock of silver. Riches do not consist in having more gold and silver, but in having more in proportion than the rest of the world, which is why a certain quantity of silver, if acquired by means of a favorable balance of trade, increases the riches of a nation more than would the same quantity if newly mined. Disregarding the latter possibility, we may even say that a favorable balance of trade is the only means of increasing that share in the world's wealth, or, for any nation, the only possible source of additional relative wealth, a proposition that is not worse than many that are taught today. It is strikingly illustrative of the ways of the human mind that Locke of all men should have committed himself to this argument. That Colbert 458 should have been addicted to it is much less surprising. 3 erroneous propositions. Before we go on, it is necessary to touch briefly upon 3 points of minor importance. First, if the argument just presented were acceptable, it would provide a rationalization for the idea that one nation's gain is another nation's loss. In fact, this idea would simply follow from it. However, much as we stand in need of such a rationalization of an idea that was current at that time and has never been absent at any time, we are under no compulsion to assume that it was rationalized in that way. Bearing in mind the primitivity of all the economic reasoning of the period, we may perhaps more plausibly connect that idea with its counterpart in the realm of individual economics, the idea that in every exchange one man's gain is another man's loss. From Aristotle on, philosophers refined upon it by defining more precisely what the gain was that thus came under a ban, namely, the surplus above the just price. But however it was defined, the people always felt, as they do now, that the kind of gain that made the merchant rich resulted from their being somehow cheated or exploited. In the writings of the consultant administrators of all types, symptoms abound both that they more or less subscribed to that view and that gradually they were getting rid of it. Few subscribed as explicitly as did Montresquieu, who states it as an axiom, Heckscher, OPCIT Volume 2, p. 26, few got over it as completely as did Barbon. The bulk of the literature is between these extremes. This slow disintegration of one of the oldest elements of popular economic thought is one of the most important points to remember concerning the history of analysis in the 17th century. Now, if we take hold, on the one hand, of the principle that one man's gain is another man's loss and, on the other, of the habit of the period of reasoning on national trading by analogy with individual trading, we arrive immediately at another faulty rationalization of the belief that one nation's gain must be another nation's loss. Second, from this follows immediately a possible explanation of another erroneous proposition that may be suspected behind many versions of the balance of trade argument. If we identify the gain that is somebody else's loss with profit in the businessman's sense, then all such gains will cancel out in a combined balance sheet of all firms and households in the country, except the gains that are made in foreign trade. These will not cancel out, because foreigners' losses do not count. Making the further wild assumption that these gains add up to the export surplus, we may cap a pyramid of nonsense by asserting that the latter represents the sum total of net, that is, uncompensated private profits in a nation. But I am not prepared to charge this to the account of any of those mercantilist writers who were on a level sufficiently high to warrant the discussion of their views, even if some of them did come dangerously near to saying or implying it. My reason is that the consultant administrators did not primarily write whatever they may have thought about individual profits. Even when they used terms such as profits from international trade, they meant national advantage. And this national advantage was not identified with the profit interest. Nor was it held that individual action on the profit motive, necessarily or normally, promotes the social or national interest. This laissez-faire proposition was at first quite foreign to their scheme of thought. They used the principle that business behavior turns upon profit. For instance, their recommendations mostly aim at influencing profit expectations, but they not only admitted the possibility of clashes with the public interest, they even considered clashes to be normal and concordance to be exceptional. This is precisely why most of them took the necessity of government regulation for granted and only discussed the aims and methods of it. It is true that they slowly worked their way toward a different point of view, as we shall see presently. One of their achievements consists in this. But fundamentally they were planners, planning precisely in order to avoid what they conceived to be the anti-nationalist effects of unregulated enterprise, irrespective of how profitable such enterprise might be to individuals. When they recommended that the importation of currants via Venice should be stopped, they did not bother about the profits that might be destroyed by so doing. Under these circumstances it is hardly necessary to insist on fastening upon them the responsibility for that particular analytic miscarriage. Third, nothing has been said so far about the famous confusion of wealth, or riches, with money. None of the errors of analysis that have been mentioned amount to, or imply, any such confusion. Moreover, there is, so far as I know, no proposition to be found in mercantilist writers that cannot be explained, however erroneous it may be, without assuming that they thought that wealth was the same thing as money or bullion or treasure, or that they confused money with what money can buy. We have thus little reason to waste space on a completely uninteresting question. But readers may feel entitled to a comment on what has become a standard topic in the historiography of economics ever since Adam Smith, by his unintelligent criticism of the commercial or mercantile system, 459, set the bad example. As early as 1549, an anonymous author 460, setting out to declare the means and policies how to reduce this realm to a prosperous and flourishing state, finds it necessary to define in what this flourishing state consists. In his judgment, it consists chiefly in being strong against the invasion of enemies. That this comes first is interesting to us from another standpoint, jas, not molested with civile wars, the people being wealthy, authors italics, and not oppressed with famine nor penury of victuals, the last words being clearly intended to illustrate the wealthy. Yet he wants an export surplus in order to get an import of bullion. Of 17th century authors, Sarah, Miss Eldon, Munn, riches consisteth in the possession of those things which are needful for a civil life, child, many tools or materials, Carey, Coke, Yaranton, and of course, Barbon, Davenant, and Petty, not to mention the advocates of paper money and of bank schemes, can all be cited in support of the thesis that, whatever their shortcomings may have been and however much they may have overstressed the importance of an increase in treasure, wealth was defined explicitly or by implication much as we define it ourselves. A locus clas psychus occurs in a tract signed by Papillon 461. It is true that usually the measure of stock or riches is accounted by money, but that is rather in imagination than in reality. A man is said to be worth £10,000, when possibly he hath not £100 in ready money, but his estate, if he be a farmer, consists in land, corn, or cattle, and husbandry implements. Yet turns of phrase like wealth is money do occur frequently. 462 Sometimes they can be easily disposed of as facons de parlor. Why, Millis even says that though money were the beams and exchange the very light, yet bullion is the sun, quoted by Seligman in his article, Bullionists. Shall we infer that he thought bullion and the sun were the same thing? In other cases, it may be necessary to remember that, while we are dealing with pieces of analysis or attempts at analysis, we are dealing with primitive analysis, the methods of which differ but little from, and on the lower levels readily shade off into, those of the popular mind that still harbored vestiges of the cult of hoards of gold and silver, though the British Navy had already ousted the protecting dragon from the place he used to hold. But this is all. 5. Analytic progress from the last quarter of the 17th century, Josiah Child to Adam Smith. Let us return to the main road which, as we already know, rose sharply in the second half, especially the last quarter, of the 17th century. Bearing in mind what has been said before about other aspects of the analytic work of those decades, we shall now add what remains to be said about the specifically mercantilist aspect. The work that remains to be noticed under this heading is much more important than that of the preceding decades and consisted largely in a critical revision of the latter, a revision which constitutes the main analytic effort of the mercantilist writers. It seems to me that credit for having given the lead must go to Child. 463 of other names it will suffice to mention Barbon, Carey, Koch, Davenant, Petty, Pollexfen 464 Anton, and one which I expect some readers will be shocked to find in this list North, the Free Trader, 465. The main points to note are these. First, Child and others about the same time but mainly after him, chief instance, Pollexfen, drew the consequence of his theory of money, that money, being a commodity like wine, oil, tobacco, cloth, or stuff may often be exported as much to the national advantage as any other commodity. 466 This, if properly developed, knocks the bottom out of any position that attaches primary importance to the balance of trade per se. Child did not however proceed to frontal attack, which was, so far as I know, left to Barbon. But he made it inevitable. Similarly, he led up to the two corollaries of his proposition, but failed to state them. The one, that if exportation of gold and silver is nothing to worry about, their importation, the increase in the supply of money, is nothing to exult about, was also developed by Barbon. The other, that the importation of bullion does not add any more to the wealth of a nation than does the importation of raw materials, or even less. Observe, however, that this is not in every sense above question, was developed, though somewhat post festum, 1696, by Carey. The process of analysis that these instances illustrate also did away with the errors discussed before. This may be said to have been accomplished by the end of the 17th century. It is true that they were shaken off rather than explicitly renounced, which accounts for the fact that turns of phrase suggestive of them continue to occur even with such writers as Carey, Davenant, Petty, Anton, and later ones, such as Harris, who in substance were quite free from those errors. 467 It is also true that, on what has been referred to as the lower levels, all this lived until it was replaced by liberal slogans which, on those levels, were of no better grain. Intellectually. 468. A. Concept of the automatic mechanism. Second, we have seen that the conception of the automatic mechanism, the mechanism which, if allowed to work and if conditions are not too much disturbed, may be held to guarantee in the long run an equilibrium relation between the money stocks, price levels, incomes, interest rates, etc. of different nations. 469 was not entirely outside the range of vision of any of the mercantilist writers one cares to quote. Sarah saw much of it, Miss Eldon and Munn, a little, Maloney's. Nearly the whole of it. The contributions that have just been discussed above, so one might think in retrospect, should have made the full-fledged theory of that mechanism an easy matter of coordinating and amplifying restatement. But as the history of any science again shows, a particularly good instance is afforded by thermodynamics. Such definitive formulation is surprisingly difficult to achieve, and the first attempts at it are always likely to be failures. None of the authors mentioned did achieve it. North tried. He saw that there is such a mechanism as a result of which every country will draw to itself a determinate sum of money that will just suffice to carry on its economic process, at, and after adjustment to, the appropriate level of prices, a qualification which, however, he does not add. But he went off the rails completely in his attempt to describe it. Locke was more fortunate. He even used the device later on adopted by Hume of trying to describe what will happen, if half of the money in existence in a country be suddenly removed, and realized that this will restrict imports and increase exports, and yet he does not draw the conclusion that to us seems obvious, or seemed so until 20 years ago. But in order to get things into the right historical perspective, it should be realized that this fortress, though it was not completely reduced before the middle of the 18th century, was eventually entered, not by means of a new attack from a different side or by a new method of attack, but simply by pressing on through the breach that the mercantilist writers had made. This can be easily shown by a brief survey of subsequent developments, which will at the same time serve the purpose of carrying us not only to the wealth of nations but beyond it to the threshold of discussion raised by the suspension of specie payments, bank restriction, 1797. The next substantive advance was made by Gervais. 470. He added the proposition, never before stated with unmistakable clearness, that an increase in credit, say, bank notes, will increase income and consumption, hence decrease exports and increase imports, and thus produce, just as would an increase in the quantity of the monetary metals, an outflow of these metals that will eventually enforce credit restriction, an important contribution, particularly meritorious in its emphasis upon the income approach. Of course, this proposition implies full understanding of the fundamental mechanism we are talking about, since it merely develops a particular consequence of it. But Gervais' actual account of the automatic mechanism, though superior to any that had been published before, is yet far from satisfactory. It would, however, be sufficient to insert a few passages from Maloney's in order to make it so. Successive marksmen, however, came nearer and nearer to hitting the bullseye of the old target. Of those who did hit it, the most eminent were Cantillon and Hume. 471. The fact that Hume's essay aroused some opposition testifies to his merit, as do the further facts that he added several points which were new, as far as I know, and that, unlike some economists of the 19th century, he did not trust the automatic mechanism unconditionally, though he failed to emphasize the frictions and disturbances that may attend its working. Essentially, however, his achievement consisted in shaking off the dust of mistakes from pieces of the mercantilist inheritance and in assembling these pieces into a neat and well-rounded theory. 472. And this is all. Nothing of major importance was added during the rest of the century. In The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith did not advance beyond Hume but rather stayed below him. In fact, it is not far from the truth to say that Hume's theory, including his overemphasis on price movements as the vehicle of adjustments, remained substantially unchallenged until the 20s of this century. JAS left note, please leave rest of page, and added in pencil as a reminder the three names Mellon, Buteau, Gallieni. B. Foundations of a General Theory of International Trade. A third point remains to be noticed about the work of our group of writers. Just as they paved the way toward the theory of that automatic mechanism of gold and silver movements, so they also paved the way toward the theory of the automatic mechanism of commodity movements. In other words, they pulled out of that prescientific stage in which the protectionist arguments had no theoretical basis, rather than a faulty one, and began to lay the foundations of the general theory of international trade that was to take shape in the last decades of the 18th and the first decades of the 19th centuries. Logically, though not historically, we may distinguish two steps in their advance. The first step consisted in the qualification and elaboration of the primitive arguments. They perceived the fact that the immediate and visible advantages that protectionist measures aim at securing are never net advantages, or, as we may also put it, that there is to every proposition about those advantages a counter-proposition about ulterior or invisible effects, many of which are in the nature of costs. Such complementary propositions are implied in Carey's argument about the importation of raw materials, or Koch's argument about the importation of both raw materials and manufactured goods, or Koch's and Yarrington's argument on cheapness and plenty, or Yarrington's argument about the advantages that accrue to a nation from its neighbor's prosperity, or Barbin's argument. It occurs frequently, but it was not, I think, definitely set on its legs before Barbin that regulations and restrictions always destroy some element of potential wealth. It is, or was, the common practice of critics to say that by introducing such arguments our authors contradicted or partially recanted their mercantilist views, or that they became eclectics. But whatever may be true from other standpoints, from ours those arguments and the qualifications they implied are simply the inevitable consequence of increasingly successful attempts to see more than one side of the case. Similar conquests were made by continental writers of the same type. It will in particular not surprise us to learn that the Dutch were in the van of advance. The two outstanding examples are Graswingel and Peter de Lacorde. 473. Thus, additional and less obvious aspects were gradually revealed, though in a wholly unsystematic manner. But among the disjointed pieces of economic reality that were being unearthed, there was one of sufficient power to coordinate all the others and to support the structure of a comprehensive theory of international trade or even trade in general. Childs seems to have been the first to arrive, 1668–70, at a clear idea of the explanatory value of the simple fact that commodities tend to seek the most advantageous market. To use the phrase of Davenant, who worked out the idea in the 90s, there are definite channels which, under the stimulus of profit expectations, trade finds of itself, or, to put it still differently, the profit motive supplies a regulatory principle for unregulated business activity, international and national, and produces results which we may like or not but which are determined and not chaotic. Propositions that imply this discovery or even expressly refer to that principle in particular cases occur in the 16th century and earlier. It was of course quite familiar to the scholastics. On the other hand, it was not fully developed until Leon Walras. But the mercantilist writers helped to place it in its key position in the theory of international trade. Neither Child nor Davenant proceeded very far with it. Barban, however, understood the mechanism sufficiently well to adumbrate the theory of equilibrium in international commodity trade, at least in the form of the proposition stated without the necessary qualifications that restrictions on imports will restrict exports to a corresponding amount. Much more than this I cannot find in any 17th-century author. In particular, very little was made of the argument about territorial division of labor. In its most primitive form it cannot, of course, have ever been unknown to anyone. Armstrong and Hales in the 16th century based international trade on the fact that different nations, living under different conditions, produce different commodities, the superfluous parts of which may be exchanged with advantage to all parties concerned. Even North thought of international trade in quite the same spirit as the exchange of superfluities, much as had Grotius, 1625. Recognition of the much more interesting fact that this exchange will alter the economic organisms of the trading nations is, to be sure, implied in many practical suggestions, especially on the economic relations between England and Ireland and also in more general considerations of Davenant's example in his essay on the East India Trade, 1696, but nobody seems to have realized fully its significance as a starting point of analysis or to have had any inkling of the principle of comparative costs. North in particular did nothing but sum up, incompletely but effectively, the contribution of the mercantilist writings to 1691. But none of the others were thoroughgoing free traders. North alone was. And to interpreters of the history of economic analysis who were interested in nothing but free trade and knew of no canon of criticism except the distance that separates an author from free trade, this was of course the all-important fact. For them, there is, on the one side, the darkness of mercantilist error and, on the other side, the eternal light of liberalism. The light rose against the darkness and dispelled it so thoroughly that there was nothing left of it except the pious wonder of liberals how anyone could ever have been so benighted. Now this way of looking at the history of that time under the aspect of a sharp antithesis is totally wrong. And it is so essential for a proper understanding of the evolution of our science to grasp this that we must stay for a moment, even at the risk of some repetition, in order to clarify the nature of the confusion from which that view arose. Even if we were studying the history of political doctrines, it would be necessary to point out that free trade forces did not simply assemble outside of the mercantilist citadel and storm it. This is only true of the agrarian Tory component, which at that time was strongly antagonistic to big business and protection but to a much greater extent formed up inside it. This should appeal to Marxists, for the decisive support of English free trade came after all from the same bourgeois class that had previously supported protection. But the advance of analysis that alone interests us here was not a matter of free trade and nascent liberalism at all. It could have occurred without anyone's being converted to free trade and liberalism, and free trade and liberalism could have gained their political victory without any help from that advance. Of this we can satisfy ourselves by the reflection that, for example, none of the old protectionist arguments listed above is affected by the later analysis that, in the hands of liberals, was made to serve free trade policy. That analysis only established the existence of an automatic mechanism. Knowledge of this mechanism is indeed not irrelevant for practice. When fully developed, it will prevent people from embracing protectionism or free trade for erroneous reasons. But beyond this, it is not the master but the servant of the decisions we arrive at. It can serve and rationalize protectionist decisions just as well as free trade decisions, but it does not in itself suffice to enforce either. It is easy to apply this to the particular case of North. His allegiance to the Tory party had probably much more to do with his free trade opinions than had his analysis. So far as the latter is concerned, in order to realize that he might have arrived at mercantilist conclusions without any error or inconsistency, we need only suppose that he adopted one of those protectionist arguments, or simply that he saw that an individual nation may gain by a well-devised system of protective duties. Therefore, we can discard his free trade convictions as irrelevant in an appraisal of his analytic apparatus. But if we look at the latter, we have no difficulty in recognizing, first, its affinity to Barbon's 474 and, second, the fact that for the rest it is made up of quite old elements. Wealth consists of whatever satisfies wants, money is a commodity of which there may be too much as well as too little. There is no sense in prohibiting its exportation or in taking any measures in order to secure an adequate supply of it. Sumptuary laws blunt the spurs to trade, and so on. Clearly it is more correct to say that his analytic work grew out of that of the mercantilist than to say that the relation was one of head-on clash. C. General tendency toward freer trade. Let us again follow developments to the publication of The Wealth of Nations. It will be convenient to distinguish sharply the development of free trade policies and free trade doctrines from the development of analysis that was associated with both. If due account be taken of all the obstacles that stood in the way, a general tendency toward freer trade is, I think, discernible. In England this tendency had already asserted itself in the growing opposition to the Navigation Acts and other mercantilist measures, for example, in the Committee on Trade of 1668. Much more significant was the assault on the system that the Tories, under Harley and St. John, made in 1713. The 8th and 9th clauses of the Peace Treaty of Utrecht went a long way toward free trade with France. The assault ended in defeat. The Tories failed to carry those clauses, and the subsequent Whig regime, Walpole first, the Pelhams after, kept strictly on the protectionist tack. The governments from Butes to Norths had other worries, but Shelburne, and especially the younger Pitt, led the way toward fewer and lower duties, the latter's crowning achievement being the commercial treaty with France, 1786. Further progress was checked for nearly 30 years by the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars, after which Pitt's policy was resumed in the 20s of the 19th century, by Huskisson. As we can see from this, France moved substantially in step. Only, there were two additional problems. Even internal free trade was not achieved until the Revolution, though successive administrations tried to establish it, and the agrarian situation brought to the fore the particular question of free trade in grains, especially free exportation of grains. 475 In the German and Italian states we see at first glance nothing except further development of the mercantilist system. But its rationalization led in many instances to a reduction of the burdens on interterritorial trade, especially in raw materials and semi-finished products. In the Netherlands, as we should expect, a much more definite tendency toward freer trade already had asserted itself in the 17th century. Doctrine moved more quickly. Free trade conviction began to spread as part of a general laissez-faire code. With the bourgeois public, the operative impulse was simply surfeit with bureaucratic over-administration, which became so strong that even direct self-interest failed occasionally to counteract it. With the writers, or some of them, a similar impulse took on a philosophic flavor. Free trade was increasingly considered as a part of the autonomy of the individual, which was held to imply a natural right to trade as he pleased. This argument, which had been used already by Hugo Grotius and can be followed through the various natural law groups, including the physiocrats and even the English utilitarians, is of course perfectly devoid of scientific meaning. 476 But it is relevant for us, first, because it was practically always associated with positive statements about economic effects, which do have scientific meaning and must be considered independently of it. Second, because we have here, scientifically speaking, an illegitimate influence which blunted the edge of the critical faculty and imparted a bias to the economic reasoning of the best writers. As we shall see more clearly later on, weaknesses that are not easy to explain in any other way may be traced to this influence, which understandably allied itself with the doctrine of the invisible hand, even in the cases of Quesnay and Smith. It counted of course still more in the popular opinions favoring laissez-faire that conquered coffee houses and salons and foreshadowed the free trade dogmatism of 19th century liberals, which has not much more to do with scientific insight than had any of the popular dogmas of mercantilism. Analytic progress, however, was slow. The controversies that arose about political issues, which happened to attract public attention, proved surprisingly sterile in this respect. The one raised by the French grain policy 477 for instance, though it engaged the interest of some of the brightest stars of economic analysis, François Quesnay included, did not produce any results that we should have to notice. 478 Still there was some advance, though advance that led to new error as well as to new truth. D. Benefits from territorial division of labor. The one major accomplishment that I can see consisted in a technically superior formulation of the benefits from territorial division of labor that went some way toward anticipating the most important element in the 19th century theory of international values. It stands to the credit of two English authors to whom we shall confine ourselves, though others could also be cited. An anonymous writer, in 1701, published a tract entitled Considerations on the East India Trade 479, in which he treated international trade as a method of acquiring goods with an amount of labor smaller than would be necessary to produce them at home. He does not seem to have been aware of the relation of this to the principle of comparative cost, but even so we have here a predecessor of Ricardo, though possibly a quite uninfluential one. Now producing instead of a commodity A for domestic consumption, another commodity B, the export of which will fetch in commodity A at more advantageous terms, is obviously a matter of allocation of productive resources. From this angle the problem was considered by Gervais, who inferred like Marshall 480 that tariffs, spelling as they do interference with the most advantageous allocation, must net a disadvantage to the nation as a whole, however great the immediately visible advantage to the protected industries might be. It has been mentioned that Gervais' tract has but 34 pages, and if, on the strength of this, we give him credit for what he might have had to say in 10 times as many, then this proposition must indeed be looked upon as a considerable contribution to the apparatus of economic theory. It may, in fact, be said to give, in the guise of an application, one of the earliest glimpses of the theory of general equilibrium. But there was hardly anything else. Hume, in spite of the many wise things he had to say in his essays on commerce, on the jealousy of trade, and on the balance of trade 481, hardly carried this part of our subject any further. Neither did Adam Smith, who seems to have believed that under free trade all goods would be produced where their absolute costs in terms of labor are lowest, though he no doubt coordinated, rounded off, emphasized, and illustrated. In fact, there is nothing of importance to report for the rest of the century in spite of the mounting flood of popular literature, most of which was of free trade or freer trade complexion and strongly influenced the wealth of nations. 482 And even that advance in the analysis of territorial specialization was not an unmixed gain. Both the anonymous author and Gervais were much too ready to arrive at conclusions agreeable to their free trade opinions 483, and in so doing associated their achievement with errors of reasoning that were to become typical in the free trade literature of the 19th century. Gervais did not realize that his theorem about the allocation of resources cannot tell against any of those protectionist arguments, such as the infant industry or the underemployment argument, which visualize conditions to which that theorem does not apply. By neglecting this, Gervais moved away from many valuable truths that had been unearthed by the mercantilist writers and, like North, adopted an attitude that, though permissible in pure theory, was bound to produce error when uncritically adhered to. The case of the anonymous author is still worse. He leans heavily on the argument that, because international trade consists of voluntary transactions, which therefore must necessarily be to the advantage of both contracting parties, nothing but advantage to the nation as a whole can result from it. North had also reasoned like this. And Adam Smith, after pointing more so to an obvious fact, namely, that every individual will turn to that occupation for which he feels himself best adapted, goes on to declare that what is prudence in the conduct of every private family, can scarce be folly in that of a great kingdom. From the standpoint of analytic technique, this was quite as bad as anything that can be charged to the debit of the mercantilist account. However, the error involved will have to be discussed fully later on. We have seen that, as far at least as economic analysis is concerned, there need not have been any spectacular break between mercantilists and liberals. Without any prejudice to their political ideals or interests, economists of the latter persuasion might have succeeded the economists of the former persuasion at the analytic task, much as one team of workmen succeeds another in order to carry on the job. To some extent this is what happened. But to the extent to which it did not happen, there was not only scrapping of outmoded error but also needless waste comparable to the waste that would result if successive teams of workmen smashed the products of their predecessors, whenever they disliked the latter's politics. If Smith and his followers had refined and developed the mercantilist propositions instead of throwing them away, a much truer and much richer theory of international economic relations could have been developed by 1848, one that could not have been compromised by one set of people and treated with contempt by another. Part 3. From 1790 to 1870. 1. Introduction and Plan. 1. Coverage. This part is to cover the history of economic analysis from the 1790s to the end of the 1860s or the beginning of the 1870s. For a decade or two after the publication of The Wealth of Nations there is little to report as far as analytic work is concerned, and most of what there is has been fitted into Part 2. I can see no point in insisting on a particular year, but if we did so insist, we might start a new period of analytic activity with Malthus' first essay on population, 1798. Publication of the first volume of Marx's Das Kapital, 1867, of Jevons theory, 1871, of Menger's Grundsätze, 1871, and the foundation of the Verein für Sozialpolitik, 1872, are some of the events that clearly mark the advent of another period. Periodizing, as we know, is a necessary evil. There is first an objection of principle to it that applies independently of the particular way in which a writer periodizes. Historical developments are always continuous and they can never be cut into pieces without arbitrariness and loss. By refusing to date by years, we do not solve the problem but only mitigate the consequences of our inability to solve it. Second, our particular way of periodizing, dictated as it is by our concentrating on the history of economic analysis, will inevitably fail to satisfy those who are interested in something else. And, third, even from the standpoint of fellow students of the history of analysis, there are well-founded objections to a method that puts A. Smith near the end of the preceding period instead of at the beginning of the one that might be said to have been dominated by his influence. Our recognition of all this will show in many ways, for example, in the fact that we do not deal in this part with all the authors who belong in it chronologically. The most important instance is Cornot, and that we include some who do not belong in it chronologically. An instance is Cairns. But I hold, nevertheless, that our periodization brings out essential truth. This will be for the reader to judge. But we may mention at once two facts that go some way toward justifying our procedure. First, many historians before us have felt that this period formed a real unit. The feeling has expressed itself in a distinctive name. It was called the classic period of economics, in a sense quite different from that in which the term is used in this book. 484 It retained this label until, at a time when the word classic had lost its eulogistic connotation and was beginning to stand for obsolete, Lord Keynes used the word in order to denote the teaching of A. Marshall and his immediate followers, or simply, pre-Keynesian economics. Second and more important, the time between the 1790s and the end of the 1860s does answer our criteria of a period. There was, first, fresh activity that struggled hopefully with the deadwood, then things settled down and there emerged a typical classic situation in our sense, summed up in the typically classic achievement again, in our sense of the term of J.S. Mill, who underlined the fact by his attitude of speaking from the vantage ground of established truth and by the naive confidence he placed in the durability of this established truth. Then followed stagnation, a state that was universally felt to be one of maturity of the science, if not one of decay, a state in which those who knew were substantially in agreement, a state in which, the great work having been done, most people thought that, barring minor points, only elaboration and application remained to be done. 2. Paraphernalia. Something that is very like envy comes in to spoil the smile with which we are apt to greet the numerous passages in the writings of this period that breathe immense complacency. Economists, or most of them, were evidently as pleased with the results of their handiwork as some of them were to be again in the 1930s. We shall make an effort later on to understand that happy state of mind in which economists saw a solid house where they had erected nothing better than a flimsy shack for 85. We still underrate pre-Smithian achievement, we still overrate the achievement of the classics. The conditions under which this work was carried on may be briefly characterized as follows. I hesitate to say that professional economics definitively established itself during this period. It certainly cannot be said that economics as a profession established itself, for the study of economic phenomena was not yet a full-time job and few people were economists and nothing else. Many were businessmen, or public servants, or journalists, and even the academic teachers of economics, in many if not in most cases, also taught cognate or even completely different subjects. Nevertheless, we have a right to speak of a rapid process of professionalization that went on during that period. From the first, economics had established its claim to a definite field of research, it had become a definite specialty, it used definite methods, its results gained in definiteness, and economists, even though fractional personalities, recognized one another, and were recognized by the public, more definitely than before. New political economy societies were founded, new journals, new dictionaries, and new bibliographies appeared, all of which, however, meant only continuation of previous practice. 486 The study of the history of economic thought made a vigorous start. 487 And there was, of course, a rising tide of textbooks, a few of which we shall mention as occasion arises. Research was largely financed by the research workers themselves. Tooke's achievement, for example, was possible only because he was a wealthy man. In some cases, of course, the proceeds from commercial publication of results proved adequate. Teaching was wholly inadequate, however. Even in those countries where there had been provision for regular lectures before, such as Germany, Italy, Spain, and Scotland, the intention was to provide a complement to other lines of study, law, for instance, or philosophy, rather than an independently organized curriculum of training in economics per se. In the United States, a professorship of moral philosophy and political economy was founded at Columbia in 1818, and a professor of chemistry was commissioned to lecture on economics at South Carolina College in 1824. Teaching of sorts had, however, been done before that at various places by people of the most varied qualifications. In England, very few professorships or lectureships antedate the subsequent period. The one at Oxford was founded in 1825. The first incumbent was senior. The one at University College, London, in 1828. The first incumbent was Macaulay. The one at Dublin in 1832. The first incumbent was Longfield, and there was a chair of history, commerce, and finance at the East India College in Haileybury, to which Malthus was appointed in 1805.488. But stipends and other conditions of tenure amply prove that founders and administrations did not even wish that people should hold appointments for long, let alone that they should make them their life jobs. In England, a National Association for the Promotion of Social Science was founded in 1857 in order to remedy the state of things, but it took decades to achieve perceptible success. This must be taken into account in any appraisal of the period's performance and still more in any appraisal of an individual's performance. On another occasion I shall have to emphasize that funds and shares are not everything, but here I have to emphasize that neither are they nothing. Under those circumstances, men of brilliant ability and wide culture touched upon our field so lightly that all their abilities and acquirements did not prevent them from making insignificant economists, which is why, in our field and for that period, a given appraisal of the performance does not necessarily imply appraisal of the man. 489. Barring a few lonely peaks abroad, England easily comes out first in that period's performance. In fact, that period was the specifically English period in the history of our science. The unrivaled prestige that English economists then enjoyed was only in part due to the glory that was irrationally reflected upon them from the economic success of their country. Mainly, that prestige was due to the quality of the work done by them, not only by a small number of masters, but also by a large number of able writers, who were not in the front rank but whose combined efforts amounted to a great deal. 3. Plan of the part. We are going to change our method of presentation. In Part 2 we had not only to cover a vast span of years but also to contend with the difficulty that there was no generally accepted system to describe. Strictly speaking, no such system existed in the period covered by Part 3. But there was something that was almost though not quite as good. That is to say, the great majority of the people who, as we have put it, recognized one another as economists agreed sufficiently about the fundamentals of subject matter, method, and results to make it possible to systematize their contributions, although they disagreed individually or group-wise on practically every individual problem within that frame of fundamentals. There was even more of common ground and, as between successive decades, of continuity than the individual writers would have been prepared to admit. For, then as now, most economists were apt to stress differences more than agreements, though there were important exceptions to this, the most important being J.S. Mill. It is true that there were many dissentients toto cielo, men who condemned the growing quasi-system of classical economics root and branch. But most of these do not meet our test of analytic competence. And others objected on non-analytic, that is, mainly on political, moral, or cultural grounds, so that their objections are not necessarily 490 relevant for us, even where we sympathize with them. Availing ourselves of these facts, we shall be able to do in this part what we were not able to do in Part 2, namely, after having recalled the salient features of the political and intellectual scenery, chapters 2 and 3, to draw a picture of analytic developments with reference to a cross-section. This cross-section will be represented, in Chapter 5, by J.S. Mill's principles. But in order to simplify matters, we shall relieve Chapter 5 of some of its burden, by introducing ourselves to the most important individuals and groups beforehand, Chapter 4, and by reserving the details of pure theory and of money, as much as possible, for 2 separate chapters, 6 and 7. Chapter 7 will also take care of the little that must be said on banking and cycles. 4. Concerning the Marxist system. Our plan is simple and works well in all cases save one, the case of the Marxist system. The difficulty is not, as might be supposed, that Marxist economics stands aloof in splendid isolation and is incommensurable with the rest of the work to be discussed. We shall see, on the contrary, that it is part and parcel of that period's general economics, which is precisely why it must be fitted in here. I was not thinking of Marx when I spoke of dissentients toto cielo in the preceding section, and he can and will be treated in this book exactly as are other economists. 491. Nor does the difficulty arise from the fact that he was also a sociologist. For his sociology can be fitted into its appropriate place just as well as can his economics. The difficulty is that in Marx's case we lose something that is essential to understanding him when we cut up his system into component propositions and assign separate niches to each, as our mode of procedure requires. To some extent this is so with every author, the whole is always more than the sum of the parts. But it is only in Marx's case that the loss we suffer by neglecting this 492 is of vital importance, because the totality of his vision, as a totality, asserts its right in every detail and is precisely the source of the intellectual fascination experienced by everyone, friend as well as foe, who makes a study of him. The way in which I propose to meet this difficulty cannot be satisfactory to the orthodox Marxist for whom Marx is the central sun of social science. Nor can it be satisfactory to him who wants artistic pictures of individual thinkers. But it is perfectly satisfactory for every reader who wants the picture of the evolution of technical economics that this book is intended to present. We recognize fully, but do not mean to duplicate, the distinct task of Marxology. We shall not disturb our plan. We shall take Marx's work to pieces and shall use, with strict economy, only what is relevant to our purpose, in the places indicated by our purpose. But we shall use the rest of this section in order to comment on the whole. Marx figures in this book only as a sociologist and an economist. Of course, that creed-creating prophet was much more than this. And his creed-creating activity, on the one hand, and his policy-shaping and agitatorial activity, on the other hand, are inextricably interwoven with his analytic activity. So much is this the case that the question arises whether he can be called an analytic worker at all. This question may be answered in the negative from two very different standpoints. The orthodox Marxist, for whom the prophet's every word is eternal truth and for whom dissent spells not only error but sin, will return a negative answer, but in this particular sense, on Marx's Hegelian eminence, acting and reasoning, reality and thought, become identical. Analysis cannot, on that level, be divorced from practice. Therefore, if we do call Marx's thought analytic, we ought to add at once that it was analytic in a sense that differs essentially from the usual one, hence, his work is not analytic in the usual sense, and the author of this book, congenitally incapable of doing justice to it, ought to keep his unholy hands off it. Some anti-Marxists would agree in the result, though they might formulate it differently by advising me to keep my hands off the unholy thing. For them, Marx's work is a series of essentially unscientific diatribes, penned by a man congenitally unable to see a fact or to reason straight. My answer to our question is, however, in the affirmative. The warrant for this affirmative answer is in the proposition that the bulk of Marx's work is analytic by virtue of its logical nature, for it consists in statements of relations between social facts. For instance, the proposition that a government is essentially an executive committee of the bourgeois class may be entirely wrong, but it embodies a piece of analysis in our sense, acceptance or refutation of which is subject to the ordinary rules of scientific procedure. It would be absurd indeed to describe the Communist Manifesto, in which this proposition occurs, as a publication of scientific character or to accept it as a statement of scientific truth. It is not less absurd to deny that, even in Marx's most scientific work, his analysis was distorted not only by the influence of practical purposes, not only by the influence of passionate value judgments, but also by ideological delusion. 493 Finally, it would be absurd to deny the difficulty that in some cases rises to impossibility of disentangling his analysis from its ideological element. But ideologically distorted analysis is still analysis. It may even yield elements of truth. To sum up, we shall not chant O altitudo each time Marx's name turns up in the following pages, but neither do we put him out of court elimine. We simply recognize him as a sociological and economic analyst whose propositions, theories, have the same methodological meaning and standing and have to be interpreted according to the same criteria as have the propositions of every other sociological and economic analyst. We do not recognize any mystic halo. 494. 2. Since Marx counts for us only as far as he was a scientific sociologist and economist, we need not consider any aspects of his career, activities, or personal character that are not relevant to his scientific work. I wish to disclaim any intention to size him up as a man, and this also applies to his friend and faithful ally, Engels. Some facts, however, are necessary in order to see the work of each in its proper light. They are presented in the footnote below. 495. Let us underline a few of them. First, Nobody will understand Marx and Engels who does not properly weigh the implications of their bourgeois cultural background, which is one of the reasons, though not the only one, why Marxism must be considered as a product of the bourgeois mind, a product that grew from 18th and early 19th century bourgeois roots. The belief that it ever meant or could mean anything to the masses or in fact to any group, except a limited number of intellectuals, is one of the most pathetic elements in the personal ideology of Marx and Engels. 496. Our information enables us to form a pretty clear idea of Marx's opportunities for concentrated work. At times, he indulged in activities and lived under conditions that are bound to get on a man's nerves and to be more destructive of his scientific work than we might infer from the hours actually absorbed. Nevertheless, he had, on the average, an amount of time to himself that compares favorably with the amount that is left, also on the average, to the typical American professor of our own day. And he used it to the full. Again, nobody will ever understand Marx and his work who does not attach appropriate weight to the erudition that went into it, the fruit of incessant labor that, starting from primarily philosophical and sociological interests in his early years, was concentrated increasingly on economics as time went on, until his working hours were all but monopolized by it. Nor was his the kind of mind in which scholarly coal puts out the fire, with every fact, with every argument that impinged upon him in his reading. He wrestled with such passionate zest as to be incessantly diverted from his main line of advance. On this I cannot insist too strongly. This fact would be my central theme were I to write a Marxology. Perusal of his theory and über den Mehrwert suffices to convince one of it. And, once proved, it serves to establish in turn another fact and to solve a much discussed riddle. It serves to establish that he was a born analyst, a man who felt impelled to do analytic work, whether he wanted to or not and no matter what his intentions were, and it serves to solve the riddle why he failed to finish his work but instead left us heaps of disorderly manuscripts that no labor of love availed to put into an acceptable shape. Third, our information warrants the statements that he was very much a philosopher dabbling in sociology and politics, as do so many philosophers, until he went to Paris, that there he quickly made headway and found his feet as an economist, and that by the time he and Engels wrote the Communist Manifesto, 1847, published 1848, that is to say, at the age of 29,497 he was in possession of all the essentials that make up the Marxist social science, the only important lacunae being in the field of technical economics. For the rest, the main line of his intellectual life may be described as a series of efforts to work out that social science and to fill those lacunae, tasks which, I believe, Marx did not expect would involve any insurmountable difficulties, though he did expect that a great deal of further work would be required to straighten out and coordinate everything that was to find a place within the vast structure. This interpretation is not the usual one. It attributes to Marx an early conception of all that is fundamental in his scheme of thought and, barring points of comparative detail, a large amount of consistency in developing it, springing from a theoretical purpose and plan that never varied in essentials. Even Marxists, who may be expected to sympathize with this view, will find it too simple, but Marx critics will declare it to be downright wrong. Accordingly, some defense is necessary. The relevant facts are these. In 1859, Marx published Zur Kritik der politischen Ökonomie, which evidently was to be the first installment of a comprehensive exposition and therefore constitutes proof that he must have thought himself equipped to write one. The fact that he abandoned this torso proves that he was not, and that he felt he had made an unsatisfactory beginning. But what of it? This is exactly what must be expected to happen in an enterprise of such magnitude which, moreover, involves, on the economic side, a large amount of detail, theoretical still more than factual, and cannot be taken as proof that something had gone wrong with fundamentals. He started afresh and, after struggles that are most instructively reflected in some of the manuscript material eventually published in 3 volumes by Koski, Theorie über den Mehrwert, 1905-10, brought out a new first installment, Das Kapital, first volume, 1867.498. The fact that no second volume followed during Marx's lifetime and that Engels had to edit the second volume, 1885, and to compile a third one, 1894, both from unfinished manuscripts, is interpreted by anti-Marxists to mean confession of failure. Marx, so they said, became conscious of the presence in his system of irreconcilable inconsistencies, especially in his value theory, and therefore refused to go on. From the Theorie and über den Mehrwert it can be shown, however, that Marx, when he published the first volume, was perfectly aware of, and had planned for, what to his critics appeared to be irreconcilable inconsistencies. His correspondence, it is true, establishes the fact that he deferred the completion of the second volume for reasons that do not read too convincingly. But surely this can be explained by the growing resistance of an aging organism that was afraid of new efforts. Thus, the facts mentioned cannot be held to disprove my interpretation. The positive reasons I have for preferring it are his method of work that has been alluded to above, and my theorist's knowledge of what Marx's theoretical difficulties were from his standpoint. They were not insurmountable. This is, of course, quite compatible with my conviction that Marx's system is seriously at fault. I mean only that he could have presented a comprehensive economic theory without violating logic. He would always have had to do violence to facts. 3. Since we have decided to do what Marxists perhaps rightly resent, namely, to take the Marxist structure to pieces and to discuss each of these pieces in the places in which they belong, we shall not get an overall view of it anywhere. The following comments are intended to offer a partial substitute for such a view. The pieces divide up into two groups, one sociological and the other economic. The sociological pieces include contributions of the first order of importance such as the economic interpretation of history, which, as I shall argue, may be considered as Marx's own, quite as much as Darwin's Descent of Man is Darwin's own. But the rest of Marx's sociology, the sociological framework that, like every economist, he needed for his economic theory, is neither objectively novel nor subjectively original. His preconceptions about the nature of the relations between capital and labor, in particular, he simply took from an ideology that was already dominant in the radical literature of his time. 499. If, however, we wish to trace them further back, we can do so without difficulty. A very likely source is the Wealth of Nations. A. Smith's ideas on the relative position of capital and labor were bound to appeal to him, especially as they linked up with the definition of rent and profits as deductions from the produce of labor, Book I, ch. 8, of the Wages of Labor, that is strongly suggestive of an exploitation theory. But these ideas were quite common during the Enlightenment and their real home was France. French economists, ever since Bois-Guilbert, had explained property in land by violence, and Rousseau and many philosophers had expanded on the subject. There is, however, one writer, Linget, who, more explicitly than others, drew exactly the picture that Marx made his own, the picture not only of landlords who subject and exploit rural serfs, but also of industrial and commercial employers who do exactly the same thing to laborers who are nominally free, yet actually slaves. 500. This sociological framework offered most of the pegs that Marx needed in order to have something upon which to hang his glowing phrases. And since historians are primarily interested in these, no matter whether they admire them or are shocked by them, it is difficult to gain assent to what is the obvious truth about the nature of the purely economic pieces of the Marxist system. This obvious truth is that, as far as pure theory is concerned, Marx must be considered a classic economist and more specifically a member of the Ricardian group. 501 Ricardo is the only economist whom Marx treated as a master. I suspect that he learned his theory from Ricardo. But much more important is the objective fact that Marx used the Ricardian apparatus, he adopted Ricardo's conceptual layout and his problems presented themselves to him in the forms that Ricardo had given to them. No doubt, he transformed these forms and he arrived in the end at widely different conclusions. But he always did so by way of starting from, and criticizing, Ricardo. Criticism of Ricardo was his method in his purely theoretical work. Only three outstanding illustrations can be mentioned here. Marx substantially accepted the Ricardian theory of value, see below, ch. 6, and defended it by the Ricardian arguments, but, recognizing that Ricardian values cannot be expected to be proportional to prices, tried to work out a different theory of the relation between the two. Marx, following Ricardo's lead, ran up, as Ricardo did, against the problem of surplus value, but, recognizing that Ricardo's solution really was no solution at all, developed his exploitation theory from the Ricardian setup. Marx wholly accepted, down to details, Ricardo's theory of technological unemployment, but, finding it inadequate for his purposes, tried to turn into a general law what with Ricardo was no more than a possibility. It is hoped that these points will become clearer as we proceed, chs 5 and 6. Here they are mentioned by way of anticipation to give definiteness to the meaning of my statements that Ricardo was Marx's master, and that Marx, though he transformed the theoretical material he found, yet worked with tools that he found and not with tools that he created. This is only another way of expressing that, however secular a phenomenon Marx may have been in some respects, he was essentially period-bound as a theoretical technician, a fact that later on created many a difficulty for followers who felt unable to admit that Marx could ever grow out of date in any respect. However, in order to drive home a point that seems important, I have strictly confined myself in the preceding paragraph to Marx's theoretical technique. But there are two features of Marxist theory that transcend technique. And these were not period-bound. The one is his tableau économique. In his analysis of the structure of capital, Marx developed Ricardo once more. But there is an element in it that does not hail from Ricardo but may hail from Quesnay. Marx was one of the first to try to work out an explicit model of the capitalist process. 502. The other is still more important. Marx's theory is evolutionary in a sense in which no other economic theory was. It tries to uncover the mechanism that, by its mere working and without the aid of external factors, turns any given state of society into another. 503. For this is all that our space permits us to say about the Marxist system in general and about the manner in which the component parts of it will be taken into account in this book. 504. A reader's guide should follow now. But I feel unable to produce one. Marx was so diffuse and repetitive a writer, and, barring the first volume of Das Kapital, his theoretical works reflect so unfinished a state of his argument, that it is impossible to point out what is most significant with any confidence. Instead of attempting an impossible task, I shall refer my readers to a book by Dr. Sweezy, the work of an accomplished theorist and a monument of unswerving loyalty, which presents Marx's economics in the most favorable light and, in addition, is the best introduction to Marxist literature I know. 505. Relying on this reference, I shall confine myself to tendering the following pieces of advice. There is no point whatever in perusing selected bits of Marx's writings or even in perusing the first volume of Das Kapital alone. Any economist who wishes to study Marx at all must resign himself to reading carefully the whole of the 3 volumes of Das Kapital and of the 3 volumes of Theorie an über den Mehrwert. 506. Further, there is no point whatever in tackling Marx without preparation. Not only is he a difficult author but, owing to the nature of his scientific apparatus, he cannot be understood without a working knowledge of the economics of his epoch, Ricardo in particular, and of economic theory in general. This is all the more important because the necessity for it does not show on the surface. Again, the reader must be on his guard against being misled by traces of Hegelian terminology. It will be argued below that Marx did not allow his analysis to be influenced by Hegelian philosophy. But he sometimes uses terms in their specifically Hegelian sense, and a reader who takes them in their usual sense misses Marx's meaning. Finally, a reader who wishes for anything other than indoctrination must, of course, learn to distinguish both facts and logically valid reasoning from the ideological mirage. Marx himself helps us in this. Sometimes, becoming semi-conscious of ideological delusion, he rises, in defense, to the heights of his vituperative rhetoric, which therefore serves to indicate the spots at which there is something wrong. 2. Socio-political backgrounds. During the last decade or so before the French Revolution, some of the traits became visible of a social and political pattern that, after the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars and their immediate consequences were over, more or less established itself for the rest of the 19th century. It seems desirable to touch upon a few of its essential features, if only to correct some misapprehensions the reader's mind may harbor and to soften the unrealistically definite colors in which the various ideological traditions have painted it. In doing so we shall have to struggle with a difficulty that is not new to us. We are going to try to visualize an economic and social structure in process of incessant change, of course, and the cultural superstructure that was either associated with it or, according to Marxist doctrine, generated by it. We call it the civilization or the spirit of the times, or the Zeitgeist. 507. But this Zeitgeist is never a structural unit. It is always an imperfect synthesis of warring elements and can never be described truthfully in terms of a few consistent principles. The most obvious reason for this is that at any given time both the economic and social structure of a society and its Zeitgeist contain elements that hail from historically prior states. But there are other and more fundamental reasons, less easy to explain, which make it impossible to analyze what happens in a social organism in terms of processes that conform to the immanent logic of its state and in terms of processes that are induced by the resistance of survivals or, still more superficially, as progress and reaction. The conceptual arrangement we are going to use bears witness to this difficulty. On the whole, however, it may be averred that, though the peak of bourgeois ascendancy occurred in the subsequent period, it was in the period under survey that the ascent of the business class was most nearly unimpeded, most nearly unchallenged. In the great nations, the bourgeoisie did not rule politically, the most important exceptions being the United States and, for the 17 years of Louis Philippe's regime, France. But in all countries the governments, however unbourgeois in origin and structure, not excluding those that have been voted most reactionary by bourgeois oppositions, backed the economic interests of the business class almost without question and did their best to protect them. 508 Still more important, they did so in a spirit of laissez-faire, that is to say, on the theory that the best way of promoting economic development and general welfare is to remove fetters from the private enterprise economy and to leave it alone. This is what will be meant in this book by economic liberalism. The reader is requested to keep this definition in mind because the term has acquired a different, in fact almost the opposite meaning since about 1900 and especially since about 1930, as a supreme, if unintended, complement. The enemies of the system of private enterprise have thought it wise to appropriate its label. By political liberalism, which must be distinguished from economic liberalism as our footnote amply shows, we mean sponsorship of parliamentary government, freedom to vote and extension of the right to vote, freedom of the press, divorce of secular from spiritual government, trial by jury, and so on, including retrenchment and pacific, though not necessarily pacifist, foreign policy. This was the program 509 of the first phase of the French Revolution. A tendency to carry it out eventually asserted itself everywhere. But the rates of speed differed widely as between different countries, and so did the combinations of forces and circumstances that were responsible for each step. The rate at which the business class itself was converted to political liberalism also differed widely, and not only as between different countries, but also as between different subgroups of the bourgeoisie. Not even economic liberalism was welcomed everywhere and by the whole business class. Political liberalism came to large sectors of it like an undesired child. The adherents of the Spanish Constitution of 1811, who were the first to call themselves liberals, had not the whole bourgeoisie behind them. Neither had the French liberals of the 1820s. It was a wing only, which was but semi-recognized and received also non-business support from intellectuals and the masses, that forced the program of political liberalism upon a not quite willing majority, though this majority was converted in the end. In England, this shows quite clearly in the way in which first the Whigs and then the Palmerstonians were pushed along by a small group that was known as radical. This group, or at least its intellectual core, the philosophical radicals, is of particular interest to us because some of the most important English economists belonged to it or sympathized with it. But unlike their successors of a later day, these radicals were not at all what we should call radical in matters of economic policy. Some of them, J.S. Mill in particular, visualized indeed a different organization of economic activity for a more or less distant future. For the time being, however, they were economic liberals in the sense defined above, or what we should now call conservatives. Their radicalism found plenty to do in the purely political sphere. Moreover, at the beginning of the period, laissez-faire and in particular free trade was not as yet established policy. It was something to be fought for, fresh not stale, and something that was felt to be progressive. It attracted the majority of intellectuals instead of disgusting them. Their idea of reform was to clear the economic system of what they regarded as non-essential abuses in order to allow laissez-faire to work itself out fully. 510 They were supporters of the New Poor Law and no friends to Chartism, still less to any of the socialist groups that were in existence then. 511 Thus the correlation between the interests and attitudes of the business class and liberalism was anything but perfect. In addition, as we have already observed, it was by no means only its own left wing that pushed the bourgeoisie along. Conservative governments, and not only the autocratic ones, but also the English conservative governments, had a decisive share in the progress toward economic liberalism. Moreover, groups, strata, parties, and attitudes of non-capitalist origin, though they had to yield occasionally, held their own on the whole. The period's political history bears witness to this. So does its religious history. The period indeed begins and ends with a decade in which indifference or even actively hostile laicism prevailed. But between the Napoleonic Wars and the 1860s, the Catholic Church experienced a marked revival of activity and power that was paralleled in Protestant countries, especially in England, evangelical movement on the one hand, Oxford movement on the other. Nor do the period's currents of thought outside the religious sphere fit into any simple schema. Tory democracy put in an appearance. Naive radicalism and the philosophical radicals were nothing if not naive, certainly did interpret all these things as survivals. Only the subsequent period was to show that, when they thought they fought the past, they were really fighting the future. A bird's-eye view of the intellectual scenery of the period and of some developments in fields of particular interest to the economist will be presented in the next chapter. The rest of this one will be devoted to a survey of the policies of the period. For brevity's sake, we shall confine ourselves almost entirely to economic policies and to the English paradigm. 1. Economic development. The liberal intermezzo was everywhere, but most spectacularly in England, associated with an economic development which, so far as we can judge, was unprecedented all the achievements of the early and middle railroad age. It was easy to attribute that impressive sequence of undeniable successes to the policy of economic liberalism as its main or even only cause. The reader will understand that, however inadequate, this theory was far from being wholly wrong. It cannot reasonably be doubted that, in the historical conditions of that epoch, the removal of fetters from the energies that crowded into business pursuits, together with a policy that guaranteed to the businessman secure enjoyment of success and at the same time made it clear to him that he had no help to expect in case of failure, must in fact have had the energizing influence that was extolled until the argument got stale through repetition. Thus the system kept on justifying itself in the eyes of most contemporaneous observers, even of those who, like J.S. Mill, bore it no love. Such complacent registration of progress seems strange to us who look back upon that age from different standpoints and in a different humor and abhor the atmosphere of the hard-driven homes of rising industrialists almost as much as the squalid dwellings of their workmen. But let us remember that much of all that offends us now was in the nature of childhood diseases, some of which were passing even at the time of Marx's glowing indictments, and that the economic promise, which the system of free enterprise held out to all, was not an empty one. The standard of living of the masses remained low, but it rose steadily almost all the time. Ever-growing numbers were absorbed at increasing real wages. The free breakfast table of the English free traders was perhaps the least misleading slogan that politicians ever forged. Also, contemporaneous and later critics, both conservative and socialist, have never adequately realized the extent to which the welfare policies of the next period were rendered possible by the developments of the first 3/4 of the 19th century and by the policies that fostered them. So far as this goes, there is no reason for discounting either the honesty or the competence of the economists of that time, or for voting them victims of ideological delusion. 2. Free trade and foreign relations. The English advocates of free trade claimed perfect generality for their argument. For them, it was absolute and eternal wisdom for all times and places. He who refused to accept it was a fool or a crook or both. But as has been pointed out many times, England's individual historical situation in which a free trade policy was clearly indicated had probably more to do with her conversion than had the element of general truth in the free trade argument. The hope that a spectacular example would convert other nations also may have played some role. The decisive factors and arguments, however, were quite independent of any such hope. The superiority of England's industry in 1840 was unchallengeable for the calculable future. And this superiority had everything to gain from cheaper raw materials and foodstuffs. These were no delusions. So satisfied was the nation with what it took to be the results of this policy that criticism was almost silenced until the Depression of the 80s. Even that hope did not prove illusory for several decades. Though England remained the only great nation to embrace free trade wholeheartedly, all the other nations displayed tendencies toward free trade for longer or shorter periods and to a greater or lesser degree. Thus Prussia and then the German Empire, from the Prussian tariff of 1818 to the Caprivi treaties of 1891-4, moved on a line that never departed very far from free trade principles. 512 The Anglo-French Treaty of 1860, Cobden, Chevalier Treaty, marked an important if short-lived interruption in the generally protectionist policy of France. It should be observed, however, that on the continent free trade or quasi-free trade policy was never supported by public opinion as strongly as was the case in England. It was imposed by bureaucracies as in Germany or by rulers such as Napoleon III who were doctrinaire liberals in these matters. Those economists who, like the majority of the French, were free traders elicited little response from the public. In the United States, too, free trade was never popular except with economists and not with all of them. Different national conditions of course amply account for this, and they also enable us to put a more favorable construction on the views of protectionist economists in these countries than ardent free traders were wont to put upon them. The dramatic story of England's conversion to free trade need not be retold here. But there are two aspects of it that we cannot afford to neglect. First, from a parliamentary point of view, the adoption of the free trade policy stands wholly to the credit of the Conservative Party. The first effective steps in the direction of free trade were taken before the outbreak of the French Revolution by Lord Shelburne and the younger Pitt. Advance toward it was resumed in the 1820s by Huskisson. And free trade was, substantially, carried, the most difficult point removal of the import duties on grains included, by the Conservative government of Sir Robert Peel. Though his cabinet and party foundered on the rocks, it still remains true that a government largely composed of landowners carried a policy that was obviously contrary to their own economic class interests as well as to the economic interests of the class with which they were most closely allied, the farmers. Interpret it as you please, but do not forget to ponder over this most interesting phenomenon of political sociology. The manufacturers and merchants who provided political steam are another matter. The Merchants' Petition of 1820 must be mentioned because it was drawn up by one of the leading scientific economists of the age, Thomas Tuke. And this is our only opportunity, in a history of analysis, to mention the two heroes of the Anti-Corn Law League, Richard Cobden and John Bright. 513. But, second, free trade policy means much more than a particular way of dealing with questions of foreign trade. In fact, it could be argued that this is the least important aspect of it and that a man might be a free trader, even if he thinks little of the purely economic case for free trade per se. It is easy to see, to some extent we shall see presently, that free trade policy is related to other economic policies in such a manner that, for political as well as economic reasons, these other policies are difficult to pursue without free trade policy, and vice versa. In other words, free trade is but an element of a comprehensive system of economic policy and should never be discussed in isolation. Nor is this all. The really important point to make is that this system of economic policy conditions, and is conditioned by, something that is more comprehensive still, namely, a general political and moral attitude or vision that asserts itself in all departments of national and international life and may indeed be linked up with utilitarianism. 514 This attitude, which has come to be called Manchesterism by its enemies, was in fact Cobden's and Bright's. Among its many manifestations, colonial and foreign policies are particularly important for us. Colonies used to be acquired for the sole purpose of being ruled and exploited in the interest of the mother country and of keeping other nations from doing the same thing. From the Manchester School standpoint, there is not even an economic argument in favor of doing this. Still less is there a political one. Colonies exist for themselves just as do any other countries. They should be self-governing, and they should neither accord to, nor be accorded by, the mother country any particular commercial advantages. Nor did all this remain in the realm of either philosophy or agitation. Some practical progress was made toward the goal. England's Canadian policy, as outlined in the Durham Report, was for the time being the most important step. 515 There were many backslidings, of course. The foreign policy of the period, both at the time of the Holy Alliance and later, cannot be analyzed briefly. So far as England is concerned, we may, however, point to a few facts which, though hardly representative of prevailing practice, do indicate the existence of a tendency that was in accord with the wider implications of free trade. The most important of these facts was the actual practice of the Second Peel administration, the one that repealed the Corn Laws, its sober and responsible management of foreign affairs, its refusal to see English interests in whatever happened anywhere on the globe, was an important sign of the times. Another was the adoption of the principle, Canning, to side with nations rightly struggling to be free, or even, with some reservation in the German case, with nations that strove for national union. Nationalism did not have the connotation it later acquired and was an ally, not an enemy, of bourgeois liberalism or else of something to the left of it, Mazzini. Furthermore, though the period witnessed a number of wars, others were prevented by the new attitude. English relations with the United States during the Civil War afford an example. Most important of all, attempts at sowing the seeds of war by arousing a spirit of either aggression or suspicion, which of course continued throughout, were also under criticism throughout. As an example, I mention Cobden's highly characteristic struggle for a better understanding of France and his not less characteristic struggle with Urquhart. 516 In Parliament, Gladstone became and remained the most powerful spokesman of the new attitude which he invested with all the glories of his rhetoric. 517 3. Domestic policy and Socialpolitik. 518 We must remember that conditions differed sufficiently in different countries to produce different policies and also different attitudes on the part of economists, even where the guiding principles were the same. Thus the abolition of serfdom in Russia and the agrarian reforms in Germany and Austria, the so-called liberation of the peasants, were certainly conceived and carried out in the spirit of economic liberalism. The idea of making the peasant the free proprietor of a free holding and of leaving him to his own devices was even surprisingly and indeed absurdly radical. But in France this had been done in the Revolution. The land system of England presented for the moment no pressing problems at all, and the agrarian problems of Ireland were of an entirely different nature. Similarly, the regulations that fettered or sheltered the craft guilds and also other sectors of industry had withered away in England before this period. In France it was again the Revolution that had destroyed them. Elsewhere they were removed at different times and in some places much more completely than in others. In Prussia, for example, by the Stein-Hardenberg reforms after the Battle of Jena. These differences were, however, not a matter of different economic principles, although writers may sometimes have rationalized them in this way. They were merely a matter of different social conditions, of differences in the economic structures that existed in different countries at the beginning of the period. Again, England completely reconstructed her law of joint stock companies. To some extent this was done everywhere, and everywhere the tendency asserted itself to liberalize company laws and to reduce public control, until after the crash of 1873 when some of the steps taken were retraced. But the results differed widely. Differences of principle as well as of existing conditions account for the widely different policies we find in such matters as religion, the press, criminal and civil justice, education, and so on, within the same country at different times as well as between different countries. In England, for example, the old civil liberties having been restored after the Napoleonic Wars, it was Catholic emancipation, parliamentary reform at first a liberal patent, later infringed on by the Disraeli Conservatives 519 and Ireland which supplied the daily bread of current politics in the non-economic field. But we are mainly interested in the English 520 Socialpolitik of that period. English labour legislation developed along three lines. First, there was the factory legislation protection being, however, substantially confined to women and children. 521 Second, the various acts prohibiting combinations of workmen were repealed in 1824, though complete legalization of trade unions was deferred until 1871 and 1875. Third, a Poor Law Amendment Act was passed in 1834, which is important for us, among other reasons, because it was based on a report written by Edwin Chadwick in collaboration with one of the leading economists of the age, Sr. Two aspects of this act must be carefully distinguished. On the one hand, it greatly improved the administrative machinery of poor relief and stopped a number of practices that would be considered abuses even now. This was almost universally recognized, though some critics found fault with the Act's administrative scheme. In any case, this aspect does not concern us here. On the other hand, the Act adopted certain economic principles that do concern us. They were by no means new. In fact, they were as old as the Poor Law controversy. The Act simply adopted the views of one party to the controversy. That is to say, it confined poor relief to maintenance in the workhouse and prohibited outdoor relief on Principle 522, the idea being that the able-bodied unemployed, who were in distress, should not indeed be left to starve but should be maintained in semi-punitive conditions. Interpretation of these policies is an extremely delicate matter. We cannot do much more than visualize the various groups of problems that arise. First of all, these policies must not be considered in isolation. They were part of a system that offered other things to the working class. If we assign its proper weight to the effects on the real wage bill of the free trade policy and to all that the free breakfast table implies, we shall conceive a wholly different idea of the period's performance in Socialpolitik. Second, it is by no means clear how these policies fit in with economic liberalism. As regards the factory legislation, for example, it is as easy to argue that it was part of the logic of economic liberalism as it is to argue that it spelled deviation from this logic. I suggest that, as far as protection for women and children is concerned, we adopt the former opinion. Third, it must not be forgotten that though this type of factory legislation enjoyed some liberal or radical support, Cobden came out strongly on behalf of the children. The bulk of the political forces that carried it was supplied by Conservatives, Lord Ashley, 7th Earl of Shaftesbury, who approached this whole range of problems in a quite different spirit. This fact is significant, no matter how we answer the question of compatibility of social legislation with the logic of economic liberalism. Contemporaneous and later critics, German exponents of Socialpolitik in particular, have accused the English classic economists of cold indifference to the fate of labor. The first thing to be said about this is that the indictment reveals a lack of historical sense that is particularly strange in critics associated with the German historical school. The man who disapproved of a 10-hour bill in 1847 might easily be a New Dealer in modern America without our having any right to impugn his consistency. But we can go further. Most classic economists supported the factory legislation, McCulloch especially. The repeal of the Combination Acts was vigorously pushed by a member of the Benthamite Circle, place 523. And the Poor Law Amendment Act, which was almost unanimously supported by economists, has other aspects besides what seems to us harsh treatment of people in distress. At the same time, we must not go too far. The support that classic economists gave to this act acquires additional significance from the fact that the theory underlying it tallied well with their general scheme of economic and political thought, their scheme of natural liberty. It also tallied well with their views on population and wages. It tallied still better with their almost ludicrous confidence in the ability of individuals to act with energy and rationality, to look after themselves responsibly, to find work, and to save for old age and rainy days. This, of course, is Benthamite sociology, hence bad sociology. On this point, the critics were right, however wrong they were in imputing to the classics a defective social conscience. 524. For Gladstonian finance. In the field of fiscal policy, we are more prone than we usually are to give the jockey credit that is really due the horse. P.J. Cambon was an able financier, yet all the reader is likely to know about the finances of the French Revolution is the breakdown of its paper money. 525 FN. Molière was a master of the art, but under the conditions of the Napoleonic regime he had no chance to produce great fiscal policy. 526. And there are several others who deserve our respect though they have left a checkered record. Yet there was one man who not only united high ability with unparalleled opportunity but also knew how to turn budgets into political triumphs and who stands in history as the greatest English financier of economic liberalism, Gladstone. 527. We cannot do better than consider him alone. The greatest feature of Gladstonian finance, the feature that it shares with, and which may be said to define, all great finance, was that it expressed with ideal adequacy both the whole civilization and the needs of the time, ex visu of the conditions of the country to which it was to apply, or, to put it slightly differently, that it translated a social, political, and economic vision, which was comprehensive as well as historically correct, into the clauses of a set of coordinated fiscal measures. This applies both to the measures themselves and to the intuition that bore them, but not to the talk of the day, Gladstone's own included, which was highly doctrinaire. We are not interested in the details of these measures but only in the principles involved. Let us try to state them. Gladstonian finance was the finance of the system of natural liberty, laissez-faire, and free trade. From the social and economic vision that this implies and which we must now understand historically, irrespective of all general arguments pro and con, the most important thing was to remove fiscal obstructions to private activity. And for this, in turn, it was necessary to keep public expenditure low. Retrenchment was the victorious slogan of the day and was even more popular with radicals such as Joseph Hume, the sleepless watchdog of finance, than it was with either Whigs or Tories. Retrenchment means two things. First, it means reduction of the functions of the state to a minimum. This was referred to by later, especially German, critics as the policy of the night watchman state. For instance, within that social vision there is hardly any place for public expenditure on art or science. The way to further art and science, and powerfully furthered they were, is to allow people to earn so that they have the money to buy pictures or to enjoy leisure for research. 528 Second, retrenchment means rationalization of the remaining functions of the state, which among other things implies as small a military establishment as possible. The resulting economic development would in addition, so it was believed, make social expenditures largely superfluous. Observe once more that all this, wholly wrong if cast into terms of timeless general principles, did contain a large element of truth for England in 1853. Equally important was it, from the same vision of economic opportunities and mechanisms, to raise the revenue that would still have to be raised in such a way as to deflect economic behavior as little as possible from what it would have been in the absence of all taxation, taxation for revenue only. And since the profit motive and the propensity to save were considered of paramount importance for the economic progress of all classes, this meant in particular that taxation should as little as possible interfere with the net earnings of business. Therefore, so far as direct taxation is concerned, no progression. In principle, if not in practice, Gladstone went even further than this in 1853. The Napoleonic Wars had brought the income tax, in the English sense. It had been abolished promptly when the emergency was over, 1816, but had been reintroduced by Peel, 1842, in order to make good the deficiency expected from his reductions of import duties. 529 But Gladstone proposed in 1853 to abolish it again in 7 years. 530 As regards indirect taxes, the principle of least interference was interpreted by Gladstone to mean that taxation should be concentrated on a few important articles, leaving the rest free. This opinion prevailed throughout against that of Sir George Cornwall Lewis, the Chancellor of the Exchequer during the Crimean War, who preferred a system of numerous duties that would bear lightly on every point touched. 531. Last, but not least, we have the principle of the balanced budget, or rather, since debt was to be reduced, the principle that Robert Lowe, one of the Chancellors of the Exchequer of the Gladstonian era, embodied in his definition of a Minister of Finance, an animal that ought to have a surplus. Again, there is no point whatever in criticizing either the policy of balancing the budget or the policy of debt redemption from modern standpoints. Even if we grant all that modern advocates of deficit financing claim, we should admit that in a world bursting with investment opportunities, neither policy can be set down as unalloyed nonsense. 5. Gold. The little that need be said for our purposes on the currency and banking policies of that period will be more conveniently reserved for the last chapter of this part. In consequence, there is only one point to make here. After the monetary disturbances, the inflation incident to the Napoleonic Wars, all countries struggled back to what was considered normalcy. This took many decades in such countries as Austria, but was achieved promptly and with comparative ease in England and France. On the continent, normalcy meant silver or a bimetallic standard, but England, after having legalized the de facto gold standard established in the 18th century, resumed gold redemption of Bank of England notes within a few years of Waterloo, much as she returned to gold at pre-war parity, though in a somewhat different form, after the First World War of our time. Moreover, it was a perfectly free or automatic gold standard that allowed for no kind of management other than is implied in the regulatory power of any central bank, that is, a lender of last resort. Our question is, why? The measure drew fire from many quarters, even from some economists. Powerful agrarian interests attributed to it, never mind now whether rightly or wrongly, the depression that plagued them. There was enough unemployment to induce the government, Castlereagh, 1821, to propose public works, an almost Rooseveltian program, as a remedy. Merchants do not relish losses, nor bankers frozen assets, and there were plenty of both. Also, we shall see that many competent people advocated a managed paper currency. Nevertheless, the gold standard policy was never in real danger politically, and if it was not, until much later, adopted by all industrialized countries, this was not a matter of their choice. In spite of all counterarguments, the automatic gold standard remained almost everywhere the ideal to strive for and pray for, in season and out of season. Again, why? At present we are taught to look upon such a policy as wholly erroneous, as a sort of fetishism that is impervious to rational argument. We are also taught to discount all rational and all purely economic arguments that may actually be adduced in favor of it. But quite irrespective of these, there is one point about the gold standard that would redeem it from the charge of foolishness, even in the absence of any purely economic advantage, a point from which also many other attitudes of that time present themselves in a different light. An automatic gold currency, 532, is part and parcel of a laissez-faire and free trade economy. It links every nation's money rates and price levels with the money rates and price levels of all the other nations that are on gold. It is extremely sensitive to government expenditure and even to attitudes or policies that do not involve expenditure directly, for example, to foreign policy, to certain policies of taxation, and, in general, to precisely all those policies that violate the principles of economic liberalism. This is the reason why gold is so unpopular now and also why it was so popular in a bourgeois era. It imposes restrictions upon governments or bureaucracies that are much more powerful than is parliamentary criticism. It is both the badge and the guarantee of bourgeois freedom, not simply of the bourgeois interest, but of freedom in the bourgeois sense. From this standpoint, a man may quite rationally fight for it, even if fully convinced of the validity of all that has ever been urged against it on economic grounds. From the standpoint of atavism and planning, a man may not less rationally condemn it, even if fully convinced of the validity of all that has ever been urged for it on economic grounds. 3. The intellectual scenery. 1. The zeitgeist of the period and its philosophy. The truth of our proposition that the zeitgeist of a period can never be defined in terms of a single system of mutually consistent ideas or beliefs is brought home to us when we turn to the philosophical currents of that time in order to discover the philosophical affiliations, if any, of the social sciences. A. Utilitarianism. The most obvious of these affiliations is with English utilitarianism. 533. This was indeed a product of the 18th century. But it ran the best part of its career in the first half of the 19th. No philosophy at all in the technical sense. 534. Unsurpassably shallow as a philosophy of life, it fitted to perfection the streak of materialistic, anti-metaphysical, rationalism that may be associated with liberalism and the business mind. Actually, however, the majority of the English business class did not accept it but, whether Anglican or nonconformist, kept to the religious philosophy of either church or chapel. The utilitarian leaders evidently knew why they were so careful not to affront religion openly. 535. And all leading politicians knew why they left utilitarianism severely alone. Its appointed apostles, the philosophical radicals. 536 were at first a very small circle that gathered around Bentham and James Mill. J.S. Mill cannot be called a utilitarian without qualification. In some respects he outgrew the creed, in others he refined it. But he never renounced it explicitly, and it was through his influence upon the rising generations in the 1850s and 1860s that a more sophisticated utilitarianism established itself in the intellectual centers, especially in Cambridge. But it did not become dominant. This seems to be clear from an analysis of the position of the men who were then or later became leaders of Cambridge life and thought, particularly of Sidgwick. 537. It will be maintained later that there is no point in calling Ricardo a utilitarian, though he was personally connected with the group and may have professed sympathy with its creed. Bentham, James Mill, and, with qualification, J.S. Mill were the only prominent economists who were also prominent and militant utilitarians, as Beccaria and Very had been in the 18th century. It was natural for Bentham and the Mills to see themselves in the role of philosophical patrons of economics and to assume responsibility for an alliance between economics and utilitarianism that was acquiesced in by many later economists, such as Jevons and Edgeworth, but it was neither necessary nor useful. This alliance is the only reason why utilitarianism looms so large in the economists' picture of 19th century thought, much larger than is justified by its importance either as a philosophy or as a factor of the zeitgeist. We must digress for a moment in order to consider the effects of that alliance upon economics. The reader will recall that, for earlier epochs, we have dealt with this question already. Since economists, especially non-theorists, are and always have been apt to entertain exaggerated notions about the importance of philosophical backgrounds upon the positive work of economic analysis, we shall understand that this alliance made English economic theory unpopular in many quarters. Especially with some German writers, the utilitarian garb was quite sufficient for wholesale condemnation of the theory that appeared in this guise. More interesting than this attitude, which rested upon nothing but an obvious misunderstanding, is, however, the question of the real influence of utilitarian philosophy upon the contents of classic economics. We must distinguish influence upon policy recommendations, economic sociology, and economic analysis proper. As regards the classic recommendations, there are no doubt many that are wholly neutral with respect to any philosophy of life, One need not be a utilitarian in order to recommend peasant proprietorship for Ireland, or in order either to recommend or condemn return to the gold standard after the Napoleonic Wars. But there are others: unconditional free trade, for example, that did imply views of general policy and attitudes to life that do seem, to say the least, to link up with utilitarianism better than with any other philosophy of life. As regards economic sociology, utilitarianism can only be described as a complete failure, since its rationalistic conception of individual behavior and of social institutions was obviously and radically wrong. But as regards that part of economic analysis which works with rational schemata, utilitarian philosophy, though superfluous, does no harm. And this fact, as critics would have recognized if they had been competent economists, salvages the bulk of the work in economic analysis done by the utilitarians. 538. Professional philosophy in England, mainly the philosophy of the Scottish common sense school, was but moderately affected by utilitarianism and was, on the whole, hostile to the utilitarian way of disposing of specifically philosophical problems. But there was during that period no leader of English philosophical thought strong enough to counteract the able and vigorous propaganda of the philosophical radicals. Leaders of thought that did counteract it to some extent were produced by the Romantic, see below, Sector 2, and several religious movements. A leader of still another type might be mentioned here, Carlyle. 539. For economists he is one of the most important and most characteristic figures in the cultural panorama of that epoch, standing in heroic pose, hurling scorn at the materialistic littleness of his age, cracking a whip with which to flay, among other things, our dismal science. This is how he saw himself and how his time saw and loved to see him. Completely incapable of understanding the meaning of a theorem, overlooking the fact that all science is dismal to the artist, he thought he had got hold of the right boy to whip. A large part of the public applauded, and so did some economists who understood no more than he did what a science is and does. But the digression above on utilitarian economics shows that he was not wholly in error. The utilitarian economists did advocate policies indicative of a philosophy of life that fully deserved all the stripes that Carlyle administered. And the reader should for a moment stop to ponder over the difficulty that has so much to do with the futility of so many of our controversies, namely, the difficulty that both the professional and the public mind experience in disentangling the analytic aspect of such cases from the cultural philosophy that goes with it, and in realizing that adverse criticism of the former is perfectly compatible with admiration for the latter and vice versa. Something, however, may be said for Carlyle even from the analytic point of view. He had the vision, though he had not the means to make it analytically articulate, of an economic sociology that was much more realistic than was the utilitarian. What a nation is and really wants and what are the real determinants of its fate, he saw much more clearly than did Bentham. The analysis that might be distilled from his pages would take account of a number of important facts that Bentham ignored or, at all events, brushed aside, because from the standpoint of his creed they were simply irrelevant aberrations. J.S. Mill sensed this to some extent. He grew to realize that the scheme of utilitarian rationality is quite inadequate beyond a limited range of problems. But he was not the man to make anything of it, and so the vision of one man and the analytic power of another never met to work together. Carlyle influenced another but, for us, much less important prophet, Ruskin, who, though his writings on economic subjects belong to the subsequent period, shall therefore be mentioned here. Almost throughout the period under discussion, John Ruskin, 1819 to 1900, any work of reference will give the reader all that is needed to appreciate the points to be made in this paragraph, was one of those creative interpreters of art, painting, architecture, sculpture, and also poetry whose interpretations are themselves works of art, works that have a life of their own and elicit admiration even in those who, like myself, do not believe in them as interpretations. For us, it is particularly important to note his contributions to a general sociology of art, his attempts to analyze the social conditions that produce, or are favorable to the production of, great works of art. From the end of the 1860s on, he turned, however, to the mission that was to make him so popular with the crowd as well as with economists of radical propensities. Wrathful and dilettantic criticism of the sins of capitalism, the reader will quickly acquire an adequate notion of this criticism by dipping unto this last, 1862, Munera Pulveris, 1872, and Furs Clavigera, 1871-84, all in the works of Ruskin. I have only one point to make. There is a definite reason for objecting to Ruskin's way of handling economic problems. I am not speaking, of course, of his generous and not unsuccessful practical work in the interest of the welfare and civilization of the masses. He failed to do in this field what he did as a matter of course in the field of art. We know that he prepared himself most sedulously for his career as an interpreter of art, that he mastered techniques and studied historical detail according to the canons of scholarship. It is genius that speaks from his interpretations, but genius tutored and made effective by learning. In the field of economics he did nothing of the sort. All he did was to add generous indignation to half-understood observations and undigested pieces of reading. It is this and not his evaluations, with which many of us will sympathize, that puts him out of court, except for such writers as J.A. Hobson. The judgment I pass on him and he stands for so many is exactly the same that he himself would have passed on any writer who undertook, for example, to criticize Turner's paintings without having previously acquired, by morally neutral study, an adequate mastery of the relevant facts and techniques. B. German philosophy. The reader presumably knows that the first part of the period under discussion witnessed the peak achievements of German speculative philosophy, and the names of Kant, Schelling, Fichte, Hegel, and Schopenhauer will immediately turn up in his mind. But, no matter whether he knows much or little about them, it is impossible to enter here into the purely philosophical aspects of their work. All I can say without proof about Kant, Schelling, and Schopenhauer is this. First, their creations are striking examples of autonomous philosophical thought. It would be hopeless to try to link their teaching with the attitudes that may be associated with the class position of the bourgeois or any other element. 542. Kant was the only one of the three to exert significant international influence, 541. But in Germany, all three of them wielded powerful influence upon the thought of generations in whose mental pattern the philosophical component then counted for. Still more than it did during the subsequent period. Nevertheless, whatever else this influence may have touched or shaped, it did not extend to the professional work of German, let alone of other than German economists. Many of them no doubt would have described themselves as Kantians. But their professional methods and results were just as compatible with any other philosophy. This question of influence posits itself somewhat differently in the cases of Fichte and Hegel. Fichte 542 calls for comment, because he associated with his speculative philosophy, in the technical sense of the term, a social and political philosophy that trespassed freely on the economics field and must be noticed for two reasons. He blocked out a plan for a particular economic organization of society that will be considered below in the section on socialism. And he has been assigned a key position in the early development of Ospan's Universalist Economics 543. Fichte was, to be sure, no individualist in the Benthamite sense and no laissez-faire man. If this constitutes a universalist, then he was one, and the only thing to be said is that this species will then grow uncomfortably numerous. If this is not enough to constitute a universalist, we are left with Fichte's conception of a super-individual and super-conscious group mind in which the individual consciousnesses participate. The mere fact that he emphasized the autonomy of the phenomenon society as against the phenomenon state, besides being as old as scholasticism, has certainly nothing specifically universalist about it. It is true that this conception is in the universalist line, but it is also in many other lines, for example, in the entirely positivist line of Durkheim. Perhaps it is somewhat less unrealistic to assume a connection, via romanticism, between Fichte and Span than it is to trace Durkheim's thought to Fichte. Confidence in such purely phraseological relations is in any case misplaced and only serves to prevent perception of more substantial ones. Hegel 544 calls for comment on three counts. First, because of his stupendous success; second, because of his theory of the state, and because his philosophy constitutes an important branch of what we shall term evolutionism; third, because of his formative influence on the thought of Karl Marx. All that I can say about the first point is that it makes Hegel's philosophy one of the factors in the zeitgeist we are trying to survey. More than this I cannot say, because the success was beyond anything I might be able to account for. I could explain temporary success in Germany of the philosopher who is credited with the saying, "Of all my pupils one only has understood me, and this one has misunderstood me." Perhaps I could also explain, partly by the fact that Hegelian philosophy is capable of widely different interpretations, why Hegel's influence on German thought not only proved durable but also experienced a strong revival in the 20th century. But what is beyond my power of comprehension is the great influence he exerted in England, France, Italy, and the United States, that is, on soils that should not have been favorable to this plant. The fact itself is indubitable, however. The second point will be dealt with in section 4 of this chapter. The third, Hegel's influence on Marx, constitutes our immediate concern. Many Marxists, and not only those of philosophical bent of mind, have come near to stating that Marxism is rooted in Hegelism, and that, the relation being one of dependence, acceptance of the dialectic method constitutes part of Marxist orthodoxy. Marx himself was of a different opinion. In the preface to the second edition of the first volume of Das Kapital, he tells us that as a philosopher he had been a Hegelian, that he never lost his early preference for Hegel's philosophy, and that what he considered superficial criticisms of it only served to strengthen his taste for coquetting with it, but that he never allowed himself to be guided by it in his positive research into the facts of capitalist society. I suggest that this statement be accepted. Authors often misinterpret their own procedure, and there is the possibility that Marx was mistaken. But it can be shown that he was not. For every proposition of his, economic and sociological, as well as his vision of the capitalist process as a whole, may be either traced to sources other than philosophical, such as Ricardo's economic theory, or else understood as results of strictly empirical analysis of his own. The Hegelism of his exposition is not more than a form that we can discard in all cases without affecting the substance of his argument. The only case that could possibly be considered doubtful will be discussed below. Idealistic, that is, metaphysical, philosophy never ruled unchallenged. As the period wore on, the streak of materialism that we associate with bourgeois rationality asserted itself independently of the utilitarian current. Among other things, it encouraged a materialistic interpretation of Hegel. Some people discovered that his metaphysical concepts are not really necessary for his general mode of reasoning, which can stand without them, and dropped them accordingly. Perhaps the most important of the Hegelians who, in doing so, developed into straight materialists was Ludwig Feuerbach. 545 The poor lot of freethinkers, exponents of mechanist or sensationalist materialism, who published in the last decades of that period and are significant only because their popular success was an important sign of the times, owe something to him, but less than we might suppose and less than many historians have supposed. Once more, in analyzing broad currents of ideas we are too prone to assume relations between the bubbles that bubble up from the same crater. See, Comtist positivism. Of course, that period's pattern of philosophic thought was very much richer than our survey suggests. But we shall take from it only one more strand that not only embodies another of the main components of that period's zeitgeist, but also is particularly important for economists. In France, professional philosophy continued to keep up a Cartesian tradition, curiously interwoven with ideas that hailed from the English empiricists, from Condillac, and, in reaction against Condillac, from Scottish common sense. 546 The anti-metaphysical component, which, disregarding any other possible meaning of the word, I shall call positivist, asserted itself in many ways. But it found its most nearly adequate expression in a suggestion thrown out by Saint Simon and carried out by Auguste Comte, 1798–1857, a theoretical physicist by training, in his Cours de philosophie positive, which was to satisfy two distinct and logically independent needs. First, the need for a general body of thought that would fill the void left by receding metaphysical speculation, the need for a substitute for philosophy, or religion. Second, the need for a general body of thought that would put some order into the tropical growth of specialized research. Herbert Spencer's Synthetic Philosophy, synthetic indeed, that appeared in installments from 1862 on, First Principles, Biology, Psychology, Sociology, and Ethics, was, in a sense, another attempt to satisfy both needs. Cohn's Course appeared, 1830-42, in 6 volumes. Of Cohn's other writings only his letters to J.S. Mill, Lettre d'Auguste Comte à John Stuart Mill, 1841-1846, Publ 1877, come within our orbit. As regards the rest, the less said the better. It should be kept in mind that, in speaking of Comte and his work, I am referring exclusively to those two publications, for positivism and Comtism were to acquire also, from the aberrations of his declining years, quite different meanings. As explained above, the course presents two aspects which must be carefully distinguished. First, it expounds the doctrine that all our knowledge is knowledge of invariant relations between given phenomena on whose nature or causation there is no sense in speculating. This positivism brought earlier tendencies to a head and anticipated, in some respects, the much more interesting empiria criticism of the next period. It is a philosophical doctrine in the technical sense of the term, though a negative one, and as such did not exert, and was incapable of exerting, any influence upon research in any particular science. But, second, Comte's primary concern was not really with this philosophy. The course starts with the question how, in an epoch of inevitable specialization, we might salvage that organic unity of all human knowledge that was so vital a reality in the times of the polyhistors. His answer was that we should create for this purpose another specialty, the specialty of generalites. This plan has meaning quite independently of whatever philosophic opinions one might entertain and comes to the fore again later on. The course is an attempt to carry this plan into effect in a particular way and with a particular slant. Comte's particular way was this: he tried to arrange the total of all scientific knowledge, knowledge from other than scientific sources he did not recognize, into a hierarchy of sciences, or, to change the simile, into a building, every floor of which was to be occupied by a different science and which was to rise from foundations in logic and mathematics toward the problems of human society. The 6 floors were respectively assigned to mathematics, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, and psychology, being conspicuous by its absence sociology, the science of society. And he actually proceeded, if I may keep to the analogy, to furnish every floor with what he conceived to be those elements in every science that were most important for the science located on the next floor. Nothing can or need be said about the grandeur and the shortcomings of the plan or of its execution. Comte's influence upon the social sciences in general, and upon economics in particular, was considerable, and gathered momentum as the century wore on. This was not because of his philosophy, but because he did sociological work himself. We shall have to touch upon contributions of his constructive and critical both in the rest of this chapter and in later chapters. It will be convenient, however, to list the 4 most important ones, and to dispose of 2 of them at once. Comte baptized nascent sociology and sketched out a research program for it that foreshadowed later developments in social psychology. 2. This sociology is geared, as we shall see, to an 18th century conception of social evolution. 3. He introduced into the social sciences the concepts of statics and dynamics. 4. He developed a methodology that led him to attack the procedure of classic economics in a manner that anticipated many later criticisms. I shall proceed to comment on 3 and 4. 3. Comte was primarily concerned with social evolution, see below, Sector 4D. But he fully realized that the idea of evolution does not cover all the problems presented by social organisms. There are also non-evolutionary phenomena or aspects that require a different treatment. Therefore he assembled another body of facts and propositions about social instincts, which act and react upon one another so as to produce by means of an equilibrating process the spontaneous order of society, and this body of facts and propositions he laid alongside the evolutionary compound, or, as he styled it, the theory of natural progress. Adopting, as he tells us, the terminology of the zoologist H. de Blainville, he called the former statics and the latter dynamics. J.S. Mill, the author who introduced these terms into economic theory, was well acquainted with Comte's thought, and it is natural to assume that he took them from Comte, though he did not say so. If this was the case, then Mill was wrong in speaking, Principles, Book 4, ch. 1, of a happy generalization of a mathematical phrase. Since many people who failed to appreciate the importance of that distinction have tried to stigmatize it as an illegitimate derivative of a mechanistic way of thinking, it is time to state the fact that, so far as there is sense at all in talking about borrowing as regards the words, that is, not as regards the distinction itself which forces itself upon us, in any case the ultimate lender was not mechanics but zoology. We shall return to the subject more than once. It should, however, be mentioned that Mill's definitions of statics and dynamics correspond to Comte's, as far as I can see, but these terms subsequently acquired several different senses and are now being used in a still different one. For, methodologically, Comte's plan was to observe historical and ethnological facts and to build his science of society from such generalizations as these facts would suggest. This is, of course, a very familiar program that was, then and later, espoused by numerous writers, especially by historical economists. All the more important is it to realize a paradoxical fact: while it was perfectly natural for historical economists to adopt this plan, it was not at all natural for Comte to do so. The historian, and hence the historical economist, distrusts any theory that tries to isolate the economic element in social life. Theory is for him indeed speculative and unrealistic. It is even something still worse: it is speculative construction that borrows its methods from the physical sciences. Only the real phenomenon in all its historical facets, with the economic, ethical, legal, and cultural facets all simultaneously considered, is for him the true object of social research, whose methods must therefore differ toto cielo from any used by the physicist. But Comte could not argue like this. On the contrary, he wanted to adopt the methods of the physicist. When he accused classic economists of unscientific speculation, he meant exactly the opposite of what the economists of the historical school were to mean. And there, as J.S. Mill realized, he was completely in error. But in addition to being in error as regards his criticism, he was also in error as regards his own choice of method. For physical science does not accept unanalyzed fact, either in the laboratory or, where laboratory experiment is not possible, by mental experiment. Physicists do separate or isolate individual aspects and then theorize about them with a boldness that far surpasses anything that economists ever ventured to do. Had Comte wished to be scientific in this sense, he could not have adopted any method other than that followed by Bentham, say, and later by J.S. Mill. He adopted the one he did adopt, generalization from unanalyzed historical or ethnological fact, by mistake, and, if he anticipated some of the later arguments of the historical school, he anticipated them, again, by mistake, honest ignorance of economics and Saint-Simonian prejudice against it being, of course, the psychological sources of both. The comedy of errors will be complete when we realize that, on top of it all, he indulged in genuinely metaphysical speculation himself. This clarification reduces considerably our conception of Comte's influence. The later historical economists of the Schmaler school were not Comtists at all. Their philosophical and methodological affiliations were quite different. They arrived at their arguments against classic theory from the logic of their own intellectual position and would have arrived at them even if Comte had never lived. It is merely a coincidence that, as it was, these arguments, or some of them, look Comtist to the Historian. 547. With other exponents of historicism, Kant's influence is more in evidence. On Ingram, for example, see below, Part 4, ch. 4. 2. Romanticism and historiography. We might learn a lot about the zeitgeist from surveying the literary currents of that period were it possible to do so. Very interesting inferences could be drawn, for example, from the success of the novels of Dickens, Thackeray, or Flaubert, which are also really sociological treatises highly colored by ideologies that we do not usually attribute to the people who read them. Or to mention but one other and far distant example, we might also learn a lot by analyzing the burst of German enthusiasm for Greek art that started in the 18th century 548 but survived well into the 19th. We must refrain. But there was one literary movement, Romanticism, that we cannot afford to pass by, partly because of its real importance for the development of the social sciences, partly because of the importance that has been wrongly attributed to it. A. Romanticism. Like its cultural antipode, utilitarianism, the Romantic movement started in the 18th century. We, who are primarily interested in its analytic performance, cannot do better than to choose as our landmark the great name of Herder. 549. Unlike utilitarianism, Romanticism was not a philosophy, or a social creed, or a political or economic system. It was essentially a literary fashion that linked up with a certain attitude toward life and art. On the one hand, the movement was entirely confined to intellectual circles. There are no romanticists who were not also literati. On the other hand, the movement gained international importance primarily in the field of belles lettres and in the neighboring fields of literary criticism and philology. For painting, architecture, and music it meant less, though it also set fashions there. Witness, for example, some Gothic horrors, and it influenced but peripherically whatever else it touched. But from the history of literature it is indeed possible to compile an impressive list of names, such as Byron, Alfieri, Shelley, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Scott, Longfellow, Chateaubriand, Gautier, Hugo, Hölderlin, Novalis, Brentano, Arnhem, and the two Schlegels. 550. It is there that we must look for the achievement of Romanticism and for the serious work of the Romanticists. They no doubt sallied forth from that stronghold, as literati will, and roamed all over those parts of philosophy and social science that happened to attract them. It is with their exploits on these excursions that we are concerned here. But we must bear in mind that in dealing with these we are not dealing with the core of Romanticist achievement, and that we must expect any grain we may find to be mixed with dilettantic chaff. However, even as regards belles lettres we cannot help being struck by a fact that is indeed evident from our little list of names and would stand out still more clearly in any more extended one. Works and men that in one sense or another may be labeled Romanticist often have very little in common and look strange in juxtaposition. This will cease to surprise us as soon as we make an attempt to define what the Romanticist attitude consisted in. On the surface, it spelled revolt against classic canons of art, for instance, against Aristotle's three dramatic unities, of time, place, and action. But below this surface, there was something much more important, namely, revolt against convention, particularly against rationalized convention, feeling, possibly genuine, rose against cold reason, spontaneous impulse against utilitarian logic, intuition against analysis, the soul against the intellect, the romance of national history against the artifacts of the Enlightenment. Let us call this attitude anti-intellectualism, although this term will also be used in a different sense below. Remembering that the Romantic movement was confined to intellectuals and therefore was something quite different from what we may term the common man's anti-intellectualism, we should not flinch at the apparently paradoxical designation, intellectual anti-intellectualism. Viewed like this, the phenomenon of Romanticism really comes within a well-known class. Like other workmen, intellectuals seem from time to get disgusted with their tools and to be possessed with a desire to down them and to use their fists instead. This diagnosis explains, among other things, why it is impossible to systematize Romanticism into a coherent whole and to develop rules that would enable us to identify Romanticist ideas or programs as easily as we can identify, for example, utilitarian ideas or programs. The movement was in the nature of a shake-up. Its fertility was principally due to this fact. The individual who experienced its impact was left free to walk in any direction after having been shaken up. This applies particularly to the political and economic views of individual romanticists, which later historians have tried to unify in directions of which they themselves approved if they were sympathetic, and in directions of which they disapproved if they were hostile. The resulting picture was unrealistic in both cases. Romanticism has been identified with political reaction. It is true that many romanticists, following the tendencies of their time, turned conservative or reactionary when their environments did, and that some of them even sold their services to reactionary governments, but the essentially revolutionary character of the movement was never quite lost, as may be gathered from the case of that powerful leader of opinion, Joseph von Goers. Romanticist ideology has been contrasted with Benthamite ideas about liberty and democracy. Again, it is true that Romanticist liberty was not the liberty of J.S. Mill's essay, and that Romanticist democracy was not Bentham's mechanistic thing, but it might be urged that some Romanticists had a deeper understanding of what liberty and democracy meant to people as they are and think and feel than had the utilitarians, or than has anyone who tries to impose a logical scheme of his making on existing social patterns. Romanticism has also been credited with a strong taste. Taste is the right word, since we are speaking of literati for the Roman Catholic faith. It is true that the Romanticists, with their sense for live realities, were bound to look upon that mighty structure with feelings very different from those of the utilitarians. It is also true that, at least in the early 19th century, their movement went parallel with and was related to a Catholic revival, but it is quite wrong to confuse the two. Few of the true leaders of the Catholic movement, Goers is the most important instance, Chateaubriand a doubtful one, were prominent in the Romantic movement. Most of them stood to it on a footing of cool and reciprocated indifference. Finally, if Romanticism has been associated with Universalist social philosophies, this was only because Romanticists were opposed to rationalist individualism of the utilitarian type, but the feeling, the intuition, the impulse they extolled were subjective and individual. Feeling, intuition, and impulse, this extreme subjectivism, which knew no binding rule, was precisely what set Goethe against them. What, the reader may well ask, can have been contributed to economics by a movement such as this? The answer will, of course, read differently according to whether we think of attitudes to practical problems, ideological halos, humors, and so on, or of technical analysis. A Romanticist or any writer influenced by the Romantic attitude would, of course, look upon industrial life and its problems in a non-bourgeois spirit and take views quite different from the Benthamite ones. More generally, he would feel a healthy disgust at the utilitarian tendency to reduce the colorful variety of social patterns and processes to a few bald generalizations about thoroughly rationalized hedonic interests. And he would build where utilitarianism leaves a void or else provides a dump for what is simply nonsense from its standpoint, a shrine for the historically unique and for the values of the extra-rational, though, as the discussion above shows, these values differed greatly from one Romanticist to another. As voiced by some Romanticist writers, much of this does not quite ring true. It should be clear, however, that not all of it was literary fake. The standpoint that is appropriate for a history of the search for scientific truth is not appropriate for a comprehensive appraisal. Nevertheless, we may list definite contributions to positive analysis. There are none to be recorded so far as technical economics is concerned. Considering the nature of the movement, this is only what we should expect and does not even amount to a criticism. Enthusiastic lovers of Romanticism seem to me to have committed a tactical mistake by insisting on the presence of contributions of this nature, especially because it forced them to make a hero of such a man as Adam Muller, 1779–1829. As far as this goes, it should be frankly admitted that there never was such a thing as a Romantic school of economics at all. It was, I think, W. Roscher who gave currency to that phrase by his paper, Die Romantische Schule der Nationalökonomik in Deutschland, Zeitschrift für die Gesamtstaatswissenschaft, 1870, and who covered Müller with unmerited praise. Modern universalists, having been hard put to it to find other members for this school, have resorted to three devices. First, they included men such as F. Gents and K. L. von Haller. The interested reader is invited to look them up in any work of reference, who were no economists at all. Second, they claimed for the school famous men who had but the most tenuous relation to it, if indeed any, such as F. List. Third, they applied themselves to the task of unearthing additional members who were duly dubbed geniuses, such as Franz von Bader, Societätsphilosophy, in his Samtliche Werke, 1854, who may pass for a sociologist. As to Adam Müller himself, mainly, Element der Staatskunst, 1809, New ed., 1922, Versuch einer neuen Theorie des Gelds. 1816, New ed., 1922, Von der Notwendigkeit einer theologischen Grundlage der gesamten Staatswissenschaften, 1819, a selection of papers has been edited by Dr. Jacob Baxa, who also wrote a life of Müller with complete bibliography, 1930. It is sufficient to state that his economics consists in a negative revaluation of part of A. Smith's facts and arguments of laissez-faire, free trade, division of labor, and so on, which is his and not our affair, and in the introduction of a number of wholly inoperative metaphysical conceptions. Suppose even that there is any sense in saying, for instance, that money is money only in the moment it changes hands, and that in this moment it is not private, allod, as he called it, but public property, feud, or that it is the expression of national value or national force. What of it? Such interpretations of metaphysical meanings are by nature incapable of telling us anything that we do not already know about the relations subsisting in the empirical world. On the other hand, I do not wish to go further than this. I have no intention of paralleling the ignorance that fails to appreciate the tasks and methods of analysis by equally ignorant failure to appreciate the tasks and methods of philosophic vision or interpretation of meanings. It is enough for me if I can make the reader understand that these are two different worlds that do not touch anywhere, and neither of which can tell us anything about the phenomena or whatever the word should be in the other without reducing its own arguments to futility. In order to make this point stand out strongly, I refrain from asking the question how good or bad A. Müller's speculations are when considered as philosophies. 551. It seems possible, however, to speak of a Romanticist sociology, or at least of definite contributions of Romanticist writers to economic, political, and general sociology. One has been mentioned already. We may restate it by saying that it consists in the insertion, into the analysis of institutions and of behavior within institutions, of the compound of non-rational, not necessarily irrational human volitions, habits, beliefs, and so on, which largely make a given society what it is, and without which a society and its pattern of reaction cannot be understood. The names of Herder and Novalis 552 may be mentioned as illustrations. The artistic component in Romanticism is, in particular, responsible for emphasis upon psychological relations and reactions, a fact which lends some color to the view that the Romanticists were forerunners of modern social psychology. 553. The outstanding example of contributions of this kind are the concepts of a national soul, Volksseele, a national character, and a national fate. Such concepts came readily to literati, and they acquired with them an emotional connotation. But the sentiments, as well as any philosophical visions, may be dropped, whereupon the national soul reveals itself as a catch-all for a number of very important facts. Even as an entity it has appealed to many later sociologists of the group mind type. How very positive a thing can be made of it is shown by the fact that we also find it in so thoroughly unromanticist a writer as Comte. But the chief importance of the Romanticist movement for analytic economics consists in the impulse it gave to all kinds of historical research. It taught us better understanding of civilizations other than our own, the Middle Ages, for example, and extra-European cultural worlds as well. This meant new vistas, wider horizons, fresh problems, and, above all, the end of the stupid contempt that Voltairians and utilitarians professed for everything that preceded this enlightened age. 554 Let us glance at the most important of the cases where Romanticist influence, national soul, and all, shows unmistakably, on the surface at least, the emergence of the historical school of jurisprudence. This school acquires additional significance for us because it helped to produce a similar movement in economics. 555. After the wars of liberation, national exhilaration asserted itself in many proposals that, more or less directly, pointed toward a unified Germany. Among them were proposals for codifying the German law. One of these by a prominent jurist, Thibaut, was adversely criticized in a pamphlet by Savigny that attracted nationwide attention. 556 Its argument rose high above the particular occasion and amounts to a general sociology of law. The legal institutions of a nation are part of its individual life as a nation and the expression of the whole of it, and of the whole of its historically determined situation. They embody all the intimate relations and necessities of this life which find in them more or less adequate formulation. They fit as does the skin of the human body. To replace them by a rationally excogitated code is like tearing off a body's skin in order to replace it by a synthetic product. Hence this is what matters to us, the necessity of studying law not from the standpoint of a few rational principles, but within the framework of all its bearings on the national soul or character. Hence the conclusion in exact opposition to the Benthamite view that the only method for scientific jurisprudence to pursue is the historical one. 557 This, in a nutshell, was the creed and program of the historical school of jurisprudence. Owing to the use of the concept of a national soul and character, the relation between this historical sociology of law and specifically Romanticist thought stands out strongly, perhaps more strongly than it should. For common sense tells us that there would have been historical jurisprudence even if there had not been any Romanticism. This also applies to those German economists who, having undergone legal training or having what by a later American term we may call an institutionalist bent, were no doubt influenced by the example of the historical school of jurisprudence. b. Historiography. The extent to which the rich developments in that period's professional historiography are to be credited to Romanticist ideas is still more debatable. It is true that the Romanticist mood stimulated interest in historical research and increased the public's receptiveness to its results. Beyond this, it is not safe to go without more specific reasons than a general belief in the all-pervading influence of Romanticism. But it seems to me that one such reason does in fact exist. The period had indeed a large number of historians who pleaded a cause, the cause of a country or of a political system or a party, or made it their business to grade, yes, as a schoolmaster grades his pupils' books, the men and events reported on, according to moral or cultural standards of their own. 558 A tendency toward taking a different line asserted itself, however, to present facts in their own light, to let events appear as they might have appeared to the people who experienced them, to preserve the color and the spirit of time and place. This immanent interpretation of historical processes evidently raises very serious methodological problems as regards the nature of the intuitive understanding of the individuals and civilizations it involves. For us it is of particular interest because of the close affinity of its principles to those of Max Weber. It is primarily associated with the name of Leopold von Ranke. 559 A French sponsor of it was Augustin Thierry. The work of these and other men was, in its scholarly aspects, neutral to Romanticism and, in other aspects, even hostile to it. But their respect for the autonomy of every culture and for its individual color constitutes an affinity with Romanticist ideas that we must not overlook. For the rest, since it is impossible to report on that period's historiography so as to convey an adequate impression, we must confine ourselves to a brief survey of those features of it that are most relevant for economics. In the first place, there were the new materials and the new standards of criticism. It was during this period that historiography definitely stepped out of the range of literary sources and systematically and on a large scale began to use original documents and the information that is enshrined in monuments, inscriptions, coins, and the like. Cuneiform writing, Grotefend, and hieroglyphs, Champollion, yielded their secrets. Techniques for the exploitation of source materials were taught, and comprehensive publications of such materials were undertaken. The École des Chartes, the English Roll Series, and the Monumenta Germaniae Historica are examples of a purposeful and systematic activity, for which there was no parallel in our own field. Criticism of sources attained new levels, and it was this plus the new materials that produced the achievements of Niebuhr 560 and Mommsen. But the emphasis upon the original document was quite general. It constitutes the main scholarly merit of Michelet. We find it also in writers whom we do not value primarily as scholars, for example, Thiers, the politician. We find it even in the creators of the realistic novel, for example, the brothers Goncourt. In the second place, historians developed a bent for sociological analysis that benefited from its proximity to facts. Niebuhr's attention to institutions and to the question of the effects of policies and reforms, and Thierry's attention to racial factors may serve as examples. This hardly ever amounted to explicit theorizing, but it very often implied sociological theories, though, needless to say, they were none the better for not being properly articulated. Moreover, much more than before, we observe interest in economic phenomena per se. This interest manifested itself even where we should least expect it, in the field of ancient history 561 on the one hand, and in the pictorial history of the period, on the other. Lord Macaulay's History of England, 1848-61, illustrates to perfection what I mean by pictorial history: history that concentrates on the picturesque military or political events and narrates them with an eye to stirring effect. But Macaulay has chapters descriptive of economic and social conditions that are indeed effective pictures, but entirely different ones. An analogous statement holds for L.A. Thiers' History of the French Revolution, 1st French ed., 1823-7, English trans 1838. In the third place, there was a literature, important by virtue of achievement but still more important as the basis of later developments, that may be described as the product of the purely scientific wing of the historical school of jurisprudence, or as the product of the institutionalist wing of the historians. I shall illustrate this by the names of four eminent men whose lines of research, widely though they differed from one another, all come within the category envisaged. Maurer 562 was the leading though not unchallenged authority on the social organization of medieval Germany, and his theories exerted influence far and wide throughout the 19th century, even after they had become obsolete. Fustel de Coulanges' famous book, which penetrated into the general reading of the educated, but not, so far as I can see, into that of economists, arranged the fruits of scholarly work around a theory to the effect that religion is the most important factor in shaping the legal and political institutions of a society, a theory that, owing to the close correlation between the various departments of national life, will never be contradicted by facts, even though it should be wrong or inadequate. 563 Sir Henry Maines, 1822-88, leadership belongs to the next period, but the work that spread his fame belongs to this. It presents a most instructive piece of a historian's theorizing. 564 Finally, the historico-ethnological work of J.J. Bachofen 565 must be mentioned, though its influence also belongs in the next period. Finally, in the fourth place, Kulturgeschichte 566, though not of course a new phenomenon, established itself as a recognized specialty. Its bearings upon our subject are obvious. It may paint murals or it may paint miniatures. The footnote below mentions the outstanding masters of the two forms, Burckhardt and Riehl. 567. 3. Sociology and political science, environmentalism. We know that sociology dates from the scholastics and even from the Greeks. But the status of a recognized field of research it did not acquire before the next period, see Part 4, ch. 3. In the period under discussion, sociology was indeed, as we have put it above, baptized by Comte, but no great importance should be attributed to this fact. It is true that there was plenty of important sociological work, but it remained uncoordinated and unsystematized. Most of it we have noticed already. We may speak of a philosopher's sociology, a lawyer's sociology, a historian's sociology. Each of them took many forms that differ widely from, and stand in the most varied relations to, one another. It is dangerous to force these forms into large categories. But, for the purpose of a summary review, they may be divided into an abstract and a historical compound. In practical importance, Benthamite utilitarianism stands first among the former, 568 historical jurisprudence first among the latter. In this section we shall adopt, as far as possible, this schema. In addition, an attempt will be made to supplement our sociological harvest by whatever we can glean from the period's literature on government and politics, for which the phrase political science then came increasingly into use, and by a brief glance at a line of thought that should interest economists particularly, environmentalism. A. The natural law sociology of government and politics. Let us recall three results that have been established previously at various turns of our way. First, the historical origin of all social science is in the concept of natural law, which was from very early stages associated with more or less definite concepts of community or society. The Greeks may have confused the latter with the concept of government. It would have been natural for them to do so under the conditions of the polis. But the scholastic doctors were proof against this analytic mistake, because the practical problems of their age and their own position in the social organism could not fail to make it clear to them that the state or the government or the prince is a distinct agent with interests of its own that do not necessarily coincide with the interests of the people or the community, the common good. That society was a discovery of the philosophers of natural law, of the Romanticists, or of still later groups is one of the legends of the history of sociology. 569 Second, we have seen that utilitarianism was a natural law system. Like all natural law systems, it was all-embracing in principle and very nearly so in actual practice. It was conceived as a unitary social science that was both normative and analytic and, among other things, included ethics, government, and legal institutions down to all the details of judicial procedure and criminological practice, in both of which Bentham himself was at least as intensely interested as he was in any economic question. Third, we know that this unitary social science of utilitarianism was individualist, empiricist, and rationalist, the last term meaning here simply that the system, both in its analytic and in its normative aspects, strictly excluded everything that would not pass the test of utilitarian or hedonist rationality. The reader will save himself much trouble and greatly improve his understanding of doctrinal history if he gives due consideration to two vital facts. First, individualism does not necessarily involve empiricism or rationalism in this sense. 570 Empiricism does not necessarily involve individualism and rationalism in this sense, and rationalism in this sense does not necessarily involve individualism and empiricism. But, second, so powerful a synthesis as Bentham's was bound to create, in the minds of foes as well as friends, an association between all the elements that enter into it which gave the impression of logical connection even where none existed. 571. Now, by virtue of its very nature, this system is incapable of taking account of the facts of political life and of the way in which states, governments, parties, and bureaucracies actually work. We have seen that its fundamental preconceptions do little harm in fields such as that part of economics where its logic of stable and barn may be considered as a tolerable expression of actual tendencies. But its application to political facts spells unempirical and unscientific disregard of the essence, the very logic of political structures and mechanisms, and cannot produce anything but wishful daydreams, and not very inspiring ones at that. The freely voting rational citizen, conscious of his long-run interests, and the representative who acts in obedience to them, the government that expresses these volitions, is this not the perfect example of a nursery tale? Accordingly, we shall expect no contributions to a serviceable sociology of politics from this source. And this expectation is almost pathetically verified. Strong common sense redeems, to some extent, Bentham's philosophy of government as presented in the fragment on government, 1776, and, of course, very many of his practical recommendations on judicial procedure and the like. But James Mill's essay on Government 572 can be described only as unrelieved nonsense, though, so it seems, also ineradicable nonsense. Moreover, its purely speculative character, so unlike the character of the same author's no doubt abstract argument in his book on Economic Theory 573, is obvious. This was realized at the time by many non-utilitarians such as Macaulay. But much more important is it that J.S. Mill, without mentioning his father's name, applied to the political theory of the Benthamite school the unflinching epithet unscientific, logic, 6, ch 8, 3, and that in addition, his sentences vibrating with suppressed impatience, he said practically everything else that needs to be said about it. In this, as in so many respects, he rose above his early Benthamism. But he never shook off its shackles entirely, though his essays on liberty and considerations on representative government are no doubt redeemed, in part, by wider horizons and deeper insight. They are still philosophical radicalism. It will thus remain forever a matter of the historian's personal equation whether J.S. Mill's theory spells abandonment or improvement of that of his father. 574. Non-utilitarian and anti-utilitarian philosophers also continued to produce systems of natural law and corresponding philosophies of the state, but of much more restricted scope, most of which reflect the influence of the Romantic mood or else the influence of Kant or Hegel. 575. The harvest to be gathered for our purposes from this field is small indeed. Lawyers, too, continued to produce natural law speculations. The most valuable ones were, however, in special fields, such as constitutional or criminal law. 576. More comprehensive enterprise of this type was being rapidly discouraged by the rising prestige of the historical school. 577. An extremely influential performance of this kind, Stahl's, must however be noticed. 578. For the rest, lecturers displayed a significant tendency to turn their lectures on philosophy of law into lectures on the history of the philosophy of law. 579. b. The historian's sociology of government and politics. Writers who were professional historians or at least had an eye for historical reality were bound to do better than utilitarian or other theorists as far as politics is concerned, for it is more difficult for historians to neglect facts that stare them in the face. Edmund Burke, for example, was a man who saw the concrete situation with passionate energy, whether indulging in bursts of wrath or proffering sober advice, and knew how to distill generalizations from them that have established the reputation of his writings as a storehouse of political wisdom even with people who bore no love to his politics. It might be said that he taught politics by the case method and, as everyone knows, very effectively. 580. Again, nobody has ever commended Lord Macaulay for profundity of thought. But as regards insight into the nature of political processes, he was immeasurably superior to James Mill, and his criticism of the latter's presentation of the political theory of utilitarianism in the Edinburgh Review, 1829, was perfectly adequate as far as it went, although it did not go very far. Politics was still a science to him, not the object of a science, though an experimental 581 by which he simply meant that the utilitarian principles of politics were out of contact with political reality and that generalizations could be arrived at only by observations of political reality. He did not try to formulate such generalizations explicitly. Had he done so, they would, we may be sure, have turned out to be idealized Whig politics. This was the case also with those historians who did try their hands at political generalization. 582. Finally, let us recall what I believe to be the finest flower of the period's literature of political analysis, de Tocqueville's De la démocratie en Amérique, 1835-40. 583. What is the nature of the performance that produced one of the great books of the period? It conveyed no discovery of fact or principle. It did not use any elaborate technique, it did nothing to court the public, especially the American public. An extremely intelligent mind, nurtured on the fruits of an old civilization, took infinite trouble as to observations and brilliantly subdued them to serve an analytic purpose. This was all. But it is much. and I know of no other book that would train us better in the art of succeeding in this particular kind of political analysis. But the period's great performance in the field of political sociology stands in the name of Karl Marx. We are not yet in possession of the facts that are necessary to establish this. They will be supplied in the next section, 4b. Here I wish merely to say by way of anticipation that Marx's theories of history, of social classes, and of the state, government, 584 constitute, on the one hand, the first serious attempts to bring the state down from the clouds and, on the other hand, the best criticism, by implication, of the Benthamite construct. Unfortunately, this scientific theory of the state, like so much else in Marxist thought, is all but spoiled by the particularly narrow ideology of its author. What a pity, but at the same time, what a lesson and what a challenge. Two examples will illustrate another type of political analysis that, from negligible beginnings in the 18th century, made some advance during that period, though it did not get very far. As soon as political analysis becomes alive to the claims of scientific methods, it is bound to run up against problems of criticism in the logical, not in the political sense, criticism of political concepts and of political reasoning and of mechanisms. The book of a man who was himself an eminent politician, Sir George Cornwall Lewis, 1802-63, illustrates that awakening to critical consciousness. 585. The later book of another man who also was something of a politician, though primarily an academic leader, Franz von Holtzendorf, 1829-89, illustrates a growing sense of the necessity of analyzing the mechanism of public opinion. 586. C. Environmentalism. A zeitgeist that contains a component of mechanist or what amounts almost to the same thing, sensationalist materialism will, in exact proportion to the relative strength of this component, favor sociological theories that emphasize the explanatory value of environmental factors. Accordingly, we find a streak of environmentalist thought that may be described as a vulgarized form of Montesquieu's. 587. Two examples will suffice. Feuerbach, the philosopher, not the lawyer, made man a product of his physical environment. If we add those qualifications that are necessary in order to raise this proposition to the level at which it becomes possible to discuss it at all, we have here a theory that has, explicitly and implicitly, come to the fore again in our own time. His emphasis, within environmental factors, upon food. 588 is also in evidence in our second example, Buckle. 589. If space allowed us to do so, we should have to consider his work under three aspects which, as it is, can only be indicated. First, there is an idea, to reduce history to a science by arriving, through induction from observed facts, at laws of the same kind as what Buckle conceived the laws of physics to be. In intention, Buckle's interpretation of history, and not Marx's, is the truly materialistic one, which is, of course, all to the credit of Marx. Nothing is more obvious, however, as soon as one delves into Buckle's work, than the fact that this idea is purely ideological in nature. It is what he wished to carry into effect, whereas he was actually swayed by pure speculation that from first to last forced facts into a preconceived schema. Second, there is the conceptual implementation of the idea, consisting of three types of laws that determine social states and their changes: physical, moral, i.e., propositions on human behavior, and intellectual. The latter, mainly growth of technological control over physical environments, supply the motive power of progress, a principle that links up with what we shall presently describe as Condorcet, Comte evolutionism. As far as these aspects are concerned, namely, the analytic ones, even the little we have said about the book is too much. Its importance consists wholly in providing a case study in analytic miscarriage, which may teach us to look out for speculative propensities behind a non-speculative program and for dilettantism behind an apparently large scientific apparatus. But there is, third, the almost unbelievable success this book has had with all types of people, rich and poor, educated and uneducated, English and foreign. It is this success only that raises the book to significance. it was one of the items of the layman's reading, one of the educators of that period's public mind. As such, its teaching is an important element in the intellectual scenery we are trying to visualize. Like other theories, environmentalism can easily be carried to a point where it becomes obvious nonsense. But within its sphere, it is an indispensable helper of the analyst of social phenomena, as it proved to be, for example, for Michelet. The case may be illustrated by the, in this respect, similar case of racialism. It is a melancholy but very important observation to make that in the social sciences factors are always at work that will drive such theories to the point of nonsense, and what is very much the same thing, turn them into bones of contention for ideological and political parties. Both environmentalism and racialism suit so many books that neither is allowed to make its contribution to our understanding of social processes. Their friends and their foes alike join forces to prevent this consummation. Let us notice again a work of the period which, with remarkable freedom from bias, succeeded in balancing the environmentalist and racial element in a way that was quite satisfactory as far as it went. Ft. Not George Waite's Anthropologie der Nadervölker, 1859-64, especially the first volume. 4. Evolutionism. Social phenomena constitute a unique process in historic time, and incessant and irreversible change is their most obvious characteristic. If by evolutionism we mean not more than recognition of this fact, then all reasoning about social phenomena must be either evolutionary in itself or else bear upon evolution. Here, however, evolutionism is to mean more than this. One may recognize the fact without making it the pivot of one's thought and the guiding principle of one's method. The utilitarian system may serve to illustrate this. James Mill would have smiled at a questioner who asked him whether he was aware of the occurrence of social changes, and he would have, in addition, conceived a poor opinion of the questioner's intelligence. Yet his various systems in economic, political, and psychological theory were not evolutionary in the sense that his thought in any of those fields turned upon evolution. And it is this that shall be the criterion of evolutionism for us, both as regards philosophy comprising also purely metaphysical speculation and as regards any scientific field. Evolutionism in this sense asserted itself in the course of the 18th century but reached and passed its high water mark in the 19th. Attention is drawn to the presence of a disturbing factor, the influence of which will be felt in many ways and not only in this section. In itself, the concept of evolution is perfectly free from any valuation except within well-defined standards. 590. As far as this goes, we merely recognize that people will describe a change as progress if they like it, and as retrogression or degeneration if they dislike it. But in the 18th century, evolution was naively identified with progress toward the rule of la raison, that is to say, it carried a value judgment by definition. And this naive association of ideas persisted throughout the 19th century, though signs of its gradual dissolution appeared in serious research work as time went on. The bourgeois whose business and class position prospered had any amount of confidence in progress of certain types, and he and the literary exponent of the bourgeois mind displayed a lamentable tendency to link this confidence in a certain set of desired changes with some ineluctable forces that move civilizations or even the universe. But we must try to keep clear of such infantilisms, however important they are as features of the zeitgeist. For clarification and illustration, it will be useful to distinguish 5 different though often overlapping types of evolutionist thought, all of which loom large in the intellectual scenery of this period and also in that of the subsequent one. What follows refers to both periods, though instances are taken only from the one under survey. A. Philosophers' evolutionism. Hegel is the outstanding example. With every apology for the temerity involved, I shall put the one point that is relevant for the purposes of this book as follows. Let us postulate the existence of a metaphysical entity, no matter what we call it, that is ultimate and absolute reality, and let us thus place ourselves on the standpoint of an ultra-idealistic philosophy. 591. Let us, at the same time and in the same sense, define the same reality as the totality of all actual and potential observational facts. How is this possible? It is possible, if, as, and when we see in these observational facts, as it were, runes that embody, manifestations of, that entity 592 in much the same way in which we should do so if we adopted straight pantheism in the ordinary sense. Now, that entity is supposed to undergo an imminent evolution in an essentially logical process of theses, antitheses, and syntheses. 593 And so does the observational reality. This is the kind of thing that will always appeal to one type of mind and never to another. We pass on with a definition and a comment. The definition, reasoning from the conception of a metaphysical entity, which in unfolding its own contents produces a sequence of changes in the reality of experience, we call emanatist. The comment, the reader will observe that of Hegel's emanatist conception of evolution something remains, even if we drop its metaphysical trappings, namely, the idea or perhaps discovery that reality, as we know it from experience, may be in itself an evolutionary process, evolving from inherent necessity, instead of being a set of phenomena that seek a definite state or level, so that an extraneous factor or at least a distinct factor is necessary in order to move them to another state or level, as the analogy with Newtonian mechanics suggests. This idea, if tenable, is of course extremely important. As regards philosophy, it renders it possible to proceed, for example, from Hegelianism in its original acceptance to what may be termed Hegelian materialism, which many of the so-called young Hegelians did. As regards sociology, it suggests a novel approach to the facts of social change. Before going on, we may notice two other methods by which philosophers sometimes contrive to impart to their philosophies an evolutionary slant. Progress was in the air and, like other people, philosophers enjoy being up to date. The agnostic or materialist, especially of the semi-popular variety, was apt to substitute intellectual progress for the entities that he discarded, that is to say, he was apt to raise alone from what will be described below, d. as Condorcet, Comte evolutionism, or else he was apt to exploit biological evolutionism, e. for philosophical purposes. Whatever we may think of this as a philosophy, it made popular literature. b. Marxist evolutionism. I have just adverted to the possible implications for sociology that a despiritualized Hegelian philosophy might harbor. This suggests that here we have after all more than a phraseological influence 594 of Hegel upon Marx. If, nevertheless, we maintain substantive autonomy of Marx's so-called materialistic interpretation of history as against Hegelism, and if we list it as a separate type of evolutionism, we allow ourselves to be guided by two considerations. First, Marx's theory of history developed independently of Marx's Hegelian affiliation. We know 595 that his analysis started from a criticism of the current, and apparently immortal, error that the behavior that produces history is determined by ideas, or the progress of the human mind, and that these in turn are infused into actors by purely intellectual processes. To start with, this criticism is a perfectly sound and very positive method but has nothing to do with Hegelian speculation. Second, Marx's theory of history is a working hypothesis by nature. It is compatible with any philosophy or creed and should therefore not be linked up with any particular one. Neither Hegelianism nor materialism is necessary or sufficient for it. 596 What remains is, again, Marx's preference for Hegelian phrasing and his own and most, though not all, Marxists' preference for anything that sounds anti-religious. Both the achievement embodied in that hypothesis and the limitations of this achievement may be best conveyed by means of a brief and bald statement of the essential points. 1. All the cultural manifestations of civil society, to use the 18th century term, are ultimately functions of its class structure. 597. 2. A society's class structure is, ultimately and chiefly, governed by the structure of production, Produktionsverhältnisse, that is, a man's or a group's position in the social class structure is determined chiefly by his or its position in the productive process. 3. The social process of production displays an imminent evolution, tendency to change its own economic, hence also social, data. To this we add the essential points of Marx's theory of social classes, which is logically separable from points 1, 2, 3, that define the economic interpretations of history but forms part of it within the Marxian scheme. 1. The class structure of capitalist society may be reduced to two classes, the bourgeois class that owns, and the proletarian class that does not own, the physical means of production, which are capital if owned by employers but would not be capital if owned by the workers who use them. 2. By virtue of the position of these classes in the productive process, their interests are necessarily antagonistic. 3. The resulting class struggle or class war, Klassenkampf, provides the mechanisms economic and political that implement the economic evolution's tendency to change, revolutionize, every social organization and all the forms of a society's civilization that exist at any time. All this we may sum up in three slogans: politics, policies, art, science, religious and other beliefs or creations, are all superstructures, Überbau, of the economic structure of society. 598 Historical evolution is propelled by economic evolution, history is the history of class struggles. 599. This is as fair a presentation of Marx's social evolutionism as I am able to provide in a nutshell. The achievement is of first-rank importance. 600 Although the elements that enter into it are of very unequal value or, rather, unequally impaired by obvious ideological bias. Least valuable for any but agitatorial purposes is the theory of social classes that Marx associated with his economic interpretation of history. The two-class schema is all but useless for serious analysis. Exclusive emphasis upon class antagonism is as patently wrong and as patently ideological as is exclusive emphasis upon class harmony of the Carey, Bastiat type, see below, ch. 4, and the proposition that the evolution of forms of social organization is brought about by a mechanism that can be described exclusively in terms of the struggle between those two classes is a simplification that eliminates the essentials of the mechanisms actually at work. A qualification must, however, be added, if we get from Marx an ideologically warped definition of classes and of class antagonisms, and if in consequence we get an unsatisfactory description of political mechanisms, we nevertheless get something very worth having, namely, a perfectly adequate idea of the importance of the class phenomenon. If in this field there existed anything like unbiased research, Marx's suggestions would have led long ago to a satisfactory theory of it. But the economic interpretation of history is a different matter. If we reduce it to the role of a working hypothesis and if we carefully formulate it, discarding all philosophical ambitions that are suggested by the phrases historical materialism or historical determinism, we behold a powerful analytic achievement. Points 1 and 3 may then be defended against objections, most of which turn out to rest upon misunderstandings. 601.2 is less reliable. It works well with some historical patterns and not at all with others. 602 This problem Marx does not seem to have taken very seriously. But there was another, to the solution of which he devoted the bulk of his giant powers for the rest of his life. Obviously, the vast fabric, of which the economic interpretation of history was the base, would have had to remain incomplete without a full analysis of that imminent evolution of the economic sector on which the evolution of human civilization as a whole was made to rest. For him the economic interpretation of history was, therefore, still more a program than it was an achievement to be valued for itself. We have reached a point of vital importance for a proper understanding of Marx's work. On the one hand, we can now visualize his unitary social science, the only significant all-comprehensive system that dates from this side of utilitarianism. We see the manner and the sense in which he welded into a single homogeneous whole all branches of sociology and economics, a venture that might well dazzle the modern disciple even more than it dazzled Engels, who stood too near the workshop. On the other hand, we now see Marxist economics in its true light. Its individual features, or some of them, will come in for notice and appraisal in their places. Here I wish only to insist on the greatness of the conception and on the fact that Marxist analysis is the only genuinely evolutionary economic theory that the period produced. 603 Neither its assumptions nor its techniques are above serious objections, though, partly, because it has been left unfinished. but the grand vision of an imminent evolution of the economic process that, working somehow through accumulation, somehow destroys the economy as well as the society of competitive capitalism and somehow produces an untenable social situation that will somehow give birth to another type of social organization remains after the most vigorous criticism has done its worst. It is this fact, and this fact alone, that constitutes Marx's claim to greatness as an economic analyst. That he was more than an economic analyst we have seen in this section. That he was more than an analyst need not be explained again. For a discussion of the views of Marx and Schumpeter on the topics covered in this section, see O.H. Taylor, Schumpeter and Marx, Imperialism and Social Classes in the Schumpeterian System, Quarterly Journal of Economics, November 1951. This is a review article of Schumpeter's Imperialism and Social Classes, English trans, ed. with an introduction by Paul M. Sweezy, 1951. C. Historians' Evolutionism. Mere preoccupation with the problems of describing the events of an ever-changing world does not spell evolutionism in the sense of this section. Professional historians, therefore, are not evolutionists by profession. They become evolutionists of a distinct type only when they try to arrange states of society, economic, political, cultural, or general ones into sequences that are supposed to be necessary in the sense that each such state is the necessary and sufficient condition for the emergence of the one that follows it. The oldest and most primitive way of doing this is by constructing typical stages through which an economy must pass. This method was represented in that period by Friedrich List, whose scheme hunting, agriculture, agriculture plus manufacture, agriculture and manufacture plus commerce met with deserved criticism from Carlney's 604. We should indeed have put down this scheme as completely worthless were it not for the fact that it may be used, and was used by List, as a simple expository device for impressing upon beginners, or the public, the lesson that economic policy has to do with changing economic structures and therefore cannot consist of a set of unchanging recipes. Another example is Bruno Hildebrand's scheme, exchange economy, money economy, credit economy. Beyond this there is not much to report in this category. The better a historian, the more averse he is to such constructions except that a vague belief in evolutionary sequences, such as historical sequences that were supposed to bear analogy with the youth, manhood, and old age of individuals, are not infrequently met with in historical writings of that period. An economist and economic historian who indulged in this belief without however being misled by it, as far as I can see, was W. Roscher. 605. It is worth noting that this belief in laws of economic history constitutes one of the main differences between his methodology and Schmaller's, who nevertheless had a type series of his own: village economy, town economy, territorial economy, and national economy. D. The intellectualist evolutionism of Condorcet and Comte. Condorcet 606 more than any other writer, elaborated the theory of social evolution that is specifically associated with the thought of the Enlightenment and is present, implicitly or explicitly, in the writings of all the votaries of la raison. Let us call it intellectualist evolutionism. It is the last word in simplicity. Reduced to its essential content, it comes to this: human reason, a given force, wages an incessant war of conquest on man's physical environment and, at any given stage, on the beliefs or habits of thought that mankind has acquired at previous stages of its history. From this incessant struggle results, on the one hand, an indefinitely increasing insight into the true laws of nature and, in consequence, an even more perfect technological control over the forces of nature and, on the other hand, an indefinitely increasing freedom from erroneous and antisocial beliefs and propensities. Human intellect, perfecting itself, perfects the whole of human nature, hence also human institutions, without assignable limit. Since many readers' minds are presumably imbued with this theory, perhaps to the point of accepting this progress of the human mind as a matter of course, we had better make sure that we understand the objection to it. It fails because it postulates what it is to explain. Change is adaptive and, possibly, also autonomous in beliefs, in stocks of knowledge and techniques, and in habits of thought are no doubt historically associated with other manifestations of social evolution. But they are conditioned, to say the least, by the facts of a changing social structure, and so are their modi operandi. If we attribute, say, modern positivism or the modern airplane to the progress of the human mind, we have evidently not done much toward their explanation. In fact, we have done nothing, we have only renamed the problem. If, in order to remedy this, we appeal to the perfectibility of the human mind, we have still done nothing, we have only postulated the solution. And if, recognizing this, we introduce additional factors of explanation, for example, biological ones, we have left the moorings of intellectualist evolutionism.